Flee! Quickly flee! Beneath the glaring sun, a multitude of corpses lay scattered. Buildings lay in ruins, and anguished cries filled the air. In such a hellish scene, two youths desperately ran for their lives. With a resounding clang, they unlocked the door of a towering building, bursting inside and slamming it shut behind them. Flames flickered ominously from the entire mountain town. "Gu Feng, someone's pursuing us," Yi Ziki urgently shouted as he peered through a small crack in the window paper. He spotted a man approaching the building, brandishing a knife. His bronze skin, exposed to the biting winter wind, was adorned with a tattoo of a blue eagle. As the man's powerful muscles heaved with each labored breath, the eagle's wings seemed to expand and contract, as if pursuing prey beneath the crimson clouds. Outside, the townsfolk, in a state of utter panic, scattered wildly, only to be seized by the barbarian, who, with a swift motion, cleaved them apart like firewood with a machete. Yi Ziki watched this horrific scene unfold, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Gu Feng was attempting to shift a cabinet to barricade the door. This was a library, replete with towering bookshelves. However, the weight of knowledge compelled him to abandon that notion. He abruptly grasped Yi Ziki, who was leaning against the window. "Why did your father send you here?" "My father said there is an underground library beneath the library, and I must find my cousin and hide there." "Gu Feng, is my sister Ling Sha still alive? What do you think? Have these barbarians ever spared anyone?" Gu Feng tossed Yi Ziki aside, tears immediately springing to the eyes of this delicate youth. "Gu Feng, have I made a grave mistake? If I hadn't spent all my time in the library reading, neglecting my martial training, everyone wouldn't be." Gu Feng sighed. His disciple was simply too kind-hearted and fragile. How could one cultivate a ruthless swordsmanship in such a state? "Stop overthinking," Gu Feng said, steadying Yi Ziki by the shoulders. "What does it matter? Even if you trained to be like me, do you think I could take on 3 barbarians at once? The number of them invading the mountains exceeds 300. But I am worthless. I have accomplished nothing." Gu Feng gently shook his head, refraining from blaming Yi Ziki's weakness. Just moments before, when he had saved Yi Ziki from the barbarian's blade, the lifeless body of Yi Ziki's father lay at his feet. And Yi Sha was the girl whom Yi Ziki cherished, who would visit their training grounds daily, sharing laughter and conversation. The trio had spent 5 years together, as if each day were the same. Yet, the sudden invasion of the barbarians shattered their world. "Gu Feng, why aren't you coming over? 2 barbarians are approaching. No, there are more behind." Gu Feng observed coldly from the window as their fellow villagers, having fled here, were slaughtered one by one, their screams echoing into the building. "They have seen me kill their comrades and are now hunting me down. I will lead them away. You must find a secure hiding place in the underground library." Yi Ziki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Gu Feng, don't." "Yi Ziki," Gu Feng bellowed, snapping Yi Ziki out of his stupor. "Hide well, and one day, avenge our town. Survive on your own. You're more capable than you realize. You possess a courage far greater than you believe, and you will undoubtedly master the art of swordsmanship. If you doubt this, recall how you once prevented me from marching to my demise." Yi Ziki stared blankly at Gu Feng, memories surging forth in this moment of peril in the crumbling mountain town. A year prior, rumors of barbarian invasions had already spread through the town, prompting the sovereign to dispatch troops from the royal capital to quell the marauders to the north. During that time, the military faced a shortage of manpower for logistical support and forcibly conscripted several laborers from the town, including Gu Feng's father, who was also the master teaching both Gu Feng and Yi Ziki the art of the sword. This venture led to his demise on the battlefield. Upon receiving the news, Gu Feng attributed the tragedy to the officer responsible for his father's conscription, vowing to seek vengeance in the royal capital, driven by a desire for retribution for both his mentor and father. It was evident that whether or not he succeeded in slaying that officer, he would surely sacrifice his own life in the process. Yi Ziki, upon learning of the events, retreated to the library for 2 hours before fervently pursuing Gu Feng, managing to catch up with him on the outskirts of the city after a night of relentless searching. Gu Feng acquiesced, and in that moment, Yi Ziki achieved his singular victory over Gu Feng. From then on, Gu Feng recognized Yi Ziki's martial potential. He discerned that although Yi Ziki was prone to softness and trepidation, he could summon a fierce, selfless strength when fighting for others. Thus, in this critical moment, Gu Feng imparted these words to Yi Ziki. Upon hearing Gu Feng mention this incident, Yi Ziki immediately understood that Gu Feng intended to sacrifice himself once more, as he had a year prior, to repay the debt of life. He hastily reached out to grasp the hem of Gu Feng's garment. Yet, having endured numerous setbacks, he lacked the strength to succeed. With a mere sweep of his leg, Gu Feng brushed Yi Ziki's hand aside. Thus, he pleaded, "Please do not leave." However, Gu Feng offered no further opportunity for dialogue, striding forth from the library and locking the door behind him. Yi Ziki rushed to the door, pounding against it with a resounding thud. "Yi Ziki." Gu Feng's voice filtered through the crack of the door. "My father and Ling Sha are watching from above. I cannot allow her brother to perish again." Bang! Bang! Lastly, Yi Ziki, let me tell you one more thing. Bang! Bang! I too harbor feelings for Yi Ling Sha. Bang! 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 "You wretch, taste my blade." With a fierce roar, Gu Feng's voice abruptly ceased, replaced by the clashing sounds of swords and blades. Yi Ziki pressed his entire being against the door, his forehead bruising from the impact, leaning against the door frame, overwhelmed with tears. The sounds of anguish and the scent of blood, even through the door, permeated the library with chilling clarity. Turning his gaze towards the dim, dust-laden shelves within the library, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Yi Ziki harbored a secret. He possessed the ability to comprehend demonic texts and even wield a modicum of demonic arts. Having grown up within the confines of the library, his grandfather Yi Gao was the custodian of the town's library. Before he learned to read poetry and characters, he would spend his days nestled within, clandestinely perusing the tomes collected by his grandfather, which depicted the creatures of myth, deciphering the meanings behind the characters contained within. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself increasingly ensnared. The children of the town began to distance themselves, labeling him as a little Confucian and asserting that he was indeed the grandson of the library's steward. Only Gu Feng was willing to engage in conversation with him, teaching him martial arts, embodying the role of an elder brother. He must not allow him to perish. The cold deity has decreed, commanding all living beings. "Unseal," Yi Ziki murmured dreamily, his lips parting softly. Beneath his hands, a flame suddenly ignited. It was an ancient tome imbued with fiery spiritual energy that had been pressed beneath his palm. Thanks to the rudimentary, unsealing technique taught by his grandfather, it spontaneously combusted. Yi Ziki cast a fireball toward a nearby bookshelf, and the flames swiftly licked up the pile of books, igniting the entire cabinet. The library was the most favored stage for the fire demon's exhibition. Amidst the billowing smoke, flames leapt from one bookshelf to another, engulfing everything around Yi Ziki in a sea of fire. Suddenly, a cacophony of ghastly, eerie voices erupted, akin to the chilling footsteps heard during a midnight stroll through a forest when darkness looms behind. It resembled the sound of countless insects swarming en masse. Indeed, Yi Ziki murmured in a tone laden with melancholy. Within the demon tome, there existed a notion. The lamentations of multitudes of beings meeting their demise could resonate all the way to the divine, facilitating a dialogue between mortals and deities. Just as ancient human overlords would sacrifice numerous slaves during rituals to open the heavens with their anguished cries, allowing the shaman's words to reach the ears of the gods. Moreover, the demons had uncovered a method. When a tome housing the monstrous powers of demons was destroyed, it emitted a wail akin to the death throes of the demons themselves. It was as if myriad demons were incinerated, and the demon god gazed down upon them. "O great demon of demons, my name is Yi Ziki. I am but a trivial being. It is said that every creature conversing with you is deemed a wicked aberration, feared by the world. Yet, I am merely a miscreant who inadvertently discovered the means to commune with you within the pages of a demon tome." Yi Ziki's voice was faint yet steady, murmuring to himself, but rather than appearing deranged, he seemed to roar. Amidst the dancing flames and the crumbling bookshelf, he knelt, gazing skyward, his posture reminiscent of prayer, articulating slowly, "O great demon of demons, I have read many tales of you within this library. These narratives all convey a singular truth. Countless humans, for various reasons, have succumbed to your seduction, trading their souls with you, leading to their downfall and inevitable retribution." Yi Ziki's lips curled in a semblance of a smile. Though his eyes remained hollow, and terrifying. I have always found these stories absurd and laughable, with so many precedents set, and so many glorious deities to whom one could beseech. Why would they still yield to the temptations of demons? Yet now I understand. No matter how fervently one prays, imploring the lofty deities, akin to the creator god of flames, those elevated beings cannot hear the voices of mortals below. Justice shall not be served, nor shall evil be punished. This world is a battlefield upon each person's arrival. The heavens do not bestow any gifts. Everything on this battlefield must be seized through combat. Flames danced, and the pages fluttered like burning butterflies, while myriad eerie voices layered upon one another, resembling both lamentations and mockery. Oh, celestial demon, such blasphemous utterances must surely capture your attention. The sacred text's record of you. Do not claim ignorance. The celestial demon observes mankind. You cannot say you are oblivious. Ezekiel spoke slowly, his voice low, yet he bit his lip until blood flowed. Thus I beseech you. Suddenly his voice soared, overpowering the cacophony of demons, piercing the heavens. From this moment forth, command me at will. Let me wield my weapon like the decapitated Changqin. Endlessly swinging my axe, let me chase the sun blindly like the foolish Kwafu. Until death claims me, let me crave blood like an eternally famished specter, committing sins like Gong, cursed by the deluge. None of this matters. Only grant me the chance to live, nurturing an unquenchable hatred. Under the apocalypse, bathed in the sea of flames, the youth roared defiantly to the heavens. Let me become one who can wield the sword of death. Like a primal roar. A demon indeed. In an instant, the flames surged. Countless demonic tones shrieked in unison as they burned fiercely, akin to myriad fiends dancing in madness, celebrating the birth of the Demon King. A tome of ceiling drifted amidst the fiery winds, flipping and rolling, then opened its pages towards Ezekiel, revealing eyes that gazed forth. That was certainly not a human eye. The eye lowered, observing Ezekiel, and spoke. Young one, do you truly believe you will not regret your words? The youth smiled grimly. Faced with such a bizarre, desperate, apocalyptic scene, he felt neither dread nor fear. He merely squinted, sensing that within the fierce flames, an array of familiar shadows approached, only to be consumed by the fire. Indeed, I shall never regret. Chapter 2. The monster Gufeng was in a state of great agitation. His copper sword, longer than the curved blades of the barbarian assailants, was more suited for offense than defense. Had he not been besieged by 5 of these savages, he would not have suffered several grievous wounds in such a fleeting moment. Instead, he found himself leaning against a grand parasol tree, resolutely defending himself. In the distance, 2 more barbarians approached, their excitement palpable as if they had spotted fresh prey. Death loomed closer. He should have lured the barbarians away by now, but just moments ago, Gufeng was horrified to see the Yi family library engulfed in flames. The inferno billowed thick clouds of smoke, while burning pages fluttered through the air like errant fireflies, resembling paper money cast into the wind. If Ezekiel perished in the flames, all of Gufeng's efforts to lead the barbarians away would be in vain. Thus, he remained there, desperately holding on, awaiting an opportunity to rush into the library and rescue Ezekiel. However, the barbarian encirclement was too tight, leaving him without a chance. Heat waves enveloped him, and sweat trickled down his brow. The barbarians laughed heartily, their fierce eyes searching for any sign of weakness. Perhaps the fire had ignited their combative spirits. It was said that fire was the faith of the barbarians, and slaughter was the path to that faith. Among them, the youngest appeared to be merely 15 or 16, while the oldest was no more than 30. No matter how Gufeng sought an opening, he could not breach the web of blades they had woven. Only the relentless flashes of steel and the fresh wounds they inflicted heightened his sense of urgency and rage, causing his heart to sink inch by inch. In his heart, only the image of these marauding demons who wreaked havoc in his homeland remained. They were his enemies, and he could not succumb to death amidst their mocking laughter. With a fierce shout, Gufeng pivoted his wrist, altering his stance to thrust forward with his sword. His pupils constricted, shimmering with a mournful light. He resolved to fight with all his might. But just then, an unusual sound emanated from the library, the unmistakable thud of several wooden planks falling. Gufeng halted his assault, eyes wide with astonishment. From the inferno of the library, a colossal shadow burst forth, leaping impossibly over 10 feet and hurtling towards him. Gufeng hastily retreated, but the barbarians, thinking he had finally shown fear, eagerly pursued him, oblivious to the shadow that loomed over them. With a resounding crash, the foremost barbarian was struck down into the ground by a fiery red mass. In that instant, all sound fell silent, and every eye reflected a crimson hue. The entity that had reduced a barbarian to mere pulp rose, revealing itself as a magnificent red humanoid creature. Towering above them all, it resembled the most robust of warriors. Its muscles taut as if every vein threatened to burst, skin swollen with crimson blood, as if scorched by the furnace of wrath. With a mournful roar that echoed towards the heavens, the monster's hair and beard still ablaze, flames searing its visage, blood and tears streamed down its face. Both the barbarians and Gu Feng stood frozen in shock before this astonishing sight, unable to move. With wide eyes, I watched as the monstrous creature twisted its massive arms and seized a barbarian by the throat. This barbarian, once boastful of his bravery, had charged into the mountain town. Yet now he was unable to even struggle, uttering a final, mournful cry before his neck was crushed. The monster, scenting the essence of death, grew even more exhilarated. Its face contorted in a grotesque snarl, fangs bared, and its eyes glimmering with a golden light, filled with a frenzied rage. But had the cries of its fallen comrade roused the remaining 5 barbarians? They straightened their blades in unison, charging at the beast. The creature, undeterred, clutched the lifeless body and swung it around as if it were a mere stick, creating a fierce gust of wind that sent all the attacking blades, along with the barbarian warriors, flying. The warriors scattered in disarray, while the monster continued its wild spinning, resembling a frenzied gibbon or a maniacal wild boar. This was indeed a scene of chaos and carnage, as the barbarians cried out in horror, their shrieks echoing the sentiment, "A monster! A monster! This town harbors a fiend." Gu Feng found himself face to face with this very monstrosity. Wounded and unable to move freely, he could merely raise his sword in a feeble attempt to shield himself from the terrifying visage of the creature, which made his blade tremble uncontrollably. He had never imagined such a being could exist in this town. All he comprehended was the imminent threat to his life. The sheer power of this unfathomable demon filled his mind with dread. All he wished to discern was the nature of the entity that sought to end his life. Yet, at that moment of despair, the creature unexpectedly turned its back towards him, exposing its unguarded rear to Gu Feng. Stunned, he gasped, momentarily frozen in disbelief. "Pangula!" The remaining barbarians shouted in unison, rallying together as the 5 surviving warriors charged forward with their blades raised high. They invoked the name of their leader, believing that by calling out, they would draw courage from him, thus enhancing their chances of survival in this dire moment. They needed valor more than ever. However, the monster was swifter. It charged towards one barbarian in the south, who, seeing the beast advance, swung his curved knife, striking deep into the creature's arm, revealing bone beneath the flesh. Simultaneously, the monster's claw pierced through the barbarian's heart, sending him hurtling into the air. Pangula! Another skilled barbarian leaped forward, soaring high to strike at the back of the monster's neck. Unfortunately, the monster leapt as well, and they collided mid-air, the smaller figure appearing pitifully vulnerable. As the airborne barbarian found himself suspended in a daze, the monster seized his calf. Like a mere stick, the creature slammed him to the ground with unrelenting force. The barbarian was crushed against the earth twice, his body shattering like a drumstick striking a drum, unable to emit even a cry of agony. The other barbarians stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by the ferocity of the monster, which, with relentless vigor, flung aside the barbarian it had just vanquished, immediately targeting another foe. Only 2 remained. The faces of the 2 barbarian men were etched with sheer terror as they swiftly turned and fled in a state of utter dismay. The creature picked up 2 curved blades from the ground, bellowing with rage and hatred as it hurled them away. Gu Feng, with a swift thrust of his sword, dispatched the barbarian who had just been struck down by the creature. Dragging his weary body, he approached the beast, which surprisingly did not retaliate. For reasons unknown, Gu Feng felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from this creature. He lifted his gaze and scrutinized its face. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Despite the dramatic transformation of its physique and the presence of eerie golden double pupils, the visage he once knew well remained unmistakable to him. "Yi Ziki, is that truly you?" Gu Feng exclaimed in disbelief. It was indeed him. The transformed Yi Ziki glared at Gu Feng with fierce eyes before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 3, Old Dreams in a Realm of Darkness, a voice emerged. "Young man, do you not harbor regrets?" As Yuziki prepared to respond, his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. A curious thought flickered in his mind. What was it he intended to say? Upon regaining his senses, he found himself curled up within the familiar confines of a library, surrounded by the calming scents of camphor and aged books. With heaps of strange tomes strewn about his feet, Realization washed over him. He had once again succumbed to slumber's embrace. Though the specifics of the dream had faded, he was left with a lingering sensation of charred remnants. Yuzuki shook his head with a chuckle. How could that be? If a fire were to ignite in the library, his father would undoubtedly break his legs in punishment. Perhaps he had simply read for too long and drifted off. He thought it might be wise to rouse himself with a couple of amusing tales about supernatural creatures. At that moment, the slightly ajar door was suddenly thrust open. Blinding sunlight flooded into the dimly lit library. Yuzuki looked up in astonishment to see the girl he knew best standing at the entrance. "Brother, I knew you would be here," she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. It was his cousin, Yearning. Having rushed over, her healthily developed figure heaved with rapid breaths. Her dark tresses clinging to her alabaster oval face, reminiscent of a lily in bloom. The soft, ornate garment she wore accentuated her graceful emerald curves. Yearning extended her hand toward him, yet Yuzuki did not grasp it. His gaze remained fixed on her resplendent attire. Recognizing the exquisite fabric as a rare brocade from the Tang family, utterly incongruous with the impoverished ambience of Beishan town. "Is that outfit a gift from the Tang family?" he inquired. Yearning's fingers nervously curled inward. Do you think it looks nice?" "It fits poorly, utterly unappealing," he replied. Rising to his feet and sidestepping her presence as he exited the library, each step feeling as though it were laden with lead. "At least it keeps you warm. The weather has turned chilly." Suddenly, he stumbled and fell, his weapon flying from his grasp, as a resolute boy appeared before him. It was Gu Feng. "Oh, right. I was supposed to be sparring with Gu Feng," he recalled. "You've lost your focus again," Gu Feng remarked, irritation evident on his face. "This month. You haven't held your sword steadily even once. How can you possibly improve your swordsmanship like this?" "I apologize," Yuzuki said, "but I cannot find peace within myself." "Gu Feng, tell me, how is it fair? That Tang Zhao can win Lingsha's affection with a few fine garments? Lingsha and I have known each other for over a decade, 5 years longer than we've been training together." The Tang Zhao he spoke of was a wealthy young man visiting Beishan town, who, upon encountering Lingsha's beauty, had presented gifts to propose marriage a month prior. The elders of the Yi family had already consented to this union. Ever since, Yuzuki had been shrouded in melancholy. Gu Feng replied indifferently. "It is Lingsha's father who has resolutely decided on this engagement. She has little say in the matter. But Lingsha promised that she would venture into the world with us. Such is the nature of life. It seldom aligns with our desires." Gu Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Yizi, may I inquire why the bandits from Qianzhou come to our Zhu country year after year?" Yizi exclaimed in surprise, unable to fathom why Gu Feng would suddenly mention the word bandit, a term that was a taboo among the people of Beishan town. "Why are you asking this? I should be the one asking you," Gu Feng replied with a grave demeanor. Yizi was compelled to meet Gu Feng's gaze, and unsettling memories associated with bandits began to stir within him. The common folk along the border feared nothing more than the invasion of foreign tribes. Zhu country's Beishan town is situated in the far northern region of Lijiu, while Qianzhou, which Gu Feng referred to, lies even further north. Separated from Zhu country by the vast Jiangmu River, belonging to an entirely different continent, it is said that Qianzhou is a boundless expanse of grassland, inhabited by a nomadic people who thrive on horseback. During winter, they often cross the river into Zhu country to plunder, earning the title of bandits among the Zhu people. "The bandits come to our Zhu country solely to steal," Yizi exclaimed. "This is because the Qianzhou thieves lack the moral guidance of a sage. Driven by their innate greed and savagery, only capable of taking from others." "Wrong," Gu Feng interjected sternly. "It is because they lack sustenance during the winter." Yizi's complexion changed at this shocking assertion, a sentiment never before encountered in literature. Gu Feng pressed on. "In winter, the grass on the plains dies, and livestock diminishes. The tribes of Qianzhou, faced with hunger, resort to slaughtering their own cattle and horses, fashioning rafts from the hides to cross the Jiangmu River, coming to our Zhu country to kill and seize food. To us, they are undoubtedly thieves. Yet, in the grand scheme of the 9 provinces, the survival of the fittest is a natural order. Beasts consume humans, and humans consume one another. If you are weak, you are prey. If you are strong, you feast upon others." Yizi's eyes widened in astonishment. Gu Feng's words struck him like a blow, leaving him breathless and unsure of how to express his tumultuous feelings. The heavens are unyielding, and a man must strive for self-improvement. Just remember that, Gu Feng added. Yizi stared blankly at Gu Feng for a moment, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with fervor as he recalled the first morning he met Gu Feng, witnessing him practice swordsmanship in the soft dawn light. A surge of aspiration welled up within him. He too desired to embody such strength and resilience. "All right," Yi exclaimed, regaining his spirit. "Gufeng, let us continue our training." But suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from the village below. Both Yi and Gufeng gazed in shock toward the town, as a second and third pillar of fire blazed forth in succession. Their expressions shifted drastically. Each fire was spaced apart, suggesting this was no mere accident. They hastily descended the mountain to alert their families. As they approached the heart of the town, Yi began to hear an increasing cacophony of indistinct screams and cries of battle. With a thunderous boom, he witnessed the door of the blacksmith's house being blown off its hinges, and a man clad in animal skins emerged from within. This individual bore distinctive features that set him apart from the people of Jew country, with a large, rounded head and a shaven scalp save for a tuft of hair atop. With a broad face, thick brows, almond-shaped eyes, high cheekbones, and wide nostrils. He wielded a knife and bore an eagle tattoo on his back. They were the barbarians. The barbarians had invaded the mountains. The moment Yi laid eyes on them, he understood why they were deemed the most ferocious and warlike tribe in the 9 provinces. Fortunately, these marauders were oblivious to his presence and charged into another household. Preoccupied with plundering valuables, Yi continued his desperate run home, tears streaming down his cheeks as he fervently wished for safety. "Please let there be no harm. Let there be no harm." This thought echoed in his mind, and the tears flowed incessantly. At last, he reached the alleyway of the Yi family, feeling utterly drained. His body weakened by exhaustion. Leaning against the brick wall as he turned the corner, he was momentarily stunned. Before him stood 5 men clad in animal skins from the Qianzhou region. The bandits spotted him and brandished their knives. Yet, Yi did not flee. He did not even glance in their direction. His gaze was fixated on a garment that the bandits were fighting over, an article that was truly unique in Beishan town. One he could never mistake. It was a blue silk brocade adorned with golden phoenixes. Yi cried out, his voice piercing the heavens. A heart-wrenching lament. Everything around him faded, sight and sound dissolved. Only the whispers of demons echoed in his ears, in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. The strong prey upon the weak. It is your frailty that has led to your cousin's demise. A tragic, chaotic world, a hellish existence. As several townsfolk nearby resisted, the bandits had not yet struck him down. The figure who rushed to his side was none other than his father, Yi Yuan. This stocky man repeatedly murmured, "It's all right, follow your father, follow your father." The repetition was so frequent that it was difficult to discern whether he was addressing his son or reassuring himself. He held on to Yi's wrist with a grip so tight it caused pain, yet he remained oblivious. "Father, where is mother?" Yi's voice trembled with desperation. "Your mother is gone," Yi Yuan replied. Yi's mouth gaped in shock, but before he could utter a word, his father suddenly released his grip and lunged forward with a roar. A barbarian had appeared before them, raising his knife toward the father and son. But before the blade could descend, Yi Yuan tackled him to the ground. "Run!" Yi collapsed onto the ground and crawled toward his father. Until he reached his father's side, the barbarian remained pinned beneath Yi Yuan's fierce embrace. With an elbow, Yi struck the barbarian's face and seized a stone from the ground, relentlessly smashing it against the marauder's face until it was unrecognizable. Yi Yuan stared intently at his son, saying, "Go hide in the basement of the study, find your sister, and take her with you." Yi nodded. But before he could move, Yi Yuan gasped for breath. Naturally, Yi could not reveal to his father that Yilingsha had already been captured. He did not flee. Instead, he cradled his father's lifeless body, for a marauder was already charging toward him. Yet another hand seized him from behind. "Run!" Gufeng, bloodied and clutching his sword, bellowed at Yi. They hastily fled towards the library. Under the blazing sun, countless corpses littered the ground, while collapsed buildings echoed with the sounds of anguished cries. In this hellish landscape, the 2 youths ran desperately. After dispatching the pursuing barbarian, the library gradually came into view. Gufeng's expression brightened, and he quickened his pace. Yet, Yi suddenly halted, rooted to the spot. "What is wrong with you?" Gufeng shouted, panic and anger lacing his voice. "It's futile, Gufeng," Yi murmured gently, his demeanor unexpectedly serene amidst the chaos, tears streaming down his clear eyes. "If you proceed, you will meet your demise as well." This statement was baffling. Flames raged around them, and the barbarian was close on their heels. Yi's stillness was infuriating. However, upon hearing those words, Gufeng's countenance turned icy, as if the very essence of life had drained from him. No, it was not just him. The entire world seemed to freeze. Darkness enveloped everything, and the cacophony of battle, the shouts, the fire, the screams, faded into an abyss of silence. Yizeki sank to his knees, recollecting everything, realizing that the dream must come to an end. Yet, a woman's voice echoed behind him. Yizeki trembled. "Wait, mother, I'll stay outside a little longer," he replied. "Very well, but take care of yourself while you are out there." His mother's voice resonated softly. Gradually, the crackling of fire broke the stillness. Yizeki wished to see clearly, but as he attempted to open his eyes, he found his eyelids heavy. He cried out, straining to lift them. Crackle, crackle, of fire materialized before him, beside which stood a figure. Yizeki gazed at this person for a long time before suddenly realizing it was Gu Feng. He glanced around. The sky was dark, a solitary moon hung high, and shadowy trees surrounded him. He leaned against a tree stump, seated amidst wild grass, with a fire pit before him, where Gu Feng was adding fuel to the flames. Yizeki lifted himself slightly, an intense pain coursing through him. Ouch! It hurts. Yet pain was a sign that he had awakened from the dream. Gu Feng turned abruptly. "You're awake?" He inhaled sharply, aware that Yizeki had been weeping in his unconscious state. However, he had not anticipated that the swollen eyes would be so terrifying, crimson veins spreading from the corners to the irises, each thread like a blade. The owner of those bloodshot eyes fixed his gaze upon Gu Feng and declared, "One day, we shall take revenge on the bandits of Qianzhou." Chapter 4. The old demon Gu Feng and Yizeki exchanged silent glances, and Gu Feng replied, "All right." After a moment, he added, "In the library. You must have employed a form of demonic magic on yourself, correct?" Yizeki, who had never concealed the secret of understanding the demonic texts from Gu Feng, affirmed, "Indeed." His tone was weary. "However, after using the magic, I lost consciousness and am unaware of what transpired afterward. Allow me to recount it for you." Gu Feng nodded and began to narrate how Yizeki had transformed into a colossal creature, overpowering and slaying 7 bandits before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Once you fainted, your form reverted to normal. I carried you away from the town. The nearby bandits were eliminated, and none pursued us. We were fortunate. We now find ourselves on the northern mountain's rear slope. It has been 4 hours since you lost consciousness." "Ah, I see," Yizeki nodded, recalling how he had felt as though he were in a dream, consumed by an insatiable urge to slay everyone in sight. Yet he was fortunate enough to still recognize Gu Feng. After a prolonged silence, Gu Feng picked up a piece of rabbit meat he had already roasted and tossed it to Yizeki, saying, "You haven't eaten all day." Yizeki took the meat and began to gnaw at it, then fell into deep contemplation once more. Gu Feng observed Yizeki's demeanor with some astonishment. Yizeki was, in fact, a somewhat spoiled individual. The Yi family was prominent in the town, and he was the most favored son of this generation. Yet now, having endured the grief of losing family, and with his wounds still unhealed, he ate the unseasoned, somewhat unpalatable game without uttering a word, showing no signs of complaint or fatigue as he would during his daily sword practice. Perhaps this calamity had indeed matured him. As for Gu Feng, he had faced a similar ordeal a year prior. Had his survival through such a trial been a silent blessing from his father? "I shall gather some firewood," Gu Feng announced, rising. "Do not let the fire die out. I only brought 2 flint sticks." Yizeki nodded, and after Gu Feng departed, he opened his blood-stained garment, scrutinizing his body in the flickering light. His arms and legs throbbed with pain, yet he had refrained from examining them before Gu Feng, as he had felt deep scars. The bleeding had ceased. Regardless of how one viewed it, the speed of recovery was astonishing. Reflecting on how his prayers to the ancestral demon of myriad creatures had been answered, Yizeki began to question whether his body was still human. It was becoming increasingly difficult to ascertain. Suddenly, Yizeki was startled, standing in alarm, shouting, "Who is there? Show yourself." "There's no need to shout to the heavens. Have you forgotten my voice, young one?" A heaviness settled in Yizeki's heart as he recalled having heard this voice earlier, amidst the inferno in the library, when the enchanted book had opened a demonic eye before him. "You are the demon from the library. Where are you? My home was burned by you, and now I reside within your body. Thus, there is no need for you to raise your voice, young one. Stop calling me young one." Yizeki, upon hearing the creature claim to reside within him, was instantly reminded of the term possession, and a surge of dread overwhelmed him. Struggling to suppress his fear, he spoke with a firm voice. "How old are you to address me as young lad? If you truly have a lineage, then reveal your name." "Humph, young lad. I could easily be your grandfather. Henceforth, You shall call me your demon grandfather. Old demon, he retorted, do not flaunt your power. You are merely a servant dispatched by the celestial demons to assist in eliminating those marauding bandits. Are you not? You insolent wretch. How dare you address me thus? The creature exclaimed. Enough. Yuziki interrupted loudly. I sought the heavenly demon's guidance at the cost of my life, and I anticipated this very outcome. Now that the celestial demons have aided me in vanquishing the bandits, I have no objections to your taking my body. However, let us agree on certain terms. If you are to inhabit my form, you must avenge me against the marauders of Qianzhou, even if retribution is unattainable. You must not harm Gufeng. Otherwise, even if only a remnant of my soul remains in this body, I shall pursue you to the ends of existence. Upon concluding his statement, Yiziki was left breathless and drenched in sweat. He understood that, having already been possessed by the demon, losing both his life and body would merely be a fleeting moment. Thus, he clung to his resolve, leaving behind these final words. Yiziki felt a momentary stillness, striving to calm his racing thoughts, and closed his eyes. Darkness enveloped him, and within it, a slender golden eye, resembling exquisite glass, gradually opened. Indeed, it is you. What manner of creature are you? The golden eye blinked slowly, producing a voice. Listen closely, young lad. I am no servant sent by the celestial demons. I was once a great demon of the northern lands, who, in a time of weakened form, was sealed within the tome of demon binding by the great Yu and his companions. Thus began my centuries-long torment as I endured the ravages of countless spells, leaving my physical form in ruins. Though my demonic power remains, I could not escape. Today, as you ignited the tome, I believed I would finally perish alongside it and find liberation from this world. Unexpectedly, you willingly succumbed to the demon's essence, and in that moment of turmoil, your inner gates burst open, allowing me to enter your body. This process was difficult to control, and much of my demonic energy mingled within your meridians. Hence your subsequent use of it against the bandits. Enough with the lengthy discourse. Yiziki interjected decisively. In short, you intend to seize my body, correct? The creature narrowed its large eye, circling around him, and remarked, your physique, slender and frail, is surprisingly robust. It could serve its purpose adequately. Yiziki opened his eyes cautiously, scanning his surroundings for a sturdy stone. An idea struck him. If he were to end his life by striking his head, it might effectively thwart the demon from using his body to inflict harm, thereby safeguarding Gufeng. Wait, young lad. Cough, cough, the demon exclaimed anxiously. I have just escaped from confinement, and my power is not yet restored. I cannot firmly establish myself within your body. Is that true? Yiziki asked, invigorated. Indeed. Moreover, I find you quite intriguing. It is rare to encounter a youth who has opened the path to demon transformation by himself. To let you die so suddenly would be a grave loss. This entity shall coexist with you, and before my demonic power is fully restored, it would be prudent for us to explore the wonders of our current world together. Upon hearing these words, Yiziki fell into silence once more, remaining speechless for an extended period. According to the records in the demonic tomes, although demons are often fierce and cruel, they tend to be straightforward and seldom lie. If I declare that I will not seize your body, there is a strong likelihood that I truly will not harm you, despite the unassuming tone of the demon's voice. This was indeed a miraculous reprieve for him. Before Yiziki could calm his exhilarated heart, the demon spoke again. Listen well, young one. You must ensure to traverse the vast lands of the 9 provinces frequently, allowing this old one to witness what I wish to see. Your life was not saved in vain. Should you confine yourself like a scholar within 4 walls, I may very well take your body and venture forth myself. Yiziki retorted, so what you mean is that you intend to use my body as an inn, residing here for free, while also treating me as a carriage to take you around. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, young one, with a clear understanding of your position. Go to the netherworld. Old demon, Yiziki exclaimed indignantly, who would willingly serve you as a beast of burden, since you are a formidable demon residing in my abode. Should you not contribute some rent? Perhaps even assist me in avenging the horse thieves? Young one, do you dare to request benefits from a demon? The demon's eyes suddenly turned devoid of emotion. Yiziki's heart tightened as he realized his hubris born from the relief of surviving a great calamity. Humans and demons are worlds apart. Throughout history, those who sought favors from demons rarely met with a favorable fate. Moreover, bearing such profound enmity, how could he trust another with his vengeance? Yiziki finally regained his composure and softly replied, Forget I said anything. Humph. Wishing to borrow my power is not so simple. However, I can offer you a word of advice. I have noticed you in the library, learning many inconsequential minor demon arts. Yet, as you lack a demonic form and power, those efforts were in vain. Upon hearing this, Yearning's body trembled with excitement as he interjected, could it be that I can now wield demonic arts? Though you have not lost your humanity, your body has begun to demonize. As long as you have not fully forgotten the incantations and spells, I am willing to lend you a modicum of my demonic power, enabling you to execute a few minor spells without issue. Yearning's eyes widened, realizing the significance of this revelation, and he eagerly began his experiments. Facing the blazing fire before him, he softly uttered an incantation. The flames immediately diminished slightly. Ah, not bad at all. A beast is approaching. You know which method to employ, do you not? Heeding the old demon's warning, Yearning's expression tightened, and he quickly picked up 2 leaves from the ground. Whispering an incantation. Soon after, Gu Feng emerged from the thickets, his countenance as grave as the daylight. Climb the trees, Gu Feng commanded sharply. Wolves. The sound of rustling earth and leaves erupted, and from the darkness behind Gu Feng came the unmistakable heavy breathing of wild beasts. The scent of blood. The rhythmic pounding of feet, the shadows leaping, and the glow of numerous eyes were unmistakably present. Yet, with a swift motion, Yearning extinguished the campfire and commanded, "Stay still." As he spoke, he unexpectedly reached out and pressed a leaf atop Gu Feng's head. It was revealed that he too bore a leaf upon his own crown. A low growl resonated, and the silhouette of the first wolf leaped forth from behind him. Gu Feng's eyes twitched, yet he remained frozen in place. Immediately after, a second wolf bounded forth, followed by a dozen more, leaping down from stones, vaulting over roots, and springing forth from the underbrush, all racing towards them with astonishing speed. The growls were hushed, but their pace was relentless. In the absence of light, only vague outlines were discernible. It was only upon their approach that one could glimpse the grayish fur. Yearning continued to press his hand upon Gu Feng's head, the two standing in a peculiar posture. The pack surged past them, heedless of the 2 living beings, as over 10 large and elongated beasts sped by without a trace of awareness. It was not until the rustling of the grass faded into silence that Yearning finally lowered his hand. It was said that this was the magic of the raccoon cat, capable of concealing one's presence and evading the gaze of nocturnal creatures, a means of survival. Facing Gu Feng, Yearning was the first to break the silence. Gu Feng's expression remained rigid as he queried, "This sorcery, you just happened to use it?" "It is not mere coincidence," Yearning replied. "The enchantment I employed in the library seems not to be temporary. It genuinely transformed me into a creature of the night." The forest fell into a profound stillness, enveloped in darkness, rendering Gu Feng and Yearning unable to discern one another's features. Great song, founded upon the extermination of demons. For 4 centuries, humans and demons have coexisted as foes, an age-old enmity. Isn't that splendid? Gu Feng remarked after a moment of silence. It is said that only demons can wield sorcery. Perhaps the tomes you have perused have bestowed upon you their powers. With that, Gu Feng leaned against a tree to rest, falling into silence. Yearning exhaled deeply, relieved that Gu Feng chose to remain by his side. A source of courage amidst the uncertainty of his existence. What lay ahead? He knew not. Departing from his burning homeland, his life was to begin anew. Accompanied by his soul brother and an enigmatic creature whose allegiance was ambiguous. Though the future remained uncertain, at the very least, he was not traversing this night alone. "Brat, you truly resemble a one-eyed demon." He seemed to wish to say something, yet the words eluded him. Yearning did not press further. As both their gazes were drawn to a brilliant light, a magnificent trail of flame suddenly streaked across the sky above the northern mountains, tearing through the boundless darkness of night. It was the first comet witnessed by the 2 children, leaving them in awe and wonder. This day would be recounted by storytellers in the streets and corners of future generations, heralded as the dawn of a momentous era that would shake the realm. Yet, in the annals of history, the record of this day in the song book, Chronicles of the Sovereign, would merely state, in the 21st year of Wuxian, during winter rains in the imperial city, a demon star appeared in the north. Chapter 5. The city gate, to comprehend the profound anxiety that Yearning harbors regarding the possibility of becoming a demon. To the extent that he has mentally prepared himself for abandonment by Gu Feng, one must delve into a rich tapestry of historical significance. In ancient legends, at the dawn of chaos, it was the flame deity who forged the heavens and the earth, bringing forth all living beings. Following the creation of the world, the flame deity established a divine realm upon the earth. Once the kingdom was formed, one of the deity's eyes transformed into the sun, while the other became the moon. casting their eternal gaze upon the mortal realm from that day forth. Under the watchful eyes of the flame deity, the divine kingdom flourished for centuries. However, after millennia, the emergence of Gong Gong, who shattered the pillar of heaven, led to catastrophic floods that submerged the land, resulting in the kingdom's ruin and the populace's suffering. In this time of turmoil, a hero named Yu arose from among the human race. It is said that he was originally an official in the water department of the divine kingdom. Amidst the chaos of the court and the divine cult, he resolutely led a team of water officials to abandon the capital. For 13 years, he did not return home, dedicating himself to the arduous task of managing the floods through the construction of canals and drainage systems. He traversed the land by cart, navigated the waters by boat, traveled through mud on sledges, and scaled mountains with the aid of poles, establishing 9 routes, 9 marshes, and crossing 9 mountains, thus dividing the realm into 9 provinces: Central Province, Song Province, Li Province, Yang Province, Ling Province, Lei Province, Yu Province, Qian Province, and the Great Wilderness Province. This marks the origin of the 9 provinces. Within these provinces, aside from Yu and Qian, the remaining 7 belong to a single continent, with Qian situated to the north, separated from the continent by a sea. Legend has it that when the great Yu and his companions received assistance from the mystical tortoise Xuanwu, they set foot upon the land of Qian and, after several days of travel, encountered an elderly sage. Yu inquired of the sage, "What are the dimensions of the land?" The elder replied, "If there are boundaries to the land, one shall see the sea. To the south, it extends for 90 mu, to the north, for 90,000 mu, to the west, for 90,000 mu, and to the east, for 90,000 mu." Struck with awe, Yu named the strait separating the 7 provinces from Qian the 9,000 mu river, a name that has endured through time. After Yu quelled the floods, the world hailed him as Song, a title signifying a figure of great stature akin to a mountain, and he was revered as the sovereign of all. Yu adopted Song as the name of his nation, supplanting the previous divine realm where theocratic and secular powers were unified, and established a new state based on a feudal system. The inhabitants of this continent thus liberated themselves from divine constraints, distinguishing themselves from the witch clans of Yu Province and the barbaric tribes of Qian Province. In the early years of Yu's reign, humanity was far from being the dominant force in the 9 provinces, as countless demonic beasts occupied more land than the humans themselves. Innumerable monsters claimed territory as their own, posing a grave threat to human existence. In response to this dire situation, Yu issued the most significant decree in the history of the Great Song Kingdom. Anyone who eradicates demonic creatures shall be granted titles and lands. This decree of nobility, inheritable and favoring officials from prominent families in the Great Song dynasty, illuminated a path to redemption for the common folk. Consequently, it laid the foundation for a militaristic state that prioritized martial prowess over scholarly pursuits, inspiring countless warriors among humanity to rise and combat the demons. This gave rise to a specialized group of demon hunters, who became the most esteemed faction within the Song dynasty. In the renowned travelogue Dreams of the Song Kingdom, penned by the wizard Marco Luo during his journey to the Song Kingdom, he expressed a poignant lament. This is indeed a land where the conflict with the demon race is ceaseless. Thus, it has earned the moniker of the continent of demon suppression. This is also why Yiziki, who has succumbed to the path of demons, is primarily concerned. Aside from the potential usurpation of his physical form, with whether Gu Feng will still accept him as a brother. A seemingly casual remark from Gu Feng, however, traverses the chasm of enmity that has existed between humans and demons for 4 centuries. To this day, aside from the great wilderness still occupied by demonic beasts, 6 provinces of the continent of demon suppression have become territories of the Great Song Kingdom. The demonic beasts have either fled to deep mountains and valleys, concealed themselves in remote areas, or retreated to the great wilderness, all thanks to the significant contributions of the Grant of Titles. The ruler of the Zhu Kingdom, Lord Baiqing, is a direct beneficiary of this decree. Legend has it that Lord Baiqing's ancestor vanquished the demon King Taotai of Zhu with a cold spear and was subsequently rewarded with titles and fief by the emperor. At that time, the Chong dynasty had just completed its 100th grand city, and the emperor conferred upon him the surname Bai, meaning 100. Subsequently, the Zhu kingdom facilitated population influx, and over the course of a generation, established the only city within its borders with 5 watchtowers, known as the capital, Hanya City. Yuziki and Gu Feng set their sights on this grand city for their future aspirations. We must exact revenge, but first we need to secure a position and survive. There is but one way to do so, Yaziki declared emphatically to Gu Feng beneath the cool morning light in the forest. Join the army. Agreed, Gu Feng replied. The dew-soaked ground was uncomfortable against their skin, and he was eager to leave this place behind. Where shall we head next? Yaziki inquired. To Hanya City. They say that if you toss a copper coin there, it could crush an officer. Even if we cannot enlist from there, we should still find a way to serve. Gu Feng responded. With that, the two set off along the mountain path. Yaziki carried a bounty of wild jujubes and apricots, while Gu Feng wielded an iron sword and bore a small deer they had hunted that morning on his back. As they descended the mountain and entered the broad official road, they encountered an increasing number of destitute families. Many ragged elderly individuals, leaning on canes and holding children by the hand, trudged along the road in a manner reminiscent of beggars. This sight was undoubtedly shocking for the two young boys, who overheard anxious discussions among the passers-by. This year's banditry is exceedingly severe. Hanya City was not far from their hometown of Beishan Town. As dusk approached, the city walls came into view, yet both boys suddenly halted in their tracks. In addition to the towering walls, they noticed a throng of people gathered below. A vast multitude of displaced individuals congregated outside Hanya City, resembling a colossal gray swarm of ants. But the city gates had already been shut. Why are the gates closed when the sun has yet to set? Yaziki exclaimed in astonishment. Soldiers clad in cold iron stood atop the walls, indifferent to the commotion below. After inquiring among the surrounding displaced persons, they learned that Hanya City had issued a decree, no longer permitting the entry of refugees. The expressions on Yaziki and Gu Feng's faces instantly soured. The unruly lad urged, hurry and come up with a plan. I can hardly contain my anticipation to see what the human cities have become. Yet, Yaziki paid him no mind, turning instead to Gu Feng. What shall we do? Gu Feng furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Amidst the blood-stained crimson clouds, a wounded wild goose flew southward, lamenting in the sky. Drops of blood fell upon the ravaged earth. A foul wind, imbued with the stench of mildew, blew against their faces, while the unfamiliar warmth of strangers pressed closely behind them, filled with sighs of despair and an atmosphere thick with hopelessness. What to do? This was a daunting conundrum hanging over all the refugees. How to survive? As the last rays of the setting sun slowly faded, a sudden commotion erupted at the front of the crowd. Yaziki looked up to see a massive white eagle descending from the city tower, its head swaying majestically, surveying its domain. The refugees immediately began to murmur. Some with discernment wore solemn expressions, for within Hanyu City, only the royal family of the Bai City clan could afford to raise such a snow eagle. Soon after, the city gates swung open. A line of soldiers emerged, shoving the refugees aside, swiftly clearing a space before the gates. Then, amidst a throng of soldiers, a white horse emerged from the city, bearing a woman of ethereal beauty, clad in military attire. Instantly, countless refugees raised their heads, gazing at the female general atop the white steed. Adorned in a silver helmet, with a long, chilling spear slung at her back, she stood poised before the gates. Her expression as frosty as the winter air, her gaze unwavering, while a dozen horsemen behind her faced northward. The sight of the resplendent white horse and the dazzling silver helmet, combined with the breathtaking beauty of the woman, was striking. Suddenly, from the north, over 100 soldiers galloped forth along the official road, advancing in perfect formation toward the city gates. Leading this troop was a man who commanded immediate attention. Anyone who beheld him would believe him to be a true general. His profound gaze suggested a man of resolute calmness. In his 40s, he loomed like a small mountain upon his robust steed, clad in heavy, precious silver armor, with a formidable ebony sword at his waist, instilling a palpable pressure upon all who dared stand before him. It is General Lien, a refugee exclaimed in astonishment. Yuziki's heart jolted at the mention. His gaze swiftly shifting from the beautiful female general to the man known as General Lien, his expression filled with fervor. Even Gu Feng rarely revealed such admiration on his face, for this was the living legend from the annals of the state of Zhou, revered by all warriors within the nation. The foremost general who had once repelled the Horse King of Qianzhou, the Iron Wall of the North, Commander Lien Hongye. Note: the term refers to a unique unit of measurement specific to Qianzhou, indicating a distance that can be seen and accurately measured at a glance, akin to the used by the people of Yuzhou, who inhabit more mountainous regions. Chapter 6. Su Jing observed the esteemed General Lien, and the refugees beneath the walls of Hanya City regarded him as a beacon of hope. They fell to their knees, pleading, "General Lien, please save us. Allow us to enter the city." General Lian Hongye glanced at the dismal crowd of refugees and replied to the female general, with General Shuang personally here to welcome us. I am already honored. He then urged his horse forward, entering the city alongside the female general, the gates closing behind them. That won't do, Lian Hongye stated. Why not? The general's brow furrowed as she halted her horse to inquire. The hundreds of soldiers trailing behind also froze in astonishment. The female general had, in recent days, penned several letters to Lian Hongye, detailing the plight of the refugees outside Hanya City and beseeching him to implore the ruler, Duke Baiqing, to open the city to them. General Shuang, let us proceed, Lian Hongye remarked coolly. The general glanced back at her troops before moving forward again, yet a veneer of frost settled upon her features. After a moment, she spoke again. Master, do you believe the city can no longer accommodate more people? Hanya City is the ancestral home of all the people of the Zhu Kingdom. The first generation of Zhu citizens grew up on this very land. When my ancestor, Duke Baiqing Han, established this city, he promised all the citizens involved in its construction that, regardless of how many years passed, the walls of Hanya City would forever shield the future citizens of the Zhu Kingdom from the harsh winds of Lijiao. Therefore, although our Zhu Kingdom may be small, the walls of Hanya City are on par with the capital of a great nation like Langya. Even now, amidst the gathering of refugees, the city can still accommodate 3,000 citizens. General Shuang, I have already been informed of the situation within the city by Shui, Lian Hongye replied. So why is it that even should I advocate for you, your father would not acquiesce? The general's expression shifted dramatically. How could that be? Master, if your father were to agree, I would not be here in Hanya City right now. Lian Hongye sighed heavily, the severity of his countenance revealing signs of age. Outside the gates, the refugees continued to lament, their cries echoing as General Lian rode into the city, indifferent to their plight. In stark contrast, Yiziki's emotions were tumultuous. He remained electrified. Upon witnessing the two generals meeting on horseback, the formidable general alongside the exquisite beauty, a fervent emotion surged within him, compelling him to exclaim internally, "This is how one should embrace heroism. This is how one should cherish beauty. Who is that woman on the white horse? How can she ride alongside General Lian? I have never heard of such a figure in the Zhu Kingdom," Gu Feng inquired of those nearby. Yiziki quickly focused his attention, eager to learn the answer to this mystery. However, most of the surrounding refugees appeared equally bewildered. After inquiring of several individuals, a voice finally spoke up. That esteemed lady is our Zhu Kingdom's chief commander, the eldest daughter of Duke Baiqing, Baicheng Shuang. What? Yiziki and Gu Feng exclaimed in unison, turning to one another, both internally acknowledging, what a remarkable person. Brother, is what you say true? Yiziki asked the man once more. The man chuckled, of course. I would not deceive you, young brother. Last winter, General Wang Xian passed away, and his position as the commander remained vacant for several months until this spring, when it was finally bestowed upon General Baicheng Shuang. This was indeed a recent development. Our town is not well informed, so we often learn of events rather late. Yuziki remarked. Yet, even if she bears the Bai surname, it is astonishing that she could attain the rank of commander, he sighed incredulously. In truth, he had little knowledge of the military system of the Zhu Kingdom. But every child in Beishan town understood that the commander held the highest military position within the Zhu Kingdom. The highest military authority of the Zhu Kingdom rests in the hands of a seemingly 20-something ice-cold beauty. Could it be that there are no capable leaders left in the Zhu Kingdom? Do not underestimate that female general. The robust man observed Yiziki's thoughts and replied with a grin. Her ascent to this position is not merely due to her father's influence. There are many tales about her in the city of Hanya. It is said that at the age of 15, she single-handedly vanquished the beast known as Zhu Fu atop Chongwu Mountain, earning her the title of Bai Hu Zhang. By 18, her strategic prowess in quelling bandits earned her the rank of Qian Hu Zhang. Now, at merely 21, she has demonstrated remarkable military acumen, winning the hearts of her soldiers. And her reputation rivals that of her brother, who has served as commander for 2 decades. Yiziki was taken aback. Her experiences sounded even more riveting than the biographies of legendary heroes he had perused in the library. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's gaze was drawn more to the man before them. Though he was not handsome and dressed simply, his prominent nose, broad forehead, and sparkling eyes conveyed an impression of wisdom and steadiness, setting him apart from ordinary individuals. Gu Feng clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your enlightening words, brother. My name is Gu Feng, and this is my brother, Yiziki." The man reciprocated the gesture. "I am Su Jing." We are all wanderers of a fallen world, so no need for formality. Ah, Sudage, it is a pleasure to meet you, Yiziki hurriedly responded. From what you have shared, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about Hanya City. My brother and I have just arrived and are facing some difficulties. Might you have the time to converse with us further and offer some guidance? Sujing easily discerned the intent behind Yiziki's words and laughed heartily, to speak candidly. I approached you two young brothers because I sensed your remarkable presence amidst the crowd and wished to befriend you. Since you hold me in esteem, let us find a place to converse at length. Delighted by his invitation, Yiziki and Gu Feng agreed, and the trio stepped away from the crowd to a grove of snow pines, where they introduced themselves and began a detailed discussion. Yiziki and Gu Feng recounted their experiences, emphasizing their desire to enlist in the military. Su Jing listened intently before asking, "Are either of your families military households?" Both Yiziki and Gu Feng shook their heads, replying, "Is it impossible without being from a military household? We are not well versed in the military system of the Zhu kingdom. We seek your clarification, Su Dage. It is not insurmountable, but it does entail some complications." Su Jing explained. The military system of the Zhu kingdom operates on a garrison system, establishing military posts from Hanya City to various counties and towns, managing local households with military registration. In the nation, there are over 10,000 military households, from which soldiers have consistently been recruited. Each household contributes one soldier, with brothers succeeding one another when one falls, and sons taking over when fathers perish. The soldiers gathered are ultimately commanded by the military leaders. The state of Zhu has 3 major military divisions, each comprising 5,600 men, with the highest-ranking commander of each division known as the chief commander. The first division is led by General Yin of Baiqing, the second by General Lian Hongye, and the third by General Xuan of Baiqing. Beneath them are ranks such as 1,000-man leaders and 100-man leaders. Without a military household background, are we then facing an insurmountable obstacle? Yiziki exclaimed anxiously. Under ordinary circumstances, this would indeed pose a significant challenge. However, Su Jing shifted the conversation. The current situation is different. This winter, the marauder threat is far more severe than in previous years, having penetrated from the coast deep into the northern mountains and the villages of Hanxi. In response to this, General Lian Hongye recently established a military camp on Shuilong Slope, 20 miles northwest of Hanya City, and initiated a recruitment event named Wujiu. Even commoners, provided they possess martial skills and a desire to serve the nation, can be exceptionally admitted into the military through the Wujiu examination. I believe, although you two young brothers are still in your youth, your physical resilience suggests you may possess martial arts skills. It would be wise to try your abilities there. Excellent. Upon hearing of the Wujiu, Yiziki felt as though he had found a glimmer of hope amidst despair and excitedly grasped Gu Feng's arm, saying, "Gu Feng, we have a way out. Let us hurry to Shuilong Slope. With your capabilities, it will surely be a success." However, to Yiziki's surprise, Gu Feng's expression turned oddly somber. After a moment of silence, with a furrowed brow, he inquired of Su Jing, "May I ask, Brother Su? I have heard that General Yin of Baiqing has always been stationed at Hanya City. I just saw Generals Lian Hongye and Xuan of Baiqing enter the city. From what you imply, it seems that all 3 military commanders are now gathered in Hanya City. Who is commanding the northern defense line?" Su Jing looked at Gu Feng with a hint of astonishment before replying, "You are indeed perceptive. Even in hardship, you remain concerned for the state. However, your question, Sai? There must be troops before one can appoint commanders." Gu Feng's brow tightened. What does this mean? Yuziki also sensed something amiss. There is no longer a northern defense line. Su Jing sighed deeply and said, "In truth, over half a month ago, a band of barbarian cavalry somehow circumvented numerous sentries and suddenly appeared in Hanxi, just 20 miles north of Hanya City." A chill ran through Yuziki, and he asked, "Does this mean that the army of Zhu is neglecting the citizens ravaged by marauders, all concentrated on guarding Hanya City?" Su Jing replied gravely, "That is nearly the case. This year, the severity of the marauder crisis has exceeded everyone's expectations. A plea for aid from the Emperor in Tianwei City has likely already been dispatched. By this time next year, Emperor Dasong will send reinforcements from the inland principalities. However, this year, all the northern lords are acting similarly. Unable to capture the marauding cavalry, nor ascertain their details, they have hoarded all their forces for their own protection within the capital. Thus, the marauders have been able to strike our town without any warning." Yiziki shouted, his eyes reddened. Su Jing gazed at Yiziki for a moment before sighing, "Brother Yi, since you hail from the mountain town, You must be aware of how the people extinguish wildfires in the mountains, correct? When a wildfire ignites, it is impossible to quench it directly. The only feasible approach is to fell the surrounding vegetation and clear a firebreak. Once the wild grasses within the firebreak are consumed, the fire will inevitably extinguish itself, unable to spread beyond the confines of the break. The common folk are akin to wild grasses, while the bandits represent the flames. Do the lords, who command this firebreak of troops, truly concern themselves with the fate of the wild grasses? The military, this firebreak, need not encircle the wildfire. It is sufficient to enclose the lords themselves. Su Jing suddenly fixed his gaze on Yi Ziki and Gu Feng, speaking solemnly. This world is a battlefield ablaze with ferocious flames. My young brothers, have you contemplated making a mark upon this battlefield? Gu Feng remained silent, while Yi Ziki averted his eyes from Su Jing, turning instead to gaze at the tightly shut gates of Hanya City and the soaring snow sculpture. He spoke softly. I dare not think too much. As a mere commoner, I can only hope to evade the flames and take root in a safe firebreak. I wish to step through those city gates. For now, that is all I can dare to imagine. His words were indeed simple, yet from Gu Feng's perspective, he keenly observed that as Yi Ziki uttered this phrase, a pair of strangely fervent golden eyes flickered to life within his gaze directed at the city gates. Chapter 7. The Martial Arts Examination. 1. In the tranquil night of Qitong Town, Yi Ziki, Gu Feng, and Su Jing ultimately reached a consensus to attend the martial arts examination at Zhuangpo. However, by the time their discussion concluded, the hour had grown late. The trio sought refuge in a local farmer's dwelling, offering payment for a place to stay. Once in their room, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng reclined on their beds, the flickering candlelight illuminating the space. What are your thoughts on Su Jing? Gu Feng inquired suddenly, lying on his bed. I cannot say. He appears quite earnest. Yet his extensive knowledge of military affairs suggests he is no ordinary man. Regardless, we shall leave our fates to the heavens tomorrow at Zhuangpo for the martial arts examination. At least he has pointed us towards a path of survival, Yi Ziki replied, extinguishing the candle. After a moment's pause, Gu Feng asked, Why aren't you closing your eyes yet? I am lost in thought. I shall rest once I have sorted my mind. What occupies your thoughts? My father, my mother, my sister. I need to settle these thoughts before I can sleep, Yi Ziki explained. Must you ponder them every day? Indeed. I reflect on them each night before slumber. Only upon awakening do I find the strength to confront the world. Then perhaps you should strive to temper your emotions during the day. It seems that when you dwell on these matters, your eyes shimmer with a golden glow, akin to a lamp. I shall sleep now. Extinguish the light. As dawn's chill light filtered through the eaves, Yi Ziki sneezed and ventured out of the farmer's courtyard early. The trio tidied their belongings before setting out along the mountain path. As they approached Zhuangpo, the number of travelers on the road increased, predominantly adult men, many bearing somber expressions, some supporting one another, their faces bruised and battered. Ascending the slope, the cacophony of voices grew louder, and the desolate white grass beneath their feet lay trampled by the throngs. Gu Feng reached the summit first, raising his gaze to behold a large circle of makeshift barriers constructed from branches, enclosing countless green military tents, forming an expansive encampment. Beyond the wooden fence, hazy figures in armor were discernible. The morning meal had just concluded, and soldiers were tidying pots and firewood, while in the stables, war horses tossed their manes. Notably, outside the military camp, 2 additional areas had been cordoned off with wooden barriers, one designated as an archery range, the other as a fighting arena. Both locations were thronged with hundreds of ragged refugees, alongside a group of citizens numbering around 50, gathered at the camp's entrance. 2 or 3 tables and chairs were arranged at the entrance, where individuals seated there were recording something with brush and bamboo slips. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng, taken aback by the sheer scale of the scene, stood momentarily in awe while Su Jing, exhaling visible breaths into the cold winter air, explained to them. There are 2 forms of competition in this martial arts examination. One is archery, and the other is hand-to-hand combat. You should first register at the camp entrance. If you wish to compete in archery, proceed to the range. For hand-to-hand combat, head to the arena. Specific guidance will be provided by the soldiers. If they deem you qualified, you will be recorded on the spot and enlisted. Upon hearing this, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng's expressions darkened somewhat. Gu Feng remarked, We have only practiced swordsmanship. We are not trained in riding, archery, or hand-to-hand combat. Su Jing furrowed his brow and remarked, This poses quite a dilemma. When General Lin Hongye established this martial arts competition, he ordered that only bare-handed combat be permitted to minimize casualties. Nevertheless, Brother Gu, you and your companions should first proceed to the arena to test your skills in unarmed combat. You are in robust health and may find some opportunity. Gu Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting that those who had come were mostly destitute refugees, their faces gaunt from hunger. He, however, had been well taken care of by the Yi family due to his close ties with Yi Ziki, enjoying decent clothing and sustenance. Despite his youth, he was of good physique. Adding to this, his family's scholarly heritage was commendable, placing him on par with the military families. Su Jing's assertion of his potential was not without merit. Yet, casting a glance at Yi Ziki, he noted that Ye's naturally slender frame might not withstand the rigors of combat. With a sigh, Gu Feng followed suit. In front of the military camp's entrance stood a row of armored soldiers wielding swords, their iron helmets obscuring their faces. Clad in gleaming silver chainmail, they held their swords at their waists with an air of formidable authority. The refugees formed a line, stepping forward to declare their names and origins. Seated at a wooden table at the camp's entrance, clerks meticulously recorded the information, preparing for subsequent arrangements. After an indeterminate wait amidst the clamorous and shabby throng of refugees, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng finally reached the front of the line. Yi, typically awkward in dealings with officials, particularly those with a stern military demeanor, felt a twinge of anxiety, deliberately straightening his posture as he approached the clerks. "What is your name?" one clerk inquired without lifting his gaze. "Yu Ziki," he replied. "From which place do you hail?" "Beishan Town." "Why do you wish to enlist?" "Do you seek to practice archery or unarmed combat?" "My family was destroyed by bandits, and I seek vengeance. I wish to engage in unarmed combat." At this, the clerk finally raised his head, scrutinizing Yi Ziki closely. However, upon observing Ye's frail physique, he shook his head slightly. "Have you ever harmed anyone?" "I have slain bandits," Yi Ziki asserted. The clerks were taken aback, all turning their attention to him. "You have killed bandits?" "Indeed, I killed bandits. And it was how my brother and I escaped from the town," Yi replied. At this revelation, the other refugees in line and those observing began to focus on Yi Ziki. "You boast quite grandly, little brother. Surely you wouldn't claim such feats without consequence?" A young man with a slouched posture called out from the crowd, prompting a wave of murmurs to ripple through the assembly. The consensus was that the bandits from Qianzhou were notoriously fierce, and even the finest soldiers of the Jugwa struggled against them. How could a scrawny, impoverished child possibly claim to have slain any? Yet, the young clerk maintained his patience, contemplating that if bandits had invaded a village, it would not be surprising for one or two to be caught off guard and slain. If this child could indeed wield lethal force, he might prove to be a valuable asset. However, there was a stronger likelihood that he was merely a braggart. "How many did you kill?" the clerk inquired, his skepticism evident. Yi Ziki turned slightly to pull Gu Feng forward, replying, "My brother and I together killed 9 bandits." The clerk, losing his composure, slammed his pen onto the table. "Leave. On what grounds do you make such claims?" Yi Ziki immediately retorted, "Young lad, wait until you truly encounter a bandit before discussing slaying them." "Haha, 9. Why not say 90? There's no need for a contest. You should be appointed as a general right away, General 9. What a splendid name. Did you hear that, General 9? But alas, the clerk has ordered you to leave." "General 9. The clerks began to murmur among themselves. "Let us not mention the affairs of Beishan Town to the general. We nearly had this child fooled. How could bandits escape so swiftly? It appears Beishan Town is faring well after all." Yi Ziki's face flushed with indignation as he attempted to argue, but he soon realized his voice was drowned out by a tide of laughter. Moreover, a towering soldier approached him, grasped his collar, and hoisted him up. Yi Ziki found it difficult to breathe, clutching the soldier's wrist desperately, but his feeble strength and panic rendered him unable to break free. This soldier, merely following orders, dragged Yi Ziki out of the line and, after a few steps, tossed him aside. At this, the other refugees burst into even louder laughter, mocking, "With such skills, you dare to slay bandits? The offspring of bandits are far stronger than you. What a braggart. General 9, get up. Why do you fall at the slightest touch?" "General 9? Coincidentally, the youth who had instigated the ruckus stepped closer to where Yi Ziki lay. Just as Yi Ziki attempted to rise, the youth broke away from the group and kicked him down again, causing Yi Ziki's slender frame to roll several times on the ground. Some in the crowd felt sympathy, but the majority relished in the spectacle of kicking a man when he was down. The youth surveyed the scene with satisfaction. He was a local ruffian from Hanshi Town, known for preying on the weak and relishing in causing trouble. Now, he basked in the glory of being the hero who had subdued a troublemaker, hoping that even the military officers overseeing the registration would regard him with greater esteem for his audacity. As the ruffian attempted to push the boy aside, the moment he reached out, the youth seized his wrist and yanked him forward. The force was tremendous, and the ruffian stumbled, losing his balance and toppling forward. The youth swiftly followed up with a knee strike to the ruffian's abdomen, causing him to writhe in pain. Not relinquishing his grip on the ruffian's wrist, the youth twisted his arms, straightening them with a sudden knee thrust. A sickening crack echoed as the ruffian's arm snapped. The sight of a mere boy incapacitating an adult drew the attention of everyone present, for he was none other than Gu Feng. Chapter 8. The Martial Examination. 2. Gu Feng and Yi Ziki departed from the military camp, the echoes of mockery trailing them from afar. Yi Ziki murmured, "Gu Feng, I apologize for dragging you into this." Gu Feng, his countenance shadowed with displeasure, replied, "You speak the truth. There is no need for apologies. Where is it that we cannot thrive? Let us not be disheartened by their jibes." To their astonishment, Su Jing had followed them. "Brother Su," Yi Ziki said, his expression turning pale, "there's no need for you to accompany us. You needn't bear the scorn of others." Su Jing merely smiled, responding, "I had no intention of enlisting. I came merely to join in the camaraderie. If you are leaving, I shall see you off." Without waiting for further words from Yi Ziki, Su Jing joined the two as they exited the camp. During their walk, Su Jing did not inquire why Yi Ziki had claimed they had vanquished 9 bandits. Logically, Su Jing ought not to have believed such grandiose statements, viewing them merely as the boastful claims of 2 impetuous youths. This notion ignited a fiery sensation within Yi Ziki as he regarded Su Jing, yet he could not fathom why he felt this way. Was there shame in speaking the truth? At that moment, he remained perplexed. As they descended from the snowy Lompa slope, a resounding cadence of footsteps approached from behind. The trio quickly stepped aside, witnessing a battalion of over 100 armored soldiers, led by several mounted officers, marching in formation along the official road heading eastward. The iron gleamed in a cold hue, and the steel armor must have been frigid. However, in the kingdom of Ju at that moment, nothing could be more heartening than the sight of these soldiers clad in armor. This was the thought that blossomed in Yi Ziki's mind as he beheld the formidable procession of armored warriors passing before him. "Where are they headed?" Yi Ziki inquired. "On patrol," Su Jing explained. The station troops regularly patrol the surrounding towns of Hanyi City in groups of 100, seeking the movements of bandits. "Look at those on horseback. They're the squad leaders. The one riding the chestnut steed is the centurion, and it is he who decides which town they will visit today." The soldiers advanced swiftly, and as Su Jing spoke, they had already reached the rear of the line. Yi Ziki's gaze remained fixed on the retreating troops, his eyes shining with contemplation. Once the procession had vanished from sight, Su Jing remarked, "Well then, shall we proceed?" He began to walk ahead with Gu Feng, yet Yi Ziki stood rooted in place. "Yi Ziki?" Gu Feng queried, perplexed, slowly lifting his head. Yi Ziki cast a hesitant glance at the two, and after a moment, his expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve. He straightened his chest, as if having made a monumental decision, and declared, "What did you say?" Gu Feng gasped in astonishment. "What has come over you? What do you intend to do?" "I wish to enlist, to become a centurion." "You." A peal of laughter abruptly interrupted Gu Feng's words, emanating from Su Jing. Yi Ziki nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It is intriguing. Truly fascinating." Su Jing approached and clapped Yi Ziki on the shoulder, chuckling, "As the ancients have said, though 10,000 men oppose me, I shall press on. Regardless of your sudden change of heart and the reasons behind it, I, Su Jing, hold you in high regard for your remarkable ability to endure humiliation." Upon receiving such praise, Yi Ziki appeared somewhat flustered, his face flushed as he replied, "Brother Su, you flatter me. I simply wish to join the army and seek a means of survival." However, just as Gu Feng was about to speak, Su Jing promptly raised his hand to halt him, turning to both of them with a smile. "To be candid, my previous assistance to you was merely an acknowledgement of your extraordinary qualities. I intended to lend a helping hand. Yet, I did not anticipate that you would suffer such indignity as a result. In truth, I was contemplating that since it was I who proposed your participation in the martial examination, I should take full responsibility for this matter. Otherwise, allowing you both to endure such humiliation would be a disservice on my part. Now, having heard your words, Brother Yi, I recognize your exceptional talents even more. If I were to dismiss you lightly, it would reflect poorly on my discernment. Yi Ziki hastily interjected, Brother Su, the earlier incident was entirely due to my thoughtless remarks. It has nothing to do with you. Su Jing shook his head, smiling. Let the past remain in the past. Brothers Yi and Gu, my pledge to take responsibility for this matter is not mere rhetoric. I have traversed the martial world for many years, and at times, conflicts may arise. For self-defense, I have learned a set of unarmed combat techniques known as the 8 arts of the gentleman. Though rudimentary, they are practical, featuring concise and easily learned movements, particularly effective against those with lesser martial skills. If you both deem me worthy, I shall impart this knowledge to aid your endeavors in the martial examination. Upon hearing this, both Yi Ziki and Gu Feng displayed expressions of astonishment. Being seasoned martial artists, they understood the significance of such instruction. Exchanging glances, they bowed deeply in unison, declaring, We shall heed Brother Su's words. After a brief respite from their libations, Su Jing bellowed, Let us proceed. The trio then ventured into the nearby pine forest atop the hill, seeking an open space. Gu Feng and Yi Ziki nodded in agreement, and Su Jing continued, Remember well. I shall now teach you the first stance, entitled Crossing the Autumn Waters. Brother Gu, please strike toward my chest. Gu Feng promptly responded, I beg your pardon, and delivered a punch aimed at Su Jing. Su Jing swiftly moved his right leg, his entire body leaning forward to the right, while simultaneously grasping the back of Gu Feng's hand with his right hand. His left arm bent at the elbow. He pressed down on Gu Feng's wrist from an upward angle, with both exerting their full strength. Just as Gu Feng's fist was about to connect with Su Jing pivoted to the right, pulling Gu Feng half toward him, thereby evading the punch while releasing his grip. Gu Feng stumbled forward a couple of steps, still caught in the momentum. Had I not released my hands, but rather drawn my chest in and sunk down, your arm would have surely broken, Su Jing remarked slowly. Gu Feng felt a chill run through him, while Yi Ziki's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed that this toast to their master was not in vain. Chapter 9, The Martial Arts Examination, 3, in the ensuing 2 days. Su Jing tirelessly imparted the remaining 7 techniques of the 8 arts of the gentleman to Yi Ziki and Gu Feng. The first technique, Falling Thousand June, is designed for scenarios where the wrist is restrained. It involves using the body's leverage to counter the enemy's grip by seizing their hand and subsequently shifting one's body to the side, applying immense force to crush the opponent's elbow. The second technique, Reverse Sea Tide, addresses situations where both hands are constrained. This move entails a swift turn and a powerful arm swing aimed at the opponent's face, creating a feigned attack. The real strike comes from the other arm, which pushes upward against the enemy's elbow, forcing it to bend. By leaning back and kneeling forward, the practitioner can harness the opposing forces to break the enemy's arm. Additionally, there are techniques for when one hand is bound, such as turning long bow, pressing sea bridge for when the throat is under threat, Iron Man Mountain during mutual combat, which exploits weaknesses in the enemy's fingers to sever them for victory, and rolling stone for when one's waist is being grasped. In total, there are 8 techniques, each one remarkably concise and effective. After Su Jing taught the 8 techniques to Yi and Gu, he guided them through hands-on practice, emphasizing the key movements of each technique. Once they had a preliminary grasp, they began to spar with one another. Having trained in swordplay together since childhood, their synergy allowed for rapid progress in learning these new techniques. By the 3rd day of their practice, the two were still tirelessly engaged in their training. Su Jing, observing them, remarked approvingly, Indeed, having a partner is essential for mastering these skills. They quickly replied, We owe it all to your excellent teaching, Brother Su. With a smile, Su Jing turned to Yi Ziki and inquired, Brother Yi, have you gleaned any insights into this martial art? Yi Ziki nodded and responded, This martial art seems primarily focused on countering situations of personal constraint. It is a defensive technique intended for a decisive counterattack in dire circumstances. Su Jing beamed with satisfaction and said, Indeed, Brother Yi, you possess keen insight to grasp the essence so swiftly. In reality, these martial skills need not be employed solely in constrained situations. The crux lies in concentrating one's strength to deliver a decisive blow when the enemy exposes a vulnerability. However, it is precisely when the enemy believes they hold the advantage that they are most likely to reveal such openings. Thus, this system is designed with that principle in mind. Yet, in actual combat, there can be numerous variations. Su Jing then turned to Gu Feng and asked, Brother Gu, do you share similar sentiments? Gu Feng nodded affirmatively. However, I advise you not to rush into competition just yet. It would be prudent to observe others' matches for a day, to analyze their techniques and consider how to adeptly apply the 8 arts of the gentleman in combat. After all, Merely replicating the movements without thoughtful application will not suffice in real scenarios. Everything you say is wise, Brother Su. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng immediately clasped their fists in acknowledgement. With a smile and a nod, Su Jing agreed. Once their plans were settled, the three promptly packed their belongings and set forth on their journey. Before departing, the elderly farmer who had provided them shelter gifted them some provisions, expressing, "It is good to serve in the military. When there are soldiers around, the bandits will not dare to bully us." Yi Ziki found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate that even as a soldier, the army would merely safeguard Hanya, indifferent to the fate of these small towns. He could not bring himself to voice such sentiments. Ultimately, the warmth of their invitation was difficult to refuse. After expressing their gratitude, the trio resumed their journey towards Shuilong Slope. Upon reaching the summit this time, they encountered an even larger throng of refugees queuing outside the military camp. Consistent with their prior agreement, they refrained from registering and instead proceeded to observe the matches from beneath the arena. The atmosphere was akin to that of an ant nest. This was undoubtedly the most vibrant locale on the entire Shuilong Slope, with the crowd buzzing and chattering incessantly. The arena had been constructed from a repurposed altar, originally intended for rural sacrifices, elevated several steps above its surroundings. Flags were planted around it, delineating the boundaries. A multitude of common folk encircled the arena, including displaced refugees, those drawn by the allure of military service, and many simply there to observe the spectacle. The composition of the crowd was diverse, yet their most notable commonality was that they were predominantly men. Even after suffering defeat in the contests, numerous refugees chose to remain, perhaps unwilling to accept their losses, still hoping for another chance, or simply drawn by the spectacle, living day by day. This accumulation of people far surpassed the numbers present during Yi Gu and his companion's initial visit. Despite the throng of refugees, a perimeter of armored soldiers encircled the area. Interspersed among the crowd were several military units, forming a semblance of order akin to a military formation. The most striking figure, undoubtedly, was the one seated atop the arena. On the northern side, several imposing soldiers surrounded a grand tiger-skin chair, upon which sat a middle-aged officer. Upon inquiry, they discovered that he was Shuedi, the deputy of General Lian Hongya, and the presiding officer of this assembly. As the trio maneuvered their way forward, a stout-faced man suddenly turned towards Yi Ziki. With a beard thick upon his face, his small eyes scrutinized Yi Ziki before he broke into a wide grin and shouted, "Hey, General 9. Yi Ziki was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that after so many days, the events of the past had faded like a fleeting wave. Yet, the crowd momentarily paused at this exclamation. Instantly, all eyes fixated on Yi Ziki. "Ah, this is the General 9. Faces, weathered and wrinkled from the cold, suddenly blossomed into mocking smiles, jeering at Yi Ziki and his companions. Yi Ziki could hardly fathom that since his departure, the very individuals who once derided him had moved on, yet the moniker of General 9 had morphed into a source of amusement, widely circulated throughout the military camp. It had even spawned various embellishments. Some claimed he boasted of slaying 90 bandits, while others inflated the figure to 900. Much like other peculiar tales during the martial examination period, this narrative had become a topic of conversation among all the refugees, and even some soldiers, emerging as the most foolish and laughable anecdote. People recounted it with fervor and animated gestures, bringing it to life. Thus, Yi Ziki had inadvertently become one of the most renowned figures of the martial examination period, albeit as a mere jest. Most individuals have, of course, never beheld the true visage of Yi Ziki, yet that stout fellow fortuitously found himself among the queue at the military camp entrance on that fateful day. At a mere glance, he recognized Yi Ziki, and immediately, akin to Diyu discovering a new continent, he excitedly pointed him out to others, reveling in his status as the first to uncover this matter. Countless curious and mocking faces surged forth, eager to gaze upon the infamous jester, Yi Ziki. Numerous refugees even reached out to grasp and pinch his arms and legs, as though they had stumbled upon a peculiar creature, yearning to touch and feel. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Yi Ziki's eyes. However, Gu Feng's strength was woefully inadequate. Fortunately, they had Su Jing, their elder brother. Su Jing, like a pathfinder, forged ahead, parting the crowd as he progressed, guiding them through the sea of onlookers. "I must vent my frustrations on a few," Yi Ziki declared with a fierce countenance. "No," Su Jing promptly admonished. "Have you forgotten the essence of martial arts? A gentleman may engage in battle, yet valor must be intrinsic." Gu Feng chimed in from the side. Yiziki bent down, panting heavily for a few moments, then acquiesced. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. The trio then made their way to a secluded corner where they could barely catch a glimpse of the arena. After all, they were not the main attraction, and thus fewer troublemakers sought them out. Even if there were, Gufeng coldly chased them away. Su Jing began to elucidate the practical applications of martial techniques, drawing from the scenarios unfolding in the arena, while Gufeng listened intently. Yiziki, however, remained fixated on the arena, his gaze unwavering for several hours. Su Jing was uncertain whether his words had penetrated Yiziki's consciousness. Yet, he refrained from further persuasion. For even Su Jing sensed something amiss in Yiziki's eyes. He could not articulate precisely what was abnormal, but he felt an intense conviction that deep within the boy's gaze lay a flickering flame, poised to ignite, a conflagration that threatened to consume the entire Snow Dragon slope. On the following day, Yiziki was determined to register at the military camp at dawn. Su Jing acquiesced, for Yiziki appeared to have regained his lucidity, and the prospect of further delay was fraught with potential complications. At the military camp, Yiziki silently endured an endless barrage of ridicule until he finally reached the front of the line. "Ah, shall you sign as General Jiu?" quipped the clerk responsible for the register. "My name is Yiziki," he proclaimed, snatching the pen and inscribing his name in the ledger before hurling the pen onto the table. The clerk, infuriated, began to rise in outrage, but was abruptly silenced as a crack reverberated, and the table before him splintered in two, collapsing inward. The clerk's face paled, his voice rendered mute, and the surrounding refugees erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Without lingering, Yiziki pivoted and strode purposefully toward the arena. Su Jing's instincts had proven correct. At that moment, Yiziki's eyes indeed shimmered with a resplendent golden light, as if ignited by a blazing inferno. Chapter 10, The Martial Arts Examination 4. Amidst the gradually awakening clamor of the early morning, a pair of military boots ascended the arena. The host of the martial arts examination, Shui, stood resolutely on the stage, his tiger-like eyes gleaming as he clasped his fists in salute to the four corners, proclaiming, "It is said that in ancient times, the great Yu traversed the land, and upon arriving at this slope in winter, he hesitated to ascend, declaring, 'There lies a sleeping dragon in the snow.' Thus this place earned the name Snow Dragon. In our northern lands, where martial prowess flourishes, many skilled individuals remain hidden among the populace, deprived of the opportunity to showcase their talents. In this time of national peril, it is the moment for the sleeping dragon to awaken. I implore all heroes present to demonstrate their abilities here today, not only to serve our country, but also to uplift the spirits of our people." His impassioned words resonated with the crowd, inciting enthusiastic applause and fervent calls for the competition to commence. "Very well. Which hero wishes to take the stage and seize the first opportunity?" Shui announced. "I shall." A youthful, clear voice rang out from the crowd. Yiziki sprang forth, swiftly leaping onto the arena, seizing the moment while others were captivated by Shui's discourse. He cleverly concealed his face with his collar as he slipped to the forefront, eager to be the first to ascend. Otherwise, he feared that if he lingered too long, he would be recognized, leading to unwelcome commotion. Yet, his appearance still created a considerable stir, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. "Ha! Look, it is General Jiu. This young lad dares to compete. Such commendable bravery. Oh dear, this child indeed possesses spirit. Even when bluffing, he must perform to the end." Tears and all, Yiziki twitched his brow, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. Just a little longer, just a little longer. Shui, the master of ceremonies, did not react to the sudden surge of excitement. Instead, he scrutinized Yiziki with a smile, remarking, "So you are the famed General Jiu. I have not heard of any general who has slain 9 men. Suppressing his inner fury, Yiziki replied coldly, "Indeed." "Haha, splendid." Shui chuckled, his demeanor unexpectedly affable for a seasoned warrior past 30, exuding a gentlemanly charm. "Before 1,000 foes, one must not falter in spirit. Very well. Slaying 9 men does not make one a general. Yet if you can defeat 9 here, I shall grant you the rank of commander." Upon hearing this, Yiziki's previously smoldering gaze ignited with fervor. He pointed towards Gufeng in the audience, declaring, "My brother is also here. We fought the bandits together, and we shall enlist together, and together become commanders." "Excellent." Shui responded with a grin. "You two youngsters aim to defeat 9 men together, and thus you shall enlist." His words ignited a commotion among the crowd, with laughter and jeers echoing throughout. 2 mere boys of 15 or 16 sought to best 9 robust adult men on the arena. This was no tale spun from fantasy. They stood upon the snow dragon slope, where military status was a matter of life and death. Very well, Yuzuki, shall take my turn. I shall go first. Gu Feng shouted, stepping onto the stage with a serious glance directed at Yuzuki. The two exchanged a quick look. Yuzuki undoubtedly eager to unleash his demonic power in a fierce battle, while Gu Feng was deeply concerned that Yuzuki's descent into the path of the demonic would be revealed. In a world rife with animosity, should Yuzuki's true identity be unveiled amidst the fray, both he and his adversary would undoubtedly face a grim fate at the hands of the multitude of soldiers present. Aware of his inability to contend with Gu Feng, Yuzuki leaped off the arena. After all, whether it was morning or evening, the situation remained unchanged. In no time, countless spectators clamored to challenge Gu Feng, eager to bask in the spotlight. Shui signaled to the registrar, commanding, "Call out the names as per the roster." The registrar promptly announced Chongwu Mountain, Lu Dehu. As the towering figure of Lu Dehu, a muscular giant standing 7 feet tall, ascended the stage, the audience erupted in laughter, cognizant that the young lad named Gu Feng was in for a formidable challenge. Yet, Gu Feng exhibited no trepidation. He extended his left fist while retracting his right, positioning himself to await the encounter. With the clang of a gong, the duel commenced. Gu Feng sprang forth, launching a rapid punch at Lu Dehu, who intercepted it with one hand and deflected it with another. "What do you think this is, a mere child's play area?" Lu Dehu scoffed. "You, a mere hunter, should be at the shooting range instead of this arena," Gu Feng retorted, simultaneously unleashing a strike with his left hand. Lu Dehu met this blow with another block. The two combatants found their palms locked in a test of strength. In a brief moment of stalemate, Gu Feng propelled himself off the ground, employing his agility and shorter stature to deliver a kick to Lu Dehu's abdomen. Oof! With no room to evade, Lu Dehu took the full brunt of the blow, causing him to release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Feng tumbled to the ground, swiftly rolling back to his feet and advancing once more. Despite facing an opponent of significantly greater stature, he adopted a reckless offensive posture. This audacious approach dramatically shifted the atmosphere, dampening the cheers that had previously favored Lu Dehu. However, Lu Dehu was not merely a name. Despite his inability to literally conquer tigers, his years spent in solitude among the mountains, hunting fierce birds of prey and dancing between life and death, had honed his instincts. He quickly adapted his strategy, opting not to engage Gu Feng in a direct struggle, but instead allowing the young fighter to strike him. He absorbed Gu Feng's punch and retaliated with one of his own that connected with Gu Feng's cheek. In an instant, Gu Feng's right cheek swelled visibly as he stumbled to the left, regaining his footing to deliver an uppercut aimed at Lu Dehu's jaw. Lu Dehu withstood the blow, responding with a powerful strike to Gu Feng's head, causing him to bend down, his legs spread in a bow stance, barely managing to remain upright. Strength and resilience. "I am clearly at a disadvantage," Gu Feng mused, furrowing his brow as despair crept into his thoughts. Yet, he held his head high, facing his physically superior opponent. If you encounter an adversary who possesses greater strength and a more robust physique, and if they rely heavily on their palms, you must employ the scissors fish technique. Su Jing's words echoed in his mind. With renewed determination, Gu Feng unleashed a punch directed towards Lu Dehu's eyes. The latter, unwilling to receive the blow directly, raised his hand to block. In the moment their fists and palms collided, Gu Feng unexpectedly transformed his punch into a knife hand, slicing between Lu Dehu's fingers, simultaneously grasping Lu Dehu's ring finger and pinky with his thumb, twisting his wrist downward in a swift maneuver. With fingers intertwined, Lu Dehu hastily attempted to lower his arm and retreat his body, hoping to mitigate Gu Feng's forceful manipulation of his fingers. However, before he could react, Gu Feng had already extended his other hand to support Lu's elbow, pushing it inward and upward. This technique, which involved one hand twisting downwards and the other pushing upwards, was executed with such swiftness that the sequence appeared seamless, as it was indeed a series of fluid motions. Gu Feng had practiced this maneuver countless times with Yuzuki in the days prior. The essence of the move, akin to a pair of scissors, targeted Lu's fingers directly. Alas, Lu Dehu found himself devoid of any means to redirect the force, unable to respond in time, and his fingers were promptly twisted and broken, eliciting a pained cry. He fell to his knees, succumbing to the agony. At this critical juncture in battle, such a moment of distraction was sufficient to determine the outcome. With a swift motion, Gu Feng curled his knee and delivered a powerful strike to Lu Dehu's abdomen with his left knee. Luda who collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony while clutching his injured fingers. The sound of a gong resonated, signaling the conclusion of the duel. Without the need for the official to announce it, the spectators readily acknowledged the victor. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, recognizing the prowess of the individual who had so deftly maneuvered his hands. Amidst the clamor, Gu Feng remained unfazed by the surrounding noise, spitting out blood from a previous injury sustained when he had been struck in the face, inadvertently biting his lip. He then fixed his gaze upon the official holding the registration book and declared, "Next." Chapter 11, The Martial Examination 5 in the town of Hanxi. Song Air and Luda who were seen assisting a gaunt figure resembling a beggar, undoubtedly a man without means, who had come here in hopes of enlisting and perhaps striking luck. As Gu Feng approached him, he swiftly executed a move, splitting the autumn waters, and subdued the man with a single strike. In Jili village, the next contender was Shi Dan, another individual drawn to the fray. Back in Hanxi, they encountered further complications. For this Zhu Dedu was genuinely rotund. Faced with a stout figure weighing no less than 200 pounds, Gu Feng delivered a series of punches. Yet they felt akin to striking cotton, merely causing Zhu Dedu's belly to wobble. Conversely, when Zhu Dedu extended his arms and lifted his feet, Gu Feng had to retreat, fearful of being ensnared. Observing Zhu Dedu's thick neck, Gu Feng pondered the futility of attempting to inflict pain even if he were to grasp it with both hands. The martial techniques he had recently acquired seemed ineffectual. Amidst the standoff on stage, the spectators below unexpectedly began to cheer. Over the past few days, the refugees had taken pleasure in mocking General Jiu, and thus, they were not inclined to support Gu Feng and his companions, hoping instead for their downfall to avoid humiliation, as it would imply that their object of ridicule possessed genuine prowess. However, Gu Feng's earlier performance had left them speechless, unable to express their frustration. Now that Gu Feng's momentum was stifled, they erupted into cheers as if they had regained hope. Some, harboring malicious intent, observed that while Gu Feng might not claim victory, the clumsy Zhu Dedu could not catch him, leading to a stalemate. They wished to provoke Gu Feng into reckless attacks, hoping he would fall prey to Zhu Dedu's grasp. Yet, having recently endured the pain of his clan's destruction, Gu Feng was impervious to such taunts. He maintained his composure, creating distance from Zhu Dedu, then inhaled deeply and surged forward with ferocity. In that moment, he moved with the swiftness of a leopard, closing the gap to 3 paces, twisting his body mid-air, and delivered a powerful kick to Zhu Dedu's chest. Taken by surprise, Zhu Dedu staggered back, and before he could regain his footing, Gu Feng leaped again and struck him once more. Zhu Dedu could no longer stand, crashing to the ground. Gu Feng stepped onto Zhu Dedu's belly, advancing to deliver a series of punches to his face. However, in pain, Zhu Dedu reacted fiercely, seizing Gu Feng's wrists and wrenching his arms outward. With his wrists ensnared, Gu Feng wasted no time in retaliating with a kick to Zhu Dedu's face. The first strike elicited a sudden surge of strength from Zhu Dedu, nearly wrenching Gu Feng's arms from their sockets. In an instant, Gu Feng felt his strength wane, sweat pouring forth. Fortunately, feeling returned to his legs first, and he swiftly unleashed another kick. The sound of a gong reverberated, silencing the arena. Gu Feng released his hold and stood over Zhu Dedu. There was no need for further combat. He had emerged victorious. The outcome was that a 17-year-old youth had triumphed over an opponent twice his weight and significantly taller. Yet, there was still no applause. Ultimately, it was the host of the conference, Shui Yi, who broke the silence. "Young brother, how about taking a brief respite?" "No need," came the reply. Han Stone Town, Zhaozhou. Hanyu City, Hongbu. Kutang Town, Yangren. Dong Family Village, Dongshu. In the chilling gust of the northern winds, the expressions of the over 1,000 spectators grew increasingly grim as the youth achieved victory after victory, devoid of cheers. When facing Zhao Ju, Gu Feng was struck twice due to exhaustion, ultimately allowing Zhao to land a blow on his back. However, seizing the moment as Zhao advanced, Gu executed a swift counter, sealing his throat and turning the tide of battle. Hongbu, a strategic thinker, quickly recognized Gu Feng's formidable skills and attempted to neutralize him by clinging tightly to his waist, hoping to restrict his techniques. Yet Gu crouched low, then surged upwards, colliding heads and sending both tumbling to the ground. With a deft roll, he secured another victory. Having rested long enough, it was time for Yi Ziki to take the stage. This was one matter he had to intervene in. Reminiscent of a year prior when Yi Ziki had stopped him in this very wilderness outside Hanyi City. It was indeed ironic that now, amidst an audience of over 1,000 who regarded him with enmity, none could halt his winning streak. Yet the very General 9 they mocked had once stood here, single-handedly thwarting him with a sword. That General 9, who had once resorted to sorcery to save him, ultimately fell into the demon's path for his sake. Yearning was of a demon's essence. This secret, even without his sword in hand, compelled him to intervene. Next, Gu Feng rubbed his eyes, slightly blurred with blood, and called out once more. Beishan Town, Rengio? The familiar name pierced the youth's heart, as he gazed upon the approaching figure of a young man. Robust and in his late teens, Gu's expression shifted. Brother Ren? The young man opposite also bore an unusual countenance, awkwardly chuckling. Haha, you escaped too. I barely made it out from the flames. Indeed, Gu Feng replied. Let us begin. Huh, don't jest, Gu brother. You know I've only managed to last 3 months in the martial arena, unlike you who practices daily. Look at you, winning all these matches. They'll surely draft you into the military. If I can defeat you, they'll likely accept me too. Otherwise, I'll be doomed in these times. Gu brother, please. For our shared hometown, let me win this one. Grant me a chance at survival. Rengio rambled on, stepping hesitantly closer to Gu Feng, lowering his voice and controlling his expression, attempting to make it seem as though he were merely reminiscing with an old acquaintance. Gu Feng sighed in resignation, truly wondering if this would be effective. He had only heard tales of those who covered their ears to steal a bell, but now he witnessed it firsthand. Gu brother, I implore you. In a swift motion, Gu Feng struck Rengio's throat with the edge of his hand, causing him to immediately clasp his throat and kneel. Bang! The gong sounded, marking yet another victory. Gu Feng approached General Shui and declared, That makes 9. Indeed, I assure you, my brothers, I desire both of your soldiers. Upon your entrance, you shall hold the rank of commander. And what of my brother? He is your soldier. What if he aspires to be a commander as well? That would depend on his own efforts. Must we then defeat 9 more? Indeed. Proceed. I shall fight on his behalf. In a calm tone, his words astonished the entire assembly. Insolence. The chief scribe's expression changed as he interjected. In my army, rules must be upheld. How can it be dictated by you? Shui raised a hand to halt the scribe, his lips curling into a smile as he remarked. The youthful spirit, sharing both riches and honor, is indeed charming and entertaining. Very well, I grant it. Gu Feng. A shout erupted from the crowd. It was Yearning, who had remained silent until now, finally declaring, I shall take the challenge myself. Gu Feng merely cast a disdainful glance at him before turning back to the scribe, instructing, Next. The scribe, unfazed by the banter of the 2 youths, followed Shui's command and called out, Hanshi Town, Fengjiu. Ascending the stage almost simultaneously with Yearning was a young man in his 20s, lean yet muscular, with a triangular face and elongated, fox-like features. Yearning, unable to pull Gu Feng into the fray, thought to himself that Gu Feng still possessed strength, and with Gu Feng's stern demeanor, he felt disheartened, conceding, Fine, and was subsequently dragged off by the soldiers. Fengjiu approached with a sneer, taunting, Look at the bond between you 2 brothers. It reminds me of my own younger brother. In full view of the crowd, such provocation unfolded, and before Gu Feng could react, the scribe had already expressed his indignation. You. Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he remembered that since Fengjiu had yet to strike, he could not be penalized according to any rule. Engaging in idle chatter would prove too troublesome, considering neither party adhered to the rules. So he simply called out, Sound the gong. By the way, Fengjiu continued with a grin, My little brother resembled yours quite a bit. Ultimately, he was slain by the people of Qianzhou. Humph. Gu Feng swiftly advanced, delivering a punch aimed at Fengjiu's face. Yet, Fengjiu was quicker, seizing Gu Feng's fist with his right hand, while his left transformed into a fist that struck Gu Feng's chest. Gu Feng, caught off guard, absorbed the blow and raised his left arm to block. Fengjiu then shifted from striking to grappling, seizing Gu Feng's left wrist while simultaneously restraining both of his hands. Though Gu Feng's hands were bound, he remained unperturbed, pivoting to unleash his right arm toward Fengjiu's face while simultaneously pushing upward with his left hand. The tide of battle was turning. Yearning thought to himself, should Fengjiu persist in his grip, Gu Feng would kneel forward, leveraging his wrist to push back against Fengjiu's arm, utilizing the opposing forces of their bodies to potentially break Fengjiu's arm. Gu Feng's legs were already bent forward. Yet he noticed a change in Fengjiu's expression as he suddenly released his grip and stepped back, causing Gu Feng to lose his momentum and become unbalanced. Feng Jiu then surged forward again, regrasping Gu Feng's right hand. Gu Feng's face betrayed the strain, yet he did not cease his movements. His arm and waist swayed in unison as he bent his captured right arm toward his back, twisting his body to the left, his left arm curling, ultimately ensnaring Feng Jiu's head onto his shoulder. A splendid maneuver indeed. Su Jing could not help but exclaim. Even he, as a teacher, was astonished by Gu Feng's impeccable timing in executing his moves. However, just as Gu Feng was about to seal the victory with a strike aimed at the throat, Feng Jiu reacted swiftly, bending his leg and delivering a fierce knee to Gu Feng's back. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow, causing Gu Feng to release his grip, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Yi Ziqi's expression changed dramatically, and he made a move to rush onto the stage. Yet, just as he took half a step, Su Jing grabbed him from behind. "What are you doing? You can't win. All your moves have been seen through." Yi Ziqi exclaimed anxiously. "It's not that they've been seen through. He wields a weapon. If you go up there, just concede without fighting." Su Jing urged urgently. "What did you say?" Yi Ziqi's voice trembled, noticing the palpable urgency etched on Su Jing's face. It was evident that his elder brother spoke with utmost seriousness. Chapter 12. The Martial Examination. 6. Splendid. Wonderful. Marvelous. It mattered not to them the disparity of strength or the exhaustion from protracted combat. The throng of over 1,000 gathered here was united in their anticipation of Gu Feng's defeat. The prospect of his loss rendered their prior mockery less humiliating. Thus, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, as if they were not witnessing the fall of a mere child, but rather the vanquishing of a bandit. Amidst the celebratory crowd stood Yu Ziqi, his heart chilled to its core. He observed Su Jing, his elder brother whose depths were often unfathomable, now fervently shouting, "If you act impulsively and engage that Feng Jiu in a fierce contest, you will surely emerge grievously injured. I am about to depart, and have neither the time nor the ability to nurse you two back to health. You are both vulnerable children. Should you sustain serious injuries, you may not survive the winter. Yield at once, and do not engage him." "Why?" Yi Ziqi inquired. "Is it simply because he is that so-called martial genius you just mentioned?" "What does martial genius even mean?" "It refers to an extraordinary prodigy in martial arts. A genius in the study of combat," Su Jing replied solemnly. "Let me put it this way. What do you intend to rely upon against Feng Jiu?" "What do you mean? Isn't this arena devoid of weapons?" "Precisely. To the average observer, this is a bare-handed contest, yet to a martial genius, the perspective is entirely different. Their comprehension of martial arts is inherently superior. I have previously conversed with individuals of this caliber, and in their view, a human body is akin to a staff. The arms and legs are merely weapons extending from this staff. Such an understanding of martial arts cannot be compensated for by mere skill alone. Just now, I witnessed how he countered the gentleman's 8 techniques without any discernible pattern, relying solely on his physique to effectively dismantle my meticulously honed techniques. Do you grasp the implications of this? Are you suggesting Yu Ziqi finally displayed a look of astonishment? Indeed, it signifies that he utilized his instinctive reactions to counter my ancestral techniques, refined through countless trials. Su Jing exclaimed, the cold wind howling around them, leaving them in silent contemplation. "Ah, the lad has risen. Look, he stands." With gasps of surprise echoing, Yu Ziqi and Su Jing turned their gazes toward the arena, where Gu Feng, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise. Feng Jiu swiftly followed with a kick, sending Gu Feng stumbling 3 steps back, yet he remained upright. Feng Jiu then reached for Gu Feng's neck, but Gu Feng retaliated with a punch, striking Feng Jiu squarely in the face. At last, he had managed to land a blow on Feng Jiu, though his strength had waned considerably. "Su de Gu," Yu Ziqi slowly turned to Su Jing, meeting his gaze. "My brother has taught me that this world is a battlefield rife with conflict. Therefore, I believe a person's life is but a relentless struggle, a fight to the bitter end. If I surrender here, will I truly escape with my life? Moreover, I find myself unwilling to flee once more. After I ran away from the one I cherished most, I have never seen her again. I can no longer bear to run. Let me be, Su de Gu. Even in death, there is little to contest. Our lives, as brothers, hold no value. In this vast land of 9 provinces, we have lost all kin. And even in demise, no one will mourn our passing." Having spoken, Yi Ziqi strode forth, leaving Su Jing in a fit of rage, powerless to restrain him. He retreated, murmuring to himself, "One seeks life yet weighs the family and nation. The other stands on the brink of death yet contemplates the long term." In the tempest of Lijo, such remarkable youth can still be nurtured. The state of Ju ought not to perish. On the arena, Feng Jie was about to continue his assault on Gu Feng when a commanding voice rang out, "Stand aside." Instantly, a fierce punch approached him. Feng Jie swiftly retreated a step to evade the blow, squinting to see that the child known as the Ninth General had arrived on the scene. Gu Feng was half collapsed, and Yi Ziki hurried to support him. At that moment, the gong sounded, announcing Yi Ziki's entry, marking the end of Gu Feng's match in defeat. Subsequently, soldiers approached to assist the dazed Gu Feng off the stage, with Su Jing accompanying him to receive medical attention. As they parted, Yi Ziki softly declared, "Leave the rest to me." Then, Yi Ziki locked eyes with Feng Jie, and before the battle commenced, the crowd erupted in cheers. Well, the main event has arrived. No longer hiding like a turtle. Let us see what your friend looks like after the beating he has taken. You better not take it lighter than him, or you'll owe your brother an apology. Ha ha ha. Feng Jie's overwhelming victory instilled immense confidence in the spectators, prompting their laughter. Look, they haven't misjudged anyone these past few days. Even if that lad Gu Feng won 9 matches, so what? Clinging to someone else's success isn't a man's skill. The Ninth General they mock will be knocked off the stage in the next round. Feng Jie laughed. Your brother can take a beating. You might as well, smack. Before Feng Jie could finish his taunt, the starting gong sounded. Yi Ziki darted forward, mirroring Gu Feng's earlier tactics, launching a punch aimed at Feng Jie's face. Caught off guard, Feng Jie's expression shifted, yet he reacted swiftly. He stepped back half a pace and leaned left, narrowly dodging the blow. Then, he executed a flying kick, striking Yi Ziki squarely in the abdomen, lifting him off the ground by nearly half a foot. Seizing the moment, Feng Jie unleashed a second kick, but unexpectedly, after sustaining the blow, Yi Ziki charged at him with fervor. Feng Jie, unprepared for such a rapid counterattack, failed to fully extend his leg and was instead caught in Yi Ziki's embrace, who then twisted his body, throwing Feng Jie to the ground. "Ah!" Yi Ziki cried out, blood streaming from his ear. Clutching his ear with one hand, he swung his arm back, forcing Feng Jie to dodge, preventing any further pursuit. Yi Ziki then rose, taking a step forward, albeit with his back to Feng Jie. He swayed precariously, and though it appeared as if he were fleeing, his fist remained tightly clenched before him. His expression fierce and menacing, blood seeping through his fingers. After a brief moment, the surrounding spectators finally began to comprehend the situation. Yi Ziki had been struck violently on the head, leaving him dazed and unable to see clearly. The cold north wind howled as the bloodied youth flailed his fists, staggering across the arena. This time, the expected applause was conspicuously absent. The fierce atmosphere of the life and death struggle unfolding upon the stage had indeed left the audience in awe. This was not a contest for admiration and cheers, but a true battle for survival. In the profound silence that enveloped the scene, the youth collapsed. The sound of his fall was akin to the silence of death. Yet, amid this stillness, an incongruous voice broke through. "Do you not yield?" The golden eyes inquired. As his mind and vision regained clarity, Yi Ziki silently surveyed his surroundings. The sea of faces had vanished, leaving only darkness and the bizarre gaze before him. This was the second time he encountered such a scenario, hence he was not overly surprised. Clearly, he had once again been drawn into his inner sea by the old demon. "Are you waiting for me to lend you my demonic power once more?" The demons I taunted. "Child, if you harbor such foolish hopes, you are sorely mistaken. I have reshaped your body not to allow you to reveal your true form before 1,000 witnesses, only to be besieged to death." Listening to the demon's words, Yi Ziki gradually regained his composure. He turned his gaze toward the peculiar eye and calmly retorted, "Get lost." Simultaneously, he struck his own head with his fist, attempting to rouse himself and escape this inner sea. "Let me out." At that time, I did not perceive anything unusual. Why have you suddenly decided to enter this military camp? Are you willing to risk your life in a contest with this brute? Though I had urged you to enter the city swiftly, I did not compel you to the brink of death. Yi Ziki snorted disdainfully, replying, "You, as a demon, would never comprehend the reasons that drive us humans. But you should articulate your thoughts, otherwise you may find it difficult to leave." "You," Yi Ziki shouted angrily, glaring at the golden eye for a long moment. Ultimately, he could conceive of no other recourse but to stifle his temper and say, "Do you remember what Su Jing told me? He warned you against engaging in battle with this brute, yet you did not heed his words. It was beneath the snow dragon slope, when that army passed by, that Su Jing mentioned the soldiers of this camp would regularly patrol the surrounding towns." The golden eye widened, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. Yi Ziki continued, "You, as a demon, would certainly not understand, but among our people, there exists a saying, To be buried in the earth is to find peace, in my haste to escape. I was so flustered that my father gazed at me until his dying breath, and I even forgot to close his eyes. As Ezeki spoke, tears welled in his youthful eyes, yet it was clear he was not pleading. His expression bore only ferocity, only wrath, only indignation. The golden eye stepped back a few paces, and amidst a barely perceptible tremor, it remained silent for an indeterminate time before drawing closer once more. The young lad. Your reasoning, affixed upon the frigid stone surface of the Zhuolongpo arena, suddenly unveiled a pair of brilliant, resplendent golden eyes. It has been approved. Chapter 13, The Martial Arts Examination 7. Feng observed Ezeki collapsing and felt a surge of relief within. He turned to signal the soldiers to ring the gong to announce the outcome. Unexpectedly, Shui and the surrounding soldiers were staring intently at him, showing no inclination to conclude the contest. Then, a simultaneous sound of hissing disapproval echoed from all around. Though faint, the cacophony of boos sent chills down Feng Zhou's spine. In that eerie moment, a fist as large as a sandbag came hurtling towards his head. Huh! Feng Zhou shouted, hastily extending both palms to meet the blow. Upon impact, a resounding buzz filled his ears as an overwhelming force surged towards him, propelling him backward a step. Feng Zhou's expression changed drastically as he peered closely, realizing that Ezeki had somehow risen again, launching this punch at him. The youth, despite his wounds still oozing blood, bore a fierce countenance, and wisps of white smoke seemed to emanate from him, leaving Feng Zhou questioning his own senses. He could hardly comprehend how the boy, so grievously injured, could stand and muster such increased strength. Brash youth, if you cannot transform your body, then harnessing your demonic energy will only take you this far. The rest is up to you, the large-eyed demon whispered in Ezeki's mind. Ezeki remained silent, planting one foot down before propelling himself forward like a leopard, delivering another punch. Feng Zhou, caught off guard, barely managed to deflect it, feeling his vitality surge as he staggered back 3 steps. The onlookers were astounded. Feng Zhou, though not particularly known for his strength, was a grown man being continually bested by a mere 15-year-old boy. Good heavens, what is happening up there? Is this some kind of performance? This brat, truly uncanny. Ezeki did not flinch. He swiftly seized Feng Zhou's right wrist, lifting it upwards while simultaneously stepping forward with his right foot. As he pivoted, he executed a full body twist, shoulder in, arms extended, and astonishingly lifted Feng Zhou onto his back. 8 techniques of the gentleman, Iron Mountain. Feng Zhou realized that Ezeki aimed to throw him down and quickly lowered his center of gravity, wrapping his arms around Ezeki's waist. However, just as his grip secured, Ezeki abruptly halted his forward motion, thrusting his upper body backward, slamming his head into Feng Zhou's face. 8 techniques of the gentleman. Rolling stone. Feng Zhou stumbled back 2 steps, covering his face with one hand as he wiped away the blood from his nose. Ezeki surged forward with another punch. Feng Zhou braced himself, narrowly dodging the blow, but as he prepared to retaliate, he found Ezeki's furious gaze closing in on him, charging with a headbutt. Bang! Grandson, can you truly decipher the words of these demons? Just wait a couple more years, and when you grow up, I will save enough money to send you to Cold Leaf City, where you can learn from the scholars. Then you will become remarkable. Feng Zhou cried out in pain, clutching his head as he retreated 2 steps. Simultaneously, Ezeki was knocked back several paces but quickly charged forward again. Feng Zhou gritted his teeth, realizing that Ezeki merely needed to restrain his movements slightly before attempting to headbutt him in a reckless display of mutual destruction. However, Ezeki had just endured a severe blow to the head from Feng Zhou's knee, leaving him bloodied and disoriented. How could he possibly fear a contest of stubbornness? Feng Zhou pushed Ezeki's hands aside, and indeed, Ezeki came charging at him once more. Son, look at your father, always trailing behind our precious boy in the streets. They say, what a handsome child, yet his father is so old and unattractive. Son, let us not allow him to follow us. Shall we? Yimu chuckled softly. Yi Yuan exclaimed with a thud as blood poured down. The world around him turned crimson. A piercing pain throbbed in his head, as if it were about to split open. His adversary staggered backward. He lunged forward, ready to deliver another headbutt. Feng Zhou retaliated with a headbutt of his own, but in the end, his head tilted away. In moments like this, if one did not exert their full strength, they would bear the brunt of the impact more severely. Feng Zhou stumbled back a few steps, stars dancing before his eyes, as Ezeki seized the opportunity to kick him in the abdomen. Feng Zhou finally collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his arm. Before he could rise, Ezeki followed up with a kick to his head. That blow sent Feng Jiu sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth, unable to rise again. A loud clang echoed. Silence enveloped the arena. Countless uncomfortable faces turned towards the gasping youth on the stage, a singular thought arising in their minds. Could this child, mocked as General Jiu, truly have slain 9 bandits? What a resilient lad. After a long pause, General Shui was the first to break the silence with a laugh. Doesn't your head hurt from all that crashing about? Yi Ziki, with blood streaming down half his face, glanced at Shui while pressing his forehead. My elder brother, he said, motioning towards Su Jing. Tell me what you think of this fellow, a martial buffoon who relies on innate instincts to counter moves. I know I cannot compete with him in technique, so I must match his ferocity head-on. That way, I can claim victory. Since he fights on instinct and talent, he cannot escape the primal fear of death. I'll throw caution to the wind in this contest of brutality, and the first to falter and evade will surely be him. Then, I can seize the moment to strike and win. If I cannot win this way, I have no other strategy at my disposal. Hearing this, Shui cast a sidelong glance at Su Jing below and sneered. What a brother you have. While it is true that the instinct to fear death is inherent, you too are but a mortal. A voice within Yi Ziki sighed softly. Very well, Shui continued, surveying the area below the stage. Let us see if I can find someone to challenge you. I doubt they will fare any better against you. Here is what we shall do. You may select someone from the audience to be your next opponent, and I shall witness your prowess once more. Yi Ziki was taken aback. From the audience? Indeed, Shui replied, glancing at the soldiers standing guard nearby. These are my battle-hardened brothers. Their skills are well known to me. You may choose anyone. Anyone can. I understand. Yi Ziki wiped the blood from his face with a hurried gesture, scrutinizing the scene intently. Taking a couple of deep breaths to steady himself, he ultimately raised his hand and pointed forward, declaring, I am Yi Ziki from Beishan Town. I humbly request your guidance. General Shui. Chapter 14. The Martial Arts Examination. 8. Having just regained consciousness, Gu Feng sprang to his feet, rubbing his eyes vigorously to ascertain whether he was truly awake. Below the arena, a tumultuous uproar ensued. Among the warriors residing in the state of Jiu, none were unaware that Shui was the deputy general of the illustrious General Lian Hongye, a notable figure in the northern territories of Lijiao. Only Shui laughed heartily, unfastening his sword from his waist and tossing it to an attendant before striding confidently towards Yi Ziki. Ah, you owe me 8 men. I shall return the favor with 8 strikes. If you can still stand after that, then I shall acknowledge you as a soldier of the state of Jiu. A few of the aides and officers who could have interjected hesitated, recognizing that the general had already spoken his piece and deemed it inappropriate to intervene further. Meanwhile, Yi Ziki, undeterred, shouted a challenge and launched himself forward with a punch. The reason behind Yi Ziki's boldness was not without cause. Having borrowed demonic power from the old demon, he discovered that this force dissipated rapidly, uncontrollably flowing outward, leaving him unable to sustain its use for long. If Shui were to summon more opponents to test his abilities, the ensuing complexity and delays would likely expose him before he could withstand 2 adversaries. Thus, he resolved to confront Shui directly, expending his strength in a single encounter, regardless of the outcome. He would not be left vulnerable to accusations of relying on brute force. However, he could not evade the reality that his chosen opponent was formidable. As their fists collided, Shui neither dodged nor evaded, meeting Yi Ziki's strike with a powerful counterpunch. The sound of impact echoed, akin to the breaking of bones. As Yi Ziki was sent tumbling backward, struggling to rise from the ground, Yi Ziki found his movements clumsy, momentarily dazed as he glanced at his left arm. Dislocated. Young lad, that was merely the first strike. Do you wish to continue? Shui boomed. Yi Ziki did not respond, instead leveraging his legs for balance. He awkwardly stood once more. Then, with exaggerated fervor, he inhaled deeply and bellowed. Ah. The youth suddenly unleashed a fierce cry, raising his right hand to grasp his left arm, twisting and pushing until, with another sharp crack, he miraculously rejoined the dislocated bone. Goodness! Shui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. But before he could finish his thought, Yi Ziki charged once more. Shui met him with a right punch, but Yi Ziki, employing the initial stance of the water-flowing fist, deflected the blow. In a swift motion, he bent his right elbow to strike at Shui's neck, only to feel a sudden force in his abdomen. Shui's left palm had struck him, sending him hurtling backward, rolling a considerable distance. The power of the strike, though formidable enough to rattle his bones, left him unscathed internally. Shui had clearly held back. Was he merely testing whether Yiziki could rise again after being knocked down? Furrowing his brow, Yiziki murmured to himself, "Let us see if I can endure this. Hold strong, Yiziki, for a man must strive unceasingly." The youth, mocked as the ninth general, charged forward once more, only to be sent rolling away again. The third time, the fourth time, each encounter felt like a slap to the faces of the 1,000-odd onlookers. Some among the crowd were already struggling to bear witness, contemplating their departure. The crowd was so densely packed that it was impossible to make an immediate exit. Seventh move, Shui stated calmly. "Cease your actions." The old demon sighed. "You have exhausted your demonic power long ago." Yet, Yiziki remained on the stage, standing resolutely despite his eyes rolling back and his blood congealing. Sighing, General Shui seemed to intend to use this child to inspire the morale of the people. The registrar, holding the roster on the platform, quietly lamented, "In the future, among the more than 1,000 valiant men present, regardless of whether they ultimately become soldiers or believe this child truly killed 9 bandits, when they eventually confront bandits face to face, they will surely recall this boy, who claimed to hail from Beishan town and had slain 9 bandits on the snowy Lompa today. Alas, poor stubborn child." Suddenly, the youth let out a piercing scream and charged forward, delivering a punch to Shui Yi's chest. Huh. As expected, Yiziki thought with his last shred of rationality. "I had deliberately evaded before, yet it seems I cannot move him an inch." The boy's body collapsed, but this time, he did not fall to the ground. For Shui Yi had caught him. Eighth move, he announced. Huh. Yiziki wondered if he had misheard. Could a catch be considered a move? Clearly, no one in the audience dared to raise an objection. As Yiziki lifted his head to gaze at Shui Yi's face, the general had already draped a thick crimson cloak, resembling coagulated blood, over his shoulders. Yiziki turned to look at the cloak in confusion. But before he could voice his question, a thunderous sound erupted, resonating from all directions, shaking the ground beneath him to the point where he almost believed an earthquake had struck. As the echoes faded, another round of gunfire rang out, and this time, the soldiers below joined in unison, amplifying the momentum. However, this caused the common people in the crowd to descend into panic. They were oblivious to the significance of the ceremony. Initially, it was the soldiers on the platform who struck their rifles, followed by those soldiers, arranged in a tight formation amidst the crowd, who also began to pound their weapons against the ground. Instantly, these vulnerable refugees felt as though the sound of gunfire surged from all directions, the military presence imposing, the earth trembling, sending shivers down their spines, leaving them lost and bewildered, their faces reflecting sheer terror. At that moment, a fist was raised high towards the platform. The individual beneath it was Su Jing. As he lifted his fist, he bellowed, "Good." A single, concise word echoed like thunder in the hearts of every refugee. Suddenly, everyone comprehended. The soldiers were celebrating the 9th general on the platform. Consequently, the thunderous roar created by the soldiers striking the ground transformed into a different meaning in their ears, resembling mockery, urging them, as if raindrops were pounding upon their hearts. Those who had ridiculed the 9th general for days now felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the soldiers who cheered for the boy. Ultimately, those with fragile psychological resilience, influenced by the prevailing tendency to conform, raised their trembling fists and shouted towards the heavens. Good. Once this scattered cheer emerged, it spread through the crowd like a contagion, traversing from east to west and from north to south. Perhaps swayed by fear, the refugees widened their eyes, growing increasingly fervent and vociferous in their chants. The cacophony of applause surged from every direction, overwhelming like a tidal wave. Yiziki stood amidst this jubilant clamor, his eyes unwittingly glistening with moisture. Savor this moment, Shui urged. They are all cheering for you. A true man deserves the reverence of the world, to stand tall beneath heaven and earth. Ah, Yiziki softly replied. He gazed blankly at the thousands of faces below the stage, captivated by the rising cheers that reverberated around him, unable to divert his gaze for even a moment. An indescribable emotion welled up within him. Despite his exhaustion, this feeling surged with such intensity that it supported his weary body, defying restraint and articulation. Suddenly, a phrase from the sage's teachings came to mind. I nurture my vast and righteous spirit, grandly suffusing the expanse between heaven and earth. He mused that this must be the essence of what was being conveyed. Standing atop the arena, draped in a grand cloak, he firmly etched every image and sound into his memory. In that moment, the boy who had emerged from North Mountain Town felt, for the very first time, that living was indeed a splendid affair, for he shed tears, realizing the vastness of the world around him. Chapter 15. The Martial Examination. 9. Night had descended upon the grand encampment at Zhualangpo. The flickering candlelight illuminated the azure military tents, where both Yi Ziki and Gu Feng lay upon their sickbeds, while Su Jing diligently applied medicinal herbs to their wounds. True to his earlier assertions, he harbored no intentions of joining the military. His presence in the camp was solely a promise to care for the two boys before departing. Since witnessing Yi Ziki's victory, Gu Feng had succumbed to a deep slumber and had yet to awaken. In contrast, the slender Yi Ziki appeared to possess an unusual constitution, managing to pry his eyes open at this hour. "Brother Su," Yi Ziki said, "it's late. You should rest as well." "No rush," Su Jing replied, meticulously examining the bruises on the two youths. Upon seeing Yi Ziki's face, he suddenly broke into a smile and said, "Little Yi, you truly possess remarkable courage. Are you not afraid of offending General Shui by challenging him? A child like you is scarcely regarded in the eyes of significant figures." "I am afraid," Yi Ziki replied. "But if General Shui is a genuinely formidable martial artist, then I am unafraid." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Su Jing inquired, his interest piqued. "Although my martial skills are humble, I consider myself a decent martial enthusiast. I can imagine General Shui's feelings if he is indeed a true master of martial arts." Yi Ziki rubbed the back of his head and continued, "Think about it. The martial examination has been underway for 8 or 9 days now. For all this time, General Shui has merely sat there, unable to engage. If he were a true martial artist, surely he would be itching for a fight by now. If it were me, I would certainly seek an opportunity to spar and satisfy my cravings. That is why I approached him. I believed it would not only be unoffensive but also a favorable opportunity." Su Jing was taken aback, then filled with delight. "What a clever young brother you are." Navigating the myriad paths within the tent, Su Jing expertly chose the least conspicuous route, quietly making his way until he was undetected. Eventually, he leaped into a patch of woodland atop a slope, where the moonlight revealed a tall figure standing at the edge of the precipice. Approaching the figure, Su Jing clasped his fists and said, "Su Jing pays his respects to the general." "You misunderstand," the general replied with a smile. "Those two children are not from our ranks." "What do you mean?" Shui asked, astonished. "Am I mistaken? Are they not practicing your entrance techniques?" "They are indeed using our techniques, but they are not our people," Su Jing explained. "These two children I rescued from a pile of refugees. They displayed promising talents and commendable character. Due to the marauder crisis, having nowhere to turn, I decided to teach them martial arts, hoping to cultivate a good connection." Upon hearing this, Shui's expression changed. "Su Jing, such words cannot be spoken lightly." "Forgive me, General," Su Jing replied, "though I do not often dwell in the north. I am ultimately a citizen of the kingdom of Zhu. Thus, you need not worry. They are unlikely to become like me, practicing their skills only to turn into deserters." "Disappointing General Shui." Su Jing chuckled. "I mean no offense." Shui, however, maintained a serious demeanor. "This is no jest. My kingdom of Zhu, though small, is not a place one can enter or exit at will. The general speaks with great weight." Su Jing chuckled, saying, "We are indeed men of our word. If not, shall I fetch paper and ink to draft an acknowledgement for the general?" "Humph." Shui let out a cold snort, after a moment, waved his hand and said, "Enough. Let us discuss serious matters. Have you communicated with the general?" "Yes, I have dispatched someone to convey the message to General Yin and General Baiqing within the city. I have heard that in recent years, you have grown quite close to General Shuang." "Indeed, that is so. But let that be. How many of you will be coming this time?" "Approximately 1,000. How do you find the martial examination these days?" "Absolutely foolproof. General Lian's arrangements are truly remarkable, leaving no room for our interference. By the end of next month, our men will blend into the Zhu Kingdom's army as planned, and I trust this will not raise any suspicions. Our Zhu Kingdom has always relied on military households to recruit scholars. Quality is prized over quantity. This time, we have gone to great lengths for your sake, so do not let General Lian down." Su Jing took this to heart. "Before you leave, do visit the general once more. He sometimes mentions you, the ungrateful wretch." Upon hearing this, Su Jing smiled, nodded, and retreated into the dense forest behind. Shui remained in place for a while, watching Su Jing depart, murmuring to himself, "Do not disappoint the people of the Zhu Kingdom." 2 days later, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng finally managed to rise from their beds, and the two immediately approached Shui, requesting permission to patrol Beishan town. Shui did not grant their request immediately, but instructed them to consult their direct superior, Sergeant Qin Wufu. Yiziki and Gu Feng then went to seek counsel from Qin Wufu. This sergeant had also been present at the arena that day and was aware of the significant shui he placed on these two youngsters. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect their request. Upon hearing their plea, Qin Wufu thought this matter could have been directly approved by General Shui. Passing it to me must be due to his concern that these youths, in their youthful fervor, might presume too much if given a direct yes from him. By granting them this favor myself, they will surely be grateful, making future command much easier. Realizing this, Qin Wufu quickly gathered a contingent and set off for Beishan town. Upon reaching the town, they found it a landscape of smoldering ruins, with the horse bandits having already departed. Gu Feng and Yi Ziki hurried to locate their kin, carefully ensuring each was given a proper burial. Qin Wufu also dispatched men to bury the bodies found in the town together and erected a mound for them. Ultimately, Gu Feng and Yi Ziki were unable to find the body of Yiling Sha. They understood well that it had likely been consumed in the fire. Thus they did not delve further into the matter. In the following month, the two immersed themselves in learning the various regulations of the military and practicing martial arts. Although they were titled as squad leaders and received their stipends, their brief time in service meant they had not yet been assigned 10 subordinates. As the month drew to a close, a heavy snowfall blanketed the land. Shui issued a military order to lead 200 soldiers into Hanya City, with Gu Feng and Yi Ziki prominently included. On that morning, a grand procession set forth from Shui Long Slope, making its way toward Hanya City. Along the road, a pristine blanket of snow lay spread out, while the refugees outside the city remained lost in slumber, yet to awaken. Compared to the first time he stood before the city gates, the number of refugees had diminished significantly. Observing this, Yiziki could not help but reflect with a heavy heart. Had he not encountered Su Jing and learned of the martial examination, he could only wonder where he would find himself now, alive or dead. As he pondered, a figure by the roadside raised a hand in greeting, revealing itself to be none other than Su Jing, whom he had not seen for nearly a month. With the commander's permission, Yi and Gu hastened to Su Jing's side, who greeted them with a smile. It seems my time in the army has not been in vain. You look more robust than before. Gu Feng inquired, Su Gu, what are your plans moving forward? Su Jing replied, given the heavy snowfall that has claimed many lives, and with Hanya City refusing to open its gates to the refugees, it seems they have decided against any such measures. I shall not wait any longer. As a wanderer by fate, I intend to head south. A look of concern crossed Gu Feng's face, prompting Su Jing to pat his shoulder reassuringly. What is the matter? Do you wish to accompany me south to explore? Yi Ziki sighed and said, Su Gu, do not jest with my brother. You are a person of chivalry, are you not? Su Jing raised an eyebrow at this. How did you discern that? Gu Feng interjected, what is chivalry? Yi Ziki explained, chivalry is a school of thought. I have encountered references to it in the sacred texts. In the past, when the teachings of the sages reached a stalemate, some disciples deemed them mere empty rhetoric, lacking in practical value. Thus, they established their own sect, advocating for the abandonment of the sages' principles of patience and forgiveness, instead embracing the path of righteousness, seeking justice and avenging wrongs. Initially, it was a scholarly movement, but over time, it morphed into a faction resembling the forces of the martial world. The primary pursuits of chivalry include punishing evil and oppressing tyranny, as well as dispatching individuals to areas afflicted by drought, flood, war, locusts, and disease to gather accurate information, and then coordinating assistance from various factions within the martial realm. Long ago, I suspected that your profound martial skills, Su Gu, would allow you to roam anywhere, yet you chose to linger outside the city gate. It could only mean you are of the chivalrous kind. Su Jing chuckled, indeed, indeed. Now that you comprehend this, are you inclined to join my ranks? Yiziki shook his head. Su Gu, you jest. I have previously stated my desire to enter the gates of Hanya City and seek a semblance of stability. Su Jing's demeanor turned serious. And now you still speak thus? Yiziki was momentarily taken aback and replied softly, at present, I harbor no thoughts of saving others. My sole focus is on revenge. I wish to guard this place, the northernmost area of Ju Kingdom, and slay the bandits. Su Jing clapped Yiziki on the shoulder and laughed. Then it seems we are kindred spirits. Yiziki was puzzled by this statement. Yet Su Jing had already clasped his fists in farewell. The mountains are high and the roads long. May we meet again. He could only respond, take care, brother. Take care. Su Jing departed, leaving Gu Feng and Yiziki to exchange a few sentiments before rejoining the line as they continued towards the city gates. It was surprising to discover such a righteous organization existed in the 6 states, of which he had previously been unaware. Gu Feng remarked suddenly. Yuziki shook his head. There are many negative tales about the chivalrous sect. I have always felt reluctant to speak of them in their presence. Gu Feng chuckled at this. Yi. Today is the 19th of the 12th month, is it not? Ah, it is indeed a splendid day for our arrival in the city. Today marks your birthday. Huh? Yuziki was momentarily taken aback by the words, turning to face Gu Feng, who also turned towards him with a smile and said, This year. I have nothing substantial to offer you, so I can only extend this simple wish. May your birthday be filled with joy. At that moment, the two young men arrived beneath the city gate, the dawn's light illuminating their faces, rendering everything so bright and vivid. Yuziki found himself at a loss for how to express his reaction to this revelation. He had never truly kept track of his own birthday. However, Gu Feng's recollection was undoubtedly accurate, for every year he would invite Gu Feng to his home for the celebration. Don't just stand there, smile a little. Gu Feng urged as he reached out to Yuziki. You didn't even smile when you triumphed in the competition. Instead, you ended up in tears. Yet, Yuziki brushed Gu Feng's hand aside. His inability to remember his birthday stemmed from being a pampered eldest son, accustomed to family reminders in the days leading up to the occasion. Henceforth, there would be no one to remind him or commemorate the day. A day that no one can remember ceases to be a birthday. The 5th of November is my birthday, Yuziki reiterated. The day he was reborn as a half-demon also coincided with the day the bandits entered the mountains. From that moment on, there would only be one day he needed to remember throughout his life. Chapter 16. Yearning 1. The wind surged like waves, relentlessly battering against the wooden confines of the prison cart. A woman seated within shivered violently, akin to the agitations of a fever, her form trembling as if on the verge of disintegration. Thirst, an unbearable, excruciating thirst reduced her thoughts to a primitive simplicity. Water. The woman extended her hand through the wooden bars, calling out to the band of horsemen outside. A throng of bandits, hauling several wooden carts, approached. And upon hearing her voice, two young marauders spurred their horses closer. Their faces bore smiles, predatory and ravenous, reminiscent of wolves. They brandished a water pouch, flaunting it before her eyes. Finally, a flicker of hope ignited in the woman's swollen eyes as she reached for the pouch with great effort. The two bandits seized her delicate hand, grasping and stroking her face, reveling in their advantage before relinquishing the water pouch to her. She immediately unfastened it and took a hearty swig, but as she prepared for a second sip, she became aware of several pairs of eyes within the cart fixated upon her. There were 5 women imprisoned in this cart. With a gulp, she handed the pouch to the woman on her right, who eagerly took it, murmuring, Thank you, Sister Yu. The woman's name was Yu Yao, an official courtesan from the northern frontier town of Mayun. When her fellow sisters attempted to escape the city, they tragically encountered the bandits. Most were ravaged on the spot, but she and 2 of the most comely sisters were singled out and confined to this cart, which was being drawn northward. Among them, Yu Yao was the eldest. Though she maintained her appearance like a beautiful young woman in her mid-20s, in truth, she was nearing 30. In this wooden cage, seeking water or food inevitably resulted in exploitation, and the younger girls, timid and shy, often relied on her to undertake such tasks, making her their de facto protector. As the pouch was passed to the 4th individual, the girl holding it hesitated. It was not out of reluctance, but rather due to the unsettling nature of the recipient, a madwoman with hair that resembled a disheveled thicket, her gaze vacant and unpredictable. Had it not been for her youthful, fair visage, she might have been mistaken for a deranged beggar. With a sigh, Yu stepped forward. Allow me, she said, taking the pouch and gently placing it into the madwoman's hands while grasping her hand softly, shaking it gently. The madwoman timidly lifted her eyes to Yu Yao, mumbling, They eat, they eat. Yu Yao shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. The madwoman lowered her gaze, took a few sips of water, and then returned the pouch to Yu Yao. Yu Yao tenderly caressed the madwoman's hair, offering her comfort. She then turned her attention to the last occupant of the cart. To call her a woman would be misleading. The final person confined to this cart was a mere girl, appearing no older than 14 or 15, despite having been imprisoned for an entire day. Yu Yao had yet to learn the girl's name, for she merely sat there with her head bowed, neither eating nor drinking, lost in a trance. She had grown accustomed to the ways of the world within the brothel, aware of the beauty that blossomed in certain girls as they matured. She contemplated that if she were to one day own a flower tower, she would undoubtedly bring such a remarkable girl into her establishment. If the girl hailed from a prosperous family, she would arrange a grand match for her. Such splendid material would never be overlooked in the future. However, at present, both her and the girl's futures had come to an end, their lives seemingly tethered to a fragile paper boat, destined to navigate the tumultuous waters of a vast river. "Dear girl," Yeo said tenderly, "take a sip of water. You are still young. You must continue to live." "Mustn't you? Die?" The girl finally reacted. "Is death the answer?" She pondered. Those two boys, the ones who practiced swordsmanship daily on the northern mountain, each exerted immense effort to embrace life. One boy declared his intent to read every book within the tower, while the other, though silent, had never once been late to training. He had yet to finish his studies, and his swordsmanship had not been perfected. Were they truly gone? Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. "Ah, you're crying. If you can still weep, then you are not like that mad one. My dear, first drink some water." Once the girl was consoled, Yu Yao began conversing with the two women who had been apprehended alongside her. "Sister Lu, what you said earlier was terrifying. Something about having a companion on the road to the underworld," remarked a woman who appeared only a few years older than the girl. "Humph. Is it not the truth? Those men, when they indulged with me, proclaimed they would willingly accompany me along the path to the underworld. Yet now, at this moment, it is only us sisters who are together. None of them have come to seek me out. Such heartlessness," the Lu woman lamented, her voice trembling as if tears were imminent. "Ah, sister, please, cease your lamentations. You sister, if we calculate our journey, it seems we are quite close to Mou now. You are well traveled. Do you know where we are headed?" "It seems somewhat familiar, though I cannot say for certain," replied Yu Yao. "This is Dan Mountain," the Lu woman clarified. "Ah, sister, you recognize it?" Yu Yao inquired. The Lu woman nodded, saying, "This spring, I visited here with young Master Jia. At that time, the mountains were adorned with the blossoms of the phoenix trees, a sea of white, unlike now with their bare branches." "Do you know where we are heading next?" Yu Yao asked urgently. "There lies a town ahead called Fengxing. We will arrive shortly." Young Master Jia mentioned that the name originates from a famous line. "The phoenix flowers stretch for miles on Dan Mountain. The young phoenix sings sweeter than the old." What a beautiful verse. Could it be the handiwork of the renowned Lu Da? But she could not recall. Phone. Upon hearing this word, the girl was transported back to the moment when the boy recited stories to her within the book tower. "Ling Sha, today I encountered a beautiful song from you, Ji Qi Qian. Allow me to recite it for you. The ethereal phoenix, returning slowly. My thoughts are endless, forever unfulfilled. In eternity of trials, when shall I take flight?" "Brother, what does this song mean?" "Brother, do phoenixes truly exist in this world?" "In this world. Every little sister is a phoenix in her brother's eyes." "Huh, you too." Yiling Sha. Chapter 17. Yiling Sha, too, during her childhood. Yiling Sha seldom had female companions to play with, likely due to her constant frolicking with her cousin, Yi Ziki. Her parents believed that it was inappropriate for their daughter to spend all her time cavorting with boys. Instead, they encouraged her to diligently practice traditional feminine skills at home. However, despite her intelligence and charm, Yiling Sha lacked enthusiasm for such pursuits. Consequently, in her family's residence in Beishan town, she often found herself in the courtyard, needle and thread in hand, her gaze lost in the vastness of the sky. Today, the pomegranate tree in the yard had newly sprouted numerous flower buds, their vibrant red hues adding a fragrant charm to the atmosphere. Yiling Sha recalled that this very pomegranate tree had been lovingly planted by her father in the year of her birth, symbolizing his hopes for her to flourish and bear many blessings, just as the pomegranate is known for its abundance of seeds. Now, while she had yet to achieve independence and leave home, the tree had already grown tall, its branches extending beyond the confines of the courtyard wall. Contemplating this, Yiling Sha felt a twinge of melancholy, causing her needlework to come to a halt. Ling Sha, a voice suddenly called out to her. Yiling Sha hurriedly glanced toward the entrance, but found no one there. Here, the voice rang out again, and at last, she discerned the source, a head poking over the garden wall. It was her brother, Yi Ziki. "Ah, what are you doing there?" Yiling Sha inquired anxiously. "Haha, I'm standing on Gu Feng's shoulders." Yi Ziki replied with a laugh. "Come down quickly, you ought to enter through the front gate." "No way. We asked. And your father said you were inside practicing needlework, and he wouldn't let us take you out to play. You need to come up with an excuse to join us." Yi Ziki exclaimed excitedly. "Don't rush me. Look at this, look at this." Yi Ziki shouted, suddenly raising a large object in his hand. Yiling Sha gasped in surprise. It was a swallow kite. "A kite?" Yiling Sha exclaimed, astonished. "Yes. Gu Feng taught me how to make it. Remember we promised to fly kites together in spring? I brought it," Yi Ziki said, and without warning, He tossed the kite down, where it landed beneath the pomegranate tree. Yiling hastily picked up the kite, perplexed by her cousin's intentions, and looked up to see Yiziki grinning at her. You must go tell uncle that someone's kite has mistakenly landed in our yard, and you need to go out and return it. Ah. Yiling began to speak, but Yiziki interrupted. We'll wait for you at the front gate. Gufeng. The wind is strong. With that, his head disappeared from above the wall, and the sound of hurried footsteps faded into the distance. Yiling stood there, clutching the kite. And after a moment, she sighed softly. Fly away, fly away. On a gentle slope in Beishan, Yiling, Yiziki, and Gufeng were flying their kites together. The enthusiastic shouts belonged to Yiziki, who held tightly to the spool, releasing the string with fervor. Suddenly, as the wind picked up, he shouted, I can't hold on. I'm going to be blown away. Gufeng, Lingsha, come help. Gufeng approached to grasp the spindle, while Yiling assisted in pulling the thread, and the kite soared steadily in the sky once more. Where do you suppose the shadow of the kite will land at this moment? Yizichi inquired suddenly. Yiling and Gufeng exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his words. Yet Yizichi answered himself. It must be outside of North Mountain Town. How wonderful it would be to venture beyond the town. Yiling asked, Is it more beautiful outside than inside the town? Certainly. Yizichi exclaimed with enthusiasm. The books say that the world beyond the town is vast, with glacial lands, endless quicksand, divine tree rainforests, splendid flower seas, and dragons slumbering in the thunder pool of Langya Kingdom, while half-human, half-fish mermaids sing upon the reefs off the coast of Yongzhou. Once he began, Yizichi rambled on incessantly, prompting Yiling and Gufeng to share a wry smile. In any case, Yizichi suddenly clapped his hands on the shoulders of Yiling and Gufeng, startling both, and declared, When we grow up, we must venture beyond the town together to fully explore the world outside, just like the kite in the sky. Furthermore, we absolutely must go as a trio. Observing her cousin's fervor, Yiling could only acquiesce. All right, yes. Yizichi nodded, then unexpectedly took hold of Yiling and Gufeng's hands, binding them together, and proclaimed, We have made a pact. Indeed, Gufeng chimed in, surprisingly joining Yizichi this time. The mountain breeze tousled the hair of the young ones, carrying the kite aloft, gradually fading from view. Yizi, perhaps it is not the most opportune moment to mention this, but I must remind you of something, Gufeng said suddenly. What is it? Our kite has fallen to the ground. Ah. Yizichi sprang up in alarm. Oh no. Quickly, reel in the string. No. Yiling interjected hurriedly. It will damage the kite if we drag it on the ground. We should go pick it up. Fortunately, they eventually located the kite, unharmed. Just as Yiling sighed in relief, Yizichi thrust the kite into her arms. What is this for? Yiling asked in astonishment. Hee. This kite was crafted with Gufeng's guidance, so let us name it Guzijing. When you see it at home, you must think, Guzi, ah. Gufeng and Yizichi, spring has arrived, and I want to go fly kites with them. Gufeng silently covered his forehead at the sight of this person, who, despite his dedication to swordsmanship, possessed an enthusiasm for inviting girls to play. Yiling quietly clutched the kite tighter, a gentle smile gracing her lips. To think it is merely a swallow, yet it is called Guzi. How pitiable, Yiling mused to herself. However, the kite seemed to respond to her thoughts, its two large eyes fluttering towards her. Yiling was taken aback, hastily attempting to cast the kite aside, but before she could, it ignited spontaneously. It was ablaze. Yiling remained motionless, her gaze fixed on the flames, allowing them to consume the kite, and in turn, herself. That young scion of the Jia family claimed that this eagle kite was inconsequential. Come next year, he would present a dragon kite, which would indeed be magnificent. Sister Yu, do you think he was merely jesting? Is there truly a kite that resembles a dragon in this world? Even if such a thing exists, it must surely be found in a flourishing place like Song'o, right? The voice of the Lu lady gradually transitioned from a blur to clarity, echoing intermittently in her ears. Throughout the day, she felt disoriented, at times envisioning herself atop Beishan, observing her cousin and Gufeng practicing swordplay. At other moments, she believed she was in the study, listening to Yiziki recount tales, and then again, she recalled their outing in spring to fly kites. By now, that kite had likely been reduced to ashes by the bandits. It is said that when bandits raid a village, they slay every man they encounter. These hands could no longer reach those two boys. So, Sister Yu, do you think that young man from the Jia family truly harbors affection for me? Or is it akin to the feelings of other men? the Lu lady continued her incessant chatter. And Yulingsha pondered that perhaps she indeed held a fondness for the man bearing the surname Jia. Thus, in the face of impending death, she incessantly spoke of him. Yulingsha glanced outside the cage. They had evidently entered a town, the carriage now moving sluggishly, while the number of bandits had noticeably increased. Likely the very ones Lu lady had mentioned, the Fengsheng. Sister Lu, Yulingsha spoke suddenly, her voice the first to break the silence within the confines of the carriage, instantly capturing the astonished gazes of the women surrounding her. Though I do not know the young master of the Jia family whom you speak of, I can assure you regarding the matter of the kite, he has not deceived you. Kites resembling dragons do indeed exist, and the earliest dragon-shaped kites originated from our Lijiao, not Songzhou, for it has long been said that Lijiao is the land of the sleeping dragon. Upon hearing this, the Lu lady's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "Is that true? This information is derived from the Lijiao Bowazi. The records within it are infallible," Yulingsha continued, pausing to meet the Lu lady's gaze. "While I cannot ascertain the nature of the Jia young master's feelings towards you, I believe that come next spring, when he sees a dragon kite soaring in the sky, he will undoubtedly feel a pang of loneliness." "Is that so?" the Lu lady murmured, her lips moving softly. This woman, who had been imprisoned for days, yet still fervently recounted tales of the past, and life and death, suddenly fell silent, tears welling in her eyes. "Oh, Lu sister." Yu Yao hurriedly approached to console her as the Lu lady leaned into Yu Yao's embrace, weeping more freely. Yu Yao gently cradled the Lu lady's frail form, soothing her while discreetly giving Yulingsha a thumbs up for having elicited such emotion. For although the women were in tears, a peculiar sense of relief seemed to wash over the carriage, as if an inexplicable burden had been lifted. Yulingsha did not notice Yu Yao's approval at that moment. She was simply gazing at the tear-streaked face of the Lu woman. It seems that even in death, as long as one is remembered by others, one need not feel overwhelming sorrow. This was the first time Yulingsha contemplated the profound nature of life and death. Chapter 18. Yulingsha 3. After shedding tears for a while, Lady Lu regained her composure, gently wiping away the traces of sorrow, and solemnly expressed her gratitude to Yulingsha. "Thank you, sister, for your enlightening words. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name." Yulingsha replied, "I am called Hui." Just then, the horse leading the carriage let out a long neigh, abruptly halting its hoofs, causing the women inside the carriage to sway violently forward. "What is happening?" Lady Lu asked anxiously, but before her words could fully escape her lips, the door of the wooden cage was flung open. A bandit, wielding a whip, gestured menacingly at them, then cracked the whip forcefully against the ground, signaling for them to exit. The 5 women stepped down in succession, and soon they discovered that this caravan comprised over 40 women, all ordered to disembark. They clung to one another for support, trembling in the winter wind, casting fearful glances around. After several individuals pointed them out, it became clear that they had arrived at one of the northernmost towns of the Poyo continent, Fengsheng. This once-cited elegant locale by poets had now fallen into disrepair, presenting a scene of desolation, with numerous bandits and horses from Qianzhou bustling about. Enveloped by the unintelligible dialect of Qianzhou and the neighing of horses, the pale-faced women huddled closely together. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of 2 brutish men wielding whips, they were herded approximately 200 steps into the town, where they encountered a row of bandits staring intently at them. Among them stood a distinctive figure, a barbarian adorned with a cuckoo crown, gold bells embellishing his head, a sable tail protruding at the front, and a silver belt cinching his waist. To their astonishment, various musical instruments and writing implements were laid at the feet of this barbarian: stringed instruments, zither, flutes, brushes, ink, scrolls, and more. The women were filled with confusion, uncertain of what awaited them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped forth from the line of barbarians. He was of short stature, unmistakably a native of Song, and upon opening his mouth, he spoke with a central plain accent. Pointing at the barbarian with the cuckoo crown, he declared, "This esteemed gentleman is here to select women for the Khan. You are fortunate to have this opportunity. The Khan admires the culture of Song and seeks women not only for their beauty, but also for their proficiency in our arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Only those who can perform will gain the Khan's favor." This individual, whose allegiance remained ambiguous, whether a captive or a willing servant to the bandits, gestured towards the assortment of instruments scattered on the ground, stating, "Choose from these and demonstrate your talents. If you catch this gentleman's eye, you shall be sent to the Khan's golden tent." Upon hearing this, the women exchanged fearful glances. desperately searching for a glimmer of assurance in one another's eyes, yet they were all paralyzed by trepidation. The barbarians' brutish demeanor, coupled with the harsh treatment they had endured in the cage, left them disoriented and struggling to comprehend their predicament. Under the intimidating gaze of the menacing bandits, none dared to step forward and pick up an instrument. Yu Yao pondered silently. Being sent to the tent of a powerful figure is certainly preferable to being ravaged by a mob of ordinary bandits, subjected to torment and death. The young women, having seen little of the world, failed to grasp this crucial point, risking the loss of a potential lifeline. A leader must emerge. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative herself. As Yu Yao was gathering her courage to take a step forward, she was taken aback by the impatience of the Central Plains man, who, seeing the absence of women, randomly seized a woman by her hair and pointed at the scattered musical instruments, bellowing, "You, go choose one." Yu Yao's eyes widened in alarm as she recognized the unfortunate woman being dragged out. It was none other than the madwoman who had traveled with them in the carriage. Initially, the madwoman remained still amidst the crowd, appearing somewhat composed, which is why the Central Plains man had chosen her. Unbeknownst to him, her lack of reaction stemmed from her utter disregard for his words. Now, pulled to the front, she looked up to see a row of bandits standing before her, and her expression turned frenzied. She stumbled back, rolling and crawling for 3 or 4 steps, then, with a face full of terror, she pointed at the bandits and cried out, "They eat people! They eat people!" At her exclamation, the women erupted in chaos, with cries and tears filling the air. The Central Plains man, witnessing the uproar, became furious and drew his dagger, intent on killing the madwoman. Yu Yao, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to intervene. She understood that the death of one person was a minor concern, but if blood were shed here, the fear would paralyze all the women present, making any semblance of normalcy impossible. Moreover, if the barbarians were enraged, everyone would meet a tragic fate. Yet, how could she possibly stop it? Even with her extensive experience, tears of urgency welled up in her eyes. Just as the Central Plains man crouched to grasp the madwoman, preparing to strike, Yu Yao's heart momentarily ceased its beating, consumed by despair, when suddenly the dagger halted in midair. A silver sword was pointed directly at the Central Plains man's neck. Yu Yao stared in disbelief. The one wielding the sword was none other than the young girl who had spent the day in the prison carriage with him. While everyone was fixated on the Central Plains man seizing the madwoman, Yi Lingsha stepped forward, picking up a soft sword from the scattered instruments. "You!" the Central Plains man barked. Yet, before he could utter another word, Yi Lingsha flicked her wrist, striking the man's wrist with the blade, causing his dagger to clatter to the ground. The sight of a woman daring to resist made the row of barbarians scowl, and they all took a step forward. Yi Lingsha glanced at the barbarians but stood tall, undeterred. Then, with a series of deft flicks of her wrist, the blade shimmered with glints of light, resembling a silver serpent in a wild dance. As she retreated 2 steps, the soft sword in her hand trailing a sparkling celestial river. When her retreat halted, Yi Lingsha bent her slender waist at an astonishing angle, sweeping the soft sword around her in a circular motion. This strike was not aimed at anyone. It merely traced a silver ring in the air, akin to a large droplet of water crashing onto a lake's surface, sending ripples outward. The previously silent barbarian, adorned with a crowning headdress, suddenly extended his arm, halting his comrades behind him, and no one dared to advance. As Yi Lingsha completed her sword circle, she immediately lowered her waist, interlacing her hands, and thrust the sword downward along her delicate leg. At that moment, the man from the Central Plains regained his composure and, filled with rage, attempted to charge at Yi Lingsha. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he was seized by the neck by the barbarian adorned with a cuckoo crown and subsequently hurled to the ground. Gritting his teeth in agony, he looked up at the barbarian, then turned his gaze towards Yi Lingsha, who was elegantly unfurling the blade of her sword along her body, and suddenly comprehended what the young girl was truly endeavoring to accomplish. It was a sword dance. The material of the soft sword was not intended for actual combat. Nestled among a collection of instruments, it was meant for performance. At that moment, Yi Lingsha spun the sword in a graceful arc, advancing 3 steps. The hilt fluidly exchanged between her hands, captivating the audience and inciting spontaneous applause. As she concluded her performance with a piercing thrust into the ground, it resembled a silver dragon drinking water, illuminating her youthful visage with an air of majesty and unparalleled beauty. Even the surrounding barbarians were rendered spellbound. Yi Lingsha had never formally studied swordsmanship. Yet, she had spent countless days atop the northern mountain, watching a boy dance with his sword. His dedication and passion resonated deeply within her. Day after day, she observed, and through 1,000 instances, she discerned the essence of the sword. In the midst of life and death, she grasped the heart of the sword, though she could never contend with true masters of the art. When it came to mere superficiality, she had already managed to cultivate a spirit of the sword. In the presence of such a girl, the older women fell silent, as if this girl, so much younger than them, had imparted a lesson on how to strive for survival with vigor. Sword practice, conversation, rest, and return. Those two boys were so kind, so diligent. They did not deserve to die. With a swift motion, the sword flashed like a rainbow, and as her strength waned, the dance concluded. "What is your name?" inquired the barbarian official in broken Lijo dialect. "A name." Yilingsha placed her hand over her heart, steadying her breath, which had become erratic due to exertion. She thought to herself, if she were to navigate the perilous world of bandits, she could not reveal her true surname, as it would bring shame to her family. "Gu Zijing," she proclaimed with a clear voice. Rising once more, she faced the throng of barbarians, her spine straightened defiantly. "My name is Gu Zijing. The kite has already flown beyond the northern mountain town. Therefore, she would live on for those two boys, allowing them to witness the sights they were meant to see, until they met again in the realm beyond, until the snow of hatred was laid to rest. Chapter 19. The City of Frosted Leaves. 1. Approximately 200 paces before the southern gate of the City of Frosted Leaves stands a magnificent snow sculpture, the emblem of the entire city. Towering with its head held high, it gazes defiantly at the city gate, its wings spread majestically, reaching a height of 20 feet and a width of 40 feet. At this moment, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng walked beneath the expansive wings of the snow sculpture, accompanied by the army. As Yi Ziki gazed up at the statue, he could not help but recall a snow sculpture that once hovered above the city, belonging to General Bai Cheng Shuang, and mused quietly, such a grand creature could easily lift him into the sky, should it desire to do so. Only the most esteemed members of the Bai Cheng royal family could tame such a magnificent eagle, which epitomizes sovereignty, including this stone sculpture. Everything within the City of Frosted Leaves seemed to serve as a reminder to visitors that this was indeed a city of stone. A glance revealed an expanse of stone houses and tiled roofs, devoid of the thatched cottages that characterized Beishan town, while the streets beneath their feet were paved with bluestone slabs. This scene transformed as the army approached the heart of the city, where a grand lake, named Autumn Breeze, lay at its center, featuring a pavilion known as the Pavilion of Hollow Waves. Beyond Autumn Breeze Lake to the north stood the royal palace of the Kingdom of Ju. Along the long street, one could observe destitute refugees huddled in the corners, evidently having entered the city prior to its lockdown. The air was occasionally tinged with lamentations and the scent of decaying corpses. Yi Ziki remembered a time when one could see entertainers on the streets, performing for laughs and earning rewards. However, such scenes had vanished, as was to be expected. In this frigid winter, every jest would freeze before it could be spoken, lodged in one's throat. Nevertheless, for the soldiers who had originally been stationed at Snow Dragon Slope, finding refuge within the protective walls of the city was a welcome relief. Yet, Yiziki bore a heavy heart, troubled by the presence of the ancient specter within him. During the month spent at Snow Dragon Slope, that golden-eyed demon had imparted to him, "I can teach you the ways of cultivating demonic power, enabling you to amass your own strength. But consider this carefully. With your current abilities, mere self-preservation may be attainable. However, once you embark on the path of demonic cultivation, your power may surpass that of ordinary mortals, yet it is inevitable that one day your true nature will be revealed, making you a target among humanity. The choice is yours." Thus, Yiziki pondered for an entire month. Should he invest immense time and energy, even risking his life, to learn an art that he could never openly display? Eventually, the army was stationed at the outer military camp of Frosted Leaves. Shui commanded the troops to first verify the barracks and arrange their supplies. As Yuziki and Gu Feng prepared to move about, Sergeant Shinwufu approached, saying, "General Shui is looking for you. Hurry." Yuziki and Gu Feng hastened toward Shui's quarters. 100 paces away, they saw Shui already mounted on his horse. "Get on, follow me," Shui called to them. Yuziki, bewildered, replied, "I didn't bring a horse. Ride with me." Before Yuziki could respond, Shui had already pulled him onto his mount, while Sergeant Shinwufu did the same with Gu Feng. Thus, the four of them rode forth together, galloping out of the military camp. The sound of hooves echoed against the bluestone pavement as they soon arrived before the gates of the Lian residence. Yiziki was inwardly astonished. The Lian residence. Could it possibly belong to General Lian Hongya? "Dismount. General Lian wishes to see you," Shui announced. The thought of entering the abode of this esteemed figure, often revered as the foremost martial artist of the northern four nations, stirred a tempest of emotions within Yiziki. As they rounded the shadow wall and caught a glimpse of the premises, it appeared modest in size, adorned by two short pines in the courtyard, arranged with a unique charm. Upon entering the main hall, an overwhelming sensation struck them, as if a massive weight had descended upon them. General Yin Changqin was already awaiting their arrival, seated within. To Yiziki's surprise, even in his own residence, the general was clad in military attire, exuding a commanding presence. The four entered the hall and saluted in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the general." "Rise." General Lian replied with a smile directed at Shui. "Now that you are here, I can finally venture out of the city for some fresh air. The scenery is delightful, but the city is far too congested, making it hard to breathe." Lian Hongye then turned his gaze to Yi and Gu, remarking, "The people from Shuilong Slope have spoken of you, young as you are, possessing considerable skill. I wish to meet you both. Your subordinate does not dare to presume." Yi Ziki replied, "No need for formality. Lift your heads. You are still but children," Lian Hongye said, his eyes surveying their faces. Suddenly, he posed a question. "Shui General has brought you here, and you must have seen quite a bit along the way. Children, tell me, do you like the city of Hanya?" Eh? Yiziki was taken aback, unsure of the intent behind the question. He glanced at Lian Hongye, then exchanged looks with Gu Feng, ultimately responding honestly, "I do not know." "Ah, that is of no consequence. You will have ample time to ponder this in the future." Lian Hongye replied, "Indeed, the city can be quite frigid in winter, but when spring arrives, and the willow branches begin to bud, the willow fluff floats upon the woman you cherish, as though you were destined to grow old together. During the scorching summer, mischievous children leap from boats on Alfing Lake, even diving into the waters, while the patrolling soldiers feign ignorance. Speaking of Alfing Lake, it only truly lives up to its name in autumn. Yet, winter is not devoid of lively places. The streets of Yinching remain bustling, with storytelling houses open for business. And there is a flower street in the west of the city. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Shui, who had endured the biting winds atop Shuilong Slope for many months, succumbed to a fit of coughing. "In any case, you both will have plenty of time to become acquainted with this city," Lian Hongye remarked, turning to Qin Wufu. "Grant these two children a 2-day respite. Youthful hearts are drawn to novelty. Allow them to explore the city." "Your subordinate obeys," Qin Wufu responded, then playfully patted the two bewildered youths. "Thank you, General," the two said in unison. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Lian Hongye signaled for Qin Wufu to escort the new recruits out. Only General Lian Hongye and Shui remained in the hall. "General, the people from Shuilong Slope. You mean that lad Su Jing, do you not?" Shui suddenly inquired. Lian Hongye nodded with a smile. "Over the past 2 years, his skills have indeed advanced. He now rivals your own." Shui replied indifferently, "What of it? No matter how high his skill, he is not a soldier of my country, and ultimately, he has squandered several years of effort on him." "Why speak so? Ultimately, it is through his orchestration that we have established a connection with the chivalrous path of the Central Plains, allowing us to remain informed about the circumstances there over the years. Had it not been for this, even if I had broken his legs, I would not have permitted his departure from the military. After all, he was the successor you had predetermined, so I shall refrain from discussing this with you. General, what do you think of these two young men?" Shui inquired. "I have heard that upon his entry into the nation from Langia, he bribed the city guard of Langia with previously prepared gifts, securing the passage of a few refugees into the gates of Langia. Subsequently, he lingered outside Hanya city for 10 days, contemplating what else he could procure to present to you." That lad." After a brief moment of reflection, Shui continued, "General, an elder from the chivalrous path has ascended Snow Dragon Slope, and it is Lu Zhong who has come." Lian Hongye's expression slightly tightened. Oh, is he the brother of Lu Bo?" "Indeed, he is the younger brother of General Lu Bo, the great protector of the nation from Langia." Lian Hongye nodded. "Lu Zhong possesses a temperament of calm deliberation. Such perilous endeavors at the front lines were never meant for him. Ultimately, Lizhou is his home." "Very well. I shall proceed to Snow Dragon Slope now. You will remain here in the city on my behalf, and you shall also represent me during the upcoming military exercises." "Why the haste, General? I was quite taken aback upon entering, not expecting you to have donned your armor already. This time, securing permission to leave the city is no small feat. The temperament of the sovereign is unpredictable, and I cannot afford to delay any longer." "Understood." Upon reaching Snow Dragon Slope, I kindly ask that you do not lead my troops astray. Lian Hongye was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he still remembered the incident on Flower Street, and could not help but respond. Even when I was at my strictest in military discipline, I could not prevent you. General, Lian Hongye chuckled knowingly, mounted his horse, and departed, the hooves striking the plum blossoms as he rode away. Chapter 20. The City of Frosted Leaves. 2. When it comes to the most enchanting destination within the City of Frosted Leaves, one must undoubtedly mention the Autumn Wind Lake. On an unexpected holiday, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng relinquished their weapons, donned casual attire, and took a leisurely stroll to the shores of this expansive lake, which spans approximately 140 hectares. At this moment, the city was still blanketed in snow, the fallen flakes resting upon the frozen lake. Initially, they approached with the intention of indulging in a leisurely excursion as per military orders, yet upon casting their gaze upon the lake, both youths found themselves momentarily spellbound. In the heart of the lake stood a pavilion, where a venerable elder clad in white sat gracefully. His ethereal presence, complemented by flowing white beard, evoked the image of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Beside him stood a maiden with twin braids, adorned in a green dress, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a fairy emerging from a painting, albeit with a more elongated and graceful silhouette, together forming a breathtaking tableau of divine beings. While such a scene was indeed remarkable, it was not entirely extraordinary given the multitude of practitioners of the mystical arts and demon slayers in the world. However, what truly astonished Yi and Gu was the sight of a woman clad in shining silver armor, striding confidently along the white stone path leading to the pavilion. She was none other than Bai Qingxuang, the Grand Commander of the Zhu Kingdom's army, revered across 100 cities. Even in broad daylight, she radiated an exquisite beauty reminiscent of moonlight. Her brows held the distant snow of 1,000 autumns, and her countenance echoed the shadow of the moon upon a tranquil pool. This illustrious general wielded an exceptionally long silver spear, and even with her height that rivaled that of men, the weapon seemed almost ostentatious, leading one to question whether she was merely a performer of martial arts. Yet, as she approached with such an upright stature, gripping the spear firmly, anyone would feel an involuntary chill of trepidation deep within. Upon reaching a distance of 20 paces from the pavilion, Bai Qingxuang halted her advance, then clasped her fists, bowing respectfully as she announced, "I am Bai Qingxuang, Grand Commander of the Zhu Kingdom's army, honored to meet the esteemed Yuan Xianwing." The sight of the highest-ranking general of the Zhu Kingdom paying her respects left all passers-by in awe, causing them to pause and observe in astonishment. The elder, referred to as Yuan Xianwing, remained momentarily still, while the young maiden beside him stepped forward to return the greeting before taking her place by the pavilion's entrance. "Young man, keep your eyes wide open. This is a master's exchange of techniques. Don't let the brilliance blind you," a voice echoed in Yi Ziki's mind. Before Yi Ziki could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, Bai Qingxuang suddenly pivoted her spear, leaning forward before sprinting towards the pavilion with fervor. Upon reaching the entrance, her momentum unabated, she thrust the spear directly towards the elder's chest. Reacting swiftly, the elder drew his sword, parrying the spear to his left side. Then leaping backward with a flourish, his sleeves billowing as he soared out of the pavilion, landing gracefully upon the frozen surface of the lake. Bai Qingxuang followed suit, retracting her spear and leaping into the air, carving a circular arc with the weapon as she aimed it downward towards the elder's head. Yuan Xianwing met her assault with his sword, and in an instant, the ice beneath them cracked, sending ripples across the water within a 20-pace radius. Remarkably, both combatants landed upon the fractured ice, maneuvering deftly amidst the shifting fragments, without falling into the lake. Regardless of the reasons behind their sudden confrontation, the sheer brilliance of their movements drew exclamations of admiration from the onlookers by the lakeside. Behold Bai Qingxuang, a woman commanding a formidable offensive style, her long spear shattering the icy surface with every thrust. The more she wielded her weapon, the more it revealed an eerie azure hue, glistening like precious gems, rendering her particularly striking. Despite the ice giving way beneath her, her demeanor remained unperturbed as she deftly swept the spear across the lake, instantly freezing its surface. With a powerful leap, she propelled herself forward. Onlookers by the lakeside marveled in astonishment, and Yi Ziki's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "A divine weapon. It truly is a divine weapon." "Is that so?" Gu Feng inquired. "Is this the divine weapon you mentioned before?" "Indeed, it must be. Otherwise, how could a weapon change colors like a chameleon and freeze water?" Yu Ziki replied. Gu Feng remarked, I previously thought your claims of a divine weapon were mere fabrications, and I did not pay much heed to your tales. What precisely is it? I have never deceived you, Yearning asserted. Although I once thought it merely a fable from storybooks, this weapon is said to have an enigmatic origin, forged from the connection that existed between the god of fire and the god of ice before their ascension. After their deification, it acquired a divine essence. Ordinary individuals cannot wield it. Only the chosen swordmaster, selected by the divine weapon itself, can harness its power. What is most remarkable is that once a divine weapon acknowledges its master, it not only aids them with divine strength in battle, but also gradually transforms the swordmaster's physical prowess, appearance, abilities, and even temperament. Thus, among the sword masters of divine weapons, one often finds extraordinary martial artists and strikingly beautiful individuals, men as handsome as Pan and women whose beauty could topple nations. Did you not hear Su Jing speak of this? Her position as a general was not merely a gift from her father, the ruler. The eyes are positioned before the ears because they are closer to the truth, Gu Feng mused. Yearning realized. No wonder the barracks buzz with discussions of General Shuang's beauty. You never seemed envious. It turns out you viewed her this way all along. Gu Feng countered. How should I regard figures like Bai Qing Shuang, Lian Hongye, and Shueli? They utilize our tax contributions yet fail to protect our homeland. Yearning fell silent for a moment before responding. I do not harbor hatred for them. From the beginning, we should not have relied on others. On the frozen lake. As the two battled fervently, an elderly man in white suddenly unleashed a strike with his spear, leaping back over 30 paces to halt his retreat. He then thrust his pure white sword forward in a seemingly perplexing manner. However, a surge of magnificent sword energy erupted from the blade, racing across the ice, shattering it into fragments until Bai Qing Shuang pierced through this energy with her spear. Sword energy! Yearning shouted again. That old man is a master of qi. As Yuanji Xinwing failed to land his first strike, he swiftly unleashed another wave of sword energy, following it with a continuous flurry of strikes. Bai Qing Shuang stood her ground, shattering each attack or redirecting it, resulting in ice fragments exploding around them, as if the very lake trembled beneath their feet. Moments later, the two had closed the distance to Gu and Yi, with sword energy flying perilously close to the shore. Yearning, torn between the fear of being inadvertently harmed and the irresistible allure of the fierce battle, found himself caught in an internal struggle. Suddenly, he observed that the misty sword energy, upon reaching the shore, would astonishingly be enveloped in a layer of green luminescence before vanishing swiftly. His heart stirred, and he gazed intently at the lake's surface, where he noticed the entire icy lake was emanating a faint green radiance, which encircled all murderous intent within its bounds. This phenomenon resembled the twilight light filtering through a window, illuminating countless particles of dust, yet its hue was far more extraordinary and resplendent. It is a barrier. Yearning was once again astounded. A barrier spanning 140 acres. Not bad, the great-eyed demon remarked in his heart. Look at the pavilion in the center of the lake. Following the voice, Yearning turned his gaze and saw that, in the pavilion which had been overlooked by others, the azure-skirted maid who had previously attended the white-robed elder was still present. At that moment, she was tilting her white jade vial, pouring something into the lake. And all the liquid emitting green radiance was emanating from that very spot, spreading in all directions. Artifacts, sword energy, barriers, these legendary elements he had only read about in books were now vividly unfolding before the young man's eyes. From the long sword, a massive fissure in the ice swiftly extended towards Bai Qing Shuang. As the ice river split open, yet Bai Qing Shuang surged upwards, brandishing his spear, and carved an icy path across the water towards the white-robed immortal. The frozen path he advanced upon contrasted sharply with the ever-cracking ice behind him, seemingly slicing through the boundary of dawn and dusk. As Bai Qing Shuang progressed, his speed intensified, shattering the sudden onslaught of sword energy that erupted from the lake, and ultimately, he thrust his spear to strike the hilt of the long sword. Come in, child. The elder finally spoke. This may very well be the last time I impart my knowledge to you. You wielders of artifacts, after just half a year apart, your bodies undergo transformations as if you have consumed 10 years' worth of elixirs. Your cultivation advances at an astonishing pace. My old body can hardly endure it. Chapter 21. The City of Cold Leaves 3. This pavilion offers a splendid view. Does it have a name? The elderly man inquired. Indeed, it is a fine line. Yet I recall that no one has ever fully grasped the meaning of this verse. What does it truly signify? The prince descends upon the northern shore. Immortal, might I ask the purpose of your visit to the City of Cold Leaves? In the Donghua Pavilion, Bai Qingxuang sat across from the esteemed Yuanji Xianwang. Inquiring about his intentions, Yuanji Xianwang replied, "It is merely a stop along my journey. I must attend to some matters in Zhangzhou and thought to visit you along the way." Observing Bai Qingxuang personally serving tea after intercepting a green-clad maid, Yuanji Xianwang let out a soft sigh and continued, "Furthermore, I implore you once more, Shuang'er, ascend the mountain." "I shall not go." Yuanji Xianwen was taken aback by such a firm refusal and could not help but chuckle at his own predicament. "Shuang'er, the sects of Hanjin uphold the heavenly way. Regardless of the commotion between the people of Songchao and Qianzhou, we must not become entangled. However, as you are a disciple of my Yuan family, it is feasible to extricate you alone. A great calamity looms over Lizhou. You find yourself in a perilous position. If you do not depart now, the opportunity shall never present itself again." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxuang's tea immediately formed a thin layer of ice as she realized she had momentarily lost her composure, inadvertently leaking her cold energy. Not wishing for Yuanji Xianwang to discern her inner turmoil, she promptly drained her cup and declared, "I am a general of the Zhu nation." "You may perish," he replied. "Within the city of cold leaves, there are 3,000 refugees. Within the Zhu nation, they number no less than 30,000. If the general departs, who will guard the nation? If the Bai Cheng family leaves, who will protect the people?" Yuanji Xianwang remained silent for a moment, then finally managed a wry smile, saying, "You are the last true Bai Cheng in this world. Alas, I cannot argue with you. Since that is the case, there is indeed a matter I wish to entrust to you." Yuanji Xianwang beckoned a nearby green-clad maid, who immediately smiled and respectfully bowed to Bai Qingxuang. "Your fellow disciple, named Tang Wandi, is also from Cold Leaves. She was taken to the mountain by Yuan Jing at the age of 12 to cultivate the path of Yuan Jing." "The Tang family?" Bai Qingxuang scrutinized the beautiful young girl before her, understanding that as a fellow disciple, she ought to look after her. "Thank you, elder sister." Tang Wandi expressed her gratitude. Exceptional martial talent is not as common as cabbages by the roadside. It is not easily encountered. To find both you and Xiao Dai in this city is already a testament to the spirit of the land," Yuanji Xianwang remarked. "If not, Luer is a general here and knows many martial artists. Could she not provide me with some guidance?" "Immortal, do not speak of guidance. I am unworthy of it," Bai Qingxuang replied, raising her delicate hand to point towards the northern waters, saying, "There are 2 young individuals over there, likely of considerable aptitude." Yuanji Xianwen was momentarily taken aback, staring at Bai Qingxuang for some time. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, her finger steadfastly directed northward. Only then did Yuanji Xianwang's expression shift as he exclaimed, "Luer, if you do not wish to ascend the mountain, then so be it. Why must you be so dismissive of my old self? How can you casually point to someone by the roadside and claim them as a talent? Have the past years truly transformed the city of Cold Leaves into a place where extraordinary abilities abound?" The 2 individuals were soldiers under General Lian, who had joined the military through the Snow Dragon Slopes martial examination, reportedly excelling in their performance. The old sage, Yuanji, shook his head repeatedly and remarked, "There is no reason to arbitrarily point one out by the roadside. I cannot believe it. This experience is likely just a fabrication spun by Shuang'er." He sighed, "Very well. I shall take a look. Xiao Dai, keep a close watch on your senior sister. Do not let her escape during this moment." The 2 young women chuckled in response. How could the senior sister possibly run away? Tang Yuandai smiled. Yuanji paid them no further heed and walked out of the cave pavilion, stepping onto the lake's surface, whereupon his entire form transformed into countless droplets of water, splashing into the lake. Subsequently, a white wave surged from the point of impact, heading straight towards the 2 young men on the northern shore of the lake, Gufeng and Yiziki. Initially, Yiziki, upon witnessing the old man in white dissolve into water droplets, immediately recognized it as the water escape technique and excitedly pointed it out to Gufeng. However, when he saw the wave rushing directly towards them, his expression changed drastically. He thought, "This is bad. I was so engrossed in the spectacle that I forgot he is a powerful exorcist, while I am merely a monster. Has he recognized my true form and come to eliminate me?" Just as he was filled with trepidation, the white wave crashed against the rocky shore, sending splashes soaring half a zhang high, then hovering in midair. Yuanji emerged atop the crest of the wave, his 7-foot-tall figure standing majestic upon the towering surge, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yiziki hesitated, while Gufeng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind him. Yuanji regarded them with a somewhat skeptical gaze. the combination of his imposing presence and the backlight rendering his countenance both dignified and formidable. However, amidst the astonished stares of the two youths, Yung's eyes first widened in surprise, then narrowed into slits. "Young man," he bent down towards Gu Feng. "Do you wish to become my disciple?" Yiziki gasped in astonishment, glancing at Gu Feng, while Gu Feng simply inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Yung, an elder of the Cold Mountain Yuan sect," he explained. The name Yuan is derived from the spring and autumn annals, which states, "The one Yuan is the great beginning." It signifies our sect's purpose, to gather like-minded individuals who seek the one Yuan doctrine in the world, dedicating their lives to the path and passing it down through generations. Your heart is steady, your spirit focused, and there is wisdom in your gaze. You seek solitude and possess endurance, which aligns perfectly with our sect's attributes. Hence, I wish to accept you as my disciple. Cold Mountain. Yiziki repeated the name in a daze, then tugged at Gu Feng's sleeve, urgent with concern. Yiziki feared that Gu Feng, lacking knowledge about exorcists and Cold Mountain, might not grasp the weight of the situation and miss this monumental opportunity. Yet, Gu Feng was not oblivious, despite his ignorance of such matters. He had witnessed the old man's prowess with the sword energy above the lake. "If I agree to join your sect, what will happen next?" Gu Feng queried. "Then I cannot agree to your request," he replied. Gu Feng raised his hand, pointing at Yiziki. "I cannot leave my brother here alone." "Gu Feng," Yiziki hastily exclaimed, "this is no jest, Hans Han. Every year, as we bid farewell to the departed, the funeral song echoes, soul, where is the north? The north has Hans Han. Those who venture forth shall become masters, no longer enduring this wretched existence of awaiting death day by day." Gu Feng furrowed his brow and retorted, "Speak plainly, there is no need to spray saliva in my face." Yiziki was speechless, yet the venerable Yung Xianwing chuckled, "Young man, there is no need for you to persuade him further. Your brother shares our kindred spirit, possessing clarity of thought, discerning the weight of matters, and knowing what truly matters." He then addressed Gu Feng, "To cultivate the way, one must focus the heart. If you hold him in your thoughts, it is simply not yet time for your ascent. There is no rush. The days ahead are long. When you are ready to seek the way, you may traverse Qianzhou and visit my Yuan sect." Yiziki opened his mouth then closed it again, for he was but a half-demon, and in the presence of such formidable exorcists, he dared not speak further, lest he reveal his true nature. Yung Xianweng laughed. "Ah, young man, there is no need for anger. Though your aptitude for martial arts may be ordinary, you possess a heart of pure benevolence, a rarity surpassing even the most exceptional martial talents. It has been long since I have witnessed such a pure soul. Were you to have friends of your caliber, I would be loath to part with you easily. Remember, do not make too many friends. You are too quick to offer your life for others." Yiziki silently criticized the old man for speaking such nonsense to a demon. The elder was quite pleased with their encounter. Although Gu Feng had not agreed to join their ranks, those who pursue the way place great faith in fate. The fact that this youth was singled out by Cheng Shuang amidst thousands in the cold city of Hanyi indicates a connection to their Yuan sect. There would surely be a day of destiny. Moreover, he had pressing matters in Songzhou. Even if Gu Feng had consented, he could not whisk him away immediately. The current outcome was, in fact, quite satisfactory. Furthermore, the youth's remarkable potential suggested that his disciple, by Cheng Shuang, was genuinely recommending talent rather than merely appeasing the old man. Reflecting on this brought warmth to Yung Xianweng's heart. Suddenly, the elder's smile froze. In the Donghua pavilion, the last remaining girl, Tang Wandi, trembled as she spoke, her hands frozen to the stone table. "Senior sister has run away." Yung Xianweng. Chapter 22. The City of Cold Leaves 4. By the lakeside of autumn wind, beneath the willow trees. The young men gazed into the distance as the immortal figures gradually faded away. "Why did you not agree?" Yiziki lamented, a look of regret etched across his face. Gu Feng replied, "Yiziki, you were so engrossed in your studies at the library. Why did you choose to step out and pursue martial arts? I discerned your exceptional talent for martial cultivation long ago and decided to follow you. Was it not 3 years ago that you declared this to me? I once expressed my concern," Yiziki continued, "for the books I read described individuals like me as weak scholars, adept at grandiloquent discourse yet utterly incapable of action when it truly mattered. I did not wish to become such a person, which is why I harbored the ambition to learn martial arts. However, I lacked the resolve to act upon it until I encountered you, which solidified my determination." Indeed, Gu Feng remarked, "in our town, there are several others who share similar aspirations. Those who, blessed with striking appearances, diligently hone their skills to avoid being perceived merely as ornaments. Those with parents in positions of power, who strive to be frugal and not be labeled as debauched youth. In essence, there is a strong desire to break free from the character archetypes that stories seem to impose upon us. I share this sentiment. Intrigued, Yaziki inquired. Such individuals are ambitious indeed, but what role do you embody in the tales? One who forsakes family and devotes oneself to the pursuit of enlightenment. Ultimately, upon attaining the Tao, one realizes that the true essence lies in the regret of a cherished person who, gray-haired, visits a grave to lament the past, Gu Feng replied. A rare impulse to laugh surged within Yaziki, yet the shimmering waters of the lake and his inability to swim, coupled with the prospect of being tossed into the lake by Gu Feng, restrained him. Trembling with suppressed laughter, he exclaimed, strangely enough, that truly resonates. It feels as if you are indeed that sort of person. Noting Yaziki's struggle to contain his mirth, Gu Feng suppressed his own urge to strike him and stated earnestly, I too do not wish to live such a cliché existence, as if scripted by others, replete with overused tropes. That is why I refrained from agreeing earlier. I do not want to live with regret. Moreover, the time is not yet ripe. Ah! Yaziki leaned closer, pointing to his own face. Then am I not your true Tao? Gu Feng suddenly regretted his earlier restraint. I should have struck you just now. On Yanhang Street, within the eaves of the tile-roofed buildings, the sound of the gavel struck against the cloudboard, resounding like the tumult of waves upon the heavenly river. Do not inquire whose head is unadorned. One seeks to part from dreams in the spring chamber. The storyteller on stage struck the cloudboard, his clear voice filling the hall. Esteemed audience, today the rivers and mountains are graced with light snow. To all who arrived early and those who come late, do not forget to don additional garments as you gather to listen to this old man's tale. Yaziki and Gu Feng squeezed into the crowd, the joyous sounds below reverberating against the roof. This was indeed the storytelling venue that Lian Hongye had spoken of to them. Today, the tale recounted by Yin Ziping was of the marauding bandits from Qianzhou who invaded Laizhou 15 years prior. On the stage, the seasoned performer stood behind a large table, adorned with a paper fan, a small coin basket, and a block of wood, holding an iron plate. He cleared his throat and began. The heroes of 6 provinces converge at Ma, precisely when the sword is pointed towards the western pass. As the emperor of the esteemed Song dynasty, I have gathered the troops from the 6 provinces to venture into the vast wilderness, intent on vanquishing the malevolent forces. However, news of our endeavor reached the Fire Khan of Qianzhou. That wretch, adept at seizing opportunities in chaos, immediately dispatched the horse King E2 of Qianzhou with 50,000 horse bandits to invade our Laizhou, aiming to breach the Langya Pass and slaughter his way into Zhongzhou. At this juncture, whether the familiar patrons seated on the dragon-beard benches or the businessmen listening for free at the back, the audience's enthusiasm surged. Holding their breath in eager anticipation, the performer struck the wooden block emphatically and continued, but how could we in Laizhou remain idle? The lords of the 5 nations convened the Laizhou conference to deliberate strategies for repelling the enemy. To discuss this gathering, dear audience, we must first illuminate the grand situation of Laizhou. The 5 nations of Laizhou, Igua, Jugua, Qinghua, Minghua, and Lanjiaguo comprise one major nation and 4 minor ones, presided over by the sovereign of the formidable Langya, Xiaozhan. Indeed, as the thunder rumbles and the drums resound, the valiant generals arise from the northern mountains. At the Laizhou conference, the sovereign of Langya summoned the esteemed General Lu Bo and inquired, can we rescue Tianshui, besieged by the horse bandits? Lu Bo replied, the path is long and treacherous. Rescue is difficult. The sovereign then called upon General Zhao Dian, who echoed Lu Bo's sentiments. Hearing the words of these 2 illustrious leaders, the Assembly of Lords understood that Tianshui was beyond salvation. Tianshui, after all, is the capital of Igua, and the envoy from Igua wore a countenance of utter despair. As the performer spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave, tightening the audience's emotions in tandem. Suddenly, he exclaimed with fervor, shifting his tone, at this critical juncture. A general emerged from the ranks, boldly declaring, the sovereign of Igua is leading an expedition against the malevolent realm of the wilderness, a noble sacrifice for the world. Now that his homeland is in peril, we cannot forsake it. The sovereign Shao was astounded and asked, can you rescue it, general? The general responded, the path is perilous. Akin to 2 mice fighting in a burrow, only the brave may prevail. Dare you contest with the horse king in valor? Indeed, the proclamation astonished all, and the envoy from Igua was moved to tears. Immediately, the sovereign summoned 50,000 troops, commanding the valiant general to lead the charge to rescue Tianshui City. At this point, dear audience, You must have surmised the identity of this valiant general, have you not? Indeed. It is none other than the revered General Lian Hongye of Jugwa, known as the Iron Wall. As the narrative reached this thrilling climax, applause erupted from dozens in the hall. The atmosphere exuberantly charged. Even Yi Ziki and Gu Feng were entranced, for even after 15 years, the figure of that individual remained an enduring source of admiration. The seasoned performer continued. Having received the royal command, General Lian set forth with 50,000 troops. However, upon reaching the outskirts of Hanya City, alongside the official road from Tianshui to Hanya City, General Lian unexpectedly ordered the army to encamp there, halting any further advance towards Tianshui City. Declaring to his troops, "Those who advise against military action shall face death." The horse bandits, upon hearing of General Lian's approach, fortified their defenses while intensifying their assault on Tianshui. The sound of the wooden clapper echoed once more, eliciting resounding applause from the audience of all ages. They seemed to embody the beleaguered citizens of Tianshui City, who, after enduring a fortnight of siege, found themselves in a moment of despair as the sun dipped low and the city gates swung open, only to behold an endless tide of reinforcements surging forth from the horizon. The two forces combined their might, engaging in a decisive battle against the formidable Ma Wang on the southern bank of the majestic He River. The river, coursing for miles, were witness to the blood of countless souls, while the bones of the fallen still haunted the realm of Qianzhou. With a final resounding clap, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The guests, elated by the performance, were naturally inclined to offer generous tokens of appreciation. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng, seizing the moment, contributed their share as well. Subsequently, the leading performers sought respite and nourishment, prompting the audience to eagerly disperse from the tent. Chapter 23. The City of Cold Leaves. 5. From the sounds around, it seemed a carriage had struck someone, driven by a cruel master of considerable influence. Yi Gu and his companion, being outsiders, had no intention of causing trouble. They merely cast a glance and prepared to move aside. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was drawn back. Yi Ziki halted. "It's nothing, my lord, just an unfortunate obstacle in the way. Let us proceed swiftly." "Yes, my lord." The individual knocked to the ground was a thin, frail man of around 40, who, barely lifting himself off the ground, found the horse's hoofs raised before him once more, and, in a state of panic, cried out, "Ah!" Just as the hoof was about to descend, an arm suddenly reached into his line of sight, halting the horse. The brutish driver snorted. "You dare meddle? No, I seek an audience with your master." The youth replied, standing firm. "Bah!" The driver retorted, "Who do you think you are? Do you know who rides within?" "I do," the youth declared. He certainly recognized that man. A mere glance was sufficient for him to identify him without doubt. He raised his head and called out toward the carriage, "Mr. Tang, a member of the Yi family from Beishan Town requests your presence." The driver, incensed, bellowed at the audacity of a country bumpkin from Beishan Town to disturb a personage of such stature. Yet, shortly thereafter, the curtain was indeed drawn back, revealing none other than Tang Zhao, the man who had once sent a piece of song brocade to Beishan Town, causing quite a stir, and who had been betrothed to Yiling Sha. "It is you?" Tang Zhao's gaze fell. "Where is your sister?" "My apologies for the abruptness," Yi Ziki replied. "I have urgent news regarding my sister. About a month ago, bandits from Qianzhou invaded my hometown, and during that time, my sister was killed by them." "What?" Tang Zhao exclaimed. "What are the items I sent?" "They were all burned. The bandits set fire to Beishan Town, and I alone escaped from the Yi family. To seek vengeance, I joined the army under General Lian of the Second Guard, and I have now come into the city with the troops." "Humph," Tang Zhao scoffed. Pulling down the curtain, "Leave." The carriage resumed its journey, departing before Yi Ziki. "Must it be this way?" Gu Feng, supporting the elderly man who had just been knocked down, stood beside Yi Ziki and inquired. "Yes," Yi Ziki replied. "My mother always taught me that the Yi family does not exploit others. Wherever we have wronged someone, we must provide an explanation. This is the virtue of the Yi clan. Now, I am all that remains of the Yi family, and it falls upon me to offer this explanation." Gu Feng understood that Yi Ziki bore animosity towards Tang Zhao, yet for the sake of the Yi family's honor, he suppressed his disdain and wore a complex expression. "Gu Feng," Yi Ziki continued, "currently, we lack funds. Once we have accumulated enough military pay, we shall repay the Tang family for the items they sent." Gu Feng nodded silently. Inside the carriage, the steward carefully observed Tang Zhao's countenance. "Old Liu," Tang Zhao called out. "Yes." Steward Liu responded immediately. "Tomorrow, I shall find someone to teach that young man a lesson." The compensation his family owes me is worth more than his life. My lord, it is done. In this bustling city, life presents itself in myriad forms. As the sun dipped below the horizon, two youths, weary from their wanderings, arrived at an inn and requested two separate rooms. Yearning entered his chamber and closed the door. The twilight was settling outside. He approached the window, leaning against the sill, gazing out at the cityscape, and murmured to himself, "Are you satisfied now?" The empty room offered no reply. Indeed, a voice echoed within Yearning's heart. Though solitary, two spirits lingered. They had incessantly clamored to witness the wonders of the grand city. And now I have granted you ample sight. In the future, as I learn the ways of the spirits, you too shall allow me to learn abundantly, Yearning proclaimed. Oh, the large-eyed spirit inquired. Have you made a decision? You spent an entire month on Shuilong Slope without resolving your thoughts. What has suddenly changed your mind? Or perhaps, to put it more accurately, what has made you despair? Indeed, it is quite a challenge to decide, Yearning sighed. Had I not encountered the individuals I did today, I might have remained indecisive for a lifetime. The world is chaotic, and I am uncertain how long this life of mine may endure. If I must meet my end, it seems preferable to do so as an ordinary person rather than as a disgraced spirit. Even if my identity were fabricated, at least someone would come to claim my remains. If I had never laid eyes on them, Yearning shook his head, yet I have seen them, Lian Hongye, by Qingxuan. The transcendent Yuan sure. Now I am aware that such individuals exist in this world, embodying such realms, living in such a manner, and weaving such narratives. I cannot help but yearn for the same aspirations, to ascend to their heights, to stand alongside them and behold the same vistas they do. Perhaps, even those spirits dwelling in the depths of hell might, before their demise, catch a glimpse of the heavenly realms. In light of such contemplations, concerns about posthumous reputation or who will claim my remains seem trivial. Yearning stared vacantly as the white clouds danced above Hanya City. Meanwhile, beneath the same sky, two young women were bidding farewell to an elder. Immortal elder, is that young man truly as remarkable as he seems? By Qingxuan inquired. Frost. He is one you recommended to me. Could you not leave me with some hope, so I do not feel as though you were merely toying with me before now? Reluctant to part with him at this moment, the elder Yuanshe replied with a touch of resignation. How could that be? Bai Qingxuan smiled, her voice maintaining a serene consistency even when joyful. Tang Wandi, witnessing this, swallowed hard. She recalled how Bai Qingxuan had, with that same smile, unwittingly frozen her hands while escaping from Dongbo Pavilion. Do you remember how, before descending the mountain, your uncle Yuanjing would often mutter peculiar prophecies atop Guanghan Peak? His foresight was always remarkably accurate. I have transcribed some of them, Yuanshe elder said, producing a piece of silk and handing it to Bai Qingxuan. As a disciple of my Yuani sect, this shall not be deemed a breach of celestial secrets. Bai Qingxuan received the silk paper and, after a brief pause, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, immortal Yuanji. This will suffice. The immortal Yuanji softly chanted a sword incantation, causing the long sword behind him to detach and float gracefully in midair. I shall remember your teachings, Bai Qingxuan affirmed. In an instant, a beam of sword light pierced through the air, and the elder in white gracefully soared into the heavens, gradually fading from view. Bai Qingxuan lingered in place for a considerable time. Sister? Tang Wandi inquired with concern. It's nothing, Bai Qingxuan replied with a smile. I merely feel that the city has truly grown cold. At a loss for words, Tang Wandi watched as Bai Qingxuan lifted her hand and unfurled the silk paper, saying, It seems that immortal Yuanjing is indeed your master. Let us take a look together. Intrigued by her words, Tang Wandi moved closer, the previous distance between them dissipating entirely. The two women leaned in to examine the silk paper, where they beheld characters that were robust and ancient, meticulously inscribed. As winter deepens, the eagles gather in the abode of the divine. In the homeland of the gods, the eagles converse. As winter deepens, the king makes his moves. This winter across the 9 provinces has grown profound. What ought to be attained remains unattained. What ought to perish remains unperished. The eagles descend, the divine has not perished. Whose voice can reach the midnight of winter, resounding long, concealing the bones that lie scattered upon the earth. Winter has arrived. Without a trace of mercy or warmth, winter has arrived. Adapted from Heise's poem Autumn. Chapter 24. The Path of Demons. 1. The name of the Fengxi and has long been acclaimed by literary figures of the Han Yi era, as it resonates with the phrase wind rests, suggesting that when the wind ceases, leaves fall to the ground. Thus aligning with the poetic inclination of the Han Yi poet who likens himself to drifting leaves. From this name alone, one can discern that the innkeeper is a learned individual. The arrangement of the guest room exudes an air of elegance, featuring a bed, a small table, 2 stools, and a lantern for reading. As dusk fell, Yizeki ignited the lantern and, sitting upright at the desk, proclaimed, "I am prepared. May I be taught the path of demons?" "Come into the inner sea," replied the ancient demon with a commanding tone. Following his instruction, Yizeki closed his eyes and entered the inner sea, and in an instant, he believed he beheld the sun. Unlike his previous 2 ventures into the inner sea, this time, the surroundings were no longer shrouded in darkness. Instead, he appeared to have entered a grand palace. The palace lacked windows that could let in light, nor were there any flames illuminating the space. The only source of light emanated from the enormous golden eye of the ancient demon, suspended in midair, casting a radiant glow that encircled Yizeki. The visibility was exceedingly limited. He could only discern the floor beneath him, gleaming like gold, resembling precious stone, while the illuminated columns of the hall shimmered with a smooth, golden hue. It bore a striking resemblance to the historically renowned Golden Palace. Yizeki glanced around and inquired, "Old demon, may I take a couple of tiles with me? That way, I shall never have to worry about money again." The ancient demon's eye narrowed, responding, "If you're afraid, you may open your eyes now and leave this place. There is no need for such frivolous banter. Focus and gather your courage." Yizeki furrowed his brow. "What nonsense. Let us commence without delay." "Very well," the ancient demon acquiesced. "The path of demons is also a practice of the Tao, wherein one absorbs the essence of heaven and earth to nourish the demon's body. You must comprehend the path of demons with a human heart. This can be interpreted as follows. The essence of a demon is merely the word anomaly." As his words fell, a large bronze mirror, standing at the height of a man, suddenly emerged from the ground, facing Yizeki and reflecting his own image. In this world, anomalies abound. For instance, the figure in the mirror is an exact replica of yourself. However, when you raise your left hand, the mirrored figure raises its right hand. Yizeki followed the instruction and, true to the ancient demon's words, remarked, "Do you mean that anomaly signifies a reversal of left and right?" To expand further, it implies an inversion of up and down, a disruption of yin and yang. "Look again," the ancient demon instructed. Yizeki turned his gaze back to the bronze mirror, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a monstrous creature. It bore long horns, sharp fangs, wings, and a hairy body, resembling a wild man. Yizeki staggered back 2 steps in shock, and the demon in the mirror mimicked his retreat, mirroring his every movement. A chill ran down Yizeki's spine as he realized that the reflection revealed his true self, a monstrous visage. The ancient demon mused, "Beneath the guise of normalcy lies the imperceptible anomaly. Within the semblance of the anomalous resides the essence of truth. Perhaps the greatest anomaly in this world is that it can be explained using so many conventional principles." Clang. The sudden clang startled the large-eyed creature, causing it to glance downwards from its lofty perch, only to see Yizeki smashing the bronze mirror with a punch. "If you wish to speak of metaphysics, there is no need," Yizeki declared, stepping over the shattered mirror. He raised his chin and proclaimed, "If one day I were to become that reflection in the mirror, I would soar to Qianzhou, claim a mountain peak, and capture passing bandits for sustenance. Therefore, there is no need for such empty bravado. Grant me the power for vengeance. For I desire to cultivate the path of demons, and I shall never regret it, even if it brings me closer to the realm of monsters." Yizeki seemed to grasp the old demon's cryptic warning, understanding that pursuing the demonic path would alter not only his body, but also his heart, thoughts, and everything else, leading to an aberration of his essence. But what of it? Even if it meant drawing nearer to the monsters. The demon's eye remained silent for a moment before instructing, "Sit down, focus your mind, and direct your energy to the lower dantian." Yizeki complied, settling into a meditative posture as the demon's eye continued. "Concentrate your energy at Baihui, follow the governing meridian, descend to Yuzhen, and reach Tianshu." Yizeki paused at these words, exclaiming, "In my past martial training, I always began at Huin, working my way to Baihui. You now possess a physique more akin to the demon race than to humanity," the demon explained. "The flow of demonic energy operates in opposition to that of human cultivation." After imparting the complete methodology of demonic cultivation and breathing techniques, Yizeki diligently practiced, spending an hour in the inner sea, ultimately managing to circulate the demonic energy through one cycle. This exercise in the inner sea is merely a simulation. Soon, I will open all your energy points, and you will perform another cycle of circulation. This shall be your daily routine." "Very well," Yizeki responded, now that I have opened my eyes. Shall I not first bow to you 3 times and prostrate myself 9 times as a gesture of respect for taking you as my master?" The large-eyed creature scoffed dismissively. "There is no need for that. My purpose in teaching you the path of demons is to enhance your abilities, enabling you to traverse the 9 provinces and fulfill our agreement. Moreover, you could hardly regard a demon that may seize your body at any moment as a respected master like the elders of the Gu family or Su Jing. Indeed, you are perceptive, and your self-awareness is commendable." Yiziki raised his voice. "You impudent rascal." The large-eyed creature recalled its previous taunts directed at Yiziki, ready to retaliate. But Yiziki had already opened his eyes. The desk lamp remained bright, though it paled in comparison to the brilliance of the old demon's gaze, which felt far more amiable now. Demonic techniques, particularly those wielded by lesser demons, often rely on external conduits, the large-eyed demon elaborated. Plants, trees, and flowers can serve as such conduits, functioning similarly to the treasures cultivated by humans over many years. However, it is likely due to the demon race's closer affinity with nature that they seldom craft specific tools, instead opting to utilize materials readily available. I understand this. I wish to know how many types of demonic techniques exist in the world and how many I can master. Many. Just as exorcism techniques include various arts such as Taoist techniques, 5 elements arts, sealing arts, and spirit control arts, demonic techniques are categorized into the 5 elements of demons. Illusion arts, curse arts, soul-stealing arts, and necromancy, among others. The extent of your learning is contingent upon the willingness of this esteemed being to impart knowledge. Yet it ultimately hinges upon the profundity of your own cultivation. Only through deep cultivation can one acquire a multitude of skills. But how does one measure this depth? Is it akin to a millennium-old demon? Alas, I cannot live that long. Such longevity eludes you, as you possess the lifespan of a human. Conversely, humanity reigns as the pinnacle of creation, advancing in the arts of cultivation at a pace far surpassing that of the demon clan. By cultivating demonic arts with a human soul, your progress could exceed that of ordinary demons by 10-fold or more. Consider the venerable Master Yuanji, who, despite less than a century of practice, can contend with millennia-old demons. As for the degrees of cultivation, the path of demons is categorized into 9 realms. A detailed explanation would be lost on you, yet I shall provide you with a mnemonic to remember. The first realm is the underworld, the second is the mortal realm. The third involves the perfection of the inner elixir, the 4th and 5th solidify the inner elixir, the 6th, 7th, and 8th pertain to great demon sages, and the 9th culminates in the unveiling of the heavens. Presently, you reside in the second realm of the mortal realm, for when I initially entered your being, my presence was unsteady, and I was thus drained of decades of demonic power. Previously, your inability to harness energy meant that any meager cultivation you possessed was akin to placing gold into a rat's burrow, beyond your grasp. Yiziki, reflecting on the elder demon's loss of decades of cultivation, could not help but feel a twinge of resentment, but chose not to punctuate their conversation with further criticism. Instead, he inquired, "How is cultivation among humans classified? Is it similarly divided into 9 realms?" Chapter 25, The Demon Path 2, How could it be? Each sect has its own interpretations. For instance, the Taoist school categorizes its practices into 3 realms: tranquil heart, pure heart, and icy heart. The Buddhist tradition, on the other hand, delineates its teachings into 3 major doctrines: ultimate dharma, pure dharma, and supreme dharma. When it comes to spirit beasts, such as those wielded by spirit manipulators, each possesses unique characteristics, rendering it difficult to establish a hierarchy. Is there truly no unified standard of measurement? After a moment of contemplation, the great demon spoke. There is indeed one. 15 years ago, the emperor of the Song dynasty mobilized troops from 6 states to venture into the great wilderness and summoned a vast assembly of demon slayers from across the realm, gathering an immense number of practitioners. To efficiently and judiciously command and allocate this force, the Demon Extermination Bureau discreetly classified them into 6 ranks, a fact that emerged after the conclusion of the war. According to this standard, individuals like Shui and Bai Qingxuang would be classified as 3rd rank, while Lin Hongye and the old man Yuan Ji would fall into the 2nd rank. In the northern border of Lizhou, the only one who could be classified as 1st rank is said to be the former ruler of Yi Nation, Yin Changqin, who, 15 years ago in the Great Wilderness, famously vanquished the Qin demon with a single performance of Companions of Tianshan. Yiziki was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing Does this not refer to the individual hailed as a hero by General Lian Hongye at the Lijiao conference 15 years ago? Where would I stand in this ranking? Yiziki could not help but inquire. Huh, the old demon scoffed. If I were to cast you into the great wilderness, how many hours do you think you would survive? These are figures who command armies. With your abilities, even defeating 7 bandits would cost you a life, let alone stepping into the threshold of the 6th rank. Ahem. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us return to the topic of demonic arts. How many techniques can you currently employ? 3. The first one I learned was utilized a year ago when I defeated Gu Feng. It is the corrosion technique that causes weapons to decay. During the incantation, I buried my sword amidst a pile of rotting leaves and cast the spell upon it. The second is the raccoon hiding technique, which I used while evading wolves in the mountains. I also know a leaf-tearing guiding technique, but beyond that, any other techniques I have studied, I struggle to wield effectively. Oh, the great demon mused. So, all the spells you know utilize leaves as a medium. What could be the reason for this? Is it perhaps due to the presence of leaf in your name? The old demon appears to possess a sense of humor. It might be because I have devoted considerable effort each year to crafting leaf bookmarks, resulting in frequent contact with them, Yiziki replied. Crafting bookmarks? Though a trivial endeavor, it can be considered a form of spellcraft, which explains your proficiency. The great demon remarked. As the saying goes, a single leaf can obscure one's vision. Many formidable illusions utilize leaves as a medium, as leaves belong to the wood element. You should focus on this discipline. In winter, tender leaves are scarce. You must venture into the inner sea. What purpose does this serve? You have yet to dissipate your earlier ire, and now you wish for me to enter and strike me? You impudent rascal! I do not stoop to your level. With that, Yiziki closed his eyes. Upon entering the inner sea, a wooden bookshelf appeared before him, identical in style to that of the Yi family library. Yiziki picked up the books within and leafed through them. Records of the land of 9 provinces, ancient chronicles of the cold deity, strange tales of the Song nation. Even these tomes appeared familiar, prompting him to exclaim in wonder. These are the few volumes I rescued from the library you set ablaze. Some of them contained bookmarks you had crafted, and he extracted a few, holding them tightly, eyes wide open. Following his instructions, Yiziki opened his eyes again. And to his astonishment, he found several green leaves in his hands, truly brought forth from the inner sea. Old demon. Let us deliberate further on the matter of me. Revealing a couple of gold tiles, he focused on his dantian, circulating his energy in a complete cycle, finally releasing the power from the Tensu endpoint to manipulate the leaves in his grasp. Yuziki then fell silent, practicing his demonic technique. Half an hour later, he concluded his practice and opened his eyes, spreading his 10 fingers, releasing his demonic energy from the 10 acupoints. Under the guidance of the old demon, he cautiously extended the energy towards the leaves laid upon the table, the demonic essence resembling an invisible serpent, sinuously lifting the leaf. The leaf quivered slightly. Yiziki felt a surge of exhilaration. Do not lose focus. He carefully channeled his demonic power, holding his breath and fixating on that small leaf. Why don't you just slap it? Keep your hands away. The candlelight within the lantern flickered, as if the shadows of bygone days were resurrected. Grandfather, what are you doing? This is sorcery, my dear grandson. Grandfather, teach me. Very well, I shall impart it to my precious grandson. Be cautious, my dear, and cleanse the leaf thoroughly. When the incantation escapes your lips, that is your magical power. Close your eyes, let your heart wander, one word at a time. And spring shall descend into the bowl. If the leaf does not become a bookmark, it may only remain green for a season, but if it transforms into a bookmark, it shall stay verdant throughout the year. Grandfather is but an old leaf, yet my grandson shall someday become a bookmark, evergreen for a year, destined to be nestled within fine volumes. Grandfather, I do not comprehend. Ha, little Chi, once I save enough funds, I shall send you to the grand city to learn from those learned scholars. My grandson possesses great talent, capable of understanding any text. He is a leaf destined to become a bookmark and will surely astonish those old scholars. Grandfather, what shall I learn from the scholars? Learn sorcery. You see, just as with making bookmarks, once you master the sorcery, you will be able to create many wondrous things with leaves, enabling them to fly, leap, akin to a little field mouse. Is sorcery truly so formidable? Haha, indeed. Tell me, dear grandson, do you wish to learn? I wish to learn. Haha, splendid. Grandfather will certainly ensure you learn. I wish to learn. I truly wish to learn. Suddenly, the leaves upon the table stood upright. 2 leaf lobes propped against the table, resembling legs, began to walk, and then, unexpectedly, they leaped into a dance. Excellent. The demonic energy is flowing. Young one, once you attain mastery, you shall be able to study even more advanced demonic arts. Why are you shedding tears? I am not. This demon form possesses but a single large eye. Can it truly be unseen? It is for the sake of humanity that you, as a creature of the dark, cannot comprehend. The leaves danced upon the table, their movements growing swifter and more agile, as if 10 invisible threads intertwined the leaves with the fingers of Yiziki, bridging the realms of past and future. Chapter 26. The Demon Path. 3. I initially believed that a child of your age would be more exhilarated at this moment. Yet to my surprise, you wept. Why the excitement? Because you have begun to grasp the true essence of power. The great demon spoke. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, there exist countless sorcerers and warriors, most of whom base their practices on the cultivation of the path. However, irrespective of whether one practices the Taoist arts of tranquility and clarity or the Buddhist teachings of serenity and supreme methods, these paths ultimately manifest through various techniques to yield results. The martial techniques of humanity are akin to the sorcery of my kind. Few individuals, be they human or demon, achieve mastery over their art throughout their lifetime. The synergy of diverse techniques in actual combat produces effects that transcend mere accumulation of prowess. The evaluation of human warriors' combat capabilities is classified into the 6 ranks of celestial masters. Setting aside the objective of vanquishing foes, battles among the strong often unfold as life and death gambles, where the unique circumstances of each encounter inspire the creation of novel ways to synergize one's techniques while simultaneously seeking and exploiting the weaknesses in the enemy's sorcery. Such conflicts are nothing short of artistic contests, imbued with power, wisdom, and inspiration. Even now, in the dead of night, these confrontations are unfolding across the boundless lands of the 9 provinces. This realm is an immense battlefield. Although you have learned to wield a sword in combat, it is only when you wield that leaf that you truly grasp the weapon that permits you to step onto this battlefield. Does this not warrant your excitement? Yizicheng listened intently. Within the old demon's words, he envisioned a vast tapestry of starry skies. Are there fundamental skills of the demon path that I still need to learn? Indeed, yet you are weary tonight. Rest, and we shall continue tomorrow. No, I can persevere. The old demon fell silent. Would it not be better to learn swiftly and venture forth, allowing this old monster, who has been cooped up in a library, to witness the wonders of the 9 provinces? Impudent child. What you are destined to learn is a technique known as the 8 Gods Fall Palace formula. This technique is notoriously difficult to master. Yet you have already breached its threshold during your time in the library at Beishan Town. Hence you must continue your cultivation. This is also the technique you have employed most frequently. Is it the one I used against the horse bandits in Fengjiao? Precisely. The 8 Gods Fall Palace formula, also referred to as the 8 Gates of Extraordinary Power technique, is not strictly a technique per se. It temporarily activates all demonic energy while causing the heart to surge with a torrent of ferocious demon blood, allowing it to blaze through the body, thereby augmenting raw strength. Though the principle is simple, it is exceedingly practical. Must I still learn this? Is it not sufficient for you to channel your demonic energy into me? Certainly not. The 8 Gods Fall Palace formula also possesses incantations. Previously, I forcibly used my own demonic energy to surge through your meridians, which caused substantial harm to your body and should not be overused. If you were to guide this technique through your own cultivation, not only would the bodily harm be significantly reduced, but it would also prevent mental disorientation and overt demonic transformation. Is it truly permissible to unleash such power in public? I must certainly learn this. It is not so easily mastered. A single misstep could lead to obsession. However, let me first elucidate the intricacies of this enchanting art. The great demon sees the opportunity to exhibit his extensive age and knowledge. Speaking with the gravitas of a seasoned sage, the concept of the 8 gods originates from the remarkable tome, Chimanduanjia. It is said that this book was bestowed upon the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan by the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, aiding him in vanquishing the witch King Chiyu, thus containing profound mysteries. The 8 gods within the Chiman, also referred to as the 8 generals, commence from the Jifu situated in the north, in the Qin Palace, following the sequence of Jifu, Tengshi, Taiyin, Luhe, Baihu, Xianwu, Jiudi, and Jiutian. These deities serve as guardians of the 9 palaces and act as the igniting force for them, overseeing the 9 palaces of Kan, Kuan, Jin, Sen, Zhong, Qian, Dui, Jin, and Li. Regarding the Qin Palace within the human body, it resides in the true north. In the past, I observed the Jiuzhou Kanyu map, where the north is considered the uppermost position, aligning the upper part of the human body accordingly. I once heard a wandering physician articulate that the human organs are divided into upper, middle, and lower jiao, with the upper jiao comprising the heart and lungs. Moreover, the origin of this technique is said to emanate from the heart, which produces demonic blood, and since the Qin palace is the foremost among the 9, could it indeed represent the heart? Indeed, this was your first moment of opening your heart's door, allowing this presence to enter your being, while simultaneously the 8 gods descended, causing your vital essence to surge to at least the 6th palace, perhaps even the 7th. However, should the divine essence descend to the Jiudi, with blood entering the 8th palace, one faces the peril of irrevocable loss of vital essence. If the essence descends to the Jiutian, it results in complete depletion of blood, leading to certain demise. What a stroke of luck! Now that I comprehend the essence of this technique, can you impart to me the incantation to activate it? Remember, Duanjia often employs Tianyi, followed by the celestial serpent of Yin from the earth, dividing the 6 whites to the left and right of Zhu, known as the Yin-Yang 8 noble gods. The reverse and forward Ji-Fu governs the 7 gods. The earth should conceal while the heavens reveal their forces. Tai-Yin can be hidden within the earth, while the serpent beckons the land to contend. With this, Yi Ziki began to softly recite the incantation, attempting to awaken a unique demonic power within himself. As his magical energy began to flow, he experienced an indescribable sensation, as if a slumbering lion within him was awakening. The lion roared with impatience, yearning to break free from his body, yet unable to find an exit, causing his heart to throb painfully. Despite the agony, Yuziki persevered, chanting, "Follow the celestial serpent of the earth." Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. Enough. It seems you have yet to discover the key to unlocking the Jifu. Your vital essence is obstructed within your heart and lungs. Cease for now, recuperate, and revisit this in a few days. But I am not done. I can still recite the incantation, Yuziki growled. Yet, he found that every attempt to articulate the words sent searing pain through his heart, rendering him unable to speak. He stuffed his hands into his mouth, prying his jaws apart to utter, dividing to the left and right of Zhu. Overcome with pain, Yi Ziki toppled the table, and the fallen green leaves spontaneously ignited, mingling with his blood and tears. Just then, the wooden door of the guest room was knocked upon urgently. "Yi, what has happened? Open the door, open the door." Gu Feng pounded on the door, inquiring anxiously, fearful that the entire floor had been roused by Gu Feng. He was taken aback to find the room utterly silent. A sense of doubt crept into his mind as he resolutely extended his elbow and forcefully swung open the door. To his surprise, he realized it was merely a false alarm. He uttered, "There is nothing more. You should get some rest," before stepping back out of the room. Little did he know that from the moment he opened Yi Ziqi's door, a pair of leaves had been cast upon his eyelids. Meanwhile, the true Yi Ziqi lay on the ground, coughing up blood, bewildered by the events that had just transpired. This is the final matter I wish to convey to you. In dire circumstances, I too can wield certain sorceries through your vessel. The great I Demon declared. Chapter 27, The Enchantment 4. After the complete failure of his spell casting, Yuziki could no longer force himself and had no choice but to rest for the night. Early the next morning, the innkeeper knocked on the door and delivered some baked buns. Yuziki and Gu Feng shared a meal, and Yuziki spoke up. With one day left to move freely, I wish to visit the Cold Leaf Library in the east of the city. He intended to search for demon texts related to the 8 gods falling palace technique, while Gu Feng, believing that Yuziki's family managed the library, simply assumed he was curious about it and agreed without further thought. After their discussion, the two left the inn and were greeted by the serene morning scenery of Hanyi City. A morning mist had risen, enveloping the distant mountains in a shroud of bluish veil. The snow had melted considerably, and crows perched on the branches, cawing loudly. Few pedestrians graced the streets, but there were many vagrants. The biting cold wind seeped through their garments, causing everyone on the street to shiver. As they walked eastward, Yuziki continually observed the surroundings and the passers-by. His demon powers had enhanced his sensitivity to the flow of energy in the world, and after the previous night's enlightening words from the old demon, he now perceived the world in a profoundly different light, feeling a distinct separation from his former self. Countless thoughts floated in his mind like clouds, and he found his steps growing increasingly unsteady. A gaunt man of around 30 approached them, his complexion ashen, with beady eyes and clad only in a tattered cloth, resembling a beggar. As Yuziki and Gu Feng turned to face him, the man suddenly knelt before them, weeping. In this entire street, only you two are dressed as nobility. I beseech you, kind sirs, please save me. Feeling embarrassed, Yi Ziki replied, Old man, you are older than both of our uncles. Please do not call us sirs. Then what should I call you? Perhaps brother. Big brother. The man cried again. Have mercy on me. From now on, you shall be my grandfather, my living Buddha. What manner of person are you, and what troubles do you face? Gu Feng inquired. Wiping his tears, the man responded, I am Yearning. My family fled from the north to Hanyi City, but unexpectedly, our calamity seems endless. We have exhausted all our provisions, and my wife is about to give birth. Where is your wife now? Yi Ziki immediately asked. Enough talk, lead the way. Yi Ziki insisted. Gu Feng sighed. They were not wealthy individuals themselves, having only just exchanged their military pay for new clothes the previous day. However, this beggar had indeed approached the right people, for Yi Ziki was not one to turn a blind eye to suffering. It's just down this alley. We'll reach her soon, Yearning said, leading Yi Ziki and Gu Feng into a narrow passage. To their surprise, in this 2-meter-wide alley lay over 30 vagrants, all staring at them with vacant eyes. Yi Ziki, eager to help, felt uncomfortable under their gaze and urged, Hurry, move along. However, before they could pass through the alley, Yi Ziki suddenly felt a tug at his feet, causing him to stumble and fall. He couldn't help but chastise himself for being too hasty. But before he could regain his footing, darkness enveloped him as a burlap sack was thrown over his head. Yi Ziki was utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. A sharp pain pierced through his chest, akin to being struck by a powerful kick, followed by a heavy blow to his head. The excruciating agony compelled him to curl up, as if he were enveloped in a sack. Caught off guard. Caught off guard. Realization dawned upon Yi Ziki, and a wave of fury surged within him. Was it for wealth? Or something else? Before he could even contemplate the reason, he found himself spitting blood, consumed by regret. After enduring a barrage of kicks, the onslaught from outside showed no signs of relenting. A chill crept into Yi Ziki's heart. These ruffians genuinely intended to beat him to death. He struggled desperately to break free, but tearing open the burlap sack proved to be no simple feat. After being knocked down yet again, Yi Ziki gritted his teeth and recited a mantra. The art of evasion shall ride upon the celestial steed, followed by the serpentine shadows of heaven and earth. As he uttered the incantation, blood gushed forth. The weight of the spell felt more burdensome than the internal injuries inflicted by the relentless kicks. With his demonic energy surging, Yi Ziki felt his blood boil. Yet he could not break free. The dual assault from within and without caused a ringing in his ears, and his mind began to fog. Just then, he vaguely heard Gu Feng's furious roar, akin to a wild beast ensnared in the mountains. It struck him that Gu Feng was similarly trapped, enduring a beating from these thugs. Damn it! Yi Ziki finally shouted, his anger severing the shackles of his restraint, flooding his being with a torrent of rage that surged from his heart to his limbs. Dispersed the 6 whites of Zhu, known as the 8 noble spirits of Yin and Yang. The youth's voice erupted with fervor, and with a mighty effort, he tore the burlap sack apart from the inside. Hastily, Yi Ziki dashed towards Gu Feng's bag, fully prepared to fight his way through. However, to his astonishment, upon witnessing Yi Ziki's escape, the ruffians fled en masse, leaving only the rolling sacks behind. Yi Ziki immediately knelt down, unfastening the bag, and in a sudden motion, a hand shot out, gripping Gu Feng by the neck. Yi Ziki offered no resistance, and Gu Feng instantly recognized him. The two youths exchanged a breathless glance before releasing their holds, collapsing side by side. This was a matter of mere greed, not worth dying for. We must investigate this, Gu Feng panted. Yi Ziki nodded and leaned against the wall to steady himself. Did you not sense it beforehand? I thought you would have given a warning, Yi Ziki murmured. Young people ought to learn from their experiences. The voice of the great demon echoed in his mind. Do you remember that feeling just now? I've remembered. Rather, I have recalled it. The essence of the 8 divine palace technique lies in the hatred that fuels my demonic path, Yi Ziki replied, before collapsing onto the ground. Gu Feng, who had been following closely, paused in surprise. Yi Ziki silently gave a middle finger to his own eyeball. When Chen Wufu's imposing figure burst into the guest room, the space felt overwhelmingly cramped. What on earth happened between you two? Chen Wufu furrowed his brow. It is our incompetence. Yi and Gu replied in unison. We are ashamed. They added, their voices tinged with regret. Moreover, due to the influx of refugees into the city, the mingling of various factions has incited a tumultuous upheaval among the local gangs, resulting in a deterioration of public safety compared to former times. However, My second guard is not one to be trifled with. Should you two encounter further troubles, I shall arrange for your relocation outside the city. Yuziki felt a chill in his heart. This statement seemed to carry a warning. He hurriedly replied, "We would never dare to trouble the centurion again." Yet, before he could finish, Gu Feng interrupted, "Thank you, centurion." Chen Wufu refrained from further pleasantries and departed from the guest room. Yuziki, troubled, pondered the centurion's true intentions. "It is precisely that," Gu Feng remarked, rising to his feet and approaching the table, where he unwrapped the parcel brought by Chen Wufu, revealing 2 iron swords. "One must seek vengeance for one's own grievances. If trouble arises, we shall be sent outside the city to hide," Gu Feng continued. Yuziki, upon hearing this, felt a mix of joy and apprehension. So this is the kind intent. If we do not bring those rascals to justice, it would be a disservice to the centurion. But how shall we apprehend them? Gu Feng inquired. "There is indeed a method. Listen and see if it is feasible," Yuziki responded. "In fact, Feng Jiao is part of the group that entered the city this time." "Him?" Gu Feng replied. "I know that he previously mingled within the gang in Henicheng. But after you injured him during your martial examination, we have clashed with him frequently in the military camp over the past month. Will he assist us in finding people? He holds grudges, yet he is also greedy," Yuziki noted. "I have heard that he used to charge 500 wen to take a life, which ultimately led to his downfall in Henicheng. We could attempt to use money to persuade him. Since you have mentioned it, let us give it a try." Upon entering, Feng Jiao was taken aback to find his 2 adversaries seated in his room, ready to throw a punch, but upon noticing the swords in their hands, he merely waved his raised hand in a dismissive manner as a greeting, while coldly scoffing, "Do you 2 dare to cause a ruckus here?" Gu Feng waved his hand, tossing 2 coins into Feng Jiao's arms. "We have come to purchase information from you," Yuziki stated. "We heard that you are familiar with the gangs in Henicheng. My brother and I encountered trouble yesterday. We were surrounded by more than 20 individuals. This occurred in the alley off Chonglu Street. The force they presented was not insignificant, and I suspect they were acting on their own turf. You surely know whose territory that is. I shall pay 200 won for that information." Upon hearing this, Feng Jiao chuckled inwardly and raised 3 fingers. Another coin was tossed in response, landing with a resounding clink. Chapter 28. The Tang Family. 1. In the eastern part of Hanyi City, the Flower Child Cave has long been a gathering place for beggars, a name derived from this very circumstance. These beggars, known as flower children, solicit alms daily, wielding bamboo clappers and often congregating in groups to extort merchants and shopkeepers. Over time, the local populace gradually vacated the area, leaving behind numerous abandoned houses, transforming the vicinity into a haven for local gangs and ruffians, where lawlessness reigned supreme. However, as the number of occupants soared while the number of available houses dwindled, only those with some local influence managed to secure a dwelling. Take for instance Zhao Si, the leader of the Golden Transformation Gang. At this moment, he lay contentedly in his dilapidated abode, so pleased that sleep eluded him. His joy stemmed from the fact that his employer overlooked his failure to eliminate 2 young men and still compensated him with 10 taels of silver. Zhao Si understood that this indicated his employer recognized his potential, suggesting future opportunities for collaboration. With partnerships come wealth, and with wealth, the prospect of honoring the gang leader drew nearer. Reflecting on this, Zhao Si felt a swell of pride. In truth, he possessed no extraordinary skills. He was inept with weapons and had never learned the arts of capture or combat. His rise to prominence was solely attributed to his cunning nature. For instance, during the nascent days of the Golden Transformation Gang, it consisted of merely a handful of beggars, with members idly begging on the streets, merely surviving day by day. Yet, he astutely observed that among them was a scrawny, diminutive beggar who consistently managed to acquire more than his peers. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Si devised schemes to win over this naive beggar, Yu Erheng, convincing him that they were kindred spirits. One fateful evening, after a few drinks, Yu Erheng finally revealed his secret to soliciting alms. If you observe closely, people choose whom to give food to. The more ragged and pitiful you appear, the more likely they are to offer you something. In winter, wear the thinnest, most tattered clothes, and you will surely receive more. Eager to learn, Zhao Si pressed. But brother, if you wear so little in winter, won't you freeze? Let me teach you, Yu Erheng replied. Before you go begging, buy a pound of good liquor and a piece of red alum. Strip off your clothes and use cotton to rub the liquor mixed with the alum onto your skin. Once done, take a little alum and mix it in the liquor, then drink it down. In no time, the heat from the liquor and alum will make you feel like a furnace, and you won't even want to wear clothes. Zhao Si was overjoyed and praised Yearning repeatedly, toasting him with cup after cup of liquor. However, after that night of revelry, Yearning met his demise. If alum could be mixed into liquor, it could certainly conceal poison as well. The following day, the most successful beggar in the Golden Transformation gang became Zhao Si. Utilizing this very method, Zhao Si ascended the ranks to become the gang's leader. Even when he deceived those two young men recently, he employed the same tactic. Clad in a tattered cloth coat, and, on a frigid morning, pretending to be impervious to the cold as he sought help for his ailing wife. Indeed, he successfully stirred the compassion of the two youths. Yet, with the liquor coursing through his veins, he felt nothing but warmth, oblivious to the chill around him. Despite his scant attire, he later bound the two young men and kicked them. No one delivered blows with such ferocity, nor with such unrestrained pleasure. Furthermore, it is worth noting that he once again invoked the name of Yearning to conduct his affairs. This act provided him with a sense of satisfaction in bullying his good brother, especially since his brother's life had already been sacrificed for him. What harm could there be in utilizing him once more? After all, he was merely a naive soul. He chuckled softly, resting his head on the thatch as he drifted into slumber. With his 10 tails of silver nestled among the straw and dreams of his vice leader position lingering in his mind. In the absence of light, the realm was a paradise for malevolent spirits. On that winter night, the distant rumble of thunder could be faintly heard. The heavens, seemingly haunted, elicited a vague mumble from Zhao Si, who regrettably never opened his eyes. Had he done so, he would have discovered a faint glimmer of light seeping into the room where his subordinates lay, emanating from Yiziki. Several leaves floated in the air, quietly burning like ghostly flames, casting flickering shadows upon Yiziki and Gu Feng's faces. At that moment, nearly all of Zhao Si's subordinates stirred. Yet they dared not draw a breath, for the two young men they had brutally assaulted the previous day now stood before them, illuminated by the ghostly light, resembling apparitions. Yiziki raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The beggar in the room grew even more reticent. And the only one who had almost cried out before now found his head and neck tragically separated. We did not endure until the end. The king of hell decreed that our unjust deaths would allow us to take two enemies with us to the underworld. Thus, we have taken one, and we intend to seek out your leader for the other. Or, is there anyone willing to take his place? Yiziki spoke ominously. The entire room fervently shook their heads. If there was anyone who shared enough camaraderie with the leader, it was said to be a certain Yearning from the past. However, who would now be willing to sacrifice themselves? The room echoed with vigorous nods. Moments later, a dozen or so individuals hurriedly burst from the room, causing such a commotion that Zhao Si could no longer endure the disruption and was awoken. What is happening? Why aren't you sleeping on this frigid winter night? You night owl? Zhao Si bellowed in anger. Yet, just as he finished his outburst, he beheld the two young men he had deceived charging into the room, swords drawn. Zhao Si immediately attempted to flee, but Gu Feng swiftly kicked him down. Help! Someone! Zhao Si screamed. They're all dead, and those who remain have fled. Yiziki replied coldly. As if to affirm Yiziki's words, a flash of lightning illuminated the window. And Zhao Si witnessed a stream of blood flowing into the room from where his subordinates lay. Spare me, spare me. Zhao Si's face drained of color as he cried out in terror. Even with his cunning mind, he could not fathom how these two young men had managed to locate him, despite his careful concealment. Hadn't his employer claimed they were merely two naive youths newly arrived in the city? Speak. Why did you wish to harm us? Gu Feng demanded. Zhao Si, tears streaming down his face, lamented, I merely wished to borrow a sum from the esteemed gentleman. However, upon realizing that the gentleman was not what he seemed, but rather a valiant brother, I ultimately abandoned my intentions. Before Zhao Si could finish his sentence, Gu Feng thrust his sword through Zhao Si's thigh. Who hired you? This is your final chance. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously as Gu Feng leaned upon the hilt of his sword, twisting his wrist with a deliberate motion. If you cannot provide an answer, you shall meet your demise. The flash of lightning illuminated the scene. It was the Tang family. Chapter 29. The Tang family. 2. It was the Tang family that compelled me. Zhao Si cried out, tears streaming down his face. Given the formidable influence of his enemies, silencing him was inevitable. Gu Feng swiftly delivered a fatal strike, sending Zhao Si to his demise. Subsequently, the two of them exited the dwelling, seeking solitude to conceal their traces, and privately deliberated. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall separately investigate the affairs of the Tang family. The following day dawned with ominous clouds, hinting at impending rain, as distant lightning flickered within the heavens. in a modest tavern on Yinching Street. Inebriated patrons boisterously flaunted their knowledge, clamoring about the winter thunderstorm, a phenomenon unique to Liuzhou. It was said that when the great Yu entered Liuzhou, he encountered winter thunder, which led to the province's naming. According to legend, the accompanying sorcerers proclaimed that winter thunder was an omen of dragon activity. Gu Feng sat alone at a small table outside the tavern, with 2 cups of wine before him. Shortly thereafter, Yiziki, donning a conical hat, arrived. "Have you gathered the necessary information?" Gu Feng inquired. Yiziki nodded, taking a seat opposite him, and drained his cup, declaring, "The Tang family is indeed a prominent lineage. Their ancestors once served as chancellors in our state of Zhu. However, the last 2 generations have fallen into decline, with only the venerable elder Tang Xizhou still employed in the Ministry of Textiles. In this current generation, Tang Zhao has entirely forsaken his official duties to pursue commerce. Although their power has waned, they still manage the finances of the state, and it is said that their residence is adorned with opulence, with expenditures unaltered from former days." Gu Feng remarked indifferently, "Such affluent families, of course, cannot empathize with those of our standing. If you approach them to say that the Yi family has perished and that previous commitments cannot be honored, they will merely perceive a destitute offspring squandering their precious silk, a debt that could scarcely be repaid with one's life." Yiziki responded, "My mother instilled in me the value of fulfilling one's obligations to others. I shall do what is right, and what happens thereafter is their affair. Did you nearly lose your life and still hold such views? It seems your perceptions have indeed shifted. Do you comprehend? Not every matter requires parental guidance. I understand that not everyone has a mother to teach them," Gu Feng retorted, coughing slightly as he was unexpectedly choked. "Those who are well-read articulate their insults differently," he mused silently. A light drizzle began to fall, gently pattering like needles. "With this rain, many will surely perish in the Huazi cave," Yiziki lamented. "Why the sudden reflection on this?" Gu Feng inquired. "Nothing in particular. Just recalling that while investigating the Tang residence, I observed several sedan chairs departing for Shanya Tower. It is rumored that the establishment hosts small demonic creatures that hibernate during the summer, thus remaining warm in winter. The rich indulge in wine and meat, while the roads are lined with the bones of the frozen dead. Is that not true?" "Indeed. Do you not feel pity for those who have perished from the cold? As they lay dying, they could only watch the nobility revel behind their lantern-lit windows, unaware that it is those very individuals who perpetuate the philosophy of diminishing the inadequate to assist the abundant. They ought to resent them." That is mere rhetoric. Even if one were to harbor hatred, does it grant the courage to seek vengeance?" Yiziki lightly swirled his cup. "But if one has endured a lifetime of humiliation, why should they not dare to retaliate?" Gu Feng set down his cup, asking, "Do you desire revenge?" "Yes." Lightning slithers like a serpent through the windows of the humble dwellings, and the thunder suddenly erupts in my ears. A tempest is imminent. Yezi, you are perpetually courting death. I long for it. Why? Because I have wronged too many people. Yezi raised her glass slightly. I harbor a deep hatred for the bandits, consumed daily by thoughts of vengeance. Yet I also realize that my greatest animosity is directed at myself. I should have embraced the path of the demons long ago. My impotence led to their demise, and my foolishness caused them unrest in their final moments." Gu Feng remained silent, merely refilling Yezi's cup. "Gu Feng, you are correct. The inhabitants of the Tang Manor cannot empathize with our plight, for their lives hold value, while mine is deemed worthless. If I perceive my life as insignificant, why should I drown in the sea of ordinary souls, burdened by suffering? I would rather exchange it for a swift end." Gu Feng simply acknowledged her. "Don't let it be solely my voice." Yezi sighed. "What about you? You are favored by the Cold Mountains demon-slaying sect. You ought to have a promising future and need not accompany me into danger. Accompany you to death? You think too highly of yourself." Gu Feng poured himself a drink. "Yezi, I will share one thing with you." "What?" "I too have a mother who taught me." "Ah." Boom. The thunder rumbled. The glasses clinked. "Let us go." Yezi and Gu Feng sprang to their feet. One voice called out, halting them. "The bill has been settled," Gu Feng stated. "It is not merely a matter of the bill." The waiter interjected, "Are you two planning to cause a ruckus at the Tang Manor?" Upon hearing this, both Yezi and Gu Feng's expressions shifted dramatically, thinking their voices were not loud, and with the rain and the clamor of others, how could they be overheard? This is intolerable. They immediately attempted to leave. Yet the waiters swiftly grasped both of their arms, and Yezi and Gu Feng, despite their efforts to break free, found themselves unable to, realizing this individual possessed skill surpassing their own, leaving their faces even more grim. "Hoair, what are you doing?" The tavern owner shouted angrily. The guests have already paid. Rain pelted the three of them, exchanging glances. Owner, we are acquainted with this esteemed Ho'er. We just recognized him. Allow us to share a few drinks, and we will cover the bill, Yezi explained. No problem. You are the last table remaining. Let Ho'er attend to you too. The waiter finally relented, releasing their wrists. Yezi and Gufeng pulled up another stool and sat down. Speak. I dare not sit. The waiter clasped his fists. Honorable heroes. To speak frankly, my name is Ho Gong, originally the manager of the Yearning pawn shop. My apologies. Ho brother, please take a seat. I have heard that in Hanya City, a pawn shop cannot be established for less than 10,000 taels of silver. How is it that now? Ultimately, it is the Tang family's doing. Please, indulge in your drinks while I recount the tale. I, Ho Gong, was once the scion of the Ho family, and my family was a prominent household on Golden Cloud Street. At the age of 25, due to my father's ill health, I took over the family pawn shop. I have been in operation for 2 years, prioritizing integrity above all else. While I cannot claim that my business is thriving, at the very least, the reputation of my establishment has significantly improved. However, as fate would have it, misfortune struck when a scoundrel by the name of Jia Huajing entered my shop, seeking to acquire a scroll of ancestral fire techniques. This was the beginning of my troubles. Yuziki and Gufeng continued to pour wine for Huajingman. We thought, since it was merely a consignment, there was little risk involved, so we acquiesced. Thus, the scroll remained unsold for over 3 months, though a few individuals inquired. Upon learning the price, they recoiled in shock and refused to negotiate. If Jia Huajing was not a fool or an amateur, could it be that there was some deception at play? Gufeng pondered. I should have anticipated my brother's concerns. Huagong sighed. After 3 months, an expert finally showed interest in the scroll, offering a price of 20,000 taels, and we sealed the deal that very day. The buyer informed us that he did not have the full amount in cash at the moment, but could provide 500 taels as a deposit, promising to return in 10 days to settle the remainder. We established a contract stipulating that the scroll would not be sold to anyone else within those 10 days. Should we do so, we would be liable for 20,000 taels. Thus, it seemed the scroll was indeed sold. However, 8 days passed without the buyer returning to settle the payment, and then Jia Huajing arrived at my door in the dead of night. What could he want? Yiziki inquired. I urged him to wait a day, but he refused, claiming that he had received news of his parents' passing and could not delay. Did the buyer arrive the following day? Huagong slammed his fist on the table, crying out in despair. Since that day, I have not seen the buyer again. Chapter 30. The Tang Family. 3. The storm clouds gathered ominously. Indeed, Huagong lamented, upon learning of this matter. My father was so enraged that he passed away on the spot. The pawnshop suffered a grievous blunder, its operations dwindling, and within 3 months, it ceased to exist. Subsequently, my family sought refuge with relatives in distant lands, but my mother, unable to bear the hardships of our wanderings, followed my father in death. What does this have to do with the Tang family? Gufeng inquired. My initial trust in that Jia Huajing stemmed from his association with the Tang family. Huagong retorted angrily. This is tragic, Yuziki sighed. Did you not seek an explanation from the Tang family afterward? Prayers to heaven yielded no response, and there was no avenue to appeal to the earth. I was left to dwell in a foreign land, wallowing in despair. Yet, a year ago, a friend in Hanya City informed me that Jia Huajing was still seen entering and exiting the Tang residence. This makes no sense. How could he, with his vast wealth, still serve as a guest official at the Tang estate? Is it possible that his scheme was intricately linked to the Tang family from the very beginning? Yiziki exclaimed in astonishment. That raises some doubts, Gufeng remarked. How could a family of such noble standing stoop to swindle a commoner like yourself? Do you believe they still possess the same grandeur as before? Huagong replied. From my investigations, the Tang family's resources have long since dwindled, appearing formidable while being hollow within. They have failed to produce a single capable heir among the younger generation, a clear sign of decline. Ultimately, they have squandered my Hua family's wealth to prolong the life of this wretched creature. A torrential downpour swept in from the distance, and Huagong sighed towards the heavens. Virtue is overflowing, yet so is vice. The house built on virtue lies in ruins, while the house built on vice flourishes. From that moment onward, I concealed my identity, residing in Hanya City as a mere servant, waiting for the opportunity to uncover the truth behind these events. Though I have fallen to the depths of despair, I am fortunate that my parents invested heavily in my training from a young age, imparting martial skills upon me, leaving me with 2 decades of expertise. Yet alone, I find it difficult to confront the Tang family. Hence, I awaited this very day. As the gravity of our situation sunk in, Yi and Gu ceased their doubts. Yi Ziki slammed his palm onto the table, which revealed a leaf that had shattered into 4 fragments. What is this? Huagung inquired. A simple spell, Yi Ziki replied, picking up 1 fragment and crushing it. The other 3 fragments immediately sprang forth towards the crushed leaf. This is a leaf-tearing signaling technique. Each of us will take a fragment. Should we encounter foes, we will tear the leaf to signal one another for support. Are you suggesting that the Tang family resides to the west of the city? Tonight, we shall ensure they receive retribution for their wickedness. Huagung's lips quivered, and tears welled in his eyes. This truly is a moment of divine providence. Afterward, the 3 of them settled their tab and, in the pouring rain, made their way to the Tang estate, where Huagung imparted numerous secrets about the Tang family during their journey. First, the Tang family employed 2 formidable sorcerers, Bu Yitzai and Bu Yearning. Bu Yearning had set up protective formations within the Tang estate to thwart thieves. Any unauthorized intrusion would surely be detected. Secondly, the Tang family's 2nd and 3rd sons frequently visited Xiangye Tower, always accompanied by Bu Yearning. The eldest son, Tang Zhao, had diminished his visits due to having multiple wives and concubines, and was likely still within the estate at this time. At last, Huagung presented them with a layout of the Tang residence, revealing that Bu Yitzai was still within the estate. Yi Ziki remarked, "You are no sorcerer. He will not be easily dealt with. I shall confront him." Huagung inquired, "What about the formation?" At that moment, a torrential rain darkened the sky, and the 3 stood atop the walls of the Tang estate, still undetected. Yi Ziki scrutinized the interior of the residence and stated, "I have seen this formation in books. While I am not adept at dismantling formations, it possesses a fatal flaw." He patted the enormous satchel on Gu Feng's back, which contained the 9 jars of wine they had taken from the tavern. "We cannot avoid alerting the enemy, but shortly, we shall hurl these jars at the points I indicate on the map. I assure you, the formation will sound alarms from all directions, leading them to believe intruders are everywhere, leaving them uncertain as to where to defend. In the ensuing chaos, we shall seek our respective adversaries." After making his point, Yi Ziki indicated several spots on Huagung's map, and each took 3 jars of wine to proceed with their plan. Suddenly, as Tang Zhao was about to fall asleep, he was jolted awake by a disturbance and impatiently exclaimed within his quarters. Just then, the door was violently kicked open by a corpulent figure. "Young master, thieves have invaded the estate," shouted the rotund sorcerer, Bu Yitzai. "No fewer than 10. What?" The guards sprang into action, hastily making their way to the treasure vault. "Those desperate scoundrels," Tang Zhao bellowed as he rushed to the vault's entrance. It was a miscalculation. He had anticipated that they would converge here, thus weakening the defenses for important figures. Yet, he had not foreseen that Tang Zhao would personally oversee the area, surrounded by over 30 guards. Capturing him would be even more challenging. Yuziki noted, "Indeed." The guards responded in unison, their voices rising above the downpour, pressing forward. "With skills akin to those in martial arts examinations, if you wield your sword well, you could contend with 10 alone," Gu Feng remarked. His keen insight steadied Yiziki's resolve, yet he sighed. "But how could we possibly engage in one-on-one combat?" Amidst the rain, over 30 glimmering blades sparkled. Additionally, a stout sorcerer remained closely guarding Tang Zhao. To advance or retreat. The thieves are there. Seize them. Chapter 31. The Tang family. 4. What a fright. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng hastily fled across the rooftops. The guards split into 2 groups pursuing them. One scaled the roofs while the other chased them on the ground. Despite the nimbleness of Yi and Gu, the creaking sounds of the tiles beneath their feet clung to them like spectral shadows. "A ghost! A ghost!" Yuziki cried out repeatedly, yet he could not fathom how Bu Yitzai had discovered him. Suddenly, disaster struck. Yuziki slipped and fell to the ground with a gasp. Without hesitation, Gu Feng leapt down after him, seized Yuziki, and burst through a nearby door. He needed to ascertain whether Yuziki was injured to decide their next course of action, be it to flee, to hide, or to confront their pursuers. Almost simultaneously with their entrance, they realized the room was still illuminated by candlelight. As Gu Feng kicked the door shut, he raised his sword, prepared to threaten anyone inside to remain silent or face dire consequences. However, when both men finally lifted their gazes, they were momentarily taken aback. "Is that you, Xiaomei?" A voice as soft as a songbird filled the small room. How could he have slipped in such a place? Of all locations, it had to be the bath. "What is your condition?" Gu Feng murmured. The woman behind the screen splashed into the water, pointing a finger at the fabric barrier. I'm unhurt, Yiziki replied, his face slightly flushed. We must escape. Indeed. Just then, a shadow darted past the window, and a heavily accented male voice called out, Second miss. The estate has been invaded. Have you seen any suspicious figures pass through here? Simultaneously, Yiziki and Gu Feng crouched, ready to charge through the door in an explosive surge to eliminate the man outside. I haven't seen anyone. They rushed halfway when, with a loud crash, they fell to the ground. Miss, you scared me so much that I dropped my basin. Hurry, hurry. Otherwise, I will tell father that you have been rude to me. I dare not. Pursue forward. Several shadows flitted past the window. After a moment, silence reigned outside. Yiziki cautiously raised his head and beheld the woman behind the screen. Her head peeking above the wooden tub, a small tear in the fabric revealing her eyes. Those eyes, resembling his own, sparkled with mischief, and he felt that their owner was more enchanting than he. May I inquire, fair maiden, why do you wish to assist us? Yiziki hesitated before speaking. This is my home. It is you who should be asking me, the woman behind the screen proclaimed with a melodic yet commanding tone. Her sweetness belied a strength that suggested she was the mastermind of this nocturnal escapade, a surprising revelation for someone caught in the bath by intruders. Yiziki's heart raced with unease. Her confidence indicated that this captivating woman possessed abilities that made her unafraid of them. Could it be that there was a third expert within the Tang residence? Why have you two barged into my home at this late hour? Are you here to rob me, or to take my life? The woman inquired once more. To rob. Yiziki replied with unwavering certainty. A light, melodic laugh escaped her lips, reminiscent of ripples in water. Then go wait outside the west gate. I shall fetch you some money shortly. Now, be off, be off. Do not dare to spy on me while I bathe. You might just be blinded by my beauty. Thank you, my lady, Yiziki responded, feeling a sense of relief as he and Gu Feng swiftly exited through the door. The two hastened to a shadowy corner, whereupon Yiziki retrieved a small leaf from his sleeve, which began to tremble incessantly. The fight has commenced over there. What are your intentions? Yiziki pondered briefly. Gu Feng's expression twitched. Have you not had your fill of sights? I understand, but I noticed your breath was unsteady, so I thought to give you a moment to compose yourself. It is no jest. We are bearing our lives in pursuit of vengeance. Young master, with Mr. Isai stationed here, what is there to fear? If he escapes again, I shall break your legs. Indeed. Figures darted about, a dozen guards rushing forth. Mr. Isai, do you see any more thieves lurking in this vicinity? Tang Zhao inquired of the stout sorcerer beside him. Wu Yizai merely nodded forward. Tang Zhao turned his head and, through the dazzling curtain of rain illuminated by lightning, he beheld a lean figure, lone sword in hand, approaching him. Go and slay him, Tang Zhao bellowed. Of the remaining 7 guards, 2 sprang forward, brandishing their blades toward the intruder. The art of evasion shall guide the celestial essence. Yiziki murmured an incantation, raising his sword to meet the blade of the adversary on his right. Upon contact, the guards felt an unexpected surge of strength emanating from the assailant, forcing them back 2 steps. Yiziki pressed forward, his body close to the guards, while the one on his left hesitated, fearing he might harm his comrade, causing his strike to miss its mark. The guards' movements were sluggish. Aside from dealing with commoners over the years, they had scarcely encountered any formidable foes. Moreover, the rain significantly impeded their blade work. Prior to arriving, Yiziki had practiced with Gu Feng, acclimating himself to wielding a sword in the downpour. After dispatching the 2 foes, Yiziki intended to advance further when a sudden pain shot through his ankle. Frowning, he looked down to find a contorted snake clinging to his foot. Without hesitation, Yiziki lifted his foot to stomp it down. Water splashed, yet he felt no resistance beneath him. Hissing sounds erupted as he raised his gaze, spotting 7 or 8 serpentine shapes slithering toward him, their tongues flickering. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the ground, and Yiziki finally discerned that these serpents were devoid of color, even lacking eyes, for their bodies were entirely composed of water. These water serpents dissolved into the puddles the moment they touched the ground, rendering them elusive. Yiziki gazed towards the stout sorcerer Wu Yizai, who stood beside Tang Zhao. Indeed, from the stout sorcerer's visage, Yiziki discerned the sole pair of serpentine eyes present this night. Chapter 32. The Tang Family. 5. It appears that the Tang family has nurtured a 6th-rank celestial master, and with your current abilities, you cannot contend with him, the large-eyed demon suddenly interjected. Yiziki swiftly struck down a water snake that had leapt out, murmuring, Is this a water element spell? No, this technique is called transforming into a snake. The old demon explained. All 5 elemental forces can be manipulated into a serpentine form to inflict harm. The potency lies in the fact that once the serpent is formed, it naturally possesses venom. Water poison is balanced, fire poison is the most intense, wood poison is the most profound, thunder poison is the swiftest, and wind poison is the most elusive. Poisonous? I feel nothing, Yuziki replied. Humph, that is only thanks to the monstrous body I have bestowed upon you, which possesses a far superior resistance to toxins than your human form. Had it been before, you would have collapsed by now. Bang! Just as the old demon finished speaking, Yuziki suddenly crashed to the ground. Kid, you 7 or 8 serpents surged forth simultaneously, sinking their fangs into Yuziki's arms and thighs. He gasped laboriously, flailing his limbs but unable to shake them off. Hey, young master, look, I said he would fall, and now he has, Buitsai grinned triumphantly. You're quite skilled. Tang Zhao urged anxiously. Hurry and finish him off. Understood. Buitsai boldly snatched a knife from a nearby guard, declaring, I shall bring the young master a trophy. With that, Buitsai strode forward, and with every step he took, the serpents clinging to Yuziki burrowed deeper into his flesh. As he drew near, he gripped the knife with both hands, raising it high, poised to thrust it down and deliver a fatal blow to his adversary. Yet, at that moment, splash! The sudden sound of water splashing beneath him startled Buitsai, causing him to sway slightly, as if a towering edifice had risen from the ground. Yuziki slammed his palm onto the earth and rapidly propelled himself upright, arms outstretched, seizing Buitsai's wrists and preventing his knife from descending. The strength he exerted surpassed that of an average adult man, utterly defying the notion that he had been poisoned. It's a trick. In his panic, Buitsai disregarded the rain flooding his mouth, opening wide to chant spells and summon serpents. Countless water snakes leaped forth to attack Yuziki. In response, Yuziki shouted in kind, charge. As he opened his mouth, a beam of sword light sliced through the downpour, descending from the eaves like a shooting star. In an instant, innumerable water snakes exploded as Gufeng unleashed a formidable strike from above, his sword cutting a diagonal line from Buitsai's right shoulder to his left side. The immense burst of blood that erupted from Buitsai's back harmonized with the splashes of water as Gufeng landed, akin to a mandala blooming amidst the tempest of blood and gore emerging from the depths of hell. Buitsai's body slumped forward onto Yuziki, who caught him and muttered, What business does a sorcerer have in close combat? He then pushed the lifeless body to the ground. Feigning poisoning, Yuziki aimed to lower Buitsai's guard, hoping to expose a weakness to Gufeng, were it not for the formidable strength Buitsai had displayed moments before. Neither Yuziki nor Gufeng would have dared to confront him directly. Block him. Block them. Upon witnessing Buitsai's collapse, Tang Zhao's countenance turned ashen, and in a state of sheer terror, he shouted while instinctively retreating. Yuziki and Gufeng, unwilling to allow the principal to escape, surged forward in unison. 5 guards formed a barrier, with Gufeng leading the charge, his sword slicing downwards. 2 guards, unable to withstand the force, were compelled to part, creating a narrow passage. Gufeng leaned forward, seemingly stumbling, yet propelled himself several steps further, swinging his sword horizontally towards Tang Zhao. Armed with his own blade, Tang Zhao, upon seeing this, bellowed in fury and met Gufeng's advance with a counterstrike. At the point of contact between their weapons, Gufeng, having committed himself to the assault, found his footing precarious, and though Tang Zhao's swordsmanship was lacking, his brute strength was undeniable. In a moment of haste, Gufeng was forced back by 2 steps. The 5 guards, seizing the opportunity, hoped to capitalize on Gufeng's instability to subdue him, closing in around him. Inwardly amused, Yuziki thought, Gufeng, in his eagerness to test Tang Zhao's mettle, has overcommit. You think you can seize the moment? Ignoring the fray, he pressed forward, aligning his shoulder and arm, aiming a direct thrust at Tang Zhao. Once again employing his previous tactics, Tang Zhao attempted to parry with his blade, hoping to deflect the incoming strike. Yet, upon contact, he was taken aback to discover that Yuziki, despite his slender frame, wielded greater strength than the previous adversary. The sword could not be diverted. Instead, it struck true against his shoulder. As the first guard attempted to pass Gufeng's body, Gufeng bent his knee, launching himself backward like a spinning top, twisting in midair to unleash a sweeping arc of his sword. The remaining 4 guards, witnessing their comrade fall and impeded by the sword's trajectory, felt their courage wane. Deterred from advancing to rescue Tang Zhao, enduring the pain, retreated further, gesturing towards the treasure chamber while exclaiming, "Take it. It's all yours. Go inside and collect it. I won't impede you." At that moment, Yi Ziki had reached the lantern's glow of the treasure chamber, illuminating his figure. And he spoke, "Tang Zhao, have you truly forgotten who I am?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zhao focused on Yi Ziki's face and gasped in realization. "It's you." Yi Ziki raised his sword once more, and Tang Zhao shouted in desperation, "I only intended for someone to teach you a lesson, not to take your life." However, it was evident that no instructions had been given to spare him. Yi Ziki retorted, thrusting forward with his sword. Tang Zhao swung his blade in response, but Yi Ziki, mid-strike, altered his motion from thrust to slash, sending Tang Zhao's weapon flying from his grasp. Yi Ziki, genuinely taken aback by Tang Zhao's audacity, found themselves grappling closely, both tumbling to the ground. Yi Ziki, having trained in combat, seized the opportunity to deliver 3 sharp elbows into Tang Zhao during their scuffle, ultimately pinning him beneath him. The sword held across Tang Zhao's neck. Despite being somewhat weaker than Yi Ziki in this dire moment, Tang Zhao summoned an extraordinary strength, grasping Yi Ziki's wrist, resulting in a stalemate. As the sword pressed down inch by inch, Tang Zhao's eyes widened in fear as he cried out, "Yiling is my fiancée, and also your sister. When the bandits killed her, I was not there. But you were. With such skill, you allowed her to perish, unable to protect your own sister. Why should I not settle the score with you?" Yi Ziki instinctively swung his sword forward, grazing the back of Tang Zhao's knees, causing him to collapse forward, crashing against the ground and breaking 2 of his front teeth. Blood streamed from Tang Zhao's shoulders, mouth, and legs, while mud mingled with rainwater filled his mouth. Yet he persisted in his struggle to crawl forward, leaving a trail of blood that was swiftly washed away by the rain. As he crawled, pain racked his body, and he coughed, expelling blood mixed with rainwater. His fingers clawed at the ground, driven by an instinct to distance himself as far as possible. However, the rain cascaded down as if from an infinite abyss, obscuring the sun and moon, plunging the surroundings into darkness, devoid of any hope for salvation. "Save me," the rain lashed against him, treating him like a stray dog. Yi Ziki had risen to his feet, seething with fury. Tang Zhao truly proved himself a shrewd businessman, deftly discerning his thoughts in mere words. Yet, this insight would not grant him a chance for escape. Instead, it ignited Yi Ziki's wrath. For Tang Zhao harbored no genuine feelings for Yiling. Otherwise, he could not have dared to act against her family after her demise. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival, he audaciously invoked her name. Yi Ziki strode forward, positioning himself behind Tang Zhao, ready to pierce his heart with a single thrust of his sword. But at that moment, a delicate voice rang out through the rain, "Don't kill my brother." Chapter 33. The Tang family 6. Amidst the swirling tempest, the structures of the Tang residence appeared to teeter precariously on this night rife with peril. A single umbrella emerged through the rain. "Do not harm my brother." Gu Feng had already felled all the guards, and Yi Ziki had ceased his swordplay. Together, they turned towards the voice, only to behold a strikingly beautiful young girl approaching briskly. Clad in a moon-white robe and skirt, her feet adorned with cloud-patterned embroidered shoes. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, unstyled and flowing, her delicate frame exuding an enchanting grace. One hand held the umbrella, while the other cradled a white jade vial. As she traversed the ground littered with casualties, her expression betrayed urgency, yet she exhibited no fear. The rain drizzled against the white jade, creating a hauntingly beautiful image. What astonished Yi Ziki even more were the girl's eyes, peach blossom-shaped and reminiscent of stars in the night sky. In an instant, he recognized those eyes. "It's you," Yi Ziki exclaimed. "Indeed, it is her," Gu Feng concurred, yet rather than staring rudely into the girl's eyes, he fixated on the jade vial she held. As the girl drew near, she cast a glance at Tang Zhao, noting his disheveled appearance, yet reassured to see that his injuries were but minor. She then turned to Yi and Gu, offering a wry smile. "Hello. If I were to seek you at the west gate, would my brother have you killed?" From her voice, Yi Ziki discerned that she was indeed the one who had previously shielded them in the bathhouse, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gu Feng gestured for Yi Ziki to pay attention to the jade vial in the girl's hand. Initially perplexed, Yi Ziki scrutinized it closely and suddenly recognized her as the same girl who had accompanied Elder Yuan Ji at Qiufeng Lake, setting up the barrier. She was, in fact, a member of the Tang family, Tang Zhao's sister, a true disciple of Han's Han, undoubtedly beyond their capacity to contend with. Perhaps this night would claim their lives. "Wandian, save me." Annihilate them. Tang Zhao, seeing a glimmer of hope, shouted despite his mouth coated in mud. Gu Feng silently advanced to draw his sword. Enough, brother. You ought to tend to your own wounds first, Tang Wandian admonished, then turned to Gu Feng and Yi Ziki. Gu Feng, hold on a moment. And this rather handsome young man here, listen to me. Regardless of what transpired earlier, continuing this fight tonight will not benefit any of us. You cannot possibly wipe out my entire Tang family, can you? Allow me to staunch my brother's bleeding first. And then we can sit down to discuss our grievances and contemplate alternatives to violence, shall we? Yi Ziki was taken aback. It was evident that Tang Wandian bore no intention of escalating the conflict. Moreover, despite the chaos in her home, she maintained an air of composure, her anger concealed. This level of poise instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Little did he know, Tang Wandian had her own reasoning and difficulties. Aware of Master Yuan Ji's ability to perceive souls, she felt assured of the characters of these two young men. Thus, when they were interrupted during their bath, she recognized them and did not regard them as mere ruffians. Consequently, when conflict arose, she assumed it was another misdeed from her family that had provoked these two youths. She possesses an innate inclination towards balance, having entered a righteous sect for her cultivation, where she has learned principles of fairness and justice. Hence, she is reluctant to exhibit undue favoritism towards her own kin, merely suggesting the pursuit of resolutions that do not involve bloodshed. The reason for her composure lies in her unwavering belief that these two young men would not dare to harm an innocent woman such as herself. Yi Ziki, meanwhile, has begun to contemplate an escape plan, but continues to point his sword at Tang Zhao, stating, "There is no need to settle past grievances. Though Tang Zhao attempted to harm me the other day, I now seek to end his life, yet I am but a step away from achieving that. Settling the score would render us even. However, I have no intention of leaving any survivors tonight, as that would only invite trouble upon myself. And I fear retaliation from the Tang family. What should I do?" "This is easily resolved," Tang Wandi interjected, "since we have settled our grudges. There is no need for us to engage in further conflict over trivial matters, is there? I propose that my brother and I establish a blood contract, thus alleviating your concerns and concluding tonight's affairs." "What say you? A blood contract?" Yuziki inquired. "Indeed, within the estate. Only my brother and I are aware of your identities. The others." Tang Wandi swept her gaze across the fallen servants. "You truly did not hold back. Did you? Perhaps the master misjudged the situation. In any case, I am willing to establish this blood contract, should you cease hostilities. The enmity between the Tang family and yourselves will end tonight, erased entirely. The Tang family shall not seek retribution nor disclose your identities to others. Should this contract be violated, my brother and I will instantly be drained of our life force by the blood contract, becoming mere corpses bearing the Tang surname. As a means of ensuring your mercy towards my brother. How does that sound to you?" As thunder rumbled and lightning illuminated the girl's face, her eyes sparkled with resolve. Such a bold proposition regarding life and death moved both Yi and Gu. Yi Ziki questioned, "Are you truly willing to make such a concession? A blood contract is sworn with one's life essence, and I can discern its authenticity. Do you think I would stoop to deceive you? Who would have thought that my kindness would be met with such ingratitude? In the dead of winter, I would not even allow 2 snakes to warm my bosom. Well, at least you have seen my shadow." Tang Wandi laughed again, unfazed by the turmoil around her, standing tall amidst the carnage, her demeanor unyielding. Yet, the veins on the back of her hand, clutching the jade vial, betrayed her tension. "If this does not suffice, then I shall not hold back," she declared with newfound seriousness. Tang Zhao's heart ached, for 2 wicked rogues were rummaging through his treasure vault, casually pilfering valuables. In truth, he was bleeding, both figuratively and literally. Ultimately, Iziki acquiesced to Tang Wandi's truce proposal and insisted that Tang Zhao hand over the key to the vault. The 3 of them dragged Tang Zhao into the chamber, searching for the artifact required to forge the blood contract. Due to Iziki's insistence, the contract would only be crafted, after which Tang Wandi was permitted to tend to Tang Zhao's wounds, so they commenced searching the room, leaving Tang Zhao to lie on the ground, bleeding as he observed. "Enough of the jesting," Iziki remarked. "We, as assassins, uphold our dignity. We are here for vengeance. To claim lives, not to plunder wealth." Tang Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Although the truly precious items are securely locked away in their respective boxes, even the objects displayed outside evoke a sense of loss in him. With a creak, Gu Feng opened a sword case. The sword lay covered in dust. "Which was a pity," he remarked. Iziki immediately turned to Tang Zhao. "Let us strike a deal. These 2 swords will be ours. And I shall permit your sister to tend to your wounds right now. To hell with your killer's dignity. Agreed. Tang Zhao's somewhat hazy consciousness finally cleared, and his eyes widened in surprise. Those were relics from the Taichang era. Tang Wandi approached, holding two exquisitely adorned Guangsai porcelain bowls. Enough chatter, they are indestructible. She placed the bowls on the ground, drawing Yi Ziki and Gu Feng closer. Tang Wandi inscribed two talismans and placed them within the bowls. Then, with one hand outstretched towards the ground, she silently chanted a spell. Instantly, all of Tang Zhao's blood pooled on the ground rose. Even the coagulated portions reactivated. And under Tang Wandi's guidance, it flowed into one of the bowls. The blood filled half the bowl, completely saturating the talisman. This scene was eerily familiar to Yi Ziki, reminiscent of the time he created bookmarks. This is sufficient. Tang Wandi addressed Tang Zhao. As we discussed earlier, make your vow. Tang Zhao's temper had been worn down by the events of the night, and he recited his promise to remain silent about the truth of the night's happenings and to let go of past grievances. Should I break this vow? May my body perish and my blood burn, Tang Wandi instructed. Should I break this vow, may my body perish and my blood burn, Tang Zhao echoed. Suddenly, with a thunderous clap outside, the porcelain bowl shattered in an instant, fragments scattering, and the blood splattered onto the ground, quickly evaporating into white smoke, leaving behind only a blood-red talisman, lying quietly on the floor. Ah! Tang Zhao gasped in shock, his mouth agape, while Yi Ziki and Gu Feng exchanged apprehensive glances. Tang Wandi picked up the talisman and placed it in Yi Ziki's hand. Throughout the night, Gu Feng's gaze remained indifferent and composed, while Yi Ziki's eyes betrayed a raging fury, causing her to unconsciously regard him as the orchestrator of the evening's events. Turning to Gu Feng, Tang Wandi said, I shall borrow your sword. Gu Feng tossed the newly acquired sword to her, and she raised an arm, bringing the blade against her skin to draw blood. However, a hand grasped her wrist. Startled, Tang Wandi looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. It was only then that Yi Ziki noticed that this seemingly confident girl was trembling. No need, Yi Ziki said. You are a righteous exorcist. I trust you. The winter rain always passes swiftly, as only a gentle drizzle remained from the eaves. The homeless souls on the street finally began to drift into slumber. The storm shall eventually subside, and the skies will surely clear. This is the unwavering belief of all who live with hope. Within the flickering light of the remaining lanterns, the wooden door swayed. The people departed, leaving the bowls still cool. Chapter 34, The Tang Family, 7. Why not kill them? Asked the pale-faced Tang Zhao. In the treasure pavilion, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng had already scaled the walls, leaving only the Tang siblings behind. At that moment, Tang Wandi stood in a daze, one hand gripping the wrist of the other, before finally speaking. Have you forgotten the pain now that your wounds have just begun to heal? Tang Zhao lowered his head. Astonished, Tang Wandi sighed before continuing. Brother, I have told you before that the methods I have learned are not intended for combat. Fortunately, the enmity you have with them is not one that cannot be reconciled. Otherwise, had they chosen to act earlier, we would be like those outside, two lifeless bodies. Tang Zhao was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his back. Moreover, you should not have provoked them. I have heard of these two. They rose through the ranks in the military due to their martial prowess and are highly regarded by General Yin and my senior sister. Even the sword immortal from my Yuanjiman wishes to take them as disciples. Civil officials do not clash with military officers, let alone in our current predicament. These two should have been welcomed as honored guests in our Tang residence, not carelessly antagonized by you. Was this not known before? Tang Zhao muttered defensively. Had I known their background, that they were the kind who would retaliate after being beaten, I would never have dared to provoke these two harbingers of misfortune. Unlike the useless dogs we keep at home, which only bring peace when they perish. Wandi, you know I am a businessman. I will never engage in unprofitable ventures. From now on, I shall steer clear of these two harbingers of misfortune. Tang Wandi nodded. You have seen the effects of the blood contract curse. The consequences of violating it are not mere threats. I am your sister, but my abilities are limited. What I can do for you ends here. You must take care of yourself moving forward. Tang Zhao hurriedly nodded in agreement. I understand. I understand. Thank you, sister, for risking yourself to stand up for me against them. I shall have my wife send you some candied longan from the newly delivered Pingxiang's eye. There's no need. Keep it to replenish your own strength, Tang Wandi declined, stepping towards the door. As a gentle breeze carried the rain outside, she paused, resolutely facing the elements. Outside, Yi and Gu had already reached the alley on Yanqing Street. The east wind swept through the alley, their hands brushing against the damp walls, cold and unyielding as iron. Soon, panting heavily, Huagung arrived. This was the designated meeting place for their escape. Did they pursue you? The two inquired anxiously. Huagung nodded, breathless, and replied. They chased me for 2 streets, but I should have shaken them off. What about you? I let Tang Zhao escape, but I managed to incapacitate Bu Yicai. Gu Feng stated. Impressive, Huagung gasped, finally managing to steady himself, though a hint of regret crossed his face. I found the one surnamed Jia. He was in a young lady's room. Ugh. I barged in and injured him. But in my haste to interrogate him about Lu Min's whereabouts and the internal affairs concerning the Tang family, I failed to finish the job, allowing him to seize an opportunity to flee. In that area resided many women, guarded by numerous protectors. I forced my way out, pursued by quite a few. It is unsafe here. Let us part ways for now. Very well. If you wish to find me again, you may visit the tavern. However, I must first embark on a journey to ascertain the truth behind Lu Min, as entrusted by Jia Huajing. Farewell, my friends. May we meet again in the realm of rivers and lakes, and take care of yourselves. Hua ventured out into the rain, yet Gu Feng remained rooted in place. What troubles you? Yuziki inquired curiously. It is nothing. I have merely come to a realization. Gu Feng turned and said, Yuziki, are you refraining from confronting that woman from the Tang family out of fear of provoking conflict with the disciples of Yuan Yi, thereby jeopardizing my future? Humph. I thought you were about to say something significant. Yuziki shook his head. I have considered many factors. Perhaps I would not prevail in a confrontation. It is best this way. In the face of life and death, do not dwell on trivial matters. Ah, the rain has lessened. Yuziki shifted the topic, and suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes sparkled. He reached out to search Gu Feng's belongings, retrieving the sword case they had acquired previously, and opened it to reveal 2 swords, gleaming like silver. What are you doing? Yuziki caressed the blade and exclaimed delightfully, let us not discuss anything else for now. This is our first trophy. I read in a book that a hero traversing the world must name their weapon. Let us seize the moment and give it a name. Are you idle? Regardless, I shall name one. With the swords in the case, Yuziki grasped the left sword, contemplated for a while, and suddenly raised it, declaring, Heaven does not bestow. What does that mean? On the day of slaying the demon, I comprehended a crucial truth. This world is a battlefield, and heaven grants nothing to anyone by birthright. All things are unclaimed. Everything one desires must be obtained through struggle and combat. This sword is my first trophy, won through a night of bloody battle. Heaven does not bestow serves as a reminder that all that one wishes for must be fought for, relying not on heaven or fate, nor blaming the world and misfortunes. A man must strive unceasingly. The storm passed through the alley, with distant thunder rumbling. Gu Feng listened quietly, and after a while said, Wui. He placed his hand upon the sword in the case. I shall name this sword Wui. What does that mean? Without a scabbard. Pfft, you are even more trivial. Yuziki laughed. What Yuziki did not express was that the time he had left to live as a human might be fleeting. He wished to leave behind some memento for the last person still by his side in this world, even if it were merely a name. Upon returning to the inn, the two retrieved the remaining medicinal ointment from the previous day and applied it to their fresh wounds, then each retired to rest. He privately contemplated. Although Tang Zhao had already cast a blood contract curse, it would be prudent to retreat outside the city for safety, yet after the new year, there would be a martial gathering in the military, held in the city, a splendid opportunity to make a name for oneself, which would be a pity to miss. Moreover, having previously intended to visit the Cold Leaf Library, and now that his various affairs were resolved, he thought it prudent to immerse himself in literature to clear his mind before contemplating future endeavors. With this thought in mind, he swiftly rose from his bed, conferred with Gu Feng, and after receiving his consent, they shared a breakfast together before heading towards the Cold Leaf Library. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him, followed by a heavy pat on his shoulder. Startled, Yuziki turned around, ready to scold the intruder, only to find himself momentarily tongue-tied upon seeing the person before him. It was Tang Wandi, the young lady from the Tang family whom he had encountered the previous night, greeting him with a smile. Chapter 35. Tang Wandi. 1. It is you. You? Yuziki gazed at the young girl before him, astonished beyond words. The second young lady of the Tang family was adorned in a water-green gown today, the long skirt elegantly cascading over the hem, accentuating her slender and delicate figure, with a waist that seemed to be graspable. Beneath the gown, she was wrapped in a verdant corset, although her bosom might regrettably evoke thoughts of General Lian Hongye's title as the Iron Wall of the state of Zhu. The pair of collarbones peeking above the corset were alluring and captivating. Yet, regardless of how demure her flowing gown appeared, how dignified her hair was styled at the back, or how composed her small hands, crossed over her navel, seemed, her true nature was impossible to conceal. Those peach blossom eyes, set within a sweet visage, were so willful and vibrant, in stark contrast to her attire and demeanor. The enchanting girl smiled and said, "It is I. Why are you so tense? Am I going to devour you? No, I want tea. We agreed yesterday that I would not bear a grudge against you." Her words did little to assuage Yiziki's vigilance, as he placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword and inquired, "Then why have you sought us? Is it forbidden to seek you unless it's for a fight? Could you kindly remove your hand from the sword hilt? You were so imposing in my Tang residence last night. Why have you turned into a coward now?" The girl retorted. Yi and Gu exchanged glances, ensuring that there was no malice in her eyes before they relaxed their grips. "What is it that you desire?" "I am Tang Wandi. And you?" The girl countered. "Yiziki." "Ah, Yiziki, Gu Feng." Tang Wandi smiled. "Would you accompany me for a stroll around the city? What does this mean?" Yuziki and Gu Feng exchanged puzzled glances before shaking their heads in unison. "Is it so unwelcome?" Tang Wandi's face darkened with anger. She was a girl proud of her beauty, confident in her allure to boys, yet being on guard was one thing. Being outright rejected for her invitation was another. Therefore, she furiously declared, "Then let us settle the score. Although the grievances between you and my brother were resolved yesterday, do we not have unfinished business? Last night, two deceitful rascals had intruded upon her territory. Out of modesty, she refrained from explicitly mentioning the word bathroom. Indeed, Gu Feng nodded, taking a step forward, as if he had suddenly realized that the 5 buns consumed that morning were hardly sufficient to whet his appetite. Only the buns from Zhou's Baozi shop could truly satiate his hunger, and that so-called bun fairy proprietor indeed possessed a lingering charm. "If you continue like this, I shall take action," Tang Wandi said playfully, raising a jade bottle. Yiziki shouted hastily enough for passers-by to glance over. "Last night? Deceiving a woman? TSK. This young man is truly audacious." Tang Wandi, half amused and half irritated, replied, "You do know that I come from a reputable family, right? It's fortunate I Haven Tea paraded you through the streets for public ridicule. Is accompanying me for a stroll truly too much to ask? You aren't plotting revenge against us, are you?" Yiziki remained uncertain about the validity of the blood contract spell that Tang Wandi had established for her elder brother. In the realm of martial arts, one must often rely on chance encounters to form connections. "I have sincerely sought your company. If you do not trust me, why did you prevent me from sealing the blood contract last night?" Tang Wandi remarked with a cold smile. "How about a wager? Accompany me today, and I shall certainly escort you to witness the most exquisite sights in Hanya City. Otherwise, as two outsiders, you would struggle to find them even after a month here." Faced with such a bold proclamation, Yiziki ultimately nodded, although the rationale of chance encounters was insufficient to inspire complete confidence. The goodwill of a genuine disciple from Han Mountain was an irresistible temptation. Gu Feng instinctively felt that this individual was worth getting to know. As they walked, Tang Wandi resumed her animated demeanor, eagerly introducing Gu Feng and Yiziki to the customs and culture of Hanya City. "The proprietress of Tang's porridge shop is remarkably beautiful, and you should try the buns at Zhou's bun shop. You two are practically country bumpkins. Do remember to take good care of the sword you pilfered from my home. There are numerous blacksmiths in Hanya City, but my senior sister says that the small forge in Lozi Alley is the finest. I only remember an old man there with a rather irritable temperament. However, if your swords become dull or chipped, that is the place to go." Yiziki and Gu Feng responded in kind. Regardless of the circumstances, a group of young men and women together seemed to effortlessly warm the atmosphere. Moreover, after the rain had just passed, the streets were now coated in ice. Although sand had been scattered, it remained quite slippery. They did not forget to support one another, appearing as if they were close friends, completely inconceivable given the tension of the previous night. At that moment, Yiziki took a closer look at Tang Wandi's appearance for the first time. She possessed delicate shoulders, a slender waist, and a tall figure, with bright eyes and a heart-shaped face. Her enchanting demeanor was complemented by a heart as intricate as a work of art, adorned with a touch of red between her brows, serene as a maiden yet spirited as the wind. In essence, she was a girl who seemed to embody the essence of spring's verdant sea, seemingly out of place in the current Hanya City. "Why are you staring at me?" Tang Wandi noticed Yiziki's gaze and playfully tossed her hair, inquiring. Yiziki, in response, curled his middle finger, aiming to flick at the red mark between Tang Wandi's brows. She swiftly swatted his hand away, her lips twitching as she said, "What do you know? This is called opening the heavenly eye. Girls training in the Yuan E sect must undergo this." Yiziki shrugged and asked, "Can we discuss your Yuan E sect?" Tang Wandi's eyes sparkled with interest as she replied, "Certainly. Our sect is quite renowned on Han Mountain. The most accomplished goddess resides within our Yuan E sect. Our teachings are profoundly intricate. Although I specialize in boundary techniques known as Yuan Realm Dao, the most popular discipline in our sect is actually sword mastery." Tang Wandi, with a meaningful expression, abruptly patted Gu Feng's chest, prompting both Yiziki and Gu Feng to awaken to the realization that this was the crux of her discourse. Their previous conversation had merely been trivialities. She had come today with the intent of recruiting a junior disciple. Yiziki couldn't help but recall that day when the esteemed Yuanji Xianmeng had hurriedly departed, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters. Although he had mentioned that everything would be left to fate, it was evident that Tang Wandi, a junior of the Yuani sect, had remained in the city, perhaps to entice Gu Feng, a promising talent. This revelation made everything fall into place. Tang Wandi's willingness to concede the previous night and her reluctance to engage in conflict with the two likely stemmed from a desire to maintain future camaraderie among fellow disciples. Regardless of whether this could be considered a scheme of beauty orchestrated by the old man Yuanji, Yiziki personally hoped that Gu Feng would pursue a path of cultivation on Han's Han, leading to a brighter future. Thus, he immediately responded, "Impressive. That sounds absolutely splendid. Miss Tang, might you demonstrate your abilities so that we brothers may behold your prowess?" With a playful smile, Tang Wandi extended her finger and beckoned Yiziki to follow her. The group was led by her flowing green dress to the edge of Chiofeng Lake, where she elaborated. "The realm of my cultivation is divided into 4 stages: spring birth, summer growth, autumn slaughter, and winter concealment. The spring birth stage can aid in healing wounds and nurturing vitality. The summer growth stage can temporarily invigorate the flow of energy within others, enhancing strength and focus." Upon hearing this, a smile crept into Yiziki's eyes as he reached for the hilt of his sword, exclaiming, "So you are a supportive sorceress." The autumn slaughter stage can transform flora into blades to confront foes. The winter concealment stage allows for the subtle setting of traps within a barrier, creating lethal ambushes. She then paused, "By the way, I didn't quite catch what you were saying earlier." Tang Wandi nodded and continued, "However, beyond these practical applications, I find greater joy in employing my magic in this manner." As she spoke, she led Yiziki and Gu Feng onto the expanse of Chiofeng Lake, halting midway along the white stone path leading to the lakeshore. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, raised an arm forward, and began to recite an unknown incantation. A gust of wind surged across the lake's surface. Yiziki and Gu Feng hurriedly steadied themselves, allowing the wind to merely ruffle their garments and tousle their hair. "Is the spell commencing?" Yiziki inquired of Tang Wandi, just as he heard a series of cracking sounds emanating from all directions. To his astonishment, he observed that within a Tenjong radius, the ice was fracturing. "Wherever seeds may thrive, seedlings shall sprout," Tang Wandi intoned, her water-green dress billowing like waves, her fair legs standing defiantly, resembling a divine maiden ushering in spring. Yiziki and Gu Feng gazed in awe at the enchanting and bizarre scene before them, as the unstoppable vitality broke through the ice, akin to a blooming night blooming Sirius. Even the ancient spirit within Yiziki seemed to be swayed by the spectacle, sighing gently within his inner sea. Indeed, just as where hatred flourishes, death shall bloom. At that moment, Gu Feng suddenly drew his sword. Before Yiziki could react, a shard of ice, fractured from the surface, shot toward Gu Feng's face. Gu Feng wielded his sword to intercept, shattering the ice crystal in half. Upon witnessing this, Yiziki drew his sword and, without hesitation, turned to strike at Tang Wandi. However, Tang Wandi was quicker, gracefully leaping into the lake and landing directly upon a lotus leaf. Although the young girl initially wobbled on the leaf, she ultimately steadied herself. Then, with her fingers forming a mystical gesture, she faced Yiziki and Gu Feng, a cryptic smile gracing her lips as she proclaimed, "Autumn Slaughter." Chapter 36. Tang Wandi, 2. Autumn Slaughter. With a single incantation from Tang Wandi, the shattered ice shards on the lake's surface stood upright, soaring into the air and adjusting their direction, aiming directly at Yiziki and Gu Feng. They had indeed fallen into her trap. Last night, she should have cast the blood contract. As regret washed over him, Ezeki swung his sword, intercepting the oncoming ice shards, either blocking or striking them, causing splendid ice flowers to bloom before him. Following the shards, numerous fragments of ice rose from the lake's surface, taking the form of weapons, blades, staffs, axes, and whips, hurling themselves toward Ezeki and Gu Feng. Ezeki's movements were less meticulous than Gu Feng's, and in his haste, he found himself at a disadvantage. Glancing at the woman clad in azure, standing upon the lotus leaves, her pearly teeth slightly exposed, still wearing an inscrutable smile. What was she truly thinking? It was beyond his concern. The mystical energy surged within him, urging Ezeki to recite the incantation of the falling palace spell. But just then, an ice hammer descended upon him. Ezeki had no choice but to lift his sword, catching the hammer's handle with the tip of his blade, quickly twisting his wrist to spin the hammer in midair, and then, with a swift extension of his arm, he flung the hammer onto the ice with a resounding crash. This maneuver left him momentarily exposed, and a massive ice butterfly, the size of a human head, seized the opportunity to crash into his chest, with no means of evading. Ezeki braced himself, pushing forward to collide with the ice butterfly. What in the world is this? As Ezeki began to chant the incantation, his words faltered, and he found himself gazing at the shattered remains of the ice butterfly on the ground. In that instant, an ice whip lashed out, striking his shoulder and exploding into fragments. Finally, Ezeki looked up at Tang Wandi and yelled, "What does this mean? Are you playing snowball fights? How old are you?" Gu Feng, upon hearing this, turned his head to see that Ezeki had ceased to evade. The seemingly solid ice instruments, upon landing on him, transformed into soft, fluffy snowflakes that disintegrated. Frowning, Gu Feng sheathed his sword as well. In an instant, countless ice shards fell from the sky, crashing into the lake like a myriad of papayas. "Is this your way of saying you're done playing?" Tang Wandi smiled from the lake's surface. "It's not amusing to frighten people." Ezeki's face flushed with anger. "Oh dear," Tang Wandi chuckled, her voice like the chiming of silver bells. Then, her demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as she respectfully clasped her fists and addressed the two. "I am Tang Wandi, a disciple of the Cold Mountain Yuan sect, having been initiated for 4 years and 3 months. Today, I demonstrate the path of magic, hoping to inspire young hero Gu Feng's aspiration for cultivation. This act is also in obedience to my master's command to test your skills, and I ask for your forgiveness." Upon finishing this formal address, Tang Wandi raised her head with a pitiful expression, only to hear Ezeki respond, "Is that it? Come ashore, and I promise not to harm you." Tang Wandi. After a heartfelt exchange, Ezeki finally understood that Tang Wandi's trial was a duty assigned by her master, and he agreed to refrain from attacking her. With this, Tang Wandi gracefully stepped onto the lotus leaves, leaping toward the white stones. Her springborn magic was indeed remarkable, capable of bringing forth spring seeds in the winter. With the water lotus leaves growing to an impressive width of several feet, their colossal flowers swaying gently upon the lake. Tang Wandi leapt onto the last leaf near the shore. Just as she was about to disembark, a sudden premonition arose within her. Lifting her gaze, she beheld a sinister smile from the leaf. Before Tang Wandi could change color and exclaim, that final scream resonated, and she was enveloped entirely by the lotus leaf. Resembling a grand zongzi. "Isn't it rather reckless to expose your sorcery like this?" Gu Feng murmured upon witnessing the scene. "It's nothing. There are myriad strange arts in the world. How could she possibly know whose it is?" The leaf, pleased with itself, patted the large zongzi before it, declaring, "What do you think? Shall we stab a few swords in to see if she is fortunate enough to evade it?" As the words were spoken, a snow-white arm abruptly thrust out from the zongzi, seizing Leaf Chi's collar. Following this, Tang Wandi's head emerged from within, her delicate visage confronting Leaf Chi as she declared, "Let me out. Please, I implore you," she continued. "I witnessed my master and senior sister competing here the other day, and I have longed to try it myself. Besides, did you not ask me to demonstrate my arts?" Leaf Chi chuckled and shook her head, conjuring another leaf to cover Tang Wandi's face once more. "Wait. Let me out. I'll treat you. I invite you all to the painting tower for some fun. Please don't push me any further," Tang Wandi pleaded. The painting tower is a premier entertainment venue by Chiofeng Lake. Upon hearing its name, Leaf Chi exchanged a triumphant glance with Gu Feng, finally releasing the zongzi leaf. Tang Wandi hastily jumped ashore, indignantly stating, "No wonder my master said your martial talent is mediocre, yet my senior sister said you and your brothers possess considerable skills," prompting me to investigate further. "It turns out you are a sorcerer. Enough with the idle chatter. Who cares why you're testing us?" Quickly lead the way and treat our esteemed guests to some merriment, and then they will consider whether to forgive you, Leaf Chi said with a light laugh. Her greatest concern had been whether Tang Wandi's reckless actions indicated that Yuan's sect did not hold Gu Feng in high regard. After all, Gu Feng had declined Yuan's sect's invitation that day, which had remained a source of unease for Leaf Chi. However, this was merely a test commissioned by the immortal Yuanji, indicating that Yuan's sect indeed valued Gu Feng's potential, which filled Leaf Chi with delight. Tang Wandi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she huffed and led the way towards the western shore. The painting tower, situated on the western bank of Chiofeng Lake, is divided into two levels. The first floor is adorned with numerous renowned calligraphies and paintings themed around Chiofeng Lake, where literary figures take pride in having their works displayed. The second floor is an expansive hall without partitions, offering performances by beautiful maidens and exquisite cuisine. Inhabitants of Hanya City are well aware that if one strolls along the banks of Chiofeng Lake and suddenly hears faint singing from afar, the painting tower is surely hosting another musical performance. The dance halls and song stages aptly encapsulate the essence of this place. Such establishments are typically beyond the means of Leaf Chi and Gu Feng. However, with Tang Wandi's generous expenditure of 10 ingots of silver, they ascended to the second floor with ease. At this moment, the crowd was sparse, with only a few elegantly attired patrons seated around a low Wangwali wooden table, comfortably resting on mats. Before their table, 3 enchanting dancers twirled gracefully, while a musician sat nearby, serenely plucking the strings of a pipa. Beyond the dancers, the autumn breeze swept across the lake, where several majestic lotus blooms floated amidst the icy expanse, standing out in their splendor. I promised to show you the finest scenery in Cold Leaf City, and here we are at the prime vantage point of Autumn Breeze Lake, declared Tang Wandi. What is there to admire in Winter's Lake? Retorted Yiziki. At that moment, a scholar in a green robe noticed them and hurriedly nudged his companions, prompting the entire table to rise. The patrons, having witnessed the earlier commotion caused by Yiziki and his companions on the lake, could no longer ignore the beauty of the dancers, and they eagerly approached, praising Yiziki and his friends for their exceptional martial prowess and youthful heroism, simultaneously inquiring about their identities and expressing a desire for friendship. The younger men, captivated by Tang Wandi's beauty, gazed at her with fervent admiration. Tang Wandi smiled and said, I am Tang Wandi, the second daughter of the Tang family. It is a rare fortune to meet each of you here today to enjoy the view of the lake. I would be delighted to perform a piece to entertain you. The patrons erupted in applause. Tang Wandi then cast a meaningful glance at Yiziki, signifying her intent to offer a melody, hoping to mend any offense caused earlier. The musician rose to relinquish his seat and handed the pipa to Tang Wandi. With a few deft strokes of the strings, she exchanged a few words with the dancers before lowering her gaze and caressing the strings, prompting the dancers to rise in song. Melodious notes filled the air as Tang Wandi played a rendition of Youthful Wanderings. The piece, inherently joyous, took on a poignant, solitary quality as she practiced amidst the towering icy peaks of Cold Mountain, resulting in a unique flavor to the performance. The patrons enthusiastically sought words of admiration, though they spoke more of the artistry in the heart of the heroine, captivated by her beauty, oblivious to how they discerned such nuances. Yiziki, unable to perceive the quality of the music, remained largely unresponsive. However, aware that her performance carried an apologetic undertone, Tang Wandi grew anxious at Yiziki's stoic demeanor, prompting her to exert more effort, yet still receiving no reaction. In a moment of determination, she suddenly leaned to the right, raising both arms to press the pipa against her fragrant shoulder, a dramatic flourish. This unexpected display elicited a wave of applause from the entire pavilion. Even Yuziki and Gu Feng couldn't help but offer gentle applause. One scholar, with fervent eyes and a surge of creative inspiration, began to compose lines of poetry, only to find tears welling up in his eyes. Though Tang Wandi was perspiring from the effort, witnessing this reaction brought her solace. After a brief interval, as the performance concluded and the dance came to an end, she hastily lowered the pipa from her shoulder. The patrons immediately surrounded her, showering her with accolades, expressing that they had been graced with celestial music, and none could fathom a treasure that could rival such an experience. Even a fortune to procure the melody would be justified. The scholar in the green robe boldly proclaimed, I, Shao, am unworthy, yet I wish to immortalize you in my art. This was indeed the highest tribute a painter could offer to a beauty. Tang Wandi gently pursed her lips and smiled, saying, in that case, I do have a request. The guests responded eagerly, Miss Tang, please do not hesitate to speak. We are more than willing to establish connections with you and would appreciate the opportunity to introduce ourselves, so we may mutually assist one another. With a smile, Tang Wandi continued, then, I shall daringly express that an esteemed guest is about to arrive at this establishment. Might I kindly request that you all relocate to another place? Upon her utterance, an instant silence fell upon the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Subsequently, everyone's countenance transformed dramatically. Chapter 37. Tang Wandi. 3. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng were taken aback by Tang Wandi's remarks, momentarily unsure whether to interject. Among the diners, an elderly man with a white beard, his face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "This establishment was graced by our presence first. How dare you, a mere woman, attempt to expel us gentlemen? Such audacity." The other patrons echoed his sentiments. Though they had recently enjoyed a delightful performance on the pipa from Tang Wandi and were inclined to assist her with minor tasks or gifts to foster goodwill with the Tang family, the notion of being asked to leave while the festivities were still ongoing felt akin to being cast out, a severe affront to their dignity. Moreover, having just expressed their willingness to forge connections, Tang Wandi's abrupt demand for their departure was a profound insult. In the face of the patrons' indignant outcry, Tang Wandi merely smiled, her demeanor unperturbed. Just as confusion rippled through the crowd, a piercing eagle-esque cry resonated through the hall. Those with keen eyesight gasped in alarm. And suddenly, a colossal figure landed on the open railing behind Tang Wandi. The diners were struck with disbelief. It was a snow sculpture, an exquisite creature that only the royal family of the Jugwa could tame. The implication of Tang Wandi's mention of a noble was now abundantly clear. Without uttering a word of farewell, the patrons hastily departed, leaving only Yi Ziki, Gu Feng, and Tang Wandi in their wake. Tang Wandi watched with satisfaction as the others departed in a flurry of astonishment. Undoubtedly spreading the news of the Tang family's clandestine relations with the royal family throughout the upper echelons of Hanya City. You shall soon comprehend, but for now, allow me to continue treating you. Do not spare my expenses, she remarked with a smile. Yi Ziki realized he had fallen into this woman's scheme from the outset. She had intended to lure the two brothers to this establishment. However, since the matter pertained to the royal family, it was one he could neither question nor evade. Thus, he settled in, determined to enjoy a lavish meal at her expense. As Yi Ziki pondered this, the sound of resolute footsteps echoed in the corridor, prompting him to rise and glance over. Approaching was a striking figure whose beauty captivated the room. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng quickly knelt, saluting. We pay our respects to General Shuang. The newcomer, with piercing eyes, was none other than Bai Cheng Shuang, the military commander of the Jugwa. This princess of the Jugwa, with her statuesque form, seemed to bring a chill into the room, her ethereal beauty illuminating the space. Although today she wore a simple white garment instead of military attire, the commanding aura she exuded from her experiences on the battlefield left Yi Ziki feeling a weight of pressure, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. Unlike other noblewomen, she bore no trace of the typical fragrant perfumes. Instead, a brisk, icy aura enveloped her, a testament to her profound cultivation in cold arts. Only Tang Wandi appeared at ease, playfully darting to Bai Cheng Shuang's side. She rose onto her toes, leaned in to whisper into the general's ear, her hand covering her mouth, sharing secrets in a manner reminiscent of a spirited young girl. Bai Cheng Shuang listened attentively, then nodded slightly, saying, You have performed commendably. Turning towards Yi Ziki and Gu Feng, she added, Today, I have requested Miss Tang to summon both of you. Please do not hold her accountable. Her tone was unassuming, yet paired with her clear and cold voice, it resonated like a chilling breeze sweeping across the cracks of ice on the autumn lake, penetrating deeply into the hearts of those present. Indeed, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng replied in unison. This is not the military camp. There is no need for such formality. Bai Cheng Shuang remarked as she gracefully walked past the two and seated herself at the head of the square table. Tang Wandi followed closely on her left, while Shuedio stood on her right, resembling a pair of guardians. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng then rose to their feet. I have come to meet you today for a singular purpose, the beautiful general stated directly. I wish for you to serve in my third guard. Upon hearing this, both Yi Ziki and Gu Feng's expressions shifted dramatically. Yi Ziki exclaimed in astonishment, General, I do not comprehend your meaning. Of course, he was not truly ignorant of the language of the Jew kingdom. However, having been in the military for over a month without yet seeing battle, he had heard much in idle chatter. He understood that the three major guards of the Jew kingdom operated independently, and while there had been personnel transfers at higher ranks, he had never heard of a guard leader personally recruiting soldiers, thus his shock. Bai Qingshuang maintained a stoic expression, stating, "There is no need for astonishment. This is not a command. I seek your consent. I merely wish to inform you that if you are willing to join my third guard, I will speak to your esteemed General Yin, and he will acquiesce to my request." Yi Ziki replied, "I still do not understand." "Well, from Yung Xianweng and Wandi. You have likely heard about the Yuani sect." Bai Qingshuang paused before continuing, "I am also a member of the Yuani sect." "Ah," Yi Ziki gasped, casting a glance at Tang Wandi, realizing the connection. Gu Feng interjected, "General, I have not taken an oath to the Yuani sect." However, Bai Qingshuang disregarded his comment and inquired, "What is your relationship with Su Jing?" At her words, Yi Ziki's expression sharpened. The Chivalrous Path, after all, was an organization outside the Zhu Kingdom, and associations with them were generally frowned upon in the eyes of Zhu Kingdom's generals. Yet, before this imposing female general, there was little room for evasion. Yi Ziki had no choice but to summarize their involvement with Su Jing in conscription matters outside Hanya City to Bai Qingshuang. "Su Jing indeed has intentions to recruit you," Bai Qingshuang remarked. "It is permissible to join. Aligning with the chivalrous path does not necessarily require one to abandon their military title as Su Jing did. He chose to immerse himself in the Central Plains." "Oh, it seems you are still unaware," she continued. "Su Jing was once a sergeant in the second guard of the Zhu Kingdom." Yi Ziki and Gu Feng were once again taken aback, while Bai Qingshuang continued, "In recent years, the interactions between our Zhu Kingdom and the chivalrous path have intensified, largely due to Su Jing's efforts. General Lien holds him in high regard, yet for me, Su Jing has been away from the military for many years. We must cultivate our own liaisons within our ranks to engage with the chivalrous path." "General, do you mean to suggest that you want us both to join the Yuani sect and the chivalrous path?" Yi Ziki seemed to comprehend why the illustrious General Shuang had personally come to meet the two insignificant soldiers. Bai Qingshuang nodded solemnly, stating, "You are to be transferred to the third guard, tasked with liaising with the Yuan family in the matters of chivalry. As my private soldiers, this unique status affords you an unparalleled advantage. Within the second guard, your talents would be stifled. However, in my third guard, I shall assign you to a position befitting your capabilities. As for your advancement in rank, I can assure you that it will be far more auspicious than your experiences in the second guard." With that, Bai Qingshuang refrained from further elaboration, seemingly granting Yi and Gu time to contemplate their decision. Yi Ziki raised his gaze and met Bai Qingshuang's diamond-like, piercing eyes, and suddenly felt his heart race uncontrollably. Even clad in simple attire, her aura was overwhelmingly commanding. Whether it was her breathtaking beauty, influenced by divine artifacts, or her dual noble status as the daughter of the sovereign and a commander of the third guard, most daunting was the chilling power she exuded, felt even from several paces away. All of this formed an insurmountable barrier before anyone who faced her. For an ordinary person, standing before such a figure would inevitably stir a sense of despair, igniting a painful awareness of their own mediocrity and insignificance, leaving them to marvel at the undeniable truth that some individuals are simply destined to stand above the rest. In truth, there was little to deliberate. He and Gu Feng were like birds bereft of a nest after their family's downfall, seeking refuge wherever they could. Bai Qingshuang's proposal was undoubtedly an outstretched olive branch. The chilling pressure of coercion mingled with the fervent hope for a brighter future surged within him, as if every floorboard in his line of sight whispered, "Agree, General." Taking a deep breath, Yi Ziki performed a deep bow and declared, "Forgive me, but I must decline your command." Chapter 38. Tang Wandi. 4. Tang Wandi's delicate lips parted slightly, as the massive figure of the snow-carved beast stirred with a rustle of feathers. "Oh." Bai Qingshuang's tone remained indifferent, yet the palpable chill in the air intensified. "Is it that the promises made by this general fail to instill confidence in you?" "I dare not doubt the general." Yi Ziki gritted his teeth. "It is solely because I am not of military lineage that I am able to enter Hanya City today. Thanks to General Lien's initiative to recruit soldiers on Snow Dragon Slope, and the esteem shown by General Shui, who bestowed upon me the mantle of a commander among 1,000 men. Though my abilities are modest, I am aware of loyalty and righteousness, and I cannot bear to abandon the general." Bai Qingshuang fell silent for a moment, then turned to Gu Feng. "And you?" "I am the same, and I hope the general can understand," Gu Feng replied. Bai Qingshuang sighed, appreciating Gu Feng's calm demeanor in her presence, which was rare even among seasoned veterans. Yet she had heard that Gu Feng would stand steadfast with his brother, knowing that circumstances could not be altered. "Since that is the case, you may both leave. Consider today's words as unspoken, and serve General Lien diligently in the future," Bai Qingxuang stated. Yes. Upon hearing Bai Qingxuang's lack of further admonishment, Yi Ziki let out a sigh of relief and quickly retreated, followed closely by Gu Feng. Wait, Bai Qingxuang suddenly called out. Gu Feng, I have something to ask you privately. Yes, Gu Feng acknowledged, remaining in the room while Yi Ziki's expression turned anxious, yet he dared not linger and departed alone. Gu Feng clasped his fists and inquired, May I ask, General, what is it you wish to discuss? Gu Feng continued, My brother is a person of integrity. As he has just stated, although he is still young, he possesses a loyal and righteous heart. It is precisely because of your generosity that we, as brothers, dare to be so bold. Once again, I offer my apologies to the general. With that, Gu Feng knelt again in a gesture of respect. Bai Qingxuang lowered her gaze, yet remained unmoved. You would do well not to address me with such formalities. Perhaps I am not as magnanimous as you believe. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng was taken aback and looked up, relieved not to see the general's anger. Bai Qingxuang remarked, There is no need to be nervous. I am merely curious about your brother, who bears a different surname. What kind of person is he? Does the general wish to hear of his experiences or his character? Feel free to elaborate. Gu Feng pondered for a moment before carefully replying. Yi Ziki and I have practiced martial arts together since childhood. Yet he does not come from a family of warriors. His family manages a bookstore in town, which has instilled in him a deep love for reading and a keen intellect, though he lacks physical strength. The townsfolk often refer to him as Little Confucius or say he is a bit simple-minded, as if something is amiss in his reasoning. He often frets over these remarks. While I find his nature commendable, Yi Ziki is eager to alter the impression others have of him. To this end, he deliberately attempts to adopt a coarser demeanor during conversations, seeking to project a more rugged image, and he even trains in martial arts alongside me. However, a month ago, bandits ravaged our town. For Yi Ziki, those individuals whose opinions he cherished, the very people who nurtured his kind and docile nature, suddenly vanished without a trace. It seemed as though he had undergone a complete transformation, yet I remained uncertain whether he was still performing toward the departed souls, toward me, or perhaps even toward himself. Since that moment, I could no longer fathom his essence. General, would this statement satisfy you? Gu Feng articulated in a calm tone. Halfway through his discourse, he began to doubt whether he was delivering a report or merely attempting to organize his thoughts for his own sake. Regardless, he spoke with unwavering resolve. Having begun, he felt compelled to continue. Meanwhile, Bai Qingxuang listened in silence, and somehow, amid these unremarkable events, she discerned an unsettling sensation. It was as if lurking behind those gentle expressions lay a lurking menace, ready to reveal its fangs. Ah, it is of no consequence now. You may withdraw. Bai Qingxuang remarked with indifference. Gu Feng astutely revealed to her that he was deeply concerned for his brother and would never abandon him to seek allegiance alone. Oh? Bai Qingxuang cast a sidelong glance at her. When that soldier named you rejected my words just now, why did I feel that you were even more anxious than he? Master, senior sister? Tang Wandi exclaimed, her complexion suddenly paling. What are you talking about? Bai Qingxuang merely sighed softly. Never mind. It spares me a confrontation with Shui. Master, senior sister? Nothing, Bai Qingxuang replied. Regarding what you mentioned this morning, I have already sent someone to attend to it. The constables have taken the description and are currently searching the city for the thief, named Hua, who broke into your home yesterday. Tang Wandi hastily bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. The winter city resembled Bai Qingxuang's cold, solitary gaze, lonely yet pristine. Strolling along the banks of the autumn wind lake, beneath the bare willow trees, Tang Wandi felt, despite having departed from the painting tower, that wherever she roamed, her sister's watchful gaze lingered upon her, from the crisp lake's surface, from the blinding sun, and from the sudden breeze that brushed past her. That gaze pierced through her soul, whispering, Why do I sense that you are more anxious than he? Slowly, Tang Wandi approached the tree, leaning against the withered willow by the lakeside, one hand pressed against her rapidly beating heart. Suddenly, she shouted silently within herself, Heavens! Am I truly worried about that lad? No, it cannot be. The moment that thought emerged, Tang Wandi vehemently rejected it. Would I truly fret over his dismissal of General Shuang? Would I harbor feelings for him? How utterly foolish! How absurd! How improbable! I am a practitioner from Hantan, a disciple of the Yuan sect, the second daughter of the Tang family. How could I possibly care about such a bumpkin? Indeed, it is impossible. Even if he possesses some semblance of attractiveness, his character is so vile, daring to wrap me like a dumpling. Just yesterday, he almost compelled me to shed blood for a curse, though in the end, he spared me. Ugh, that detestable fellow must harbor ulterior motives. How could I ever speak well of him? After much contemplation on human emotions and rationality, Tang Wandi finally felt a slight alleviation of her tense disposition, having entirely dismissed such possibilities. Initially, she had merely caught a distant glimpse of his visage by the lakeside from the Dongwu Pavilion. Subsequently, her master had advised her to cultivate a rapport with the two young men during her stay in the city, facilitating their future introduction to her circle, while her senior sister had urged her to investigate these two individuals in greater detail. Consequently, just last night, these two youths unexpectedly tumbled into her bathroom. Thus, she refrained from expressing her anger towards them and even consented to provide them with money, aiming to initiate a more serious engagement. Little did she realize that these young men were not there to borrow wealth, but rather to demand her life, prompting the ensuing turmoil. Wait, as Tang Wandi pondered this, she was momentarily taken aback. If she considered it this way, did it not imply that she shared an extraordinary bond with that insufferable Yiziki? Ugh, why should she entertain thoughts of him? When it came to prowess, her master had remarked that his martial talent was rather mediocre. He was unworthy of her. Alas, that is not entirely accurate. He is a sorcerer, and one cannot solely assess him by his martial aptitude. She remained unaware of his magical abilities. Ah, how she wished they could engage in a contest of sorcery. If she were to utilize her primary discipline, Spring's Awakening, to nurture her physique over time, surely no matter the foundation, the outcome would not be disappointing. The more she contemplated, the more chaotic her thoughts became, feeling as though the passers-by, even the stones and trees along the path, were mocking her. However, she mused, there was one certainty she could hold on to. Regarding the young man's refusal to enter the three guards, she had indeed not conveyed her true sentiments to her senior sister. She vividly recalled the moment he lifted his head and uttered that he could not comply. In that instant, a thought crystallized in her mind. Indeed, there exist individuals who can be frightened away by a mere large bird, as well as those who remain unperturbed even in the presence of a general. Chapter 39, Tang Wandi 5. As the cacophony of firecrackers heralded the end of the year, 6 days passed, and the festive season arrived. On New Year's Eve, the maid Xiaomei meticulously groomed Tang Wandi in her boudoir. Despite not venturing outside, Tang Wandi donned a neatly tailored emerald green gown, for she was to receive numerous guests shortly. My lady is truly beautiful. Those young gentlemen will surely be reluctant to leave tonight, Xiaomei remarked, admiring her handiwork. Impudent girl. Do you truly wish for me to marry off quickly? Tang Wandi teased, pinching Xiaomei's cheek. Forgive me, Xiaomei pleaded in haste, prompting Tang Wandi to release her grip. Yet, Xiaomei whispered, indeed. What do you mean? Tang Wandi inquired, taken aback. If my lady were to marry, she would remain in the city, Xiaomei replied softly. Upon hearing this, Tang Wandi sighed, running her fingers through Xiaomei's hair, her heart a tumult of emotions. According to the customs of the Han Yi, a lantern festival was to be held in the city on New Year's Eve, where families would take to the streets to revel and enjoy the festivities. Meanwhile, the affluent households would pay visits to one another, deepening their social ties. Young men and women eagerly anticipated this day, as unmarried men would be introduced to families of notable standing, while unmarried women would don their finest attire to assist their elders in hosting esteemed guests. This was precisely why Xiaomei was so diligent in preparing Tang Wandi. She hoped her mistress would find a suitable husband. However, Tang Wandi regarded the noble youths who would grace her home that evening with indifference. The reason for her disdain was clear. Although these young men hailed from the upper echelons of society, Tang Wandi was a disciple of the Han Mountain, where disciples engaged in discourse that spanned the realms of the 9 provinces. The state of Zhu was merely a small nation in the Lijiao region, positioned at the forefront of conflicts between the Song dynasty and the Qianzhou people. The thought of marrying and settling in such a perilous place was unappealing to her. More importantly, according to Tang Wandi's understanding of the current affairs in the 9 provinces, only formidable martial prowess could provide true security in the impending chaotic times. Her father, an official in the Ministry of Textiles, mingled primarily with civil officials, and the young scions visiting tonight were nothing more than debauched youths who spent their days idling with her brother, Tang Zhao, reciting flowery verses without the capability to wield a spear or mount a horse. Their only asset lay in the wealth accumulated by their families, which would dissipate like smoke in a time of turmoil. Though Tang Wandi herself possessed the 6th rank in her magical arts, primarily as a barrier master with supportive spells, what she truly required was a formidable man capable of protecting her in close combat, thus providing her with a sense of security. Unfortunately, such qualities were scarce among the youths visiting her home this evening. Yet, Irrespective of her thoughts, they bore little significance. For women, there exists a weightier matter than all reasoning, the command of parental authority, just like Xiaomei, whose parents were already preparing to leverage the festive season to arrange a marriage for her, ensuring she would remain forever in Hanyu City. Even though Tang Wandi possesses the foresight to envision the vast expanse of the world for her family, the paramount significance of a daughter lies in marrying into a family that can nourish and sustain their own. With her exquisite beauty and formidable talents, great expectations are placed upon her marriage by her kin. Miss, you've completely tousled my hair, Xiaomei lamented with a quivering voice. It was only then that Tang Wandi abruptly awakened from her reverie, realizing she had been mindlessly toying with Xiaomei's hair, transforming it into a chaotic nest. Oh, fret not. There is still time. Allow me to comb your hair, Tang Wandi said with a smile. After the two young women engaged in playful banter, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. It was the eldest young master, Tang Zhao, calling out to them. Second sister, what are you waiting for? Hurry to the front hall. The young master of the Wang family has arrived. Tang Wandi responded and, alongside Xiaomei, made her way to the front hall to assist her mother with the guests. After bidding farewell to young Master Wang, young Master Li and young Master Sun followed in quick succession, with guests arriving incessantly. Her mother, brimming with excitement, grasped Tang Wandi's hand and murmured, I see that young Master Wang truly has an interest in you. Young Master Li is more reserved. Yet his gaze is frequently drawn to you. The esteemed elder of the Wang family is that Minister Situ. And the elder of the Li family is the Chief of Justice Tang. Wandi managed to respond with a few words, feeling a growing sense of impatience within her. Finally, seizing an opportunity, she made an excuse to step outside, retreating to the garden by the pond to catch her breath. At that moment, distant sounds of revelry drifted over the walls, firecrackers soared over the top, bursting into colorful flames against the inky sky. Tang Wandi couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, pondering the vibrant scenes of the lantern market outside. Once, in her youth, she adored sitting by this very pond, gazing dreamily at the stars in the night sky. Her young mind was filled with countless legends about the stars and the moon. She firmly believed that Chang'e resided in the Moon Palace and would one day drift out from beneath the shadowy osmanthus tree, and the dazzling stars, she thought, were the tears of the weaver girl woven into a curtain that adorned the entire firmament. She longed to soar into the heavens, grasp a corner of that curtain, and gently shake it, letting those brilliant, radiant tears cascade down, passing through the clouds and landing in the small pond at her feet. Tang Wandi delicately extended her hand toward the sky. She had grown up. She had diligently cultivated her skills on Cold Mountain, mastering the ability to walk on water and summon the winds and rains. Yet, why was she still unable to break free from the confines of these estate walls? When would she be able to pluck her own star? Suddenly, an ominous feeling arose within Tang Wandi. Silently, she stood up and summoned her treasured white jade vial, making her way toward the eastern side of the pond. Ever since that night when Yiziki and Gu Feng intruded into the estate, she had set up a protective barrier within the premises. She could instantly detect any intruders who dared to enter the Tang estate through means other than the front gate. In this moment, danger was once again at hand. Chapter 40. Tang Wandi. 6. Following the guidance of the barrier, Tang Wandi arrived at the easternmost part of the Tang residence. At a glance, she immediately identified the source of her barrier's alarm. How? Could it be you? Tang Wandi exclaimed in disbelief. It turned out that the two figures perched upon the walls of the Tang estate were none other than the familiar faces from days past, Yiziki and Gu Feng. The sight of these well-known individuals stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Gritting her teeth, Tang Wandi demanded, What are you doing at my home? I am quite busy today and have no time for you. Humph. I knew it would come to this, turning your back on us. Yiziki muttered. Furrowing his brow, he then shouted, The Lord has yet to spare a moment for you. We wagered that you would take us to see the finest sights in the city, yet here we are. You, Tang Wandi retorted, exasperation bubbling within her. I have already wagered 10 taels of silver. Ah, indeed. Yuziki scratched his head, suddenly extending his hand toward Tang Wandi as if to grasp hers from afar, and proclaimed, You took care of me a few days ago. Therefore, come with me. I bet I can show you the true beauty of Hanyu City tonight. Tang Wandi's eyes widened in shock. What? This man is suggesting that I accompany him outside at night. Absurd. Preposterous. Someone apprehend him. Just as a torrent of scornful words surged to her lips, she looked up to find Yiziki's earnest gaze, brimming with sincerity. The sounds of fireworks erupted in the distance, resonating throughout the city. Behind her stood the grand and illuminated Tang residence, alive with the bustling voices of the elite. A tapestry of opulence. In stark contrast, before her lay a tranquil night, devoid of life, with only two aimless youths. Should she advance or retreat? Even a fool would know how to make a choice at this moment. Tang Wandi lifted her embroidered shoe and declared, "If it were not for the stunning sights I have never witnessed in this city, you would be in for it," with a determined cry. Her azure skirt billowed as she strode forward. Ezeki broke into a grin, and as Tang Wandi reached the wall of the estate and leapt, he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her with ease to scale the wall. "Follow me." The laughter of the young couple echoed as they fled from the Tang residence, seemingly racing toward the edge of the world. From the shadows of the Tang garden, a middle-aged man emerged, his face etched with disbelief. Tang Zhao struggled to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Leaving the Tang estate, Ezeki and Gu Feng led Tang Wandi to the bustling Sajin Street in the west of the city, the very flower street that General Lian Hongye had mentioned. Now the liveliest place in town. On this bright and starry New Year's Eve, Sajin Street glowed as if it were daylight, adorned with flowers and lights, showcasing an extraordinary splendor. One could say that in Hanya City, every household had come out to enjoy the festive lights. As a call echoed, a jovial bartender adorned with a scarf unexpectedly collided with the scene, while a beautiful matron, her hair adorned with jeweled hairpins and her flowing skirts trailing to the ground, emerged from behind a beaded curtain. A father tenderly lifted his child onto his shoulders. Couples interlaced their fingers, playfully teasing each other amidst the bustling throng of people. The crowd surged, pressing Tang Wandi closely against Ezeki and Gu Feng, as if fearing to be separated. Officers and enforcers patrolled the area, mingling with dignitaries and wandering heroes, creating a vibrant tapestry of society. Yet, what captivated Tang Wandi most were the myriad vendors lining the streets, particularly the stalls offering delectable snacks, street-side rice, venison, dried meat, buns, chicken skin, and minced chicken, each priced at a mere 15 won. There were also wandering performers, showcasing feats of balance, sword swallowing, puppet shows, musical performances, alongside fortune tellers, herbalists, and various curious entertainments, all delightfully novel. The most resplendent spectacle, of course, was the lanterns. The citizens of Hanya City crafted various lanterns from wooden strips and silk paper, hanging them from eaves and illuminating the entire street with a golden glow. Among them stood a grand lantern tower, a 5-zhong-high structure of colored glass, ingeniously mechanized, stationed in the center of the street, encircled by onlookers to prevent accidents. The rooftops along the long street were adorned with countless bundles of grass, intricately tied into dragon shapes, cloaked in green drapery, and festooned with thousands of candles, winding like twin dragons in flight. Initially apprehensive upon departing the Tang residence, Tang Wandi's trepidation dissipated in the face of such revelry. She was now thoroughly engrossed, regretting not having ventured out sooner. Before long, she found herself leading Ezeki and Gu Feng in playful antics before the street vendors. Having enjoyed themselves immensely, she quipped, "Is this the splendid scenery you promised me? It's hardly anything remarkable." Ezeki replied, "Not yet. We first came here to fill our bellies." Tang Wandi was taken aback, wondering if there were more hidden wonders within the city. Suddenly, Ezeki grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Follow me." Use the Changqin technique to conjure a few leaves. Turning to her with a glint in his eyes, he added, "The larger, the better." Confused yet compliant, Tang Wandi murmured the incantation, causing a massive emerald leaf to bloom upon the lake's surface. Soon, Ezeki recited his own spell, and the leaf began to tremble, gradually lifting from the water, dripping with countless glistening droplets, and astonishingly floated into the air. Ezeki's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed. "Indeed, the leaf you conjured is brimming with spiritual energy, making it perfect as a medium for my spells. What do you intend to do?" Tang Wandi asked nervously, recalling how Ezeki had once encased her entirely in such a large leaf. "Can you fly?" She gasped in astonishment. "Come up." Ezeki called out enthusiastically to Gu Feng and Tang Wandi. Tang Wandi lowered her head slightly, hesitating, "But I haven't learned the flying spell yet." "Nonsense." Ezeki suddenly seized her arm, pulling her onto the vast leaf. "How far do you think the sky is from you?" Tang Wandi raised her head, and for the first time, the stars of her hometown felt closer to her than ever before. Chapter 41. Tang Wandi 7. Once Gu Feng seated himself upon the great leaf, Yi began to chant an incantation, allowing the colossal leaf to soar above the waters. "Is this truly the most beautiful sight in Hanya City?" Tang Wandi inquired. "No," Yi replied, squinting towards the shore. "Look." Tang Wandi followed his gaze and was astounded as countless yellow lights ascended from the rooftops of the city. It was the hour of the dog, Gu Feng remarked. Suddenly, Tang Wandi realized this was a custom of the Zhu kingdom. At the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, the entire city would release sky lanterns. Yushi urged the great leaf onward, flying towards the bustling epicenter of the city, where the sounds of merriment enveloped them. A multitude of fiery red lanterns gracefully ascended, climbing higher and higher, swaying in unison with the wind, transforming the entire sky into a sea of lights. The great leaf felt like a solitary boat, gently rocking amidst this luminous ocean, gliding over homes, lakes, temples, palaces, golden streets, and even the flower child cave. Tang Wandi reached out for a lantern. But as her fingers brushed it, it floated away, the flame wrapped in bamboo and white paper flickering energetically within the lantern. Beneath the night sky, she found herself surrounded by these golden lights, with a fiery glow at their peaks, sparkling like the Milky Way. Tang Wandi exhaled softly, easing her emotions. For this was a magnificent spectacle unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Looking down, she observed countless men, women, elders, and children, all pausing their tasks at that moment, fervently praying towards the heavens, praying for a prosperous year ahead, praying for family safety, praying for the disappearance of marauders. You once said that the most beautiful sight in Hanya City is its people, Yuji suddenly remarked. Tang Wandi turned in surprise to see Yuji gazing at her. You were correct, but this people does not refer solely to General Shuang. It encompasses everyone in the city. Standing slowly upon the great leaf, Yuji proclaimed to those below. The most beautiful scenery in Hanya City is the harmony of its populace in a time of peace. Ah, it seems Master Yuanji was indeed jesting with me, claiming I had improved, yet it remains a stalemate. By Shuang sighed. As the captain, do not overestimate personal prowess. Shui tossed a wine jar, which Bai Shuang deftly caught. Speaking of soldiers, Uncle Shui. Bai Shuang suddenly lost his train of thought. You have quite remarkable soldiers. I possess my own methods of leading troops. Shui chuckled lightly, clinking his wine jar against Bai Shuang's. Let us compete again next year. Indeed. With a thud. In a southern residence, Huigang glanced out at the fireworks exploding in the sky before returning to deal with the corpse at his feet. The corpse was named Lu Min. That day, under coercion from Jia Huajing, he had indeed betrayed the details of this old comrade. From Lu Min, he had extracted further truths, confirming that Jia Huajing could not be spared. However, at that moment, he remained uncertain where the culmination of his path of vengeance would lead him. In the City of Lights, myriad lives unfolded. Yi Ziki stood upon the immense leaf, gazing down at the world below. Behind him, Tang Wandi lifted her head upon hearing the youth speak of the most beautiful scenery. Beneath the night sky, the boy's eyes sparkled like stars. A sudden gust of wind swept in, causing the giant leaf to sway, prompting Yuzuki to hastily take a seat and grip the leaf firmly. Tang Wandi, being lighter, found it harder to maintain her balance and, in a moment of panic, grasped Yuzuki's back. Steady yourself. Oh, my apologies. Hey, dead leaf, may I ask you something? What is it? Have you ever flown with another girl like this? For instance, do you have a childhood sweetheart? No, why do you ask? You don't need to pry like this. I'll tell you, aside from you, my connections are quite limited. I know no other sorcerers, nor does anyone else craft such spiritually infused leaves for me. Understood. Now be quiet. The giant leaf drifted along the river of lights, seemingly allowing one to forget the present moment and all earthly troubles. I have lost, thought Tang Wandi. This truly was the most exquisite sight in Hanyi City, and she had wagered and lost. Yet, she remained uncertain about the stakes she had laid down. The giant leaf descended into the Tang estate. As they parted, Yuzuki requested several large leaves from Tang Wandi, claiming it was a reward for bringing her out. No problem, she replied readily, and together with Gu Feng, Yuzuki soared out of the Tang residence. They landed in a secluded corner, where Yuzuki carefully placed the leaves on the ground, scrutinizing the flow of spiritual energy within them, revealing a satisfied expression. Remarkable. When I crafted bookmarks, I merely borrowed a hint of vitality from spring, but her cold mountain technique seemed to have summoned the spring deity, Jumong, in the depths of winter. Gu Feng, reconsider your wish to apprentice at Cold Mountain. Why exactly did you come to provoke her? Gu Feng suddenly inquired. Yuzuki was taken aback and replied, what else could it mean? That day she arranged our secret meeting with General Shuang, but since I declined, it has made our future encounters difficult. Such an important connection cannot simply be discarded, can it? Although her thoughts are as cunning as a spirit's, her actions have generally been benevolent towards us. Furthermore, Her spring awakening technique has been immensely beneficial to my spellcasting. I cannot afford to lose this connection, hence I humbly sought her out. Gufeng. You might think I am calculating too much, but as two impoverished youths in these times when life is as cheap as grass, I believe we must exhaust every resource and give our all to survive in this land. And what of the Tang family? Gufeng remarked. If they learn of your provocations, I doubt they will be pleased. Given their nature, they might even attempt to harm you. That blood contract nullifies old grievances. But it does not preclude the settling of new scores. Isn't it merely friendship? Does the Tang family regulate their daughters so strictly? Yiziki questioned, perplexed. Gufeng could not help but furrow his brow, scrutinizing Yiziki for a moment, attempting to discern whether he was feigning ignorance or truly blind. What if Tang Wandi has taken a liking to you? Have you lost your senses while admiring the lanterns this evening? What if it were true? Do not jest. I am a demon, and when demon hunters slay demons, they leave no survivors. Gufeng fell silent. However, speaking of the Tang family's response, Yiziki remarked, I genuinely hope they become aware of it. What do you mean? Initially, when Tang Zhao was betrothed to Ling Sha, it caused me months of distress. I understand this is not the fault of others, it is my own issue. Yet, as a man, how can one endure such humiliation? I can tell that Tang Zhao cares deeply for his sister. If his precious daughter were to associate with an impoverished wretch like me, he would undoubtedly be pained. And his suffering would bring me immense satisfaction. Immense satisfaction? Indeed, it brings me greater joy to retaliate in this manner than to simply eliminate him. And it feels more justifiable to my conscience. Gufeng sighed. You will inevitably regret this decision. Yiziki, however, remained silent. The myriad of lanterns continued to sway in the night breeze, punctuated by the occasional sound of firecrackers. Yiziki lifted his gaze and softly spoke. If it were not for the bandits, Beishan town should have been adorned with such scenery. The most beautiful scenery? Alas, in this world. My vision of beauty has long since vanished. Chapter 42. Life as a Chess Game. 1. In the Ancestral Temple. The revered figures of the builders of the city of cold leaves, particularly the founding monarch of the state of Zhu, Bai Chenghan, along with several ministers who significantly contributed to the establishment of the city, have long been held in high esteem by the citizens of Cold Leaves. A long queue of townsfolk, eager to pay their respects and make wishes for a prosperous new year, formed under the brilliant sun. It was only after a considerable wait that two young men finally stepped into the main hall of the ancestral temple, before the imposing bronze statue of Bai Chenghan. Yiziki silently recited, O Lord of Bai Cheng, I am but a soldier of Cold Leaves. My fervent wish this new year is to uncover the barbaric perpetrators who ravaged my homeland and to slay their tribal chieftain. This shall also serve to restore peace to the nation. I bow thrice before you, noble monarch, and implore you to grant my heart's desire. Having spoken, they together offered their respects and incense before retreating through the side door of the main hall. Casual, Gufeng nodded, casting a glance at the throng still waiting in line. In the biting winter wind, the townsfolk, accompanied by their families, wore expressions of joy and festivity. Simultaneously, the bandits, having ravaged Lei Prefecture, were beginning to withdraw, their initial fervor waning. The ebb and flow of both sides signaled the gradual dissolution of the bandit menace, heralding yet another year of triumphant melodies under the wise reign of the monarch. Those untouched by this tumult could hardly contain their celebratory spirits, gazing hopefully into the future. Yet, it seemed as if no one noticed the receding tide, revealing a ground strewn with corpses. Tang Wandi approached, raising her hand as if to pat Yuziki on the shoulder. In an instant, he lifted his hand to meet hers, diffusing the impending gesture. This unexpected harmony startled Tang Wandi momentarily, before she smiled and inquired, Have you finished your worship? Almost done. We were just about to leave. What about you? Yiziki replied. Then follow me, Tang Wandi said. Led by her, the two navigated through the crowded halls of the ancestral temple, finally arriving at a secluded side chamber. Yiziki looked up to behold an ancient locust tree standing majestically in the courtyard, its gnarled branches adorned with countless red satin ribbons tied into knots, numbering in the thousands, their ends cascading toward the ground. As a gentle breeze swept through, the ribbons danced like long-tailed red fish, swaying freely in the wind. This is a place of blessings, she explained. You write your name on the red string and tie it here, and the deities in the temple will bless you with promotions and wealth. Oh, Yiziki observed several elderly individuals beneath the tree, prepared with writing materials and a heap of red strings. Anyone passing by was greeted with warm smiles. Thoughtfully, he remarked, setting aside the question of whether one will truly gain wealth, it seems one must first part with some money to hang their name, no? Ah, allow me, Tang Wandi declared, taking charge as she rushed to the base of the locust tree, promptly laying out a substantial sum of copper coins to exchange for 2 red strings and an ink brush. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng followed her lead and inscribed their names as well. Tang Wandi said, "There are rules to tying the strings. You outsiders wouldn't know. I shall do the tying. You wait over there." Yi Ziki and Gu Feng complied and stepped aside. After a moment, Gu Feng noticed that Tang Wandi seemed to struggle with the height of the branches while tying the red strings, prompting him to say, "I'll lend her a hand." Gu Feng stepped forward to request assistance from Tang Wandi with the red string. Initially, she refused, but eventually consented to let him tie her own. Gu Feng pondered that perhaps there were specific techniques involved in knot tying, so he closely observed Tang Wandi as she demonstrated. With her delicate face tilted upward, she pressed her pinky and ring fingers against the swaying twig, using the remaining fingers to secure the knot. Her gaze was focused, her toes pointed, revealing a determined spirit. Once Tang Wandi finished and departed, Gu Feng imitated her, weaving the string. In a moment of curiosity, he casually inquired of an elderly man nearby, "I have never heard of such a useful tree species back in my hometown. What is this tree called?" The old man replied with a warm smile, "It is the moon elder tree." Gu Feng's movements froze. He glanced at the red string in his hand, which bore only his name, and then surveyed the tree, where countless knots fluttered below an array of names. His expression twitched slightly. Silently, he removed the red string and clenched it in his palm as he approached Yi Ziki and Tang Wandi. "Have you finished tying?" Yi Ziki asked. "Yes. There is nothing much left to see in this temple. Let us go outside." The 3 exited the ancestral temple and encountered numerous vendors lining the temple walls. Bustling like a lively market, they began to stroll and converse. "Did you come with your family? Aren't you lonely without them?" Yi Ziki queried. "Not at all. My family completed their prayers early, and now we're all exploring separately," Tang Wandi replied. "Did anything interesting happen in the army during the New Year? Do share with me." "Not particularly. Everyone in the army was drinking and having fun, so we slipped away. Oh, by the way, I heard your senior sister at the 3rd Guard drank 2 jars of wine in one go. Truly a heroine among women. Indeed. She has to manage a group of men, so she must blend in." "Wu Qi, is it a game of chess?" "Yes, but not quite. In essence, it's an unusual form of chess, using people as pieces." "What does that mean?" "It's hard to explain. You'll understand when you see it. Though I've heard it can be quite bloody. If you're squeamish, perhaps it's best to avoid it." "Hey, look over there." With Yi Ziki's exclamation, Tang Wandi and Gu Feng looked up to see a fortune teller, appearing to be in his 40s, setting up a stall beneath the temple wall. "Are you still interested in this? At least he has a proper setup. Let us go have some fun," Yi Ziki said enthusiastically. "What does having a proper setup mean?" Tang Wandi inquired. "It means he has a table and chairs for fortune telling. In this line of work, there are rules. If they don't speak, they can only read your fortune from your face, and once done, they'll give you a slip of paper to conclude. Those with tables and chairs can engage in conversation with you. In these times, where many are merely pretentious, finding a practitioner willing to chat a bit more is worth spending a little money." Thus, the 3 approached the stall, and Yi Ziki eagerly spoke first. "Sir, may I request a reading with a reverse fortune-telling method?" Just as Tang Wandi was about to ask what reverse fortune-telling meant, the fortune teller had already replied, "What character?" "Human. If a person is inverted, isn't that a demon? That character is not auspicious." Upon hearing these words, Yi Ziki trembled slightly, quickly regaining his composure. He remarked, "Here is an easy one, yet you still hesitate. Let it be the character." The diviner, having heard this, immediately took up his brush to inscribe the character. At that moment, Tang Wandi realized he was writing the entire character in reverse. Yi Ziki promptly applauded, exclaiming, "Excellent. Writing backward indeed means to inscribe in reverse. This is a skill many in the divination trade possess. Some believe that the more adept one becomes at this craft, the greater their divination skills." Thus, Yi Ziki initially used this task to test the diviner, primarily to provide Tang Wandi with something novel to behold. Once the diviner finished writing, he contemplated the paper for a moment, ready to speak, when suddenly, a flurry caught their attention. Yi Ziki and his companions gasped and instinctively took a step back. A small sparrow fluttered its wings as it emerged from beneath the diviner's table. The diviner furrowed his brow, muttering, "With a bird beneath it forms the character. The red is a star of marriage, indicating romantic fortune. However, your character is written in reverse." "Young man, this signifies a red." Yi Ziki inquired, "What does red mean?" "I have never encountered that term." The diviner explained, in the vernacular, it suggests you are fated to encounter romantic troubles that may endanger your life. Puff. Yiziki, who had initially felt some tension observing the diviner's demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Fated to encounter romantic troubles. Are you implying I will suffer at the hands of women? Indeed, and judging by your features, while you possess a kind heart, you are destined to remain a philanderer. Throughout your life, you will inevitably endure hardships due to women. Enough of this. Yuziki laughed. Here is your payment. No need to me. I am well aware of your jargon and tricks. It's merely a means to frighten. He tossed the money aside, preparing to leave. While internally scoffing at the notion that since the tragedy of his clan, he had ceased to concern himself with matters of love. His affections had long been buried alongside a blood-stained garment. Besides Gu Feng, he would not allow anyone else to occupy his thoughts. Why would he risk trouble over women? Ultimately, it was nothing more than a ruse to deceive. Wait, the diviner suddenly exclaimed. Young man, you should take this money. Yiziki asked, perplexed why? The benefactor may have forgotten me, but I cannot forget the benefactor. The diviner stood, speaking earnestly, on that day in Yinching Street. I nearly met my demise under a horse's hoof, and it was thanks to your intervention that I was saved. Today, I am able to set up my stall and earn a living, and I dare not accept your money. Yiziki's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the man claiming to be Su Wan. Suddenly, a memory surfaced on that day. He and Gu Feng had exited the storytelling house just as Tang Zhao's horse charged, and he had rescued none other than this middle-aged man from beneath the horse's hoofs. Yuziki couldn't help but smile. So it was you. Why are you here deceiving people instead of pursuing a legitimate trade? Well, seeing you in good health brings me relief. Benefactor, my divination is not. Tang Wandi, noticing the sudden warmth in their exchange, curiously interjected, Oh, so you two are acquainted? Then give me a free fortune-telling. Never mind. Let's just look at the auspicious sign. We have little time and numerous places yet to explore. Yuziki interrupted Tang Wandi with a smile, raising his hand to grasp her arm, subtly pulling her closer to himself. Even if he did not believe in this fortune-telling, he wished to prevent any misfortune that might arise should Tang Wandi be identified as a member of the Tang family. Tang Wandi, taken aback by Yuziki's sudden boldness, felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks and chose to remain silent. After exchanging a few New Year greetings with Su Wan, Yuziki led Tang Wandi away. As they departed, Su Wan called out from behind, Be cautious of the charms of women, my benefactor. Hey, he warned you to be wary of feminine allure. Yet you still linger close to me? Tang Wandi teased softly. Please, do you truly believe him? Yuziki scoffed. By the way, we have a peach tree at home that blooms beautifully in spring. Do come to see it with Gu Feng. Will you even allow me in your house? Have you ever used the front door during your visits? The laughter of the youthful pair gradually faded amidst the bustling crowd. Nearby, at the ancestral temple, a palanquin carried by 4 bearers had just closed its curtains. Inside sat an elderly man with a weathered face and piercing eyes. Opposite him was a young man who spoke confidently. Father, those two are the ones who seduced our second sister. I have investigated their backgrounds. They infiltrated from outside the city with the military, lacking any notable lineage, merely serving as minor officers in the second guard. They deceived our sister last night. The young man was none other than Tang Zhao. Have they had any previous dealings with my Tang family? Inquired the elder, who was also the head of the Tang household, Tang Xizhou. Well, not exactly. For some reason, they became acquainted with our second sister. Humph. The elder waved his hand dismissively, prompting the palanquin to move forward. Tang Zhao lowered his head, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had been deeply concerned that the blood contract might suddenly drain him of his life force. Yet, despite the risks, he refused to allow his sister to be taken away by a sudden, impoverished soldier. Indeed, this is not a matter of reopening old wounds. Rather, you are forcing my hand, Tang Zhao thought fiercely to himself. Chapter 43, Life as a Game of Chess 2, in the Residence of the Duke of Zhu, by Qingyan. The commander of the First Guard awoke from a drunken stupor following the New Year court gathering. After a brief moment of repose, he summoned his aides to discuss affairs in the main hall. As dusk approached, a servant entered to announce, Lord Tang Xizhou seeks an audience. Please, let him in. As the sole heir of the Baicheng Marquis, Bai Qingyan was widely acknowledged as the next sovereign of the state of Zhu. Thus, visits from the powerful and influential were commonplace, and he paid little heed to such matters. Alas, Commander, have pity on this old man. A voice laden with sorrow suddenly pierced the hall. Bai Qingyan looked up in astonishment to see the elderly Tang Xizhou, who, having crossed the threshold of 50, entered with trembling steps. Bai Qingyan rose and inquired, Lord Tang, What troubles you? Tang Sizhou replied, "Forgive my impertinence, but due to my advanced age and incompetence, I have allowed my family to be unjustly humiliated by the young ruffians outside. I had no choice but to seek justice from you, General Bai Cheng." With a smile, Bai Cheng remarked, "You jest, my lord. In this city of Cold Leaf, who would dare to provoke your esteemed Tang family? That would be akin to challenging me." Bai Cheng, Tang Sizhou solemnly confessed, "I cannot conceal it from you, my lord. The source of my family's humiliation comes from within the military." Bai Cheng, intrigued, asked, "Oh, could it be from my first guard?" "Not at all," Tang Sizhou quickly replied. "Your command is exemplary. Such miscreants would not arise under your watch. It is from the second guard. Previously, General Lian had recruited numerous rustic villagers, promoting 2 of them to the rank of squad leader, one named Yiziki and the other Gu Feng. Unfettered by military decorum, they brazenly harassed the daughter of this old scholar in the city. As a mere civilian, I dared not confront these martial officers, and thus I have come to implore your assistance." Upon learning of the duo's humble origins, Bai Cheng felt assured that the matter could be resolved. He laughed and said, "Rest easy, my lord. As the commander of the first guard, it is my duty to uphold military discipline and eradicate this scourge." Tang Sizhou's face brightened with relief. "Then I shall be in your debt, General." As he spoke, he leaned forward, discreetly placing 1,000 taels of silver into Bai Cheng's sleeve. Bai Cheng nodded with a smile, and Tang Sizhou withdrew. Once Tang Sizhou had departed, an aide ventured, "General, Shui of the second guard is quite protective of his men. If you act against them, it may provoke trouble." Bai Cheng chuckled, "You worry too much. Why resort to underhanded tactics? The military drill is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, where the first, second, and third guards will practice together. Each year, a few unfortunate souls meet their demise. Should I choose to eliminate those 2 squad leaders right under Shui Yi's nose, he will be powerless to object." Understanding the underlying resentment Bai Cheng harbored towards Lian Hongye's recruitment efforts, the aide realized this was also a means of venting frustration. To oppose the Lord's intentions would be utterly unwise. Thus, he quickly affirmed, "Your wisdom is unmatched, General. Summon Lu Shang. Have him investigate the backgrounds of those 2 ruffians, particularly regarding their participation in the drill." "Yes, sir." At that very moment, within the encampment of the second guard, the clang of armor echoed, and spears rose like dragons. "Heave! Heave!" 200 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices soaring into the winter sky like solitary snow pines. It was the time for military training. Yiziki stood amidst the military formation. Facing him was a seasoned sergeant of the same rank, Lin Fang, a skilled soldier in his 30s. With a unified shout, the 40 spears of his comrades thrust forward, and Yiziki maneuvered his sword to deflect Lin Fang's strike. Following another synchronized shout, Yiziki lunged with his sword, only for Lin Fang to parry the blade with his spear. "Youngster, your swordplay pales in comparison to your brother's prowess," Lin Fang remarked. "Of course, Gu Feng is the strongest in our town," Yiziki replied. Lin Fang was taken aback by the response, a hint of disappointment washing over him. It was well known that this young man was referred to as the military king of Zhuolangpo by the brothers who participated in the martial examination that day. Not to mention, Gu Feng, who served alongside him, was an exceptional fighter. During the month in Zhuolangpo, Gu Feng had sought out numerous capable sergeants for sparring, including Lin Fang. Though they maintained a facade of cordiality, Lin Fang was acutely aware that Gu Feng's swordsmanship ranked among the best within their ranks. Later, when Gu Feng sought to challenge the centurions, those officers, who usually had nothing to do, suddenly found themselves inundated with military duties. This left Lin Fang with a flicker of hope for Yiziki, a fellow soldier who had also participated in the martial examination. However, the outcome was disappointing. Despite the curiosity of many soldiers regarding martial arts, Yiziki consistently found excuses to avoid sparring, revealing himself to be a mere figurehead. Now, when Lin Fang drew comparisons to Gu Feng, hoping to spur Yiziki into action, the young man foolishly acknowledged it. No wonder the camp buzzed with praise for Gu Feng and Feng Jiu's skills while shaking their heads at this so-called military king. Lin Fang's contempt grew, and he was reluctant to exert further effort in training with Yiziki. Fortunately, someone arrived just in time to interrupt them. "Yiziki, General Shui requests your presence," called Centurion Chen Wufu. "Understood," Yiziki replied promptly, turning to Lin Fang. "Brother Lin, I must take my leave for now." Lin Fang feigned a wave, watching the youth depart, thinking to himself, receiving military orders with such urgency is commendable, but this child lacks substance. When he meets General Shui, he will likely be timid and unable to utter more than a few words. As for aspiring to the title of military king, that seems a distant dream. Unbeknownst to Yiziki, he was oblivious to Lin Feng's musings. He hurried to the main tent of the camp, where General Shui was engaged in conversation with the staff. Yiziki approached and saluted. "Greetings, General. You've arrived," Shui said, turning to him. "I hear you intend to be a piece in the war chess?" "Yes," Yiziki affirmed. Shui furrowed his brow. "In youth, it is common to seek the limelight. But why risk your life merely to amuse those powerful lords?" Yiziki could not help but inwardly lament. It seemed that the most anticipated event of the military exercises, the war chess, was merely a source of amusement in General Shui's eyes. However, for an ordinary soldier, this presents an extraordinary opportunity for advancement. The so-called military chess is the most competitive aspect of military exercises, where two armies each deploy 16 soldiers onto a vast chessboard measuring 100 paces in circumference, embodying various pieces such as generals, advisors, chariots, horses, bows, and infantry. When a noble player loses a piece, the two opposing players must engage in a life-or-death struggle. Those who survive remain on the board, thereby honing the combat readiness of the troops. Due to its captivating nature, this event draws significant attention, and soldiers who excel can easily attain fame and promotion. Yet, simultaneously, it is also the segment of military drills with the highest casualty rate. Shui was reluctant to allow him to participate. "General," Yiziki inquired, "have you reconsidered my request from the other day? You mean your desire for troops?" Shui replied, shaking his head. "I have stated before that soldiers are never given. They must be earned through one's own merit, and you are still too young." "Then, does the rank of 2nd Division leader equate to merely riding a horse?" Yiziki retorted, raising his face with indignation. "Impudent!" Shui's aides were incensed at the disrespectful young man, and they moved to apprehend him. Yet, Shui waved them off and chuckled. "I shall assign you 2 hours of punishment at the wooden post. You are to continue until the moon is overhead, even should your hands break. Do you accept?" "Understood," Yiziki replied. "However, General, I implore you to permit my participation in the military chess. I understand that my reputation may not command respect, and thus, it is natural that I hold a title without soldiers to lead. But I cannot use my youth as an excuse to convince myself. If I perform admirably in military chess, surely soldiers will be eager to fill the ranks beneath me." "That is your concern," Shui said, sweeping away. His aides immediately followed, and one of them stepped forward, saying, "General, is it not too lenient to punish him with only 2 hours? He merely spoke out of turn. At least he did not pilfer the troops' pay to frequent the pleasure district, did he?" Shui chuckled in response. The aide was momentarily taken aback and thereafter refrained from speaking ill of Yiziki, for he recalled that pilfering and indulging in the pleasure district were feats of this very general in his youth. General Shui perceived a reflection of himself in Yiziki. Bang! A fist struck heavily against the wooden post. "It is nothing," Yiziki remarked. "I merely received a lesson." Chapter 44, Life as a Chessboard. 3. Thud. Thud. The resounding beat of the great drum echoed as the sun began to rise, dispelling the hazy shadows of the distant mountains. The morning light swept across the icy northern expanse, illuminating the solemn faces of over 1,000 soldiers gathered on the training grounds, including Yiziki. In his hand, he clutched a yellow pill, standing beneath the forest of spears in the palace's training field. This yellow pill was given to him by Tang Wandi after he confided his intention to participate in the martial chess competition. She had shaken her pure white jade bottle for a long time, finally producing the pill, and insisted he consume it before the match. Thus, Yiziki hesitated for an entire morning, questioning whether he could truly ingest something belonging to the enemy's daughter. Commander Chen Wufu approached, intrigued. "What do you have there?" "Nothing," Yiziki replied, swallowing the yellow pill in one swift motion. Chen Wufu paid it no mind and simply patted Yiziki on the shoulder, saying, "You're up for a public display. Let the sovereign see the quality of our second guard in the martial examination. Fight well and show no mercy to those soft-footed soldiers of the first guard. Pierce them to the death." Yiziki replied solemnly, "Understood." Gradually, figures clad in official attire began to emerge from the tall buildings surrounding the palace training grounds, accompanied by elegantly dressed women and children. This was an annual tradition granted by the Marquis of Bai City, allowing the families of officials to observe the military exercises. Consequently, the number of spectators on the surrounding watchtowers increased. Yiziki noticed several young children among them, their faces alight with excitement as they stood in safe, elevated positions, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of combat. This caused a sudden unease within Yiziki, as if he were a wild beast trapped in a cage, poised to perform a deadly act of desperation. "Look, the generals are arriving," someone shouted. All eyes were drawn to the high platform at the northern end of the training field, known as the generals' platform, the highest and most spacious area of the grounds. Naturally the main stage for military exercises. Generals Bai Chengyan, Shui Yi, and Bai Chengshuang took their seats in succession, notably. Shui directly occupied the position of the commander of the second guard. Bai Chengyan, who had a history of discord with the second guard, ceased his inquiries when met with indifference. Yi Ziki, observing the imposing stature of the first guard's commander, pondered what sort of general he might be, when suddenly a laughter echoed in his ears. He recognized it as the laughter of the old demon from the inner sea. "What are you laughing at? Your kingdom of Ju truly harbors hidden talents. Even a fifth-rank general emerges." "A fifth-rank general?" Yuziki glared at Bai Chengyan. "Are you referring to him? Who else could it be?" It seemed that this individual was all facade. No wonder the veterans held the first guard in such low regard. "Our Chief Chen is also a fifth-rank expert. I wonder who would prevail in a match." Alas, his father is the sovereign, and Commander Chen would dare not strike. Suddenly, the drums resounded loudly. An elegantly dressed elder, surrounded by numerous attendants, slowly ascended the general's platform. Meanwhile, the three generals of the three guards and other high-ranking officials stood in unison. Yi Ziki, deeply moved, along with the thousands of armored soldiers around him, knelt halfway before the general's platform. Surrounding the watchtowers, hundreds of officials and their families bowed deeply towards the command platform, performing a grand salute. A resounding voice, deep and powerful as a mountain, surged from all directions, unified in its exclamation, "Long live the sovereign!" The venerable elder, nearing 50, with a solemn countenance, was none other than the ruler of the state of Ju, Lord Bai Qingjiang. At this moment, the annual military exercises officially commenced. The first event showcased 800 infantrymen demonstrating battlefield marksmanship with the 6 harmonies spear technique. They formed a precise formation, with the centurion Wang Zhong personally raising the flag atop the command platform. With the beating of a drum, the soldiers shouted in unison and executed their spear techniques, advancing through 18 strikes in perfect synchrony. Subsequently, the 800 soldiers split into 2 armies of 400 each. The Eastern Army, upon the first drumbeat, saw Wang Zhong raise the blue flag for a direct formation. The Western Army followed suit, with the centurion Tianjing raising the white flag for a square formation. Another drumbeat resonated as Wang Zhong raised the black flag for a curved formation, while Tianjing lifted the yellow flag for a circular formation. As the 2 armies shifted their formations, it was noted that the majority of the second guard had been dispatched by Lian Hongye to clear the surrounding bandits, leaving only the first and third guards to engage in their drills. Yiziki raised his fist to the right, meeting another fist in a gentle touch. Gu Feng, clad in the same military garb, stepped forward alongside him onto the chessboard. On the command platform, attendants brought forth a splendid jade chessboard, adorned with 32 pieces, blue and black for the soldiers, and red for the generals. Bai Qingyan, the leader of the first guard, rose to extol his father. Bai Qingjiang, among the 4 northern states, each excels in their own artistry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My father is renowned for his prowess in chess, a fact well known throughout the realm. Today, the common folk have gathered to witness the magnificence of the chess king. As a member of the first guard, I am eager to serve my father's command. Bai Qingjiang replied, "This year, with Hongye absent from the city, whom shall I engage in a match?" Bai Qingshuang immediately sprang to her feet, stating, "I would be honored to entertain my father." Her eagerness to challenge her father stemmed from the fact that the black pieces opposing her were comprised mainly of soldiers from the second and third guards, many of whom were her own troops. It was well known throughout Ju that the sovereign enjoyed chess, and perhaps only Bai Qingshuang had the audacity to challenge him without fear of losing a single piece. Thus, she boldly stepped forward to represent her soldiers. "Very well. Let us engage, Shuanger," Bai Qingjiang agreed. 32 elite soldiers stepped into the arena, their uniforms marked with the roles they would play: 1 general, 2 advisors, 2 elephants, 2 knights, 2 chariots, 2 archers, and 5 pawns. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng, both playing as black pawns, wore the most modest attire, while the knights and chariots wielded formidable power. The red pieces made the first move. Bai Qingjiang advanced a piece, prompting an attendant to rush to the front of the platform to relay the move to the designated officer. Upon receiving the command, the officer raised the red flag and proclaimed loudly into the training grounds, "Archers 2 to 5. Following this, Bai Qingshuang made her move. and the officer raised the black flag, announcing, Knight 8 to 7, Knight 2 to 3, Archer 8 to 2, Archer 3 to 3, capturing the knight. Suddenly, the first command for a capture was issued. Chapter 45, Life as a Chessboard 4, Upon the issuance of military orders. The black archer swiftly drew a golden arrow from his quiver, knocking it with precision, and released it towards the cavalry 30 paces away. The cavalry, however, did not retreat. Instead, they wielded their long spears with defiance, grunting as they deflected the arrow with ease. The cavalry charged forward, and the archer, attempting to withdraw, was ultimately too late, receiving a piercing thrust that shattered his light armor, causing blood to spurt forth as he rolled on the ground, unable to rise again. From the command platform, the officer raised a red flag and proclaimed, Red triumphs. The surrounding watchtowers erupted in raucous cheers, lauding the valor displayed by the cavalry. The loudest cheers came from the troops as the soldiers celebrated the opportunity to outshine the other divisions. At the command platform, an aide approached the exquisite chessboard, removing the black chess piece representing the archer. Bai Chung Shuang, witnessing this, expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming, I clearly captured a piece. Yet it is my soldier who is wounded in the end. What meaning does this game hold? Bai Chung Jiao retorted, Dearest Shuang, you fail to grasp the essence of chess. Bai Chung Shuang replied, I beseech you, father, to enlighten me. Bai Cheng Jiao then pointed to a dividing line at the center of the board, saying, This boundary is known as the Luo River. 3 centuries ago, the ruler of the impoverished nation, Bawang Xiaokong, engaged in a protracted struggle against the ruler of the Li nation, Qi Wang Hoji, for supremacy over Lingzhou, with neither side able to claim victory. Ultimately, both rulers, moved by the plight of their people, forged a blood oath, designating the Luo River as the dividing line, thereby splitting Lingzhou and vowing never to transgress it. After the accord was established, Xiaokong returned to his homeland, only for Hoji to immediately cross the river and ambush him, leading to Xiaokong's demise at Dingyi, thus establishing the Li nation's dominion for 3 centuries. In homage to this historical event, the game of chess was created to reflect the past, with red pieces symbolizing the Li nation and black pieces representing the impoverished nation, while the central boundary signifies the Luo River. Hence, the red pieces always take the initiative, with each piece moving according to established rules. Upon hearing this, Bai Chung Shuang remained silent, focusing intently on the game. Indeed, I maintain that employing a bow against a horse is a foolish tactic, while acceptable on the chessboard. It is a grave error in warfare. In the watchtower of the training ground, the members of the Tang family, particularly the 3 sons of the Tang household, displayed exuberance as they gestured animatedly. Tang Wandai, observing them, furrowed her brow and questioned, What is there to be so joyful about? Pray tell, why is it that the side that captures a piece ends up losing one of their own? Tang Yin explained, Such is the nature of martial chess. To capture a piece, one must engage in combat with it. If one fails to prevail, not only do they forfeit the opportunity to capture the opponent's piece, but they also risk losing their own. Wouldn't that simply lead to a brawl among those 30 individuals? Tang Wandai queried, her brow still creased. And why bother with such elaborate arrangements if it is merely playing chess? It is but a pretense of elegance. On the contrary, Tang Yin replied, There exists a rule in martial chess. Any piece that has been captured must endure a move before retaliation can commence. Thus, the skill of chess is significant, as it allows one to seize the initiative, no matter how formidable an opponent may be, if they remain in a defensive posture. The relentless assault of several pieces will inevitably wear them down, leaving them wounded and exhausted. This contest is not solely about chess skills. It is akin to a trial of battlefield command. Then why did you assert that a bow cannot strike a horse? In the realm of military chess, Tang Wandi had to concede that after 4 years away from home, her knowledge paled in comparison to that of the Tang brothers, who attended military drills annually. This exemplifies the intricate relationship of unit counters. Tang Yin spoke eloquently. The chessboard spans 100 feet, while it appears vast, once the chariots and horses charge. They can reach the boundary in an instant. Archers rely on their range, able to shoot several arrows at infantry but against chariots and cavalry. A single miss brings them into close quarters, leaving no chance for a second volley. Thus, employing bows to confront horses, despite having the initiative, is exceedingly perilous. And as for pawns, a pawn is armed with only a light shield and armor, so it can indeed fall to anyone. Why are you stepping on me, second sister? Tang Wandi ceased her words, gazing down at the chessboard with a furrowed brow. She felt a twinge of regret for supporting Yi Ziqi's participation in military chess. Previously, from her senior sister, she had only learned that military chess offered a path to promotion, believing it would align Yuziki and herself more suitably. Little did she anticipate that the outcome would render him a mere pawn on such a treacherous board. Yet, what maiden does not wish for her man to shine brightly in the eyes of the multitude? In the training grounds, Yuziki watched as a black archer was gravely injured and carried away, feeling a surge of apprehension. If this were a battlefield against the barbarians, the danger would hold little weight. However, this was merely a drill, and to suffer grave injury or even death for a performance that Shui deemed laughable would surely lead to regret. Confronted with the looming crisis, Yuziki began to doubt his impulsiveness in joining military chess. Under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous red chess warriors, a sense of unease washed over him. He recalled the prophecy of the sorcerer Su Wan regarding his fate being entangled with romantic misfortune, and he had even dragged Gu Feng into this. But, Bao 7 advances 4, captures the pawn. Yuziki's heart jolted. The pawn set to be captured was none other than himself. Ah, just right. Archers are a perfect match for pawns, Tang Yin remarked with a grin. Hey, second sister, stop kicking me. An arrow flew straight at him, like a hawk diving for its prey. The voice of the old sorcerer echoed low. Yuziki raised his round shield to defend his forehead, and the arrow shattered upon striking the copper shield, which spanned about 1.5 feet. He took a bold step forward. Yet he could no longer afford to wait. That fellow was rather fortunate, but there was still a second arrow, aimed at his left chest, then another, at his abdomen. Yuziki managed to deflect 3 arrows before advancing within 10 paces of the red chess archer, causing a stir among the onlookers. Tang Wani finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to Tang Yin, saying, "What else is there? Are you going to curse him further? I tell you, that soldier shares a close bond with your brother. If he dies, your brother will be equally distressed." What? Tang Zhao, who had remained silent as a spectator, suddenly turned pale. If he dies, I will suffer too? Tang Wandi offered no further reply, her eyes fixed on the scene, where the archer, now resolute, dared not reach for another arrow but instead drew his dagger, charging directly at Yuziki. Yuziki, a humble foot soldier, under the guidance of an experienced elder, naturally possessed the capability to contend against an archer in close combat. As the archer lunged forward with a diagonal slash aimed at his neck, Yuziki raised his shield with his left hand to block the blow, while his right hand thrust upward with his sword, piercing through the archer's light abdominal armor. Although the strike was not deeply inflicted, it was sufficient to determine the victor. Surprisingly, the archer did not collapse immediately. Instead, he transformed his blade's trajectory into a thrust, aiming the tip downward towards Yuziki's left shoulder. Yuziki's expression turned slightly stern as he pivoted his entire body to the left, grounding his left leg while advancing his right leg diagonally forward, employing the gentleman's 8 techniques to evade the strike. He then swung his right arm, positioning his sword against the archer's neck from behind. Victory, the commanding officer on the observation platform proclaimed. Consequently, the onlookers atop the watchtower began to engage in animated discussions, each sharing their insights regarding the duel. For instance, Tang Yin exclaimed, "This archer is akin to a pawn in a game of Suanzi chess. On the board, he cannot maneuver. He cannot prevail against anyone." Tang Wani found his remark amusing and replied with laughter, "Hee, if there are pawns, then are there not also pieces of grandfathers? Indeed there are. Just look at those robust chariots and horses. They are all pawns. Archers and soldiers could never triumph against the pieces of grandfathers." Once again, Yuziki advanced 1 square. Pawn 7 moves 1. Thus, the red and black pawns faced each other by the river, and an ominous premonition surged within Yuziki. Pawn 7 moves 1. Capture the pawn. Yuziki was taken aback upon hearing the command. Bai Qingshuang had ordered him to cross the river. Chapter 46. Life is a game of chess. 5. In the realm of chess, there exists a well-known adage: a pawn that has crossed the river may be treated as a chariot. This is because once a pawn surpasses the midpoint, it acquires the ability to move laterally, significantly enhancing its impact on the overall game. Yet, simultaneously, the opposing player perceives this advanced pawn as a thorn in their side, a target to be relentlessly pursued and attacked. Could it be that Su Wan's mention of fate encountering peach blossoms refers to Bai Qingshuang? She still harbors resentment for his refusal to join the Sanwei. Yuziki sighed, advancing with his sword drawn. Regardless of the circumstances, retreat was no longer an option. As he walked, he reminded himself of the purpose that brought him to this juncture. Was it for fame? For promotion? To expand his retinue? Or to make those who had belittled him regret their actions? None of these motives resonated. In truth, he could no longer endure the situation. At every moment, The flames of rage and vengeance pressed upon him from behind. Even in moments of exhaustion, as he caught his breath, the haunting guilt surged forth, admonishing him that until he avenged himself, even pausing for a moment was a grave error. Higher status and greater power could never suppress the insatiable desire for retribution. He could not abide the loss of any opportunity. Like a creature trapped in a mire, he would exert every ounce of strength to grasp the branches above, even if it only led him deeper into despair. The tranquility of life in Cold Leaf City had been endured for far too long. Those consumed by hatred can never find solace. Clang. Under the astonished gaze of the red side's defending pawn, the long sword descended, cleaving the round shield from Yiziki's grasp. Startled, the red defending pawn immediately thrust forward with his spear, aiming directly at Yiziki's heart. Yiziki, however, effortlessly cast aside the shield, striking the red pawn's face before seizing the spear's shaft. The red pawn was instantly alarmed, gripping the spear tightly and exerting all his strength to lunge forward. Yet, Yiziki, holding the other end of the spear with his left hand, remained immovable, merely gazing at him coldly. The immense disparity in strength enveloped the red pawn like a shadow, as Yiziki took his time to psychologically torment him. Humiliation washed over the red pawn, driving him to exert even greater effort, wishing to pierce the contemptible visage before him. Yet Yiziki maintained his composed demeanor, which only deepened the red pawn's despair and fear. Just as he contemplated surrendering, Yiziki's expression abruptly changed, and he sheepishly remarked, "Apologies. I took some medicine before the match. This isn't considered cheating, is it?" The red pawn, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed by a torrent of frustration, mentally exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Naturally, it was that little girl from the Tang family. The large-eyed demon lazily remarked, "The yellow pill she gave you is Xia Dan, which promotes strength and vitality. Its effects surpass even your divine descent." Yuziki fell silent at her words. For a long time, Tang Wandi, who appeared to be an affable adversary, along with the large-eyed demon, a cunning usurper, had been the most formidable presences in his heart. However, it was the old demon who had previously advised him that Tang Wandi and his magical abilities were highly compatible, urging him to forge a connection. Now, Tang Wandi had bestowed upon him such a potent elixir. Why would these two potential adversaries extend such assistance? Is his fortune truly extraordinary? Never mind, regardless of whether this constitutes cheating. You shall fall. With that, Yuziki propelled his foot forward, sending the red soldier reeling backward, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips as he flew a full yard away. Just as the soldier attempted to rise, he saw Yuziki flipping his spear, now aimed menacingly at his throat. Victory belonged to the black pieces. Among the spectators, none were as astonished as the 2nd Battalion leader, Lin Fong, who had sparred with Yuziki for a long time, yet had never witnessed such prowess. On the command platform, Bai Qingyin's expression darkened further. As a fellow soldier, he could not fathom how his own troops were so powerless to retaliate, undoubtedly tarnishing his reputation within the city. With no other recourse than to clink his cup against the table, he silently harbored resentment. Yuziki wiped the blood from his sword onto his garment, reasserting his grip as the blade reflected a dismal bronze hue. Chariot 2 advances to 5. Elephant 3 advances to 5. Horse 3 advances to 4. Amidst the clamor and the fallen, it was at last when the black pieces were reduced to 7 that Yuziki pressed into the red general's grid, having vanquished an elephant soldier along the way. The red pieces could no longer afford to ignore him. Horse 6 retreats to 5, capturing a pawn. Cavalry challenges infantry. The robust black steeds, like a looming storm cloud, thundered forward, their hooves drumming relentlessly against the stone, causing the entire chessboard to tremble. Yet, Yuziki understood that it was his heart that truly quaked. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to suppress his rising panic, his gaze fixed intently upon the hooves, observing the horses' eyes, their moist muzzles, and especially the deathly cavalryman astride, wielding a spear that glimmered like a silver star. At the moment of their imminent collision, Yuziki shouted a fierce battle cry, instinctively dodging to the side of the horse, while forcefully swinging his sword to deflect the spear aimed at his heart. Crack! The spear was swept aside. Yet a perilous realization surged through him. Damn it, it was too close. The searing body of the black horse grazed his chest, propelling Yuziki 3 yards away in an instant. After being thrown, he rolled on the ground several times before lying supine, first coughing, then spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was doomed. Tang Yin voiced the thoughts of all those atop the watchtower. This time, even Tang Wandi was too flustered to retort. hurriedly whispering incantations, desperately urging the potency of the summer-long elixir she had gifted to Yiziki. Yet, she knew that at this juncture, any additional activation of the elixir's power would yield minimal effect. By all accounts, how could an infantryman hope to triumph over a cavalryman? That bastard. Yiziki cursed through his coughs, attempting to struggle to his feet. Wait, do you not sense something amiss? The voice of the old demon echoed once more. What is it? The soldiers harbor too much malice towards you. What does it matter? Yiziki lay on the ground, momentarily stunned, as if awakening from a dream. Indeed, the old demon was not mistaken. In a martial competition such as this, a death contract is signed prior to the match, making any resultant injuries unsurprising. Ultimately, however, this is merely a rehearsal. The red and black chess pieces should aim to defeat one another without deliberately targeting vital points to inflict casualties. Just as Yiziki previously dealt with several red pieces, inflicting only minor injuries before swiftly subduing them. Subconsciously, he believed these soldiers would one day stand alongside him against the bandits. Thus, he deemed it inappropriate to strike with lethal force. Even in instances where death occurs on the chessboard, it is often due to one party's misstep, leading to excessive bleeding from a wound, resulting in a tragic end. A chill surged from the depths of his heart. How could I possibly know? Yet, the old demon murmured, this reminds me of the prophecy about your fate entangled with romance. Perhaps this battle is ill-fated. It would be best for you to feign death now, waiting for the black pieces to concede defeat, allowing someone to carry you away. Fate. Yiziki sighed softly, yet he did not close his eyes. Instead, he suddenly spoke. Old demon, do you hear? HM? The old demon heightened his auditory perception and suddenly discerned a sound akin to the rumbling of the earth. No, it was not merely an illusion. The ground truly trembled. The sound emanated from behind him. The old demon opened his eyes wide and saw 200 soldiers striking the ground with the butts of their rifles. It turned out that when Yiziki fell, over 1,000 soldiers from the 1st Battalion erupted in fervent cheers, while the 2nd Battalion, though eager to rally Yiziki, was ultimately overshadowed by the momentum of the 1st, leaving only a little over 200 in the city. They offered their encouragement in this wordless manner, for this was the highest honor Yiziki had ever received. Hearing this sound, he understood that a steadfast group of comrades stood behind him, inspiring him in this way. The old demon observed that at the forefront of the 200 stood Lin Feng and Qin Wufu, their expressions filled with concern, anticipation, and excitement. Old demon, when do you most dread losing? Is it when you seal du within the pages of a book? As for me, it is now. The youth half kneeled, then gradually stood upright once more. Is the atmosphere not just perfect? It is the ideal moment to challenge my damned fate. Adopting an offensive stance, he raised his sword. I have declared that my life is a battle. My feet shall henceforth tread only upon the battlefield, never to retreat. Moreover, I aspire to become a centurion. For with my solitary strength, I cannot exact vengeance. I yearn to lead 100 men into Qianzhou, to march 1,000 men towards Qianzhou, to charge 10,000 men into Qianzhou. If this is fate, then its power is but this, a mere deployment of chariots, horses, and bows incessantly assailing me, this pawn. Yet, in the end, who determines whether I shall fall, if not myself? The black-armored cavalry, mounted on their steeds, raised their lances high, adjusting their aim as the horses exhaled frosty breaths into the biting winter air, charging towards the wavering foot soldiers. The young warrior stood resolutely, eyes wide, facing the oncoming hooves. Behind him, the sound of gunfire crackled sharply. Let me show you the might of the military king of Snow Dragon Slope. Having already endured one round of combat, he no longer needed to adopt a defensive stance. The youth advanced boldly with his sword drawn. As the hidden armor of the celestial general took flight. Chapter 47 Life as a Chess Game. 6. Lu Shang, a centurion of the First Guard, is a trusted subordinate of the commander by Qingyan, a legitimate 6th-tier martial artist. At this moment, he is attentively observing the chessboard in the training grounds of the royal palace in the state of Zhu. As the chariot piece on the red side of the board, he possesses 300 taels of silver bestowed upon him by the commander, intended for the purpose of dealing with the lives of Yiziki and Gu Feng. Initially, upon learning that both targets would participate in the martial chess during the military exercise, Lu Shang felt a mixture of joy and trepidation. The concern stemmed from the fact that the low turnout for the martial chess would draw considerable attention, making it difficult to execute his original plan of lurking among the crowd to strike covertly. Conversely, he relished the opportunity to claim the lives of his targets openly. without the need for subterfuge. Furthermore, the martial chess represented the only chance for the first guard to triumph over the second and third guards during the military exercise. This situation is underpinned by a complex military backdrop. Among the three guards, the first guard is tasked with the defense of Hanya City and has experienced the least combat. As commander, Bai Qingyan's interests lie primarily in political maneuvering, preoccupied with courting the influential figures in court to secure his future ascension to the throne, neglecting military affairs. Consequently, the combat prowess of the first guard pales in comparison to that of the third guard, and even more so against the formidable second guard led by Lian Hongye. Corruption runs rampant, and the lack of combat experience has stymied the advancement of truly capable individuals within the first guard, relegating them to obscurity among the ranks of common soldiers. The martial chess serves as a rare platform for them to prove their worth, leading to fierce competition for participation each year, resulting in the selection of the finest warriors from the entire guard. In contrast, the elite of the second and third guards have already established their reputations on the battlefield, receiving commendations and salaries, and are too cautious to risk themselves in this turbulent endeavor. As a result, apart from eager young men like Yiziki, no skilled individuals are willing to attend the martial chess, thus granting Lu Shang the perfect opportunity to eliminate both Yi and Gu. Privately, he has promised all the soldiers of the first guard participating in the martial chess that whoever claims the lives of Yi and Gu will receive 50 taels of silver for each life taken. At this moment, the Red Knight is charging towards the target known as Yiziki, and he eagerly awaits the moment when his promised reward is realized. With a resonant cry, the black horse rears up, its powerful hooves casting a shadow like a mountain over the youthful figure. Yiziki swiftly parries the spear with his sword, then thrusts his blade into the horse's belly. Crimson blood rains down, drenching him completely. In the next instant, the black horse collapses, its body crashing down upon Yiziki, pinning him to the ground. Success! Lu Shang rejoices internally. Tang Zhao's face beams with delight. Tang Xizhou nods gently. Tang Wandi's heart races with tension. The officer raises the red flag. The second guard falls silent. Everything appears to be set in stone. Yet, in the fleeting moment before the atmosphere erupts, the black horse stirs. The officer's hand, poised to raise the flag, halts abruptly. As his gaze fixates on the center of the training grounds, where 1,000 eyes converge upon the scene, the black horse has been lifted. The atmosphere is suffocating. As all present gaze in astonishment at the young soldier on the chessboard, who defies the odds. With a fierce countenance, he rose, hoisting the black horse aloft. His upper body slightly bent as he grasped the fore and hind legs of the steed with both hands, lifting its belly with the shoulders, and bearing the weight of the entire creature upon his back. His body, drenched in equine blood, appeared remarkably youthful, yet seemed to embody the strength of the heavens. A prolonged silence lingered until a cheer erupted, igniting the atmosphere of the training ground. Bravo! Ha ha ha! Magnificent! The valiant soldiers of Ju State shall surely repel the horse thieves. Long live Ju State! Meanwhile, the red chess cavalryman, who had been unseated, was just regaining his footing with the support of his spear when he glanced upward to witness his mount being raised high into the air. Suddenly, the strength to stand was sapped from him, and his heart felt as if it were caught in a tempest. He recalled the giant Kwafu. In an instant, the black horse, hurled by Yiziki, crashed down upon the cavalryman, rendering him unconscious. Victory for the black side. The commanding officer raised the black flag, and the atmosphere surged with fervor once more. Amidst the resounding cheers, Lu Shang lowered his head to rub his nose, a habit he resorted to when feeling anxious. The task of securing 300 taels was indeed no trifling matter. He regretted not having feigned illness to decline when Bai Qingyan first summoned him for this endeavor. The game continued with the command, pawn to 5. Yiziki advanced to the center of the red side's 9-square grid, becoming a pivotal piece in determining the outcome. Rook to 4. About a 4. Check. Rook to 5, capturing the pawn. The chess command left the audience in astonishment. As the sovereign Bai Qingjiao disregarded the threat posed by the red general to prioritize capturing Yiziki's pivotal pawn, Lu Shang inhaled deeply, then struck the butt of his spear against the chariot board, gripping the spear shaft with both hands. The charioteer, understanding the signal, urged the two horses pulling the war chariot to charge directly at Yiziki in the center of the 9-square grid. In actual warfare, a chariot typically carried at least 3 combatants, one wielding a bow, another a spear, and a driver, often with 4 horses in tow, serving as a fierce weapon of devastation on the battlefield. Hence, the military doctrine states, chariots are the mightiest of military arms, capable of routing thousands with just 10. Although the game of military chess has diminished the chariot's strength to a single combatant for infantry, attempting to obstruct it remains akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The wheels rolled forward with a clattering sound towards Yiziki as the horses drew near. Lu Shang thrust his spear directly. Little did he expect that at that moment, Yiziki would suddenly raise his head, bellowing as he swung his sword in retaliation. The clash of spear and sword unleashed an unfathomable force that swept Lu Shang's spear aside, employing offense as defense. Bang! Bang! You insolent brat! Lu Shang, incensed by the sight, reflected on his nearly 2 decades of military service, elevated to the rank of a 100-man captain. How could he be pursued by a mere recruit? He bellowed, "Halt!" The charioteer immediately reined in the horses, and Lu Shang felt a tremor run through him, realizing perhaps he had acted too impulsively. Seizing the opportunity, Yiziki leaped onto the war chariot. Observing this, Lu Shang wasted no words and brought his spear crashing down. Crack! Yiziki deftly blocked the descending spear with his sword, stepping back 2 paces under the weight of the blow, finally stabilizing himself against the rear edge of the chariot. Subsequently, Lu Shang altered his tactics, preparing to counterattack, but at that moment, his second shot had already been unleashed. Run! Lu Shang bellowed, prompting the charioteer to set the war chariot in motion once more. Yiziki found his footing suddenly unsteady. This was precisely Lu Shang's cunning. He discerned that Yiziki's strength lay in his remarkable physical prowess, yet he lacked the maturity and finesse in his techniques, particularly in the challenging environment of chariot combat. Thus, he commanded the chariot to accelerate, causing the swaying platform to unsettle Yiziki's steps. Meanwhile, Lu Shang executed a series of fluid movements with his spear, employing the 6 harmony spear technique, great and small combinations, forcing Yiziki into a defensive stance with no opportunity to retaliate. As Lu Shang's long spear arced downwards, he swiftly ensnared Yiziki's sword, deftly displacing it, and then, with an advancing stance, thrust the spear directly toward Yiziki's chest. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Shang slid his left hand back along the spear while raising it to chest height with his right, simultaneously rotating the spear from left to right, deflecting Yiziki's blade. He then continued his assault, pivoting his body to unleash the cloud sweeping spear technique, sweeping the spear around before launching another strike at Yiziki. Lu Shang's excitement surged as he stepped forward with a diagonal strike, the spearhead aimed squarely at Yiziki's head. In an unexpected turn of events, the spear shattered upon impact, the splintered remnants crashing to the ground. Lu Shang stood in shock, while Yiziki swiftly countered with a horizontal swing of his sword, sending Lu Shang's helmet flying from the chariot. Lowering his head, Lu Shang felt a trickle of blood from his neck, swaying unsteadily before tumbling from the chariot. Amongst the spectators, only one green-clad maiden had tears welling in her eyes. The officer once again raised the black flag for the young warrior. Victory! First triumph over the horse, then the chariot. The arena erupted with fervor. Amidst the resounding cheers for Yiziki, he exhaled a long breath. Gazing at the bronze sword in his hand, gently caressing its blade, reflecting inwardly, this is the prowess of a 6th-grade warrior. Even with the falling palace technique and the summer-long pill, I could not prevail. Affixing the spell Iron Erosion to the sword was indeed the right choice. The Iron Erosion spell was the very sorcery he had employed a year prior to vanquish Gu Feng, and now it had once again saved him. Then, Yiziki raised his head towards Tang Wandi's direction, waving his sword in gratitude for her gift of the pill. This gesture was immediately interpreted as an acceptance of the crowd's acclaim, elevating the atmosphere to another crescendo. Tang Wandi covered her lips with her hands, tears finally escaping her eyes. She understood that Yiziki's sword was a salute directed at her, causing her to feel bashful and unable to lift her gaze towards the figure on the chessboard. Yet, deep within, she could not help but wish to stand beside him in the arena, basking in the admiration and cheers of the crowd, proclaiming to all, "Behold, this is my man." In truth, as she contemplated his imminent rise to fame and the prospect of his promotion to centurion at such a young age, she felt overwhelmed, unable to withstand the scrutiny of any onlookers. At the command platform, the sovereign, Bai Chengjiang, did not continue to place his pieces, but instead gently pushed the chessboard aside. The sovereign of a nation must not suffer too great a loss of dignity. The attendant immediately understood and removed the chess table. "Frost, is there anything you desire?" Bai Chengjiang inquired. This question adhered to the customs of the martial chess game, wherein the sovereign grants one request of the victor. Bai Cheng Shuang rose to her feet and, kneeling in military salute, addressed Bai Chengjiang, "I beseech my father for one more year." After pondering for a moment, Bai Changjiang's gaze drifted towards an elderly man in a gray robe, who nodded in affirmation. After another brief contemplation, Bai Changjiang replied, "It is granted." "Thank you, Father." Note: excerpt from Essentials of Martial Classics, Volume 4. Chapter 48. Life as a Game of Chess 7. Hey. Yi Ziki was momentarily taken aback. No. Lin Fong, uninterested in his explanations, seized Yi Ziki's hand and forcefully pulled him forward. At that moment, Yi Ziki was experiencing the debilitating side effects of the falling palace technique, leaving him weak and powerless. He realized that if he were to explain the situation, he would inadvertently reveal his vulnerability, which he typically guarded closely. Thus, he allowed Lin Fong to drag him along, his expression laden with difficulty and helplessness. However, as they pushed through the crowd, Yi Ziki saw Lin Fong and Captain Chen Wufu lifting him up, joined by comrades who assisted in positioning him horizontally. Countless hands hoisted him aloft, and together they pulled him down with a mighty shout. Whoa! They tossed Yi Ziki into the air. Numerous hands were raised, countless joyous faces beamed. And aside from Yi Ziki's slightly anxious expression, it was a scene of celebration, as if the new year had come again. Gu Feng stood outside the throng, observing Yi Ziki soaring high, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He recalled their entry into the city, where Yi Ziki had earnestly declared that his birthday coincided with the day the bandits entered the mountains. His eyes, once filled with resentment, now appeared as those of a small beast bereft of hope. Yet Gu Feng was far more pragmatic, constantly contemplating ways for them to survive and thrive. Seeking a new refuge, it now seemed that the second guard of the Zhu Kingdom was a promising option, was it not? The military exercises of the Zhu Kingdom continued, but they no longer concerned them. Following the conclusion of the drills, key figures in the military and political spheres gained a clearer understanding of their military capabilities. The next step was for the leaders of the four northern nations to convene and collaboratively devise a strategy against the barbarian threat, preparations underway in earnest. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng no longer had family, yet they both instinctively remembered that they needed to bid farewell to someone in the city. The two departed the military camp, making their way towards the Tang residence. Plum blossoms, wintersweet, and camellias were in bloom throughout the city. The two youths noticed that the uneasy expressions of the townsfolk had diminished significantly as they walked along the street. In the taverns and tea houses, people were animatedly discussing the military exercises that had taken place in the palace, the thunderous cheers echoing beyond its walls. While various rumors about the drills circulated throughout the city, some credible, others fantastical. In any case, the populace was eager to believe that the bandits would be driven away by those valiant soldiers. Suddenly, Gu Feng halted Yi Ziki, pointing skyward. Yi Ziki looked up and beheld a massive shadow gliding across the sky. A snow eagle. Where was the king's messenger headed? This was a matter irrelevant to him, one he ordinarily wouldn't concern himself with, if only the snow eagle weren't circling above his head. Abruptly, the city turned cold. Just moments ago, the weather had been fair, but a chilling wind swept through the streets, and soon enough, snowflakes began to mix with the breeze. Icicles formed along the eaves on either side of the street, and a thick snow fog rose, causing pedestrians to hasten their steps to escape. As Yi Ziki and Gu Feng prepared to leave in haste, the snow had already buried their feet, a ghostly sight in broad daylight. Amidst the swirling snow and fog, a silhouette of an exquisitely beautiful woman emerged, resembling a masterful ink painting. Yi Ziki's heart tightened. In the city of Cold Leaf, there was but one individual whose icy powers could alter the weather. The figure gradually became discernible. Standing 10 paces away, it was none other than General Bai Shuang, the commander of the 3 guards. General Shuang. Yi Ziki opened his mouth, only to find his teeth chattering. This time, the sovereign has granted me permission to remain in the realm for an additional year. My gratitude to you all. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng exchanged perplexed glances, yet they surmised it pertained to the matter of the martial chess. With great difficulty, they performed a military salute, replying, "It is our honor, my lord." "Allow me to ask you once more," Bai Shuang's brows arched as she inquired, "will you join my 3 guards?" Gu Feng signaled to Yi Ziki, for the princess held an exalted status in the state of Zhu. Regardless of the circumstances, they ought not to oppose her. "I beg your pardon, but I cannot comply," Yi Ziki retorted through clenched teeth. "Unappreciative." Bai Shuang's brow furrowed, and the tempest intensified. "I beseech you, General, forgive my offense and permit me to take my leave," Yi Ziki implored. "Your legs belong to you. If you can walk away, then I shall let you go." Yi Ziki swallowed hard, then performed a deep bow, affirming, "Understood." He straightened and strode forward, with Gu Feng trailing leisurely beside him. What should have been a simple few steps became arduous, as their legs were numbed by the cold, each stride proving increasingly difficult. Braving the biting wind and snow, they advanced in silence, until passing by Qingxuang. Yiziki murmured, "I beg your pardon, General." He then turned his back to her and continued onward. Once they had completely exited the storm-esque grasp, Gu Feng finally inquired, "Why are you so resolute in refusing to join the 3 guards? We are men. How can we serve beneath a woman?" Yuziki replied. Gu Feng was taken aback, having previously assumed Yuziki's reluctance stemmed from the secrets of his unusual physique. Yet, he was surprised that such a reason would provoke the ire of the commander. However, witnessing the steadfast expression on Yuziki's face, he chose not to press further. "That was indeed perilous, my friend," Gu Feng remarked, as Yuziki prepared to hasten away from the snowy expanse. He heard the ancient spirit from the inner sea lamenting once more. Yuziki thought to himself, "What now? Did General Shuang truly wish to freeze us to death? Unaware of your fortune, that lady was using her spiritual energy to heal your wounds." "Pardon?" Yuziki was taken aback. "You both sustained internal injuries during your sparring. Your blood and energy in disarray." She, being well-versed in human affairs, recognized that you were not her soldiers yet still honored her commitment to assist you. However, she directly infused her spiritual energy into your body to heal your meridians. A careless misstep could reveal your unique anatomy, which is the true danger. Thankfully, I managed to conceal it for you. Yet, would someone truly go to such lengths to heal another amidst such inclement weather? The technique referred to as cold domain serves to numb the 5 senses of individuals within its sphere, enabling the practitioner to manipulate their meridians without causing pain, thus effectively dulling their sense of discomfort. "Oh, really?" Yiziki exclaimed in astonishment. "Cold domain? Is there such a spell? Is it formidable?" "Indeed, it is no trivial matter. This art is categorized into 3 realms: lesser cold, greater cold, and heavenly cold. Regardless of one's diligent training, the opportunity to master or break through occurs only during the 2 days of the lesser and greater cold each year, and the chances of success are quite slim. Consequently, few are inclined to pursue its mastery. However, once acquired, one can summon wind and snow, commanding an entire domain of nature. Should one attain the realm of heavenly cold, they could freeze the heavens and earth, facing thousands with ease. Is this technique arduous for its user?" Yuziki inquired. Naturally, domain techniques demand considerable energy. He paused, glancing back. But why had she not mentioned this? The wind and snow gradually abated, the lonely figure in the mist fading from view. Yet, the previously ethereal events began to crystallize in his mind. The withered branches stood tall, resembling celestial figures. The mountains beckoned the snow, healing the 2 individuals. However, just as he was lost in thought, a large hand suddenly grasped him, pulling him aside. Yuziki and Gu Feng looked up in unison, exclaiming, "Commander Chen." Chapter 49. Life as a Chess Game. 8. Chen Wufu drew Yuziki and Gu Feng to a secluded corner before speaking to them. "I witnessed everything just now, sir." Gu Feng felt a twinge of regret, relieved that Yuziki had not acquiesced earlier. Otherwise, Chen Wufu would undoubtedly have given them both a sound thrashing. "I never anticipated she would choose you too," Chen Wufu continued. "Rest assured, we are loyal to the 2nd Guard. Our hearts belong to the 2nd Guard. And we shall never submit to the tyrannical rule of the 3rd Guard. That's not the issue." Chen Wufu gestured dismissively at the 2 new recruits. "There are many complexities involved. Since you are entangled in this matter, it is prudent for you to comprehend the full situation. Listen closely." "Understood." The 2 youths nodded, bewildered. "Have a seat," Chen Wufu instructed, leading them to sit on the cold stone floor. "First and foremost, General Bai Qingxuang will not hold her position for long." "What?" Yuziki was taken aback. The 5th-rank general of the 1st Guard had not yet departed, so how could Bai Qingxuang, a 3rd-rank expert commanding the cold domain, be expected to last? Chen Wufu elaborated. Originally, she was not affiliated with the 3rd Guard. Last year, Bai Qingxuang was merely a 1,000-man commander in the 1st Guard. After the former commander of the 3rd Guard, General Wang Xian, passed away, she was directly appointed by the sovereign to fill Wang Xian's role. At that time, some speculated that this was due to her strained relationship with her brother, Bai Changyin, leading to her repeated confrontations with the commander. Others claimed it was a strategy to strengthen the Bai family's control over the military. However, these were not the primary reasons. In truth, after General Wang Xian's demise, the position of commander of the 3rd Guard remained vacant for several months due to 2,000-man commanders, Wang Zhong and Ma Zhao. Both were esteemed figures from renowned military families, equally matched in ability, prestige, military accomplishments, and influence, and were universally acknowledged as the most suitable successors for the commander's position. The issue arose because neither was willing to concede the command to the other, resulting in considerable turmoil over the months. Ultimately, the sovereign appointed Bai Qingxuang to take over the role. Gu Feng inquired, "Would those 2,000-man commanders agree to such an arrangement?" "Consider this," Qin Wufu prompted. "How old is General Shuang this year?" 21, I believe. "When a woman reaches this age, what is her paramount concern? Marriage? Indeed, it is an unspoken understanding. Appointing Bai Qingxuang as commander is merely a temporary measure. Given her status and capabilities, there is no one within the realm who is her equal. She is destined to marry into a prominent family of a great nation, a noble of the Celestial Empire. How can one who cannot remain in the state of Ju serve as its general?" This arrangement serves to placate the 2,000-man commanders for the time being. After negotiations, since both Wang Zhong and Ma Zhao are bold men, they wagered before the sovereign that from the day Bai Qingxuang assumed her office until her wedding day, whichever of them achieves greater military merit during that period would become the next commander, and the other would fully support them without dissent. This maneuver also has the advantage of elevating Bai Qingxuang's status. General Lian Hongya's hometown has given rise to a beauty general whose status rivals that of General Lian himself. Such rumors have reached the interior, sparking considerable interest, as this could greatly facilitate General Shuang's search for a worthy husband among the nations, ultimately serving as a support for the royal family of the Jie state. Thus, one might wonder if the position of General Shuang in Baiqing is indeed a wedding gift prepared by her father. Yu Ziki inquired. Yet, what relevance does this hold for us? Gu Feng remarked, "Commander, if you intend to dissuade us with the notion that General Shuang will not remain in the Jie state for long, hence we should not follow her, you need only issue a command. There's no need to divulge such internal matters. Have you not yet discerned?" Qin Wufu chuckled helplessly. This affair has calculated the interests of the Jie state, the royal family, and the military from every angle, yet it has entirely overlooked General Shuang's own inclinations. That is the crux of the matter. General Shuang's inclinations? What might those be? You, indeed, embody General Shuang's intentions. What? Qin Wufu continued, as we discussed earlier. It sufficed for General Shuang to merely serve as a nominal general. However, she is, after all, a protege of General Lian, the one who extracted the divine spear Hanpa from the royal tomb. She is ultimately unwilling to merely occupy a position without merit. From her first day in office, General Shuang has diligently engaged in military affairs, refining her troops. Even if all perceive her role in the Sanwei as merely a formality, she has approached her duties with utmost seriousness. Nearly a year has passed, and if one were to argue that she still lacks something compared to a true general, it would likely be a few trusted confidants. Confidants? Indeed, without capable confidants, she ultimately cannot establish her foothold in the Sanwei. Yet, most of the officers in the Sanwei have already aligned themselves with either Captain Wang Zhong or Captain Ma Zhao, leaving little for her. This is one of the reasons many believe Bai Qingxuang cannot remain long. However, Qin Wufu's gaze sharpened as he earnestly regarded Yi and Gu, stating, "Her invitation for you two to join the Sanwei is a clear signal to the entirety of Hanya City. Bai Qingxuang intends to cultivate her own power. Moreover, you may not be aware that after winning in military chess, General Shuang requested the monarch not to arrange for her marriage this year. Our princess may indeed prefer the allure of military garb over that of elegant attire." Then, "Commander, what should we do?" Yi Ziki inquired. "I have no idea." Qin Wufu replied with a wry smile. "There are many who do not wish for General Shuang to remain in the country long term. My only concern is that some may take a disliking to you, hence I am warning you in advance. There are myriad paths to tread. Ultimately, one's fate is one's own choice. Regardless of how you wish to proceed in the future, just ensure that you have no regrets." "Will the commander not attempt to persuade us to stay?" Yi Ziki jested. "Humph, who would yearn for you?" Qin Wufu chuckled in return. "All right. Let us conclude this matter here. Now, I shall address the important business at hand." Squad Leader Yi Ziki, Squad Leader Gu Feng. Present. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng responded in unison, standing tall, as they discerned that this signaled the briefing of military duties. "Your subsequent mission is to accompany the monarch to Tianshui City in the Y State to attend the Lijiu Conference." What? Yi Ziki and Gu Feng were both taken aback by the news. There is no need for such astonishment. At the Lijiu Conference, as a means of entertainment, there will be martial chess competitions among the various nations. You both performed admirably during the military exercises, having witnessed half of it. I am convinced that you two are the chosen ones this year, without a doubt. But isn't the second guard about to depart for the northern front? The centurion inquired. We wish to accompany you in vanquishing the bandits, Yiziki exclaimed. I am aware, Chen Wufu replied, but it cannot be done. The Lijiao Conference is a matter of utmost significance for the fate of all Lijiao. The four nations have already launched a counteroffensive against the bandits to reclaim supplies. And it is inevitable that we will need to cross borders and coordinate our efforts. The Lijiao Conference is where the sovereigns of Yi, Zhu, Qing, and Ming will convene to discuss these matters in advance. Moreover, the form of the meeting is of greater importance than its content. The entire Jiuzhou regards the Lijiao Conference as a solemn assembly to resist Qianzhou, and its convening is crucial for bolstering our military morale. Every soldier attending must be the finest, so as to exemplify the might of our Zhu nation. You have already been selected for a soldier of Zhu. Participating in the Lijiao Conference is the highest honor. This is a military order. Understood, Yiziki finally replied. Suddenly, Chen Wufu patted Yiziki on the shoulder. Centurion, do not be anxious. After the Lijiao Conference concludes, I will take you both to eliminate the bandits, he assured solemnly. He had previously led these two subordinates to North Mountain Town to bury the dead, thus he understood their deepest desires. Yes, Yuziki affirmed with newfound determination. As winter transitioned into spring, the grass grew lush, and the orioles sang. The city appeared pristine, and beneath the Tang residence's plaque, a young girl in green leaned against the doorframe. On either side hung couplets. The old year adds a few joys. The new spring brings blessings to our door. The girl's head was slightly bowed, her gaze fixed on the ground, her hands clasped behind her, occasionally rising to adjust her posture. The tinkling of her ornaments producing a delicate sound. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Surely he would fail to come? Tang Wandi felt a surge of anxiety. After learning of the army's impending departure, she had sought out the military camp, only to be informed that those two had already left. Thus, she had stealthily returned to wait at her doorstep, hoping they might come to find her. As he rounded the corner, Yuziki exhaled a puff of mist. To visit a friend should not have been so arduous. Having intended to voice a few complaints upon their meeting, he was suddenly struck by the sight of the girl waiting there, and he felt that this visit was indeed worthwhile. The girl approached him, the sound of her waist ornaments moving with a measured grace. Are you leaving? She asked softly. Yes, Yuziki replied. We are heading to attend the Lijiao Conference. He would come, and she would wait. No inquiries were made, nor explanations offered. They understood each other without words. Here, this is my creation, Tang Wandi said, presenting a small wooden box, its lid open to reveal two golden summer-long pills inside. Thank you. Yuziki extended his hand to receive the item, but Tang Wandi deftly pivoted her wrist, directing her gesture toward Gu Feng. Gu Feng, this is for you. Thank you. Gu Feng replied, accepting the elixir. Yuziki awkwardly suspended his hand in midair, exclaiming, I nearly forgot just how poor our relationship is. As long as you are aware. Tang Wandi responded with a smile. Suddenly, Yuziki felt something being thrust into his palm. Raising it, he discovered it to be a crimson sachet. The beautiful visage of the young woman emerged behind the sachet. This is a gift for you. Yuziki's eyes widened in astonishment. What could it possibly mean for a woman to present a sachet to a man? Then I shall seek you out, he stammered. Excuse me? Yuziki thought he misheard her. Yet, in the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Tang Wandi gently rose on her toes, her cheek brushing against his. As she leaned in to whisper softly in his ear, Yuziki stood there, dumbfounded, instinctively looking to Gu Feng for assistance, only to find that he had vanished. There's no need to search for him. He took my elixir and left long ago, Tang Wandi chuckled. Yuziki found himself at a loss for words. Safe travels, he murmured, as the delicate jade bracelet glimmered like the faint hues of twilight. Chapter 50. The Meeting in Lijiao, 1. On the morning of the 5th day of the 1st month, a grand procession escorting the sovereign, by Qingjiang, exited the city gates. Resembling a long serpent with 500 men, the Zhuzi flag led the way. The commander of the 3rd Guard, by Qing and the deputy commander of the 2nd Guard, Xue Yi, accompanied him, while the commander of the 1st Guard, by Qingyan, remained at Hanya City. Yuziki and Gu Feng rode alongside each other in the cavalcade. Gu Feng, indeed a prodigy favored by the esteemed Yuanji Xianwing, had honed his equestrian skills impressively in just over a month, while Yuziki struggled to keep pace with him. Hey, you were rather ungrateful yesterday, leaving without a word, Yuziki complained. He paused, curiosity piqued. I truly wonder what it feels like to be favored by the daughter of an enemy, Gu Feng inquired further. I've been troubled by it all night. Can't you refrain from tearing open my wounds? Ziki retorted. You're awfully insensitive. Don't you fear retribution? What do I have to fear? I'll likely never encounter such a bizarre situation again in my lifetime. Honestly, what are you planning to do? Do you aspire for a harmonious union? You both are sorcerers. You could form a pair of chivalrous partners in the martial world. She has practiced exorcism for 4 years. Can you imagine how she might want me to meet my end once she discovers my monstrous identity? Death by autumn slaughter or winter burial. Perhaps she won't be so merciless. In that case, she must be purged from her lineage. Yuziki sighed, contemplating his fate. Let us just take things as they come. Perhaps this journey will lead me to the fabled forgetfulness water, allowing her to forget all that has transpired in recent days. Stop dreaming. General Lian has arrived. Sure enough, a throng of soldiers surged up the hillside, led by the 2nd Guard's commander, Lian Hongye. Subsequently, Lian Hongye escorted by Qingjun to the borders of the Yi Kingdom, where Yi General awaited to greet them. After the handover, Shui departed with Lian Hongye. It was then that Yuziki realized that very few from the 2nd Guard remained in the procession, as most had joined General Lian on the campaign against the bandits. Initially, he had participated in the martial chess competition to seek a stronger means of avenging the bandits. Yet now he found himself stranded within the escort, waiting to play an unspecified role at the Lijo meeting, thus delaying the pursuit of the bandits. How cruelly fate can mock one. Nevertheless, he had no other choice. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a girl with deeper ties to him was undergoing an unprecedented turn of fate. Yilingsha, now known as Gu Zijing, stood upon the banks of the Zhuanli River aboard a vessel named Baochuan from Qianzhou. Surrounding her were numerous girls, huddled closely, as if their shared warmth could stave off the harsh winter chill. An unparalleled sense of dread and terror crept into their hearts, standing on this accursed deck. No matter which direction they gazed, they were met with sights that instilled panic and revulsion, those grotesque entities that haunted their thoughts. Even with her eyes shut tight, trembling beneath the knees of the crowd, the maddening, hoarse cries seeped through her quaking fingers into her ears. These were things that should never have been present in this realm. Arrayed like fangs, jutting out like tusks, arrows honed from bone, gazes flickering like colossal lanterns, and distorted. Undulating shadows beneath the water, gathering like swarming flies. Gu Zijing exhibited more composure than those around her. A serenity stemming from the ancient tales she had heard from her cousin. The descriptions within those stories had granted her a fleeting glimpse of these demonic entities. Yet such knowledge offered no solace, only deepening the despair within her shadowed soul. She understood that terrifying events were unfolding, and recalled the obscure phrases buried deep within the library, the ancient runes that even Yi Zi found challenging to decipher. Laden with the curses of restless souls from the abyss, the incomprehensible lamentations, and the nightmares that never slumbered. Some wept, others shrieked, and some were being dragged from the treasure ship. Wu Bu was among those being pulled from the vessel. Originally hailing from Zhangzhou, he had journeyed to the Changyuan horse farm in Lijo to secure employment, tasked annually with procuring horse breeds from Qianzhou, fluent in the languages of Song and Qian. Months prior, he had been seized by the barbarians, and after threats and temptations, he acquiesced to serve them in their invasion of Lijo. The beauties selected by the officials had already been sent aboard the treasure ship, awaiting transportation to the golden tent of the Firecon in Qianzhou. And he had been ordered to attend to the ship's needs. At this moment, being summoned from the ship, Wu Bu surmised that a significant figure from Lijo had been captured and would soon be interrogated. The barbarian commander's encampment was situated on the hillside. Wu Bu followed 2 barbarian soldiers up the slope, where throngs of tribal warriors stared at him, their gazes piercing like arrows, nearly piercing him through like a hedgehog. This torment reached its zenith upon entering the main encampment, where he beheld the 2 most esteemed tribal leaders among the barbarians present in Lijo. 1. An elder leader in his 40s, bore prominent cheekbones and a thick beard, his countenance seemingly perpetually enraged, exuding a sense of brutish ferocity. Wu Bu was not yet privy to his name, only aware that he was revered among the barbarians as Chief Yinlu. The younger leader, in contrast, possessed a cold demeanor and spoke little, yet emanated a far more perilous aura. The moment Wu Bu met the piercing gaze of this leader, he was reminded of a wolf he had encountered on the grasslands of Qianzhou, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, almost tearing his garments asunder. "Yessa! Interrogate them!" shouted a barbarian officer. Yessa was the barbarian name bestowed upon him, meaning disloyal dog. It was then that Wu Bu noticed the several individuals kneeling on the ground, all bearing the features of Lijo natives, dressed plainly. At this moment, Under the intimidation of 4 barbarians, these captives from Lijo appeared hollow-eyed and trembling. Beside him stood one of his fellow travelers. Wubu took the initiative to serve as the translator for this interrogation. However, the intelligence he gathered ultimately left him somewhat disheartened. The royal carriage of King Jiufengjian had moved westward, displaying its banners, which seemed promising. Aside from the pleas for mercy, this appeared to be the only valuable information. And Wubu did not believe it warranted the elaborate effort of summoning 2 translators from Song. Nevertheless, when he reported this finding, the leader of the Yinlu tribe revealed an expression of unbridled joy. Just as the divine messenger proclaimed, the barbarian chief exclaimed, elated like a bear that had caught a whiff of honey, "Zana, relay this to the entire army, pack up." An officer of the barbarian forces promptly stepped forward. "This is a message for your tribe, Hazal," interjected the young chief coldly from the side. "What?" Hazal's countenance shifted dramatically. "Pangela, do you intend to disregard the divine messenger's command? He is a fool of a divine messenger," the young chief retorted. "Has Han Mountain ever acknowledged the identities of those people?" The young chief's expression suddenly turned fierce, causing a chill to creep into Hazal's heart. Instinctively, he reached for the dagger at his waist, but the young chief swiftly dashed in front of him, the glint of his blade flashing menacingly. Hazal was drenched in cold sweat, the specter of death looming over him. Yet, at that critical moment, 2 members of the Anda tribe rushed to his defense, staunchly blocking the blade's path. Hazal felt a sense of relief wash over him and finally allowed his hand to rest at his dagger's position, only to realize, to his dismay, that there was nothing left to grasp. Looking down, he saw that the hilt had been severed. Enraged, Hazal shouted, "You fool! Do you seek to ruin the great endeavors of my tribe?" "You imbecile!" the young chief countered. "That man is coming alone from the north. And you wish to let him go?" Hazal was taken aback. "Are you referring to that individual? You are too inexperienced, lacking the know-how to hunt wolves. When dealing with a pack, eliminating the alpha wolf allows you to seize the initiative. What can he do alone? He is the alpha wolf of Lijo," the young chief declared. "Your journey westward is merely a futile attempt to surround a few wild swine with 10,000 men. Impudent wretch." Hazal hurled the broken dagger to the ground, its blade standing upright between the 2 factions. With that, the 2 tribes, poised for conflict, finally sheathed their weapons. Shortly after, the numerous troops of Qianzhou divided into 2 groups and departed. Across the banks of the Jiuwang River, the treasure ship set sail, leaving the shore. Chapter 51. The Lijo Assembly. 2. Lijo resembles a large bowl, wide at the top and narrow at the base. To the north, the 4 nations are arranged from west to east: Igua, Zhugua, Chunghua, and Minghua. To the south lies the formidable nation of Langia. Its territory nearly the sum of the 4 northern nations, with military strength that far exceeds theirs. However, Langia has not participated in the Lijo Assembly for many years. Since their significant victory 15 years ago, they relocated their capital to the south, perhaps believing that the threat of marauders was no longer paramount, while the real menace lurked in the form of the ruthless Shura general. Furthermore, it is said that their sovereign, Xiaozhan, has been bedridden for many years. To the west of Igua and Langia lies the Tianshan mountain range, a colossal chain that descends vertically for thousands of miles on the map, separating the eastern Lijo from the western Dawangzu. Atop Tianshan, there exists a long-standing barrier, purportedly established by ancient celestial deities, which prevents the monsters of Dawangzu from crossing. It is this sacred mountain that has spared Lijo from the scourge of demons. Nevertheless, even barriers have their moments of weakness, and occasionally, monsters do traverse the mountains, appearing at the borders of Igua. Perhaps this is why Igua's military strength is comparatively feeble, yet their development of demon-repelling techniques is the most advanced among the northern nations. At the foot of Tianshan lies the capital of Igua, Tianshui City. The literati of Lijo liken it to a water pearl at the foot of Tianshan. Due to its abundant springs, it is also affectionately known as the City of 100 Springs. As Yi Ziki accompanied the army and stepped through the gates of Tianshui City, he saw the first stone stele by the roadside inscribed with the 4 characters of the City of 100 Springs, and he thought that the rumors he had heard from the veterans along the way were likely true. This city is where the renowned General Lian Hongye rose to prominence 15 years ago. Gazing into the city, Yi Ziki was astonished to behold the verdant ground, with green buds already sprouting from the branches lining the road. Spring arrives early in Tianshui City. A cheerful soldier from Igua, who had befriended him on the journey, remarked, "It's because the earth is warm. The colder it gets in winter, the warmer the spring water becomes, perfect for bathing, truly the best in Lijo. The water is both white and soft, floating atop long strands of dark green algae, It is simply beautiful. Even now, as we tread this path, I can feel the warm spring water flowing beneath our feet. This is the lifeblood of the city. Therefore, even in winter, we Tianshui people feel a warmth in our hearts. As Yiziki listened, he began to comprehend why Tianshui City could withstand the siege of marauders for so long 15 years ago, as the record stated that women and children took up burdens, hurling waste to drive off the invaders. The citizens held a deep affection for their city. After walking a bit further, Yiziki beheld an ice sculpture of a crane. Towering over 10 feet, its wings poised elegantly as if ready to soar, with a graceful demeanor. Yiziki mused that this must be a city emblem akin to the snow sculpture of Hanyi, though he wondered if anyone in the city kept a real white crane. At that moment, he heard the sound of a zither. That is the zither of our sovereign. The soldier from Tianshui commented with a smile, but it belongs to the former ruler. A first-rate immortal master? Yin Changqin? Yiziki inquired, recalling that the old had introduced him to the former ruler of the Yi Kingdom, Yin Changqin, the sole first-grade immortal master of northern Lijiao. How dare you address our sovereign by name? A soldier retorted with indignation. I beg your pardon. The melodies of Master Yin are truly exquisite. Yiziki hastily apologized. His words were not mere flattery. Even without witnessing the legendary ruler in person, the deep, resonant strains of the guqin evoked within him a vivid image of a graceful, transcendent musician, one who seemed to channel emotions into the moonlight and landscapes, with aspirations that soared above the mundane. Yet at times, through his music, he painted the myriad emotions of the mortal realm, longing and lament, weeping and storytelling, captivating all, while the musician himself remained untouched by earthly sentiments. The Tianshui soldier, upon hearing this, chuckled. Indeed, Master Yin emerged from seclusion just a few months ago and frequently graces the city walls with his playing. For those who journey from afar to seek refuge in Tianshui, after traversing hundreds or thousands of miles, the first sound they hear is Master Yin's guqin, just before they behold the walls of Tianshui City. Though these months have been tumultuous, the people of our city find solace in Master Yin's music. He is the epitome of a demon-slaying immortal in Lijiao. With such a deity among us, we need not fear any monstrous fiends, let alone the bandits of our stature. Brother Yi, what are you staring at? The Tianshui soldier curiously approached. Do not think of seeking the true form of our ruler. The sound of the guqin is transmitted through celestial arts. The real person is far from here. No, Yiziki shook his head, then gestured towards an ice sculpture of a celestial crane at the city gate. Do you not perceive that when the music plays, it seems as if that crane is about to take flight? Ah? The Tianshui soldier widened his eyes in astonishment. Where? You must be imagining things. It may just be my imagination. Yiziki refrained from elaborating further as he spurred his horse into the city. After settling down at the inn, the captain of the 3 guards, Wang Zhong, approached Yiziki and Gu Feng, informing them, in the upcoming military chess competition of Lijiao, Gu Feng shall take on the role of the cavalry general, undoubtedly a position of great strength. Considering Yiziki's lack of proficiency in horseback riding and driving, he shall be appointed as the chancellor, essentially, the final piece that determines victory or defeat. Grateful for Wang Zhong's consideration, Yiziki and Gu Feng expressed their thanks, and thereafter, they awaited in the inn. Occasionally, excited discussions from the townsfolk would waft over the walls, likely regarding how Tianshui City would enhance its reputation among the nations by hosting this grand event. Yet these sentiments resonated little with them as outsiders. The only solace during these days was the daily melodies of Yin Changqin's guqin. Once the monarchs of the 4 kingdoms had arrived in Tianshui City, the Lijiao assembly commenced. This grand event surpassed the annual military exercises held in Hanya City, taking place in the palace's training grounds. Although there would be no clashing weapons, there would be fine wines, beautiful maidens, and elevated stages for performances. As the dawn broke, the thundering of drums heralded the entrance of over 2,000 soldiers from 4 kingdoms, preparing to welcome the royal procession. The layout of the Yi Kingdom's training grounds differed slightly from that of the Zhu Kingdom, particularly in the center, where a spacious wooden platform had been erected. It remained uncertain whether it was originally intended for command purposes or hastily constructed for the day's events. Most individuals are acutely aware that in recent days, the generals of the 4 nations have already exchanged military intelligence and engaged in fervent discussions to forge a battle plan. The significance of today lies in the fact that the lords of these nations are merely formalizing the final details of their agreements amidst a convivial atmosphere of toasting and exchanging pledges. Perhaps, in the eyes of the attending nobility, The performances today are the true highlight of the occasion. As the horns sounded, the princes of the four nations, accompanied by their trusted commanders, ascended the wooden steps under the gaze of the multitude, taking their places on stage. Among them, undoubtedly the most striking figure was the former sovereign of the Yi Kingdom, Yin Changqin. Despite having surpassed 50 years, he still possessed a cascade of dark hair. Stood tall and imposing, with a visage that exuded both vigor and gravitas, his eyes sharp and his brows defined. Most notably, he was always seen with a long zither enveloped in a silk case upon his back. In stark contrast, his younger brother, the current ruler of the Yi Kingdom, Yin Changqin, appeared rather unremarkable in comparison. Upon their arrival on stage, Yin Changqin took the seat facing east, while Yin Changqin occupied the northern seat of honor. The question arose, why would Yin Changqin, who was in good health, relinquish the throne to his brother? Gu Feng, puzzled, turned to Yi, well-versed in such matters and known for his penchant for display. It was conveyed that Yin Changqin, having valiantly battled the formidable demon of the great wilderness, sustained grave injuries, and, unable to oversee the restoration of his realm, bequeathed the throne to his brother Yin Changqin before retreating into seclusion for over a decade. Gu Feng nodded, then inquired further, what about that debonair nobleman following the Marquis of Baiqing? Who is he? That is the Prince of Cheng, Jiao Fangjian, Yi replied. He is known as the Horse King, a rather flamboyant character. The Horse King? Gu Feng mused. Indeed. Every generation of Cheng kings also serves as the proprietor of the Qingyuan stud farm. It is said that their ancestor, a warrior from the Tianfeng era, fled from the ravages of war, leading his kin northward until serendipity guided them to a secluded valley, where they settled and established a thriving ranch. Over centuries, the population flourished, leading to the formation of nearby villages and towns. Qingyuan has since become the economic lifeblood of northern Lizhou, renowned for producing exceptional steeds. Later, during the reign of Emperor Song, while besieging the barbarian forces of Qianzhou, the master of the Qingyuan stud, Jiao Fangzi, voluntarily offered 1,000 fine horses to aid the emperor, who, in gratitude for his loyalty, conferred upon him the title of Marquis, thus establishing the first generation of Qing kings. Subsequent generations of Jiao Fangzi's descendants, though noble, often regarded their role as horse breeders as their primary identity, tending to the horses themselves, which inevitably led to a more rugged demeanor. One of the most intriguing anecdotes about their kingdom is that the current commander-in-chief, Sun Liang, was initially favored due to his astute ability to appraise horses, earning him the moniker General Bo Lu. Oh, I see, Gu Feng nodded, but then his expression shifted to a grin. What is that bodyguard doing seated upon the royal throne? Ah? Yi exclaimed, quickly casting his gaze towards the stage. There. He spotted an elderly figure with a weathered visage and a flowing red robe, reminiscent of a renowned exorcist, now serving as a bodyguard to a certain noble. Audaciously perched upon the third seat reserved for princes facing south. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, what a sight! A bodyguard seated upon the throne. That is none other than the illustrious Ryu Xiao Wuyang from the Ming Kingdom. The predecessor of the Ming Kingdom was the Sun Moon sect. As the number of its followers grew, they established a nation known as the Ming Kingdom. After its inception, the Ming Kingdom retained its original political structure, with the highest authority resting in the hands of the two leaders, referred to as the Sun and Moon deities. Both are esteemed masters of Taoist arts, donning priestly robes instead of royal garments, embodying a dual kingship in governance. The Sun deity and the Moon deity would never depart the Ming Kingdom simultaneously. Thus, the presence of the summer noon yang, representing the Ming Kingdom, indicates that the Moon deity, Qin Sisui, remains within the kingdom to maintain order. As Yi spoke with fervor, several officers were drawn in, eager to broaden their horizons, encouraging him to elaborate further. Flattered by their attention, Yi was on the verge of sharing more when a chilling voice echoed within him. Chapter 52, The Lizhou Assembly, 3. Upon hearing the old demon's warning, Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, on the high platform where the kings had gathered, the four monarchs were seated but showed no inclination to commence the Lizhou Assembly, their gazes fixed upon the second long table on the north side, where Yin Changqin presided. At this moment, the table remained devoid of occupants, save for an elderly man with a white beard standing at its rear. The host, Yin Changqin, was the first to address the old man, inquiring, Old Wu, may I ask when the princess will arrive? Referred to as Old Wu, the elder replied, Esteemed sovereigns, the princess requests that you all initiate this grand gathering at your discretion. She has other arrangements and will not disappoint you. In light of this, we shall proceed as we see fit." Thus, the Marquis of Yin Changqin summoned the officials to present food and drink, accompanied by 16 graceful dancers and musicians who took to the stage to perform. Surrounding the high platform, the soldiers from the 4 nations cast their eyes upward. Witnessing the 16 enchanting dancers clad in half-sleeved skirts, their slender waists adorned in blue and pink silks, moving gracefully to the harmonious melodies that enveloped the palace like a refreshing spring breeze. At that moment, a sound of qin and shao pierced through the cacophony, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry, soaring into the heavens and stirring the soul. The 16 dancers formed a circle, spinning swiftly, leaving a flurry of mesmerizing silhouettes upon the stage. Yet, amidst this dance, a shadow seemed to materialize in the center of the circle, unnoticed until now. Suddenly, the 16 figures halted in unison, bending gracefully at the waist, their bodies swirling as if a magnificent flower were unfurling its petals, a vibrant crimson blooming amidst layers of skirts. And amidst the cascade of red, a breathtaking woman emerged, eclipsing all else with her radiance. In that instant, all the soldiers below were momentarily entranced. The colors of the skirts on the platform faded, leaving only her ethereal beauty, a vision of the mortal realm. She donned a red fur garment, the collar lined with snow-white fluff, paired with a pink skirt. Her hair was styled high, her phoenix-like eyes wide, her delicate neck fair, a smile gracing her lips, her gaze imbued with spring's warmth. To her right stood a remarkably handsome young man, holding a shao, playing with a languid yet passionate demeanor, his music harmonizing perfectly with the qin's notes, echoing the depths of both the underworld and the heavens. His attire loose and elegant, the phoenix heralding the flag. Yearning murmured, his eyes fixed upon the enchanting woman on the stage. He was not merely captivated by her beauty. Rather, he was reminded of a dream he had once experienced. The phoenix spreads its wings and carries the flag, soaring high. The musicians had composed this piece, infused with the spirit of the phoenix traversing the 9 realms. Once, he had pointed to the words in a book and expressed to the 2 people he loved most his desire to explore the 9 realms. In the past, he had stumbled upon the piece The Phoenix heralding the flag in a book, and that very night, he dreamt of the phoenix soaring through the 9 realms. In dreams, there are galloping steeds across Qianzhou, the sun rising over frigid mountains, the imperial aura of Zhengzhou, with myriad kingdoms paying tribute, the ethereal stones of Lingzhou, where soared immortals descend like rain, the teachings of sages in Yongzhou, where chivalry intertwines with benevolence, the vast maritime expanse of Lizhou, where fish and shrimp are caught in nets, the rain upon the lotus ponds of Songzhou, where poets sing their praises, the grand sacrifices of thousands in Yuzhou, with demons roaming the woods. Yet, the girl who had promised to traverse the 9 provinces alongside him has vanished. The world before Yearning gradually blurs. He once believed that happiness was concealed within the corners of the 9 provinces, waiting to be unearthed. However, upon departing from Beishan town, he realized that the happiest moments of his life were forever buried in that quaint little town. The woman's delicate hands plucked the melancholic notes reminiscent of late winter, as the barren winter trees and the biting cold wind tested the new sprouts. In the depths of the mountains, where no human foot had tread, birds roamed freely across the land, and with a sudden flap of their wings, they transformed into mere specks against the distant sky, prompting one to ponder whether a paradise existed at the far end of the unfading heavens. As the music faded, tears streamed down his face. It was on that day, when he first beheld her, that they stood side by side, swords drawn against the 9 provinces, hearts filled with lofty dreams of the beauty the land held. Upon the high platform, after the dance concluded, the courtesans bowed to the kings. Yet only the woman playing the zither rose to address the rulers with a melodic voice. The soldiers of Lizhou defend against the Qin barbarians, safeguarding our homeland. A humble offering from a mere girl, I present this tune, hoping to honor the heroes of the northern lands. Humph, Gu Feng scoffed, this winter, marauders have invaded, and the rulers of 4 nations have abandoned their people, gathering soldiers to defend their capitals. Who can truly be called a hero? Yet, on the high platform, all the kings, save for Yin Changqin, stood up, seemingly reluctant to assert their status before the woman. The foremost, Yin Changqin, replied warmly, "Thank you, Princess Feng, for your song. With the support of the royal maiden, our Lizhou soldiers will surely fight with renewed vigor, driving those Qianzhou bandits into a rout, ha ha." The ruler of Yi laughed heartily, and the other kings echoed his sentiments. Below the platform, upon hearing the woman's identity, Yearning shuddered slightly, then quietly remarked, Her reputation is well-deserved. Do you know who that woman is? Gu Feng inquired softly. Indeed, Yi Ziki replied. She is the only daughter of the Lord of Cheongsang in Songzhou, known as the most beautiful woman of Songzhou, and the adopted daughter of our Emperor Desong. Gu Feng. Chapter 53. The Meeting in Lijiao 4, the First Beauty of Songzhou, renowned for its abundance of exquisite women. Songzhou is often likened to the title of the most beautiful in the world. How audacious she must be to claim such a title, Gu Feng remarked. Songzhou is home to two powerful nations, Cheongsang and Xianqi, and it is said that in the east lies the divine tree of Fusang, while in the west resides the golden pool of Cheongsang. With her status, who would dare contest her beauty? Although the text merely elaborates on the virtues of beautiful women without ranking them, it has become customary for people to regard those mentioned first as the finest. Over time, the phrase "the first beauty of Songzhou," Gu Feng, has spread widely. It is said that she herself has repeatedly denied this title, which is understandable. No rational person would willingly adopt a title that offends all women. And what are the verses? Recite them for me. How could I possibly remember? Do not feign ignorance. You possess an exceptional memory, particularly for such amorous verses that you could never forget. What do you mean by amorous verses? Appreciating the beauty of flowers cannot be deemed lewd. Appreciating beauty. Can the pursuits of a scholar be deemed indecent? Yi Ziki countered, then continued, I recall now. Listen closely. In the autumn of the Huaqi and the Ruigong, before the mirror, the phoenix feathers adorn new embroidery. Her icy skin is a natural gift. Yet the crimson attire weighs heavy with unreciprocated feelings. One day, her fame beckoned the emperor, presenting her dance of rainbow attire. What stirred the capital's intrigue? The dance revealed grace that captivated the spirit. This poem recounts a performance by Gu Feng before the emperor several years ago, which stirred the capital and led the emperor and the Western noble consort to adopt her as a ward. Why do you look at me like that? I remembered it solely for Lu Kaizi's exquisite talent, and it has nothing to do with amorous verses. Yi Ziki insisted again. Gu Feng chuckled, saying, Your admiration lies not in poetry, but in the women within it. How disgraceful. If you do not desire women, you must be a eunuch. Upon the elevated platform, the sovereigns welcomed the imperial daughter Gu Feng to her seat. After exchanging pleasantries, she approached the esteemed immortal master Yin Changqin atop the platform. He was the only one who remained seated, which, despite his lofty title, seemed rather discourteous. The imperial daughter and the immortal master stood and sat in mutual silence, exchanging glances under the watchful eyes of the kings, causing a momentary tension in the atmosphere. Yin Changqin's heart raced with anxiety, thinking, could it be that the princess is displeased? Shouldn't you, Yin Changqin, hastily rise and apologize? The future of the four nations relies on this envoy speaking favorably before the emperor, ensuring the dispatch of aid from the inland vassal states next year. If you anger her, we shall all be doomed. What pretense of superiority are you maintaining? Just as he was about to intervene, Gu Feng suddenly moved. She clasped her delicate hands together and, stepping back, deeply bowed to Yin Changqin. She then spoke, Uncle Yin, my father has long been concerned for your well-being. Seeing you in good health brings me great relief. At her words, the other four kings were left speechless in astonishment. Yin Changqin, however, relaxed his furrowed brow and replied, What could the old man possibly be concerned about? It is I who am delighted to witness you blossoming into a fine young lady. Uncle Yin, the gifts my father brought have already been sent to your residence, Gu Feng added. As Gu Feng broke into a smile, she said, Uncle Yin, you have it wrong. It is I who should honor my father, the king. While their conversation was lively, Yin Changshu's heart was in turmoil. The familiarity between the elder and the young lady was unmistakable, yet Yin Changqin had been in seclusion for over a decade. Considering that this princess appeared to be merely in her 20s, how could she have known Yin Changqin, who had secluded herself when she was just a child? Brother Wang, it seems you share an acquaintance with the princess? Yin Changshu ventured to inquire. 15 years ago, Fenger was fortunate to be under Uncle Yin's care, Gu Feng replied. Oh. So both the princess and Brother Wang have a history spanning 15 years, Yin Changshu began, but suddenly his expression changed in shock. 15 years ago. The entire Lijiao is aware of Yin Changqin's whereabouts during that time. Amidst the great wilderness of the decisive battle between the human and demon races, one of the most terrifying battlefields in human history. Princess, did you also partake in that great battle? I dare not claim to have fought. I was merely taken by my father to witness it. Gu Feng said with a gentle smile. Her words seemed light, yet all the princes felt a chill within. 15 years prior. Emperor Dasong had mustered an army of 300,000, with over 5,000 demon hunters and more than 20 renowned celestial masters officially recorded. Led by the 4 divine generals into the great wilderness, the human race had united in a life-and-death struggle against the demons. It was the most brutal of wars. Wherefore centuries of hatred manifested as countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with thunder and fire from heaven, tumultuous waters, fierce winds, and poisonous curses. The myriad forms of demon sorcery relentlessly poured down upon the human army, where every soldier treaded the precarious line between life and death. After a series of relentless and harrowing battles, fewer than 60,000 armored soldiers emerged alive from the great wilderness, with only 1,000 demon hunters remaining. One of the 4 divine generals perished, while 2 went missing. To this day, there are still thousands of survivors from that great war. Standing guard at the Spirit Stone Great Wall, their eyes fixed on the great wilderness, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the demon race. 15 years have passed. It is said that every individual who managed to survive that year from the great wilderness was a slayer who had vanquished hundreds of demons, all bonded by the ties of life and death. At that time, Dugufeng was merely 5 years old. The several princes suddenly grasped the profound bond between Dugufeng and Yin Changqin, and their gazes towards her became more cautious, while they profusely offered compliments. Dugufeng, in a gesture of humility, turned to Yin Changqin and said, "Your Majesty, I have a friend who possesses great eloquence and could enliven the banquet. May I request a seat for him from King Yi? Oh, since he is a friend of the princess, he is naturally a friend of our kingdom. And a seat shall be granted," Yin Changqin replied with a smile, "but I am curious to know his name." Lu Xiyan. Thus, the renowned talent who had just performed the phoenix heralding the flag on the bamboo flute was invited to the royal banquet, clad in white. Lu Xiyan bowed respectfully to each of the princes and finally approached Dugufeng, who waved her hand and said, "Esteemed talent, there is no need for such formality. We shall drink, and you shall observe. This is not how we entertain our guests." Lu Xiyan awkwardly retreated. Since he bestowed upon Dugufeng the illustrious title of the most beautiful woman in Songzhou, she, who had previously regarded him as a close confidant and treated him with courtesy, often began to jab at him with her words. However, traversing the same path for countless miles had accustomed him to such behavior. Thus, they each took their respective seats, with Dugufeng positioned at the northern secondary seat and Lu Xiyan following suit. As the royal banquet commenced anew, the princes took turns toasting Dugufeng. When Duke Zhu of Baiqing, Jiao Jing, rose to speak, Dugufeng's gaze fell upon the figure of Baiqing Shuang, who trailed behind him, and her eyes sparkled with sudden recognition. Could this be the famed General Shuang of the Zhu Kingdom? Indeed, it is the young lady. Has the princess not heard of her? General Shuang's reputation resonates throughout the northern realms, and I have had the fortune of hearing her name. Might the sovereign of Baiqing consider allowing General Shuang to share a seat with me? Shuanger, Baiqing Jiao admonished sternly. Startled, Baiqing Shuang responded, "I am but a martial person, fearing I may inadvertently offend the princess." Dugufeng, with a gentle smile, replied, "It matters not. Upon seeing the general, I feel as though I am reuniting with an old friend, and my heart is filled with warmth. I only hope the general does not disdain my modesty." Just as Baiqing Shuang attempted to speak again, Baiqing Jiao interjected, "Why do you not heed the princess's words? Those whom she associates with are all of high stature. Today, she graciously condescends to share her company with you. Do not hesitate to engage her in pleasant conversation. No more refusal." Furrowing her brow, Baiqing Shuang acquiesced softly. Thus, the two beauties took their seats together, drawing the attention of all around. There stood Baiqing Shuang, with her silver hair and armor, her figure as graceful as a moonlit night, and beside her, Dugufeng in her fiery red attire, with brows delicate and a smile that could rival the beauty of springtime blossoms. Truly, they were a pair of stunning jewels, illuminating the surroundings and captivating the eyes of every soldier present. "General Shuang, may I inquire as to your year of birth?" Dugufeng asked. "I am 1 year your junior, thus, I shall address you as sister. Sister Shuang, allow me to toast you." "I cannot accept such an honor." As the two ladies engaged in their intimate conversation, on the opposite side of the banquet, Jiu Fangjian conversed with the amicable Ri Yuxiaoyang, saying, "I have been doing business with Songzhou for quite some time now. The envoys from Cheongsang praised their Princess Feng as a prodigious talent. Today, I finally behold her in person. Indeed, she is charming and graceful, resembling a true hostess more than any of us merchants. Her eyes conceal authority. Her aspirations are far from trivial," Wu Yang remarked coolly. Chapter 54, The Gathering at Lijiao 5. What brings you to Lijiao, talented Liu? Bai Qingxuang inquired of Liu Xian at the Frost Conference, merely to appreciate the local scenery and gather inspiration for future endeavors. I sought the esteemed Princess Feng to accompany me here. It is truly a delightful surprise to meet General Shuang, Liu Xian replied with utmost respect. If that is the case, the landscape of Lijiao shall undoubtedly shine through your words, Bai Qingxuang remarked. Lijiao possesses its own exquisite verses. There is no need for outsiders to embellish them, Liu Xian chuckled. Upon entering the borders of Ju State, I heard children singing, the gentle mandarin ducks on the river islet. The graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match. I realized then that this land is rich in lyrical beauty, while many claim the northern regions to be harsh. What I have witnessed recently showcases natural wealth that rivals any of the 6 states. Bai Qingxuang paused, taken aback, and responded earnestly, Thank you for your kind words. However, upon hearing this, Bai Qingxuang's expression grew troubled. Do not fret, dear sister, Dugu Feng laughed. If he truly dares such a thing, I shall certainly take care of him on your behalf. Bai Qingxuang raised an eyebrow and said, So, the princess is capable of defeating him. Her statement stemmed from her awareness that Liu Xian's prowess was on par with her own. At just 25 or 26, he had reached this level, likely due to possessing some divine artifact. Yet, she could not discern the true nature of Dugu Feng, who appeared to lack any cultivation. Thus, upon hearing Dugu Feng's words, she assumed that Dugu Feng's concealed strength could easily surpass Liu Xian's, perhaps even exceeding her own. Dugu Feng, however, was momentarily taken aback by Bai Qingxuang's comment, then smiled and said, Sister, when a woman speaks of handling a matter, she typically does not mean to do so herself. Your thoughts suggest that you have always taken matters into your own hands and have never relied on others, truly a model for our generation. I admire you. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxuang fell silent, reflecting that she was indeed ill-suited for such social gatherings. At that moment, Dugu Feng lifted her wine cup, standing elegantly, and proclaimed, I raise a toast to all esteemed rulers. The hubbub of the banquet gradually subsided, and only Dugu Feng's voice was heard. I come from humble beginnings in Qiangsang, primarily to discuss horse trading with the rulers of Zhoufang on behalf of my father. Ultimately, I am but a merchant. However, while passing through Tianwei Imperial City, I was summoned by my father. Concerned for the welfare of the people, he worries about the threats posed by bandits in Lijiao. Upon learning of my journey, he instructed me to inquire with you esteemed rulers about the current state of the bandits this winter, their numbers, and whether they can be vanquished. The bandits from Qianzhou are merely adrift on a few planks of wood, acting independently and disorganized. They are certainly no match for our forces. Indeed, Duke Jiufeng Jian interjected. The bandits' strengths lie solely in their cavalry and archery. Yet, having crossed the Zhuangma River, they cannot even muster their ranks, let alone their livestock. I shall personally lead 3,000 elite cavalry to sweep through the territory. Wherever we go, the bandits flee in terror, unable to muster a single confrontation. The 3 guards of Ju State have faced countless battles against the enemy without ever suffering defeat, Bai Qingxuang stated. The sun's scales and the moon's shadows will steadfastly protect their people, Shimu Yang said devoutly. Bai Qingxuang lifted her gaze to survey the room, and suddenly felt as though she was meeting these individuals for the first time. The sovereigns displayed commendable valor in repelling their foes and governed their people with paternal affection, for which the young lady, Dugu Feng, expressed her admiration. In response to the gracious invitation from the sovereign, she gracefully accepted. Hearing her words, Inchashu promptly issued a command. Thus, the dance banquet was dismantled, and a chessboard was brought forth, with Yin Changqin seeking counsel from the esteemed Bai Qingjiang on the intricacies of the game, ultimately determining that the Marquis of Ju, Bai Qingjiang, would wield the black pieces, while the Marquis of Inchashu would command the red. As the resounding beat of the drums echoed, Yi Ziki and Gu Feng, who had been idly waiting below, instantly revitalized, for the moment to ascend the stage had finally arrived. From the elevated platform, the entire chess arena was laid bare. The elite forces of both Yi and Ju nations stood arrayed in opposition. Gu Feng mounted the stage while Yi Ziki took his position at the forefront, and with a command from the officiant. The first piece was set into motion. Knight to b5, pawn to e7, pawn to c3. Above, Bai Qingxuang meticulously elaborated on the various rules of the martial chess to Dugu Feng. Below, soldiers were either captivated by the game or remained dutifully vigilant. Their gazes fixated on the 2 noble figures seated above, reluctant to divert their attention. Only the players on the board exchanged tense glances. each calculating their strategies against their adversaries. Knight to c3, capturing the pawn. The entire assembly turned their eyes towards the black knight, who remained unfazed. Pivoting to charge directly at the red pawn. Who rides that steed? It was none other than Gu Feng. He drew his sword and positioned it upward, preparing to strike. As he spurred his horse closer, the red pawn, witnessing this, raised his spear to defend. The clash of man and horse ensued, but Gu Feng remained undeterred, delivering a swift blow that cleaved through the spear, pressing it down against the pawn's neck. The pawn barely held on, ready to retaliate, when suddenly, the long sword sliced toward his throat. Startled, the red pawn retreated with all his might, yet the gleaming blade, relentless as death itself, pursued him, illuminating the air with its brilliance. With a resounding clang, the red pawn's helmet was sent flying. Amidst the tumult, he watched his helmet fall, anxiously clutching his neck. Relieved to find no blood drawn, his heart finally settling. Meanwhile, Gu Feng had deftly maneuvered past the red pawn but did not immediately reverse his horse's course. Instead, he pressed forward, lowering the horse's head. Before anyone could comprehend his intent, in the next instant, Gu Feng's steed reared up, delivering a powerful kick backward. The hooves struck the bewildered red pawn squarely, sending him soaring 5 steps away with a cry of despair. With a resounding crash of gongs, victory for the black pieces was declared. Inside the palace, a cacophony erupted in celebration. Amidst the vibrant cheers, Yi Ziki felt little exhilaration. He was certain of Gu Feng's triumph. In that moment, his gaze turned to the high platform. There, Bai Qingjiang, having lost the game, showed no sign of dismay, instead engaging in cheerful conversation with the princess, seemingly inquiring if she enjoyed the spectacle. An odd thought surged within Yi Ziki. Here at the Lijo assembly, he was but a pawn, while they were the players. Undeniably, those upon the platform held the fate of the northern kingdom of Lijo in their hands. However, is the fate of Lijo truly determined solely by the players? Note 1. This phrase originates from the Book of Songs, Guanju. Note 2. This is derived from the Peking opera Mu Guiying Takes Command. Chapter 55. Without garments. 1. Your Highness, please observe. That is a splendid steed produced by the Chang Kingdom's stables. The Marquis of Chang, eager to impress and mindful of his business dealings with Qiong-sang, hastened to boast. Your Highness? Yes, Lord of Jiufeng, I have seen it. This is my first visit to Lijo, and I kindly ask for your assistance in business matters. Qiong-sang will not disappoint its friends, Du Gu Feng said with a smile. Behind Du Gu Feng, 2 elderly men, Elder Wu and Elder Tong, began to converse discreetly in hushed tones. The princess, too, took notice. Du Guda continues to boast before us daily, claiming that by equipping the 800 cavalry of the Outcloud army with armor, they would become invincible across the land. But can they really stand against others and hold their own? Ultimately, it is the skill of the rider that matters, not merely the steed. Lijo has always produced exceptional horsemen, while our soldiers in Songzhou have grown complacent, relying solely on iron plates forged into armor to compensate for centuries of neglect. A delusion, indeed. On the chessboard, Gu Feng, as the first black piece to cross the river, stood proudly amidst the 3 red pieces. Chariot 6 advances to 4. The red side relentlessly pursued Gu Feng. Chariot 9 moves to 8. Bai Qingjiang ceased to focus on Gu Feng and directed a black chariot towards the red archer piece. Chariot 6 advances to 9, capturing the horse. This move invigorated the entire arena. Yin Changqin, disregarding his own archer piece, forcefully commanded his red chariot to capture Gu Feng's horse positioned at the opposing pawn's mouth. This action seemed akin to a novice carelessly placing pieces on the board. Yet, considering the unique rules of military chess, even if the chariot captures the horse and lands on the opponent's pawn, the pawn piece would find it challenging to capture the chariot in return. Instead, it could potentially gain the initiative for a decisive duel, making the move appear less problematic. Yin Changqin's thoughts were even simpler. After several strategic maneuvers, the scene appeared rather mundane with only pieces shifting about. To amuse Du Gu Feng, he decided to clash 2 powerful pieces head-on. The red chess piece was equipped with a Fangtian halberd, and as he stood upon the chariot, with the 2 horses pulling it into motion, he raised the halberd, twirling it in a flourish to capture the audience's attention. As the war chariot approached Gu Feng, he suddenly stepped forward with his right foot, bringing down the halberd in a sweeping motion. Gu Feng did not evade. Instead, he wielded his sword with all his might, striking downward towards the halberd's lower third. The sword and halberd collided, both men shouting in unison, exerting their full strength, their expressions fierce as the chariot hurtled forward. After narrowly passing each other, Gufeng immediately turned his horse's head, pursuing the war chariot, while the chariot, slower to pivot, continued its advance, creating a scenario where black pursued red. Seeing Gufeng closing in at full speed, the red chessman contemplated for just a moment before bellowing, "Halt." He intended for Gufeng to crash into the chariot. The red chariot came to an abrupt stop, and the red chessman raised the halberd high, striking downwards. As the massive horse seemed on the verge of colliding with the war chariot, Gufeng astonishingly did not change direction. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he tightened the reins, causing his steed to leap into the air. A steed's leap can cover 10 paces. In the breathless silence that followed, the magnificent horse landed with a thud upon the war chariot, its front hooves firmly planted on the chariot's platform. Gufeng, sword in hand, thrust forward. The shadow of the halberd loomed above like a mountain, as the resounding clash of carriages and horses faded from the hearts of the onlookers. The crimson and black twins stood frozen like statues in their positions. The red piece, a formidable general, hovered a mere foot above Gufeng's head, while Gufeng's longsword was only 3 inches away from the neck of the red pawn. Both teams' horses reared in alarm, neighing incessantly. Gufeng reciprocated with a salute of his sword, signaling his opponent to depart the arena. They understood well that this contest was not meant to draw blood. Having reached this point, it was sufficient. With a sharp clang, the gong sounded, prompting the official to raise the black flag. Black was victorious. Immediately, cheers erupted from the crowd. Even without prior command from their superior to stir the atmosphere, the spectators would have applauded and celebrated the duel. On the platform, Bai Qingjiang received accolades from all directions, bowing graciously in response. Yin Changqin, undeterred, cheerfully remarked to Gufeng, "Princess, you have witnessed our Kingdom's soldiers grapple with this novel concept of martial chess. While we may not be adept, our skills are not lacking." Gufeng nodded with a smile. The ruler of Yin governs his troops effectively. Despite losing this match, I bear no shame. Yin Changqin chuckled, then sighed. However, even with 1,000 elite soldiers, our relentless training cannot fully safeguard the citizens of our northern kingdom. Oh? Gufeng inquired, what brings such words from the ruler? Yin Changqin's expression darkened with indignation. Our northern kings have vanquished bandits, victorious and unstoppable. Those horse thieves, upon sighting us, scatter in disarray. Yet these scoundrels are cunning and detestable. They dare not confront our army head-on. Instead, they divide into myriad small factions, infiltrating our defenses and roaming freely, always striking where our forces cannot reach, pillaging villages, slipping through our fingers like sand. Indeed, well said, Inho, Jiufangjian concurred. Even if we are determined to slay the bandits, we cannot ensnare them all. Bai Qingjiang and Xia Wuyang nodded in agreement. Furthermore, if they were merely to disrupt our northern kingdom, we could manage that. However, Yin Changqin continued, the current state of the horse thieves resembles headless flies, incessantly burrowing inland, with many already infiltrating the Langya Pass. We fear that, before long, they may invade Zhongzhou, disturbing the imperial presence, and that would be our grave sin. Oh, Gufeng responded. Are you suggesting that it is not for lack of will to alleviate the emperor's concerns, but rather that the two khans of Qianzhou are fiercely clashing, and the desperate remnants of lost tribes grow in number year by year? While our northern kingdom wishes to pledge loyalty, we are but a single tree in a vast forest. Upon hearing this, Gufeng raised her cup and said, Noble rulers, your loyalty and benevolence towards your country and people command my admiration. After drinking, she added, shall we resume our game and discuss matters further? If the court looks down upon the military strength of the northern kingdom and directly fortifies Langya, it would indeed pose a problem. We must have these pieces demonstrate their worth, Yin Changqin mused. In the next move, Bai Qingjiang seized the red pawn archer. Pawn 7-5, capture? Upon hearing this, Yi Ziki instantly perked up, his gaze focused intensely on the approaching red archer, as if he were the one to launch an attack, instilling trepidation in his opponent's heart. After overseeing the chess arena for such an extended period, it is finally his turn to showcase his skills. Chapter 56. Without garments too, the red-clad archer drew back his bowstring towards Yi Ziki, who crouched low, shield raised to protect his vital points. The proximity was perilous, and the use of sorcery was prohibited. Yet, Yi Ziki harbored no trepidation. Adorned in gleaming armor, he feared not the arrows. The rules of engagement forbade headshots, and his 5 years of martial training were not in vain. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released, transforming into a gleam of light. Yi Ziki shouted out, channeling his energy as he swung his shield to block. However, His exclamation faltered into a gasp of surprise. The feathered arrow was but a breath away, when suddenly, a blinding flash disoriented him. A sharp pang struck his heart. What transpired? As confusion flickered in his mind, an intense burning pain surged through his right upper arm. Yearning stared in astonishment. The exposed area of his armor bore the mark of the arrow's graze. Another agonizing throb echoed within him, as though someone had seized his heart and twisted it. A chill gripped Yearning's core, and he caught sight of the archer knocking a second arrow. He could not allow the shot to be loosed. With a thunderous shout, he surged forward, hurling his shield with all his might. The archer's expression shifted dramatically as he recoiled to evade the projectile. Fortunately, the distance was minimal. The bowman was merely 2 paces away. As the shield missed its mark, Yearning closed the gap, prompting the archer to discard his bow and draw a dagger in response. Clang! The sword, aimed directly at the archer, was deflected upwards by the blade. Yet, Yearning did not falter. He maintained his aggressive stance and pivoted his ankle, allowing his entire body to rotate in unison with the sword's trajectory. His left hand seized the sword's hilt, forming a dual-handed grip. The sword, continuing its arc through the air, poised to strike once more. As the blade descended upon the archer, Yearning leaped, executing a powerful downward slash from the left. The archer raised his dagger high, attempting to parry the blade, but the force of Yearning's strike pressed inexorably downward, forcing the dagger against the archer's neck until the momentum finally halted. In that moment, the archer beheld Yearning's visage, breathless and trembling, instantly comprehending the gravity of this decisive blow. What a pity! With a swift motion, the archer sheathed his dagger, offered a respectful bow, and retreated from the battlefield. Victory belonged to the dark side. Yearning stood, transfixed, watching the archer's retreating form, momentarily forgetting to return the gesture of respect. His heart continued to ache. Thump! He clenched his chest tighter. His breath quickened. This was dire. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, causing Yearning's heart to lurch, a voice he recognized all too well. The old demon. Had he not vowed silence to evade Yin Changqin? The palace was ensnared in a trap of the 3 emperors' demon subduing formation. The old demon, previously cautious and silent, now bellowed in his ear. Once you channel your energy, you disrupt the array's balance, drawing forth chaotic forces that disturb your own powers. I am struggling to manage the magic of the subduing formation, but I cannot sustain this for long. Thump. What are you suddenly saying? I cannot comprehend. What does this mean? I mean to say, you are in grave danger. The old demon continued, incredulous. I never anticipated that the kingdom of Yi would set such a trap within the palace. As the formation of the 3 sovereigns stirred, all hidden demonic powers became exposed, and the adept practitioners present would undoubtedly discern your true form. At this moment, should any external force strike, your demonic energy would erupt instantaneously, even without external interference. I cannot guarantee I can contain it. It is possible that Yin Changqin has already sensed something amiss. Yearning's face drained of color. Why did you not say this sooner? How could I have known where to go? For the first time, a sense of urgency punctuated the words of the elder demon he had always relied upon, chilling his heart. Was he destined to perish? Thud, unprepared and blindsided. The invitation from the King of Hell had suddenly landed before him. Indeed, he had anticipated this day would arrive. Relying on an utterly untrustworthy ancient demon to cloak his ever-increasing demonic aura was a perilous gamble. It was only a matter of time before outsiders would uncover his secret, or he might one day meet his end at the hands of the very demon he had trusted. He had steeled himself for such eventualities. Yet, thud, why must it be at this very moment? Yearning bowed his head, clutching his chest as he sat upon the throne, appearing to any observer as though he had sustained internal injuries in close combat with the archers. Only he knew the salt of his tears. Thud. No. Yearning's heart wailed in despair. He was unwilling to accept this fate. He yearned for vengeance, having fought hard to reach this juncture. Just one more step, and he would have been poised to exact retribution upon the marauders. If only he could endure this storm of the Lijo assembly. Thud. A violent spasm compelled Yearning to confront reality once more. He surveyed his surroundings. The cold wind seeped through his armor, and all eyes were upon him, expressionless, as if countless bricks had encased him in an abyss. It felt as though he had abruptly awakened from an endless dream. He found himself once again in the frigid grip of winter, where all brilliance faded in the face of death. Indeed, winter had never truly departed. He had merely arrived at a city where warm springs flowed underground, mistaking it for the advent of spring. Thus, at the end of winter, The Grim Reaper tread upon the frost-laden stones to unveil his secret and reclaim the life he had stealthily appropriated during the cold months. Thud. Yizeki lifted his gaze to the heavens and beheld those seated high upon their platforms. They were adorned in dazzling colors, generals, celestial masters, kings, and beauties. Regardless of the intrigues they were entangled in, they would continue to bask in vibrant lives beyond this day. Meanwhile, he was facing death. Battle formation, advance. The sudden command drew the attention of all once again to him. Yizeki turned his gaze forward. The crimson chariot and chess soldiers pivoted, the horses galloping straight towards him. Should any external force strike, your demonic energy would erupt instantaneously. Thud. Fear subdued his unwillingness and turmoil, restoring his final semblance of calm. If you were to perish in the next moment, what would you do in your last moments? How could he ensure his end was more glorious? The old demon ceased his utterances, his heart pounding with an increasingly frantic rhythm, revealing his utter helplessness before the sudden onset of death. No one would come to his aid. Thud. Yizeki abruptly turned his face. The fierce steed charged the war chariot, demanding his life. Yet he diverted his gaze from the chariot's game pieces. In the final moments of existence, he yearned to catch but one last glimpse. Thud. Yizeki's expression froze, his pupils widening in shock. No, he exclaimed in a voice laden with terror. What is that? In the dense ranks of soldiers, the first warrior raised his arm, pointing toward the battlefield. Clang. Upon the high platform, Gu Feng nearly spilled his wine. Bai Qingjong stood up. In the training ground, astonishment swept across every face as they turned to behold that astonishing figure. Gu Feng fiercely cracked the whip, galloping toward Yizeki with furious intent. The last to notice this unfolding drama was the red chariot soldier, who was wholly focused on Yizeki's offensive. Upon finally turning his head, Gu Feng's steed collided violently with the red chariot. Clang, 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 clang. As the chariot overturned, Gu Feng was hurled from his mount. Why must it be so? He pondered, gazing at the swaying sky. He had scarcely time to comprehend the reason before he surged forward. Thus, in a moment of self-reflection, he realized it was due to Yizeki's expression. He had already perceived Yizeki's discomfort, yet military discipline was stringent, and in such a momentous situation, even if Yizeki had implored him for help, he would have surely ignored it. However, when Yizeki suddenly looked at him, it was neither a plea of sorrow nor a call for assistance. It was a farewell. Intuition urged him that if he did nothing, he would part ways with this individual forever. Hence, he charged forth. Thud. Yizeki had already risen from his seat, seemingly intent on stopping Gu Feng. Yet a sharp pain in his heart forced him to his knees. He witnessed Gu Feng topple the war chariot, his spirit instantly shattering, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet just before he lost all awareness, a sword fell with a whoosh, plunging into the stone slab before him. Yizeki was instantly roused. The blade, now devoid of its master, gleamed with a mournful dark gold. He recognized this sword. On a night when rain poured relentlessly, he and Gu Feng had braved the storm, fleeing through an alley to evade pursuers, and Gu Feng had drawn this sword from its scabbard. Wui. What? I said this sword is named Wui. What does it mean? Without a sheath. Pfft, how boring. He recalled that this sword was named Wui. Who says there is no clothing? I share the same robe with you. Chapter 57. The Siege Approaches. 1. Speak. Yizeki and Gu Feng were thrown before the assembly of kings. Bai Qingjong, filled with fury, slammed the chessboard, demanding, What are you doing? Yizeki opened his parched mouth but could not utter a single word. Even at that moment, he remained in a daze, barely recalling how Gu Feng had immediately gotten up after falling, rushing to his side and forcefully shoving a summer longevity pill into his mouth. Then, both of them were captured and brought to the high platform. The summer longevity pill had fortified his body, helping him suppress the tumultuous demonic energy within. The game of martial chess was halted, and he likely would never have the chance to return to the chessboard. However, gazing at the assembly of kings surrounding him, their faces filled with disdain, Yizeki understood that an even greater crisis loomed ahead. Bai Qingjong, Yin Changqin, Jiufangjian, Xiao Wuyao. These kings, who would never have crossed paths with him in a lifetime, were now coldly pressing in on him. Below the wooden platform, over 2,000 pairs of eyes bore down upon him, piercing like needles against his back. A glance towards a corner of the platform made him feel dizzy, as though the entire structure were on the verge of collapse. Heaven, this Thunder State Assembly was nothing short of a nightmare. He should never have come. His subordinate, this brother of his, had suffered from a heart ailment since childhood, a malady difficult to cure. It was only after encountering a benevolent immortal who bestowed upon him a spiritual remedy that he barely survived. Since then, whenever his condition flared up, he had to consume the spiritual remedy immediately. Otherwise, his life would be at risk, and he must not be subjected to external stimuli. When he received the battle command, his subordinate immediately saw the change in his complexion, which was clearly a sign of a heart ailment exacerbation. In a moment of desperation, he thought only of their bond as the last two of their kind, hence his reckless act of intercepting the chariot and disrupting the martial chess rules. Pleading for the sovereign's judgment. Upon finishing this proclamation, Yearning could not help but cast a surprised glance at Gu Feng. The two had only experienced a few fleeting moments since the upheaval began, yet Gu Feng had managed to concoct such a nearly self-consistent tale, unwavering in front of the formidable kings of the north. Such fortitude and intellect. Surely he would achieve greatness in the future. Yet, no matter what was said, it was futile. Yearning glanced over at Yin Changqin, the first-class immortal teacher, who remained calm and composed. But as the old demon had warned, Yin Changqin must have already sensed his demonic energy, merely waiting for the opportune moment to reveal this shocking revelation. Thus, they were doomed. Gu Feng was leading himself to destruction. Yearning felt tears of regret welling up. In that case, produce the spiritual remedy. Let us first ascertain the truth of your claims, spoke the host, King Yin Changqin. Gu Feng retrieved the last remaining summer longevity pill from its case, which a courtier took and presented to Yin Changqin. With a nod towards his elder brother, the courtier then brought the summer longevity pill before Yin Changqin for verification. It was coming. Yearning's heart sank. The first-class immortal teacher, whom he had dreaded since entering the palace, was finally about to pronounce his death sentence. This is the summer longevity pill of the Yuan realm, known for its effects of strengthening the body and soothing the energy, indeed capable of suppressing heart ailments. Yin Changqin cast a fleeting glance, then resumed her meditation. Meanwhile, Yearning experienced a tumult of emotions within. Old demon, you have betrayed me. No, the old demon. Within the inner sea, mused that Yin Changqin must have already discovered the truth, yet for some unknown reason, he chose to remain silent. He does not desire your demise. If that is the case, let Lord Zhu handle this matter. Lord Zhu, I implore you to provide an explanation to Yin and the Wang princess. Yi and Gu felt their hearts race to their throats as they observed Bai Qingjiang raise the medicine box, only to bring it crashing down. This blatant disregard for the law disrupts our morale. Lord Bai Qingjiang of the Zhu kingdom declared in a deep voice, take them out and execute them. The medicine box shattered, and the summer longan sprang forth, bouncing relentlessly on the platform, until it was crushed beneath a pair of iron boots. Yi and Gu were apprehended, exchanging glances, both realizing that hope for survival was lost. Father, please reconsider. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, startling everyone into attention. They turned to see Bai Qingxiang, clad in snow-white armor, kneeling before Bai Qingjiang. Father, the Lijiao was established to inspire the troops. Executing soldiers before battle may chill the hearts of our own warriors. I beseech you, Father, to reconsider. Bai Qingxiang spoke urgently. Bai Qingjiang, upon witnessing this, erupted in fury. How could his subordinate openly defy his command in such a public setting? Such a loss of face was intolerable. He bellowed, withdraw. Do you even know where you are to speak? Hearing this, Bai Qingxiang's gaze fell, yet she did not retreat, and the atmosphere grew tense. My lord, please do not let anger cloud your judgment. May I speak a word? A gentle voice interjected, soft yet commanding silence throughout the assembly. The speaker was Gu Feng. Rising gracefully, her crimson gown trailing like the twilight, she approached Bai Qingxiang and continued, I have just heard the words of this soldier, although his actions were reckless. There is a semblance of reason in his behavior. Ultimately, it is my selfish heart that cannot bear to witness the valiant soldiers of the northern kingdom perish before my eyes. Thus, in the next moment, to the astonishment of all, Gu Feng lowered herself in a respectful bow to Bai Qingjiang. I too implore the lord of the Bai kingdom to grant General Shuang's request and spare the lives of these two. Wang princess, please rise quickly. Bai Qingjiang was equally astonished and hastily stood. This sovereign agrees to the Wang princess's request. Yearning and Gu Feng gazed at Gu Feng in disbelief, never expecting her to plead on their behalf. Yet Gu Feng did not meet their eyes. Only upon receiving Bai Qingjiang's consent did she bestow a sly smile upon Bai Qingxiang. Bai Qingxiang realized he had unwittingly incurred a debt of gratitude. Few were aware that prior to this expedition, Gu Feng had conducted an evaluation of the Northern Kingdom's political figures with her father, Gu Chun, concluding that aside from Lian Hongye and Yin Changqin, two renowned figures, Bai Qingxiang, the general of the Northern Kingdom, would likely wield significant influence over Qiangsang in the future. In the eyes of others, even if one disregarded her identity as the emperor's adopted daughter, de Gufeng. As the princess of Qiangsang, a nation whose strength surpassed that of the entire northern kingdom, should not have stooped to plead before Bai Qingjiang. This act was truly extraordinary. However, de Gufeng, influenced by the mercantile atmosphere of Songzhou since her youth, has always regarded customary rituals with a certain levity. To her, merely bowing slightly was a small price to pay for the friendship of Bai Qingshuang. Indeed, it was an exceedingly advantageous transaction. Given by Qingshuang's earlier demeanor, which revealed her upright character, it was evident that even if she discerned Du Gufeng's intentional pursuit of favor, she would undoubtedly reciprocate the favor in the future. At this moment, Yi Ziqi and Gufeng, invigorated by newfound energy, hastily expressed their gratitude to Bai Qingshuang and Du Gufeng. Wang Ji, in her compassion, remarked that while the death penalty could be averted, the punishment of living could not be escaped. Bai Qingjiang declared, Tianjing, your subordinate understands. The captain of the guards, Tianjing, apprehended Yi and Gu, escorting them down from the platform. He was acutely aware that Bai Chenghe was always deeply calculating, masking his emotions, and this time, genuine anger had been stirred. Only by incapacitating these two youths could the sovereign be placated. Just then, as the attendants were clearing the chessboard and the sovereigns prepared to discuss serious matters, a military officer galloped into the royal palace grounds. The guards quickly recognized him as Zhang Chengde, the second-in-command of the Yi nation's army, and did not dare to obstruct him. He raced up to the high platform and shouted urgently, "To all sovereigns, we have discovered significant signs of bandit activity north of the city. Furthermore, an unprecedented multitude of monstrous birds is approaching our city." "What did you say?" Yin Changshu overturned the chessboard, rising to shout. On the platform, everyone turned pale. Chapter 58. The siege approaches 2. This is impossible. Yin Changshu bellowed. The sovereign. A nearby attendant tremulously pointed towards the sky. "Look." The assembled crowd followed the direction of his finger, and they beheld a dense mass of dark clouds descending upon Tianshui City. As the ominous clouds drew nearer, they soon realized that these were not mere clouds. It was a multitude of gray birds, tightly packed together, their beaks producing a cacophony of screeches that pierced the heart with an unsettling resonance. Drawing closer still, the details became clearer. Grayish-black feathers, hooked beaks, and colossal, snow-white talons, thousands upon thousands. It was the Rakshasa birds, roared Xiang Wuyang of the Ming Kingdom. The ominous, flesh-eating blackbirds were advancing toward the palace. As if born from the corpse-laden wilderness of the northern lands, their malevolence rising to the heavens, their plumage blotting out the sun. Yin Changshu turned and shouted, "Quickly activate the city's protective formation." An elder who had followed Yin Changshu raised his hands, gathering spiritual energy, and summoned a 5-colored spirit stone artifact. In an instant, the stone transformed into a shimmering azure hue, and behind the elder, a column of water surged skyward. The sovereigns exchanged glances of concern. They recognized the location of the spring, for just days prior, Yin Changshu had invited them to bathe and rejuvenate in the renowned Fuming Hot Springs. Little did they know that this spring served as the nexus for the city's protective formation. Following the Fuming Hot Springs, the ground of Tianshui City trembled, and the 100 springs resonated in unison, jetting forth fountains that enveloped the entire city in a surge of water spiritual energy, dispersing countless water projectiles that erupted in all directions. But wait, just as the others felt a slight sense of relief, one person's expression shifted dramatically. The kings turned to see that the speaker was none other than the last person they had anticipated, Yin Changqin. The previously composed sage abruptly rose, employing a swift movement technique to position himself before the crowd on the high platform. He then reached behind him, grasping his zither case. Simultaneously, the most vigorous water surge from the Fuming Hot Springs launched a water projectile directly towards the palace's training ground. Yin Changqin barely had time to open the zither case. The water projectile was already upon him. He instinctively raised the zither before him and struck its back with his palm. In that instant, the sound of strings resonated powerfully. The water projectile shattered upon impact, transforming into a fine mist that rained down upon every astonished face in the training ground. The defensive barrier, meant to protect the city, had unexpectedly turned against them. With a cough, the elder manipulating the formation suddenly spewed blood, his countenance filled with terror. "Someone has taken control of the formation." "You've lost control of the formation?" Yin Changshu shouted in alarm. Before they could inquire further, in the blind spot of those facing the Fuming Hot Springs, A pool of accumulated water on the high platform began to coalesce. Countless droplets swiftly gathered, forming a figure entirely composed of spring water, which then emerged from the pool. As soon as the water figure formed, it charged directly towards Yin Changqin from behind, its hands poised to strike. In a moment of surprise, Yin Changqin swiftly turned to face the incoming water figure. With no time to retrieve his zither, he unleashed a palm strike towards the water entity. The waterman transformed his hook-like hand into a palm, colliding forcefully with Yin Changqin's palms. The resounding clash reverberated throughout the training grounds, akin to the thunderous beat of a drum, unleashing an unparalleled might that caused the high platform to collapse in an instant. Countless cries of despair echoed simultaneously as Ezeki struggled to break free from the soldiers restraining him, reaching out toward Gu Feng. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, he grasped Gu Feng's palm at the critical moment, and a large leaf rose beneath him. Boom! The high platform crumbled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Naturally, the noble lords had skilled protectors, but the soldiers were not so fortunate. Aside from Ezeki and Gu Feng, each one was either dead or injured. Cough, cough, as the crowd coughed and brushed away the slowly dissipating dust. Two indistinct figures emerged from the haze. Yin Changqin and the waterman were still engaged in their palm clash. Changqin, Wu Lao and Tong Lao, who stood behind Gu Feng, shouted in unison, drawing their treasured swords. The blades glimmered brightly, instantly dispersing the dust. As the sword wind swept through, everyone struggled to maintain their footing, clearly indicating the formidable prowess of these second-tier experts. The two elders unsheathed their swords and flew toward the waterman, swiftly arriving above Yin Changqin. They descended with their swords, striking down upon the shoulders of the waterman. Upon being struck, the waterman glanced up at the two elders and then suddenly went limp, dissolving into a puddle of water that flowed away effortlessly. It remained uncertain whether their combined strike had inflicted any harm upon him. Observing this, Tong Lao grasped his sword, intent on pursuing. But Wu Lao halted him after only 2 steps, shaking his head. Tong Lao immediately understood Wu Lao's meaning. Their mission was to protect Princess Feng. Aiding Yin Changqin was merely a matter of friendship, but the enemies from the northern kingdom were not their concern. Yin Changqin's arms were encased in a layer of ice, an oppressive chill emanating from her, with the icy aura spreading upward. Sealing watermark. Who is this person? Tong Lao exclaimed in astonishment. Yin Changqin shook her head, replying, I do not know. This individual's prowess rivals my own, and their mastery of water magic is exceedingly rare in the 9 provinces. However, I have never heard of such a figure from Lizhou. Wu and Tong Lao furrowed their brows at her words. The ability to seize control of the water veins of an entire city right beneath Yin Changqin's watchful eyes, yet she could not even ascertain the identity of this adversary. The situation in Lizhou had become too treacherous, too convoluted for outsiders like them to continue meddling. It is the people of Qianzhou. Suddenly, the former general of Igua, Zhang Qingda, trembled as he spoke. They are attacking. Over 10,000 of them. This must be the spies sent by the Qianzhou barbarians. Upon hearing this, Yin Changqin remained noncommittal. The Qianzhou barbarians worshipped fire. Could such a formidable water practitioner truly exist among them? He was uncertain. At that moment, a name flashed into his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Han Han. Impossible. Yin Changqin vehemently countered, since the Qianzhou barbarians split into eastern and western factions. They have been locked in constant conflict. After their devastating defeat 15 years ago, they have not dared to raise an army to invade for 15 years, always relying on scattered troops. How could they possibly gather such a vast force to assault the city? They cannot even transport their horses. Your Majesty, Zhang Qingda knelt in council. If it were not for the great shaman of the barbarians, who else could command such a massive horde of monsters to attack the city? Yin Changqin was momentarily taken aback, glancing around to see that the multitude of Rakshasa birds, which had initially descended upon them, had now landed on the ground, their dark, sinister feathers mingling with the over 2,000 soldiers in the training field. The Rakshasa birds, known for their insatiable appetite for human eyes, occasionally sent forth the anguished screams of soldiers who had fallen victim to their pecking. Only the presence of numerous skilled guardians among the sovereigns ensured a fleeting moment of safety. Yin Changqin awoke from his reverie. Indeed, the demon-suppressing continent bore an ancient enmity with these monstrous beings, making it impossible for anyone to cultivate the art of commanding such a vast horde of creatures. Only the Grand Shaman of Qianzhou could wield such formidable magic. However, the Grand Shamans, living in opulence, would never venture into the harsh winter of Lizhou to seize food. Their appearance in Lizhou could only signify one possibility. The entire army of the barbarian tribes was advancing. 15 years of peace and tranquility had truly come to an end. Note: Rakshasa bird. It is said that in the space between graves, the energy of deceased souls accumulates and eventually transforms into the Rakshasa bird, resembling a large gray crane, capable of shape-shifting and preying upon human eyes. It is also associated with entities such as Yaocha and Shura, as well as the plant species known as bile. Source: Qing Dynasty, Yuan Mei, Zibuyu, Rakshasa bird. Chapter 59. The siege approaches. 3. In summary, we must first drive away these monstrous birds. The commander of the Ming Dynasty, Xiaomu Yang, spoke in a deep voice, raising his right hand. A firebird, towering a full 10 feet, took shape in his grasp. With his left hand forming a gesture, he pressed it to his lips and fervently recited an incantation. The firebird flapped its wings and soared into the sky above the training grounds. The Rakshasa birds, frightened by the blaze, scattered as the firebird shrieked and circled above, successfully driving a significant number away. Xiaomu Yang felt a slight perspiration on his forehead, yet seeing the effective results, he urged the firebird to ascend further, piercing the obscured sky with a ray of light. At that moment, an ominous and peculiar cry echoed through the air. Suddenly, a colossal four-winged bird with fiery red plumage burst forth from the throng, seizing the firebird by its neck and its beak. As the crowd gasped in shock, the firebird flapped its burning wings, desperately striking at the giant bird. Yet, the monstrous avian seemed entirely unaffected by the flames. With a snap of its beak, the firebird disintegrated into countless flickering embers. With a resounding cry, the giant bird ascended into the heavens, causing Xiaomu Yang to shudder, his expression darkening. It was the Tian Shao. Yin Changqin approached with a grave demeanor, stating, "This great bird hails from Yangtu Mountain in Qianzhou. It once harbored the aspirations of a swan, soaring northward to the cold mountains, where it cultivated for a century in the ice and fire pool, losing one eye and gaining 4 wings, ultimately achieving an invulnerable form against spiritual forces. Wherever it flies, it leads throngs of bird demons in relentless cacophony. In Qianzhou, it is referred to as Tian Shao, invulnerable to spiritual forces. This vile creature has even been tamed by the barbarians?" Xiaomu Yang's face turned pale. For someone like him, who practiced the elemental arts, creatures capable of resisting spiritual energy were the most formidable adversaries. The celestial fountain continued to rain down water projectiles, shattering the city towers, while Tian Shao circled ominously above the entire city. Yi Ziki lifted his gaze to the sky. This was the battlefield. This was the first arena of conflict he faced against the Qianzhou barbarians. He approached Bai Qingxuang, dragging his sword along. "General." Bai Qingxuang looked towards Yi Ziki, recognizing his composure amidst the perilous turn of events. He noted that despite falling from a high platform, Yi Ziki had emerged unscathed, which garnered him a measure of respect. Thus, he responded earnestly. "Yin Xianshi has just stated that this demon is invulnerable to spiritual forces, rendering ordinary spells ineffective against it. While I might temporarily ascend to battle it, we martial generals are ultimately limited in our mastery of Taoist techniques, lacking the support of the heavens, making maneuvering and retreating fraught with difficulties and prolonged combat unwise. Therefore, we cannot recklessly plunge into the sea of demons." Upon hearing this, Yi Ziki gazed up at the sky filled with demonic feathers, his fists tightening. He then proposed, "General, I possess the art of manipulating flying leaves, which can carry you into the heavens to engage in battle." Bai Qingxuang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you serious?" Yi Ziki's gaze was resolute. "I assure you, my words are not mere fabrications." Bai Qingxuang, upon hearing this, seized Yi Ziki and brought him before the assembly of kings, releasing him and bowing to Bai Qingjiao and the others. "Esteemed rulers, my father, this man possesses the art of flying leaves, which can aid our martial generals in ascending to the celestial realm to vanquish Tian Shao. I beseech my father to permit me to engage in battle." The assembly of kings, upon hearing this, was left in utter astonishment. The esteemed King Zhou Fangjian was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Isn't that the young man who recently suffered from a heart ailment? Can this lad truly soar to the heavens and engage in combat with the celestial beings? Do not mock this old man." Bai Qingzhang's expression darkened as he interjected, "No, my father." Bai Qingxuang passionately retorted, "The demons are lurking within the city, while the barbarian tribes gaze hungrily from outside. The situation is dire. Only by eliminating the demon leader can we resolve this predicament. If there is even the slightest chance, it is worth trying." At that moment, the host, Lord Yi Wangyin Chashu, interjected, pointing at Yi Ziki, "Pray tell, what position does this soldier hold in your Zhu kingdom's military?" Bai Qingxuang was momentarily taken aback and responded, This man follows General Lian Hongye as a Shizhang. Shizhang. Upon hearing this, Yin Changqin's anger flared. Do you take me for a fool, believing that a mere Shizhang dares to speak so freely? Let us see what he can do. With that, guards advanced to seize Yiziki. Hold on. A figure in red stepped forward, blocking Yiziki's path. Du Gufeng addressed the assembly. Lord Yi, temper your wrath. When the wooden platform collapsed, I indeed witnessed this man using a leaf as a vessel to descend safely. Now that he dares to offer a strategy, he must possess some courage and wisdom. Let him attempt his magic. If he fails, we shall hold him accountable. Haha. King Jiufanjian laughed heartily. Princess Wang is overly cautious. If Lian Hongye's mere Shizhang possessed such abilities, I would gladly offer to carry his shoes. Du Gufeng replied, it is worth a try. Amidst the commotion of the kings, Yiziki understood that it was not his turn to speak, remaining silent as he gazed into the distance at the battle unfolding. At that moment, he witnessed yet another archer being swept up by a flock of birds, none other than the individual he had faced earlier on the chessboard, who was soon left bloodied by their relentless pecking. If I am truly powerless, then let me behead myself, Yiziki declared, enunciating each word clearly. The assembly fell silent, and then Xia Wuyang spoke. Very well. Then give it a try. However, Princess Wang and General Shua shall vouch for you. Should you embarrass yourself again, you shall end your own life here. Yiziki raised his head. Understood. With that, he began to silently chant an incantation, simultaneously addressing the old demon in his inner sea. You said that I cannot conceal my demon form from Yin Changqin, implying that you can deceive others, correct? In the inner sea, the old demon let out a cold laugh. Use your demonic power as you wish. Yiziki's eyes sparkled with determination as he accelerated his chanting. Even after arriving at Tianshui, he had not ceased his cultivation of the demonic path, having completely refined the decades of demonic energy the old demon had left within him. At last, he was prepared to branch out. With a mighty roar, Yiziki exclaimed, let it sprout and flourish. Accompanying his shout, a dazzling radiance erupted from his back, followed by 12 colossal leaves unfolding in a layered formation, creating a ladder that reached the heavens. The tender green leaves, resembling numerous giant hands, unfurled in the sky, instantly attracting the Rakshasa birds to feast upon them. However, these leaves were crafted by Tang Wandi using the technique of spring vitality, infused with abundant spiritual energy. Impervious to ordinary avian demon speaks. Bai Qingshuang brandished her spear towards the sky, a chilling wind emanating forth, swiftly dispersing the gathering flock of birds. Yiziki spread his arms wide, commanding 12 colossal leaves to gently descend to the ground, aligning them neatly behind him. My subordinate shall assist the general in severing the head of the celestial tyrant, he proclaimed fiercely, directing his words towards the kings above and the malevolent beings in the heavens. The assembled kings were astounded, unable to fathom that these enormous leaves had been prepared for Yiziki by another. And even less could they comprehend that an ancient fiend had previously stored these leaves within Yiziki's very being, at this moment, as they were released. Yiziki merely guided them, channeling all his mystical energy. They mistakenly believed that these flying giant leaves were conjured from thin air by Yiziki himself. Perceiving his magical prowess as unfathomably profound, and upon noting his youthful age, they were rendered speechless in astonishment. Has Lian Hongye summoned troops from the Taoist temple? This thought echoed in the minds of the kings. This is the left path of the state of Zhu, remarked the Taoist Uzai Muyang, who stepped forward to examine the leaves with a soft sigh. Upon hearing this, the other rulers, recognizing that Zai Muyang possessed insight into the matter, inquired, what is the left path? Zai Muyang explained, the spells of our Song dynasty's 6 states, in their inception, were fundamentally rooted in the eradication of demons, aiming to strengthen oneself and vanquish foes. This is the righteous path. However, as the study of sorcery evolved, some forsook their original intent, pursuing the intricate craft of spells, drawing inspiration from the demon race's sorcery for imitation and creation. The spells devised on such foundations are termed the left path. What I wield is authentic sorcery, not mere imitation. Yiziki mused internally. Is it usable then? King Jiufanjian directly inquired. Zai Miyang replied, at times, it can indeed yield remarkable effects. Then, I entrust the two of you, said Du Gufeng to Bai Qingshuang and Yiziki. Let us proceed. Former General Zhang Cheng of the state of Yi stepped forward to volunteer. My lord, we wish to join as well. These bird demons swoop down to peck at us and then retreat to the heavens, driving us to fury. Several senior military officers gathered around, echoing his sentiment. The sky was filled with the raucous cries of demon birds, darkening like a storm. Yet the fervent voices of those on the ground clamoring for battle grew ever more intense. As soldiers, they were resolute to stand at the forefront when the sky threatened to collapse. Yin Changqin naturally agreed. The martial generals promptly mounted the leaves that caught their fancy, some even competing for them. Lao Lu, don't go up there. Your aim is precise enough. Just shoot a few arrows from the ground. Get lost. Speak another word, and I'll shoot your backside up into the sky. Old Wu. Dugu Feng glanced at the elderly man beside her. Old Wu immediately waved his hand in response. He and Old Tong were both sword immortals. Their techniques were most effective against flying creatures like the celestial tyrant. However, the affairs of the Northern Kingdom were no trifling matter, for within the city lurked a cunning adversary of the highest caliber. Old Wu signaled his intention to conserve his magical energy solely for the protection of their group. Observing this, Dugu Feng chose to remain silent. Is this your strategy? At that moment, a woman's firm voice rang out, followed by the swift approach of a dozen figures clad in ceremonial robes, soaring over the palace with a fierce urgency. At the forefront stood a middle-aged female Taoist, her complexion pale and indifferent. Upon her arrival in the training ground, she reached out to grasp a lush green leaf, giving it a light squeeze. Not bad, the Taoist remarked. The sudden appearance of these sorcerers left the various kings momentarily taken aback, while the martial generals who were still climbing the massive leaves promptly halted to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We greet Her Royal Highness, the Prince of Yin Changqin." Quickly introduced, "This is my younger sister, Yin Changqin, the head of our Tianyin sect." Yin Changqin did not bother with formalities and addressed Yin Changqin directly. "The city defense barrier has rebounded, injuring many. I have brought all the court mages who are still able to fight." She then turned to the leaders of the Yi nation, instructing, "Once we ascend, ensure the safety of these individuals," gesturing towards the mages behind her. "Understood." With a nod, Yin Changqin soared into the sky first. "Let us ascend as well," came a cool voice as Bai Qing stood atop a giant leaf. "Indeed," Yiziki replied, and as he prepared to rise into the air on another massive leaf, Gu Feng leaped up beside him. "I shall protect you." Thus, the entire Tianshui city beheld the spectacle. 12 verdant giant leaves spiraled above the royal palace, forming a circle as they ascended higher, as if a magnificent flower were about to bloom in the sky. "Come," Yuziki softly urged, maneuvering the giant leaves out of the demonic sea. Raising his head, he was greeted by the blinding sunlight, with the demonic bird Tianxiao towering 3 zhang high. Its 4 wings spread wide like the sun at noon. He had once dreamed of riding a phoenix to traverse the 9 heavens. Now, he truly soared above the clouds. But there were no phoenixes, only the ominous cries of Tianxiao and the Rakshasa birds, their countless emerald eyes glowing like phosphorescent flames. But what of it? He had arrived. Yiziki recalled the teachings of the swordsmanship he had practiced for 5 years. A man must strive unceasingly. Suddenly, he grasped the profound meaning of this phrase. Perhaps it signified, at all times, one must not fear battle. With resolve, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "Come, then, this day," Yiziki murmured to himself as he gazed in the direction of Tianxiao. "I declare war upon you." Chapter 60. The Siege 4. The ominous roar of the celestial howler echoed through the skies, a sound both prolonged and ferocious. Despite having cultivated for centuries, it retained the primal territorial instincts of a beast. The heavens were its dominion. With the appearance of intruders, it immediately displayed its formidable fighting spirit, demonstrating its might to all humans who dared to ascend into its realm. After its thunderous growl, the celestial howler flattened its body, extending its 4 wings, and charged towards the densest cluster of people below. However, amidst the retreating mages, a solitary figure surged against the tide, soaring directly into the path of the descending beast. A delicate fist was raised. It was Yin Changqin. This royal master, seemingly courting death, did not utter incantations or cast spells. Instead, she boldly confronted the celestial howler, delivering a single, striking blow into its feathers. The collision of such disproportionate beings resulted in a piercing, tragic cry that reverberated through the heavens. Astonishingly, the celestial howler was pushed back. Yiziki stood in stunned silence, having never heard of a mage capable of engaging a beast in such close quarters. Unbeknownst to him, the Tianyin sect comprised mages well-versed in hand-to-hand combat. The colossal creature staggered back over 30 paces before regaining its balance, just as Bai Qing appeared above it, thrusting down with her spear. Seizing the opportunity, Yiziki summoned several large leaves to encircle the celestial howler, directing the warriors to assault it, while the sorcerers hovered outside the fray, summoning their artifacts to strike at the beast, as the 5-element technique proved ineffective. Beware, Gu Feng shouted, for at that moment, a Rakshasa bird had flown behind Yuziki, aiming to peck at his nape. Fortunately, Gu Feng managed to push Yuziki's head down while simultaneously drawing his sword to dispatch the Rakshasa bird. Sit down, Gu Feng commanded again. Realizing that he could not focus on combat while controlling multiple large leaves, Yuziki complied and settled down. Gu Feng adjusted his stance, positioning himself to face the sun, effectively casting Yuziki's shadow over him. He deduced that the Rakshasa birds might be attracted to shiny objects, hence obscuring Yuziki from the light source while he himself raised his sword toward the myriad of avian demons, his eyes gleaming with determination. Surrounded by a throng of combatants, the celestial howler found itself in a precarious position, yet suddenly, a spark of brilliance illuminated its mind. It raised its voice to the heavens, commanding the chaotic swarm of Rakshasa birds to converge around it, creating a formidable barrier. Amidst the cacophony of cries, several individuals fell from the sky, but Yuziki desperately manipulated the leaves to catch one of them. It was none other than Zhang Qingda, the former general of the Yi Kingdom. He landed on a broad leaf, patted his chest in relief, nodded in gratitude to Yuziki, and then soared back into the fray. At such a dire moment, an icy chill began to permeate the air. Soon, a fierce wind swept through the heights, and snowflakes began to dance in the atmosphere. Bai Changshuang unleashed her domain of frost. The frigid winds and snow enveloped the skies, as the wings of the Rakshasa birds were swiftly encased in ice. The dense hail of frost obscured everyone's vision, and ultimately, the once dominant Rakshasa birds were frozen into glistening ice sculptures, plummeting down by the hundreds and thousands. From below, Yuziki gazed up at the vast spectacle, as if a celestial deity were wielding an invisible, colossal bamboo fan, scattering countless pearls of all sizes to form a dark gray waterfall. In the icy chill of winter, she stood proudly at the forefront, her face radiant as the moon, her long hair flowing like the winter goddess of the realm. Tianxiao quickly discerned that Bai Changshuang was the source of the magical energy capable of reversing the situation. With a powerful flap of its four wings, it raised its most formidable weapon, claws encased in armor-like scales, and charged directly at Bai Changshuang. Bai Changshuang's magical energy had long since surged beyond control. At this moment, she brandished a brilliantly blue spear, shattering the colossal leaf beneath her feet, and soared into the sky, colliding with Tianxiao midair with a resounding crash. Yuziki's heart momentarily halted. Yet, in the next instant, Bai Changshuang burst forth, bloodied, from Tianxiao's grasp. The blue light of her spear struck Tianxiao squarely in the abdomen, followed by a relentless barrage of 13 thrusts, each piercing deep. Tianxiao let out a wretched howl that reverberated throughout the city. Exhausted, Bai Changshuang fell like a severed kite. Old demon, Yuziki cried out, her golden eyes shimmering with light, as her unyielding demonic energy propelled her swiftly towards Bai Changshuang, catching her just in time. In immense pain, Tianxiao ascended rapidly. Its heavy injuries triggered an instinct to flee, but at that moment, Yin Changqin appeared above it. Ha! The princess of Yigu emitted a sound unbefitting of a mere mortal, delivering a powerful punch to Tianxiao's head. With a desperate flurry, Tianxiao flapped its wings and charged upward, but Yin Changqin followed with 5 successive blows, preventing Tianxiao from ascending even a fraction further. Tianxiao retaliated with its tail, striking down towards Yin Changqin, who braced herself with both fists and then seized the tail, tearing it forcefully from Tianxiao's body. With a pained roar, Tianxiao summoned its last reserves of strength, wielding its sharp, elongated beak to viciously peck at Yin Changqin. She once more raised her fists to defend, and all anticipated she would withstand Tianxiao's onslaught yet again. But in the next heartbeat, a spray of blood erupted. The beak pierced her flesh, instantly transforming her into a figure drenched in crimson. Master, my lord. The military officials and mages of Yigu cried out in disbelief, frantically unleashing their attacks upon Tianxiao. Yin Changqin, the second most formidable figure in Yigu, had safeguarded the peace of Tianshui city for over a decade during Yin Changqin's seclusion. Was this revered legacy, this faith of a lineage, truly to perish before their eyes? Stand back. A familiar command steadied the frenzied hearts of all present. Coughing blood, Yin Changqin gripped the beak tightly and pulled it from her body, refusing to relinquish her hold despite Tianxiao's frantic thrashing. At last, I have you, she murmured, casting a knowing glance at Yuziki. Understanding her intent, Yuziki scattered the green leaves away from both Tianxiao and Yin Changqin. As Yin Changqin nodded and began to chant an unfamiliar incantation, in the vast expanse of the sky, a chilling sensation suddenly gripped Yuziki, as if the very essence of the world resonated with Yin Changhua's incantation. He instinctively lifted his gaze in the direction of the flowing spiritual energy, and in that instant, he was utterly astounded. High above, stretching for miles, all the clouds converged over the battlefield, ultimately forming a slender cloud sword, towering over 100 feet. Suspended in the firmament, with ancestral energy awakening, light began to dawn. Yin Changqin recited her spell, undeterred by the increasingly agitated flapping of the celestial screamer's wings. Resolutely holding her ground, celestial cloud slash, she bellowed with a voice that reverberated through the heavens as the 100-foot cloud sword descended with ferocity. The celestial screamer finally broke free from its silence, yet it could utter not a sound before the cloud sword severed its neck. Calling in distress, countless Rakshasa birds scattered in all directions, those who lagged behind caught in the tempest of the cloud sword, their feathers torn to shreds in an instant. Only the celestial screamer cried out in agony, the cloud sword piercing through half of its neck, then penetrating its abdomen, continuing its descent, carrying the century-old demon king towards the palace below. Chapter 61. The Siege. 5. Boom. The celestial beast, Tianxiao, plummeted to the ground, causing the entire palace to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. The fierce battle in the heavens left all in awe, and as the clouds dispersed, revealing Tianxiao struggling on the ground, the assembled kings grew anxious, retreating in haste. The closest was Princess Dugufeng, standing merely 20 zhang away. As she beheld the beast raise its head, which was grotesquely supported by only half a neck, the sudden resurgence of such ferocity, long absent from Songzhou, sent a shiver through even the most renowned beauty who had witnessed the great wilderness war. With a cold snort, old Wu prepared to act, but at that moment, a shadow descended like a meteor, crashing onto Tianxiao's back. The creature let out a pained cry, flapping its damaged wings as it rolled across the ground. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in the training grounds bewildered. Then, to their astonishment, a figure emerged from within Tianxiao's feathers, armed with a long sword. He relentlessly thrust towards the beast's throat, unfazed by its thrashing attempts to dislodge him. As the crowd finally discerned the identity of the assailant, gasps of shock rippled through the assembly. It was Yi Ziki. After employing the 8 gods falling palace technique, he leaped down from the descending giant leaf to launch his final pursuit against Tianxiao. With the North's capable fighters dwindling in number, no one else should perish in vain. The marauder's threat must be eradicated entirely. Consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance, Yi Ziki unleashed a flurry of strikes, each aimed at the beast's vital points. His years of studying demonic texts had rendered him intimately aware of these creatures' weaknesses. Finally, he clambered atop Tianxiao's head and, just before the beast could clamp down on him, plunged his sword into its singular eye. Contrary to the anticipated thunderous roar, the celestial beast merely opened its beak wide, letting out a few intermittent croaks before falling utterly silent. Exhausted, Yi Ziki rose from the pool of blood and, upon noticing Dugufeng not far off, clasped his hands in a gesture of apology. My apologies for alarming the princess. Dugufeng gazed up at him, momentarily at a loss for words. A shared thought resonated among the assembled lords. Is he not merely a sorcerer? A sorcerer pursuing a century-old demon beast to strike it down? How old could he be? 15? 16? Has he been cultivating since the womb? After her astonishment faded, Dugufeng smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brave warrior. Yet he still appeared to be a mere squad leader. It was said that General Lian Hongye commanded 500 such leaders. Old Wu mumbled to himself, his expression shifting suddenly. Could it be that the state of Zhu harbors ambitions for supremacy? As Ziki wearily descended from Tianxiao's carcass, eager for rest, he noticed the giant leaves cascading down, with Yin Changqin being the first to reach his side. The leader of Tianyun appeared as pale as a ghost, one hand pressed against his wounded abdomen, employing secret techniques to temporarily staunch his injuries as he inquired of Yi Ziki, I have heard you are a soldier under General Lian Hongye? Indeed, replied Yuziki. What is his condition? Oh, are you investigating the military affairs of the state of Zhu? Yuziki pondered and said, General Lian escorted our sovereign into the borders of country. As he departed, I observed the general's spirit and vigor, a paragon for us soldiers. That is well. Yin Changqin replied softly, tossing a vial of elixir into Yi Ziki's embrace. Without waiting for his gratitude, she made her way directly to her elder brother, Yin Changqin. The two seemed to engage in a discussion about the sealing technique that had befallen Yin Changqin, though their words remained obscured from hearing. The assembled lords, regaining their composure, approached to extol Yin Changhua's valor in vanquishing demons, a commendation that went without saying. Report. At that moment, a rider galloped into the training ground, shouting frantically, "The North Gate is in peril! The North Gate is in peril! The North Gate is in peril!" A wave of unease swept over everyone. The barbarian tribes were attacking the city. Immediately, a cacophony of battle cries surged forth, overwhelming the skies with sounds emanating from the Qianzhou grasslands. The flock of Rakshasa birds scattered away from the palace, forming a distant silhouette reminiscent of a scimitar, lingering ominously above Tianshui city. What was even more troubling was the faint sound of powerful horse neighs in the distance. While considering the barbarian tribe's maritime capabilities, it seemed improbable for them to transport a vast number of fine steeds to Liezhou. Yet, could there be further unforeseen calamities? After deliberation, the nobles decided to first ascertain the enemy's strength at the city gates. Thus, a contingent of over 2,000 soldiers from the training ground marched forth from the palace. Yin Changqin, however, expressed the need to dispel the sealing technique binding him, and chose to meditate on the spot, remaining behind. Yin Zhanghua, heavily injured, sought a secluded place to tend to her wounds. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng, having exhausted their strength in battle, found themselves unable to walk. Strangely, no one came to attend to them, leaving them amidst the ruins of the once vibrant training ground. The palace grounds, which had recently been filled with merriment and celebration, turned desolate in an instant, littered with the wounded, the remnants of collapsed platforms, the corpses of sky-screaming bird demons, and walls shattered by water bursts. At that moment, the voice of the old demon resonated. "Brash lad, heed my words." Yi Ziki's eyes narrowed. "Are you serious?" "Very well, I shall comply." Amidst the devastation, Yi Ziki suddenly straightened his weary form and walked forward, stepping over broken tiles until he stood before Yin Changqin. The wind in the training ground carried the raucous cries of the Rakshasa birds still swirling overhead. Yi Ziki took a deep breath and spoke in a tone only the two could discern. "Master Yin, a demon resides within my body." Yin Changqin opened his eyes but remained silent. "You indeed already knew. I am grateful for your discretion, Master. This ancient demon wishes for me to convey that it poses no threat to Tianshui city and can reveal to you the method to dissolve the sealing watermark. Of course, you could break the seal yourself, but even a mere quarter-hour's advance could save countless lives as a condition for this exchange. I hope you can keep this matter concealed." Having spoken, Yi Ziki summoned his courage to meet Yin Changqin's gaze, striving to display his sincerity. The eyes of this foremost sage of the northern lands resembled an ancient spring, gentle yet imbued with an air of detachment, leaving one awestruck. In truth, the demeanor of Yin Changqin is such that it exudes an aura of serene elegance, as if she could sit in tranquil stillness for eternity, yet in the next instant could unleash a tremendous force that could vanquish her adversary with a mere sweep of her hand. "Very well," Yin Changqin finally conceded. Yi Ziki breathed a sigh of relief, and after calming his tumultuous emotions, he spoke. "Please channel your celestial energy through the Taiyin lung meridian, guiding it along the inner arm, descending to the wrist, ascending to the pulse, tracing the contour of the hand, and exiting at the tip of the thumb." Upon hearing this, Yin Changqin closed her eyes. Soon thereafter, the frost upon her arms dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. Yi Ziki was elated, realizing that the old sorcerer had not misled him. At that moment, he noticed Gu Feng had approached, and he quickly gestured for him to retreat, signaling that he was untroubled. "You have a friend willing to risk his life for you," Yin Changqin remarked. "This is a blessing, yet in this world, it is also a misfortune. Be cautious not to lose such a friend." Yes," Yi Ziki replied, perplexed as to why Yin Changqin had suddenly broached this topic. She lowered her head in contemplation, then abruptly raised her hand, gathering a swirling mass of ethereal energy in her palm. The radiant energy writhed like a serpent, suddenly darting towards Gu Feng, who had no time to evade it, as the luminous serpent struck his unadorned sword and vanished. "Master, what is this?" Yi Ziki exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Do not worry, it is merely a token of gratitude," Yin Changqin replied nonchalantly. "Gratitude? A good thing?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ziki felt reassured. Yet he wondered why she would extend her gratitude to Gu Feng rather than to himself. The old sorcerer scoffed. "Of course, it is because Gu Feng is human. He can save you, yet he could also end your life should you stray into darkness." Yi Ziki was taken aback by this revelation. Then, Yin Changqin rose to her feet, and Yi Ziki understood that this esteemed immortal would soon unleash her wrath upon the barbarian tribes. He prudently stepped aside. However, as she passed, Yin Changqin added, "I have heard it speak of your affairs. It is not your fault." "Huh?" Yi Ziki was taken aback, but before he could respond, she had already walked away. What did she mean by that? Was she implying that his earlier surge of demonic energy nearly thwarted his, and Gu Feng's efforts regarding the martial chess? Yi Ziki pondered in confusion. Just then, an unprecedented thrill coursed through his heart. In an instant, he comprehended that this sensation stemmed from an extraordinary, profound emotion that could not possibly belong to him. Yin Changqin was conversing with the old sorcerer. She knew what kind of being the old sorcerer was, perhaps even recognized him. Yuziki yearned to uncover this mystery. Yet, the intensity of the old sorcerer's reaction in that moment convinced Yuziki that this was a secret not to be broached lightly. To inquire would require a readiness to confront dire consequences. Meanwhile, Yin Changqin had already distanced herself. Yuziki endeavored to steady his racing heart, setting aside thoughts of the old sorcerer, and retrieved the pills given by Yin Changqin to distribute among Gu Feng and the other injured. Regardless, the immediate priority was to restore their strength, for the next battle may be imminent. Chapter 62. The siege approaches. 6. As the events unfolded, the noble entourage had already departed from the royal palace, making their way to the northern gate of the city to assess the enemy's movements. Along the route, an incessant stream of military reports arrived, each more incredulous than the last. Over 10,000 barbarian warriors, mounted on fierce steeds, were launching a relentless assault on the northern gate, simultaneously dividing their forces to advance towards the eastern and western gates. It seemed they were aware of the multitude of dignitaries gathered within the city, intent on sealing off any escape routes. This cannot be. This cannot be. Yin Changqin repeated fervently. The sights along the way were even more harrowing. The torrents of water rained down savagely upon the civilian dwellings, while cries of despair echoed from the city walls as the devilish birds wreaked havoc throughout. In the midst of chaos, they even witnessed a woman descending from the heavens, her lower body yet to touch the ground, as she cupped the face of a bewildered middle-aged man frozen in the street. She leaned in closer, as if to kiss him. "It has come to life. It has come to life," exclaimed Wang Jiufangjian in terror. Such occurrences transpired incessantly within the city. Upon reaching the northern gate, the sound of battle roared from beyond the walls. General Chu Ting of the Yi Kingdom rushed forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, do not advance further. This place is perilous. The city gate may not withstand the onslaught. Stand aside." Yin Changqin insisted on ascending the battlements. Chu Ting urged, "Your Majesty, listen. There are 1,000 steeds outside." Furious, Yin Changqin waved dismissively. "The great masters of the four nations are here. What is there to fear?" He pushed Chu Ting aside and climbed the battlements alongside the other nobles. Yet, at the very moment they reached the parapet, a multitude of piercing sounds erupted from the sky. All present instinctively looked upwards, their breaths caught in their throats. Dozens of flaming boulders, like meteors, streaked overhead. The cacophony of battle cries, racing hearts, and lamentations seemed to freeze in that instant, with only the long, trailing black smoke of the fiery stones carving arcs across the sky as they descended towards the city. Fire was the faith of Qianzhou. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions reverberated throughout the city, drowning out all cries of despair. Not less than 10 great fire shamans. Stones shattered upon impact, houses collapsed, streets were ravaged, and rivers of blood flowed. Thud, thud. This was the evidence of the barbarians hurling firestones directly at the city gate. Without the support of the protective barrier, the small enchantments stationed upon the walls could no longer withstand the onslaught of the hosts from the plains. Beneath the blaze, some stood in stunned silence, while others furrowed their brows in distress. Yet, who among them possessed the courage to cast another glance at the thousands of barbarians scaling the walls? Looking out upon this desolate world, the chaotic torrents raged. The demonic birds shrieked. The city burned. Countless horses surged towards the walls like a tidal wave. Beneath the raised battle standards of the plains, brandishing 1,000 gleaming sabers. What shall we do? Yin Changqin turned, seeking wisdom from the other rulers. But before he could finish his thought, his expression shifted to fury as he bellowed, "Fools! Xiao Wuyong has fled." Upon closer inspection, it was evident that there were only 3 kings remaining. As they searched the surroundings, Yin Changqin was the first to point out a fiery crimson cloud gracefully ascending into the air. Standing atop it was none other than Xiao Wuyong, clad in a red robe adorned with the sun. Within the doctrines of the Sun and Moon sect, the term Sun and Moon drivers refers to those who guide the celestial bodies, thus in terms of traversing the clouds and fleeing. These 2 divine beings could rival the prowess of first-tier experts. At that moment, the red cloud conjured by Xiao Wuyong, in both intensity and speed, surpassed Yuzuki's gigantic leaves by tenfold, swiftly vanishing towards the south, an impressive display of skill. It was unfortunate that during the fierce battle against Tianxiao, He had not utilized this ability to ascend and aid in the fight. Princess Wang. On the ground, the Duke of Chenghua, Zhou Fangjian, disregarded formalities and grasped Du Gufeng's sleeve, exclaiming, "If you can rescue me from this place, I will agree to any conditions you propose regarding the business with Qiangsang this year. My Chenghua will consent." Beside them, Bai Qingshuang's expression shifted slightly. While the Duke of Jugua, Bai Qingjiao, turned his gaze towards her, Bai Qingshuang hastily declared, "I will protect my father with my life." "What good is just your declaration?" roared Duke Bai Qingjiao. "From what I observed earlier, Du Gufeng places great importance on you. She is a second-tier expert. Hurry and seek her aid." Bai Qingshuang nodded silently. Forgetting all else, disregarding the affairs of Lizhou, Igua, and Tianshui City, he suddenly realized that the only one he had unwavering faith in was Yin Changqin. He was his own brother, who would never let him perish. He urged his steed towards the palace, followed closely by the other rulers, all evidently thinking of that first-tier immortal master. The whip was raised countless times, passing by innumerable faces twisted in cries of despair. "Faster, faster! We must reach before the city falls." With a clang, the sound of a guqin string resonated. "Halt!" Yin Changshu bellowed, and the coachman promptly stopped, blocking the noble lords behind them. Trembling, Yin Changshu dismounted from the carriage. The music emanated from behind him. In that instant, the city fell silent, save for the walls. The sound of the guqin was not an illusion. It persisted, the former king still present. The frantic, terrified, and weeping citizens of the city all lifted their gazes toward the same direction. Under the raging inferno, Yin Changqin stood alone with his guqin at the city gate. Clad in a flowing white robe, his ethereal figure and cascading black hair graced the city walls. The gates beneath him, along with the entire fortification, trembled, yet he, as always, faced north, slowly seated himself, and began to play, as if nothing had transpired. For many inhabitants of Tianshui City, within that brief span of a day, it seemed as though everything had shifted, yet the significance of the name Yin Changqin to this city remained unchanged. Each day at this time, his guqin would resonate throughout the city, and today was no exception. As long as they heard his music, regardless of the tumultuous storms they faced, all citizens of Tianshui would find solace. "My lord, it is dangerous there." "Nonsense, how could it be dangerous? That is his brother, Yin Changqin." Within the palace, snow began to fall unexpectedly. Yuziki and Gufeng both looked upwards. Yin Changqin commenced her incantation. The ancient sorcerer spoke calmly, seemingly indifferent to the fierce battle erupting at the city gates. "Is this the cold domain?" Yuziki exclaimed in astonishment, yet its scope and spiritual energy far surpass that of General Frost. Indeed, for by city Frost is but a minor cold realm, while Yin Changqin commands the great cold. The ancient sorcerer began, but suddenly his words faltered, and his tone shifted. "Wait. This is, atop the city gates, under the gaze of the multitude." Yin Changqin, as usual, retrieved her Polonia's zither from its case, seated herself on the ground, and began to play. Even in the face of the thunderous hooves of thousands of barbarian warriors and the cacophony of battle, she remained undeterred. Yet, as her fingers danced across the strings, a greeting resonated throughout the city of Tianshui. "Today is frigid. Distant guests, please wait." Cold domain, frigid heaven. Chapter 63, Yin Changqin. 1. You are a naturally gifted musician. After a decade of dedicated study, your mastery of the guqin is now evident. However, the melodies of the guqin are not confined to the 5 tones of gong, shang, jiao, wei, and yu. They also encapsulate the essence of a person's life. Descend from the mountain, for there is no need for you to mourn for your master. Your life awaits you below. Go forth and discover your own melodies there. The guqin is meant to be played for an audience. In days of yore, Boya and Zichi encountered a kindred spirit in the sounds of high mountains and flowing water. In the future, should your heart yearn to perform for someone special, perhaps you will attain the pinnacle of artistry in the lineage of my guqin. At the age of 20, Yin Changqin found herself amidst the festivities of the spring banquet. In the 3rd month of the 14th year of Jinping, beneath the warm embrace of spring sunlight in Tianshui City, a procession of deep red palanquins came to a halt before the palace gates. Maidens gracefully assisted their young mistresses down, their enchanting visages illuminated against the backdrop of the crimson palace walls. Elders stood nearby, imparting the customary etiquette for the day's banquet. The Spring and Autumn Grand Banquet, also known as the Feast of Grace, is one of the 2 grandest events held annually by the state of Yi. On this day, King Yin Tianqi would host a feast in the Xieshui Garden, where officials and their families would gather to revel in the company of their sovereign. Today marks the spring feast. Among the throng making their way to the Sheshui garden were two young maidens, arm in arm. One, with a lively spirit and pleasing stature, was named Yin Changqin. The other, petite with a round face and delicately arched brows, was called Yearning. Yin Changqin leaned closer to her companion, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Have you heard? Today we shall witness Master Changqin play the guqin. I have seen him once before, and truly, there is no one in the city quite as suave. How can I best describe him? If I were to use but a single phrase, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Yearning replied, a once-in-a-lifetime encounter means you will remember that meeting for all your days. But you have only seen him for less than a year. How can you be so certain you will never forget him? Do not be so pedantic, little Yearning. Yin Changqin laughed. Tell me, is there any way I might catch Master Changqin's attention at the banquet? There is an old saying, if there is a flaw in the music, Zhou will take notice. Do you think I could? Can you play a tune? Yearning interjected. Alas, I cannot. Then it is not possible. Yin Changqin, in exasperation, playfully shook her companion's head. Why must you be so rigid? Yearning raised her fair face defiantly. I cannot. The young ladies were ushered into the banquet hall, seated in succession. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it intoxicating aromas, as exquisite wines and delectable dishes filled the air with merriment. The most amusing sight was King Yin Tianqi bestowing flowers upon his officials, who adorned their hats with blossoms, raising their cups and toasts amidst the gathering of officers and generals, a splendid display of camaraderie. The young maidens whispered and giggled amongst themselves, speculating on which floral embellishments were most charming and which were merely flowers placed atop dung. Though Yearning preferred not to gossip about others, she couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing moments. Before long, the third master, Yin Changqin, gracefully entered the garden. Instantly, the eyes of the maidens brightened, and Yin Changqin seized Yearning's shoulders, exclaiming, he has arrived. Yearning turned her gaze towards Yin Changqin, undeniably struck by his remarkable charm. Yet, observing her companions, each blushing and smiling, she felt perplexed. What was it about mere appearance that could elicit such fervor? As her demeanor shifted, Yearning gazed steadily at Yin Changqin, unflinching. Yin Changqin, with her gaze cast downward, though performing for the king, was naturally imbued with an air of pride and purity. As her fingers danced across the strings, she found herself immersed in a world of her own melodies, akin to the fluttering of 100 birds, the resounding call of a phoenix, and the gentle flow of a stream. Despite the shifting tides of emotion, her practiced hands never faltered, continuing to weave the celebratory tune. Yet, when she glanced towards the gathering, she suddenly noticed amidst the sea of smiles a young girl whose sorrowful eyes seemed to resonate with her own heart's lament. The girl, though still in her youth, possessed an exceptionally fair and spirited countenance, making her stand out in the crowd. Instantly, Yin Changqin felt a surge of compassion, setting aside thoughts of her deceased mentor to focus intently on her playing. After a while, she looked back at the girl, only to find her expression restored to normalcy, deepening Yin Changqin's astonishment. As the final notes lingered in the air, echoing around the hall, she withdrew amidst the applause. Summoning her servant Li Fugui and inquiring about the girl, what is her name? The servant replied, she is Qi Xiaobao's daughter, named Yearning. Would you like me to invite her over, my lord? Yes, please do, he responded. The servant nodded, silently admiring his master's ambition, which was distinct from those noble youths who solely pursued fleeting pleasures. While many believed the third young master excelled in music, few were aware that at home, Yin Changqin dedicated himself primarily to martial training and studying military texts. As dusk fell and the banquet concluded, the officials and their families departed the palace. Yin Changqin walked alongside Yearning, both weary from the day's festivities and reluctant to speak. Yet, unexpectedly, the usually reticent Yearning began to hum a tune. In the wind and rain, the sea guest arrives, riding the black tortoise with sword and blade. Meeting as old friends, we journey together. In a lifetime, we meet once, year after year in autumn. Her voice was soft, like wisps of smoke drifting through the palace halls. Yin Changqin's eyes widened. Here, you haven't sung in such a long time. Yearning paused momentarily, offered a gentle acknowledgement, and then fell silent, her eyes reflecting a depth and brilliance akin to the evening glow. In May, in the city of Tianshui, life in Quanzi Alley had become notably more delightful, as the residents frequently enjoyed the enchanting strains of the guqin resonating through the streets, enriching their spirits. This transformation was attributed to Yin Changqin's weariness of court life, prompting him to request permission to reside outside the palace, establishing his residence in Quanzi Alley. On this day, while he played in the courtyard, His servant Li Fugue attended to him. Just as he was lost in his performance, a delicate head peeked through the gate, adorned with a finely crafted face and slender fingers resting on the doorframe. Li Fugue chuckled softly. "My lord, that young lady has come again." It was indeed Qi He, the daughter of Qi Xiaobao. Once the music concluded, Yin Changqin lifted his gaze and offered a slight smile to the girl perched at the doorway. Upon seeing this, Qi He's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly fled. Yin Changqin chuckled helplessly, aware that this girl had been a frequent visitor for a month now. During previous encounters, he had paused his playing, instructing Li Fugue to invite her in, but each time, before the servant could reach her, she would scurry away like a startled rabbit. Unable to fathom the thoughts of this 14 or 15-year-old girl, he feared disturbing her, and thus later chose to leave the door ajar, allowing her to secretly observe his playing, departing quietly once she had finished. Yin Changqin gently plucked another string, a subtle smile grazing his lips. Today, however, he was determined not to let the rabbit escape unscathed. Note 1. It is said that when Zhou Yu listened to musicians, he would glance at them with a slight smile whenever he detected an error, gently reminding the performer of their mistake. This gave rise to the saying, "To gain Zhou Lang's attention, one must occasionally misplay the strings," referring to women who, in their pursuit of Zhou Lang's favor, would intentionally pluck the strings incorrectly while performing. Note 2. This phrase originates from Jiang Kuei's offering sacrifices at the Ling Palace in the Song Dynasty. Chapter 64. Yin Changqin 2. Qi He hurriedly dashed through the narrow alley when suddenly a tall shadow loomed ahead. A figure clad in white stood between the gray-white earthen walls. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yin Changqin, who had unexpectedly blocked her path. Qi He pointed at Yin Changqin, then gestured behind her, as if uncertain about the identity of the Yin Changqin before her, contrasting with the one who had been seated in the courtyard moments earlier. Yin Changqin, having arrived through a stealthy technique, smiled and said, "I am Yin Changqin, a disciple of the Tianqin sect. May I inquire your esteemed name, miss?" Qi He blinked her beautiful eyes vigorously, as if finally coming to terms with the situation, and replied, "My name is Qi He." Though she had hurriedly fled from the manor moments ago, facing Yin Changqin directly now, Qi He displayed no signs of retreat. Her tone resolute, exuding a sense of candidness. Yin Changqin continued, "Ah, so you are the daughter of the Qi family. My apologies. I dwell in this secluded alley and have not spoken of my residence to outsiders. May I ask how you found me?" "I followed the sound of your..." Qi He answered. "You possess a keen ear, Mississippi. Do you perhaps have a fondness for my melodies?" "Indeed." Qi He nodded openly. "Do you wish to learn the art of playing them?" Yin Changqin, observing her demeanor, sensed that the young lady was not deceiving him, which brought him a tinge of disappointment. In truth, he often played not solely for pleasure but as a means of cultivation. While performing, he utilized the music to form a barrier, thereby honing his spiritual energy. This barrier was known as the Lost Forest. To avoid attracting too many curious listeners to his secluded practice, he had chosen this barrier for his cultivation. However, this barrier bore a unique characteristic. Those with exceptional talent in Tianqin could easily locate the musician through the sound of them. Thus, it had also become a rite of passage for disciples of the Tianqin sect. At the age of 7, Yin Changqin had inadvertently crossed the barrier while following the music, leading him to meet the elder of Tianqin and be accepted into the sect. Now, this young lady, Qi He, had similarly navigated the Lost Forest multiple times, stirring within Yin Changqin the desire to take her as a disciple. Yet, in the realm of Tianqin, mere talent was insufficient. One must also possess an unwavering passion for the art of. Both elements were indispensable. Qi He's disinterest in learning indicated a lack of faith in this regard. Amidst his disappointment, Yin Changqin also felt a flicker of joy. If she did not wish to learn, yet continued to seek him out, it signified her affection for him. "May I still hear you play in the future?" Qi He asked nervously. Upon hearing this, Yin Changqin smiled, reaching out to gently pat Qi He's head, pondering, why does she not inquire if she may enter the manor? His master had said that kindred spirits are the rarest to find. And how could he deny the charm of such an endearing girl? If he claimed to have no feelings for her, it would be self-deception. Yet, for a man of 20, what was truly worth diverting his focus from ambitions of achievement and the duty to protect his homeland? What he desired now was fame, not romantic entanglements. Should he allow her to come closer? To let a girl's feelings deepen, knowing he had nothing to offer, would only lead her to heartache, wasting her youth. Or perhaps he should not permit her to come. Yet, he cherished her presence here. For a musician, there are few joys that surpass the delight of playing for a kindred spirit. What is one to do in such a circumstance? Yin Changqin smiled gently as he gazed down at the girl, yet he uttered not a single word. He simply lowered his hand from her hair and departed, leaving her to make her own choice. In the grand tapestry of fate, everything unfolds as it should. In the 14th year of Jinping, October, in Tianshui City. On Quanzi Alley, the night fell particularly early. In the sky, a solitary star shone brightly in the north. When Shi Heer arrived at the gates of the Yin residence, she found a raincoat quietly laid at the entrance. Initially perplexed, she soon found herself enveloped by the gentle patter of rain. Accompanied by the melodies of Yin Changqin's Guqin, the sound resonated softly. In that moment of clarity, Shi Heer donned the raincoat and stood outside, quietly observing Yin Changqin as he played. Over the past 6 months, much had transpired. For instance, she was now recognized as the daughter of Qi Saiqiu, a fact that came about through Yin Changqin's recommendation. Consequently, Qi Saiqiu paid little heed to his daughter's outings, even encouraging her, often inquiring with a cheerful demeanor about her affairs. Yet, there was nothing to report. Yin Changqin would play his Guqin every few days, and Shi Heer would always come to listen. They maintained the same silent connection through the door, and once the music concluded, she would depart, and this routine persisted. On this particular day, Yin Changqin played a new piece, the melody reminiscent of the rain that fell upon the city. As the night breeze blew gently, the music wafted through the air, stirring the girl's clothing and rippling across the surface of the ponds nearby. The lights reflected off the newly formed pools beneath the Yin family plaque, casting a warm glow upon the girl's profile. The rain, though neither heavy nor prolonged, began to subside, and with it, the music came to an end. Yet, this time, the girl did not leave. Amidst the thinning raindrops, Shi Heer stepped onto the threshold of the Yin residence for the first time. "Are you leaving?" she inquired. Yin Changqin nodded, requiring no further explanation, for she had always understood the language of his music. Over the span of 6 months, their fates had quietly reached their conclusion. "What can I do for you?" she asked again. "There is something," he replied. "When I first heard your name, I felt it was special and wished to know if it held any particular significance. However, to ask such a question may seem presumptuous. Might you share its origins with me now? My mother said that while carrying me, she dreamed of 2 white cranes flying in, one of which bestowed a young crane into her arms, and thus I came to be. She claims I am the child of the celestial crane, hence my name. Here. How fascinating to learn its meaning. Child of the celestial crane. Indeed, it is intriguing." Yin Changqin smiled and added, "Knowing its origin, one should not forget the name." Shi Heer hesitated, then softly asked, "Will I hear your music again?" She lifted her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet she bit her lip and reached for the book. "Yes." As they parted, she covered her eyes with her hand, took a few steps away, then paused to turn and bow formally to Yin Changqin. "Thank you for the gift of your music over these past 6 months." Finally, her figure faded into the night. Yin Changqin, however, did not move immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the night sky. The somber night was hardly beautiful, with only a solitary star twinkling in the northern sky. Yin Changqin knew that this star was named Sirius, the dog star. This morning, King Enchanting summoned him to the palace to inform him of the encroaching northern barbarian tribes. General Su Fei was to lead 2,000 troops to provide assistance, departing on the morrow, and he was ordered to accompany them as a military officer. At last, the opportunity he had longed for had arrived, and one would think he should feel elated. Instead, Yin Changqin pushed aside Li Fugui and stepped into the rain, tilting his head to gaze at the stars. Li Fugui, astonished yet understanding, refrained from approaching, standing by as the raindrops cascaded down his young master's face, resembling tears for an extended period. In the 14th year of Jinping, in October, the barbarian tribes invaded the northern borders of the Yi Kingdom. In November, General Fu Zhou led 3,000 troops, while General Su Fei and military officer Yin Changqin commanded another 2,000, launching a combined assault on the barbarians in the fields of Yearning, achieving a resounding victory. In the 15th year of Jinping, in July, the demon tribes appeared in Yearning, and Yin Changqin eliminated them. In November, the barbarian Poison Fire Division invaded the borders, and Yin Changqin commanded 3,000 troops, trapping the enemy 70 miles west of Mayan City, emerging victorious and slaying the 10,000 cavalry of Changlan Muhai. In December of the 16th year of Jinping, the barbarians defeated Fu Zhou by the banks of Wanmu River, and Yin Changqin took the place of the former general, vanquishing the barbarian forces and beheading 3,000. During his command, Yin Changqin maintained strict military discipline, committing no offenses against the populace, earning the moniker Young Master's Army throughout the kingdom. In December of the 18th year of Jinping, while guarding Yearning city, Yin Changqin faced a barbarian siege that lasted 15 days, ultimately leading to the city's fall and a massacre of its people. He was captured alongside the three young masters. The barbarians intended to use Changqin as a hostage to extort money and provisions, binding him for transport to Tianshui. After traveling over 10 miles, Changqin feigned death and secretly observed nearby barbarian soldiers mounted on fine horses. He then detonated his life as treasure, eliminating the barbarian soldiers, seizing a fine steed, and galloping southward for several dozen miles back to Tianshui, with hundreds of barbarians in pursuit. Yin Changqin fashioned a bow from a broken string of his zither and arrows from icy shards, crafting his own weaponry and shooting down more than 30 pursuers, ultimately managing to escape. In January of the 19th year of Jinping, Yin Changqin returned to Tianshui, where King Yi summoned him to account for his actions, handing the three young masters over to the legal officials. The officials deemed that Yin Changqin had suffered significant losses of troops and had been captured by the barbarians, warranting execution. However, considering his past achievements, he was instead exiled 300 miles to Yearning. At that time, a folk song circulated among the people: draw the long arrow and shoot serious, wield the bow and arrow to repel the surrender. Chapter 65, Yin Changqin. 3. The snow in Tianshan always lingers longer than in other places. A lengthy procession trudges through the deep drifts, leaving behind not mere footprints, but blood-stained imprints, marking the path of those unworthy of shoes. These are the sinners. Their hands are shackled together with wooden stocks, clad in prison garb, their disheveled hair a testament to their plight. The soldiers escorting them hold their whips aloft, ever poised to seek their next quarry. Cough, cough, cough. Another sinner has collapsed. The hooves of the horses trample past without hesitation, for the soldiers know he shall never rise again, and thus do not intend to assist him. The line continues to advance. No one mourns the deceased. Not even a flicker of shared sorrow graces the faces of these condemned souls. For the living are no more fortunate than the dead. They are all destined for the Stone Ridge mines at the foot of Tianshan, where they shall toil endlessly, laboring a lifetime to atone for their sins. Among the exiled convicts, one stands apart, unbound by the wooden stocks, restrained only by shackles at his ankles. Yin Changqin, the third son of the Yi nation, at the tender age of 25, appears gaunt and hollow-eyed, his steps faltering, embodying a diminished vitality compared to those around him. This is the lingering consequence of the wounds sustained in the Battle of Yearning, which have never healed. The haunting memories of witnessing the massacre of his city and the complete annihilation of his forces have thoroughly shattered this young man. At last, the procession arrives at a small town named Jianwei. The elegant name fails to disguise the dust-laden air that pervades the settlement, where the inhabitants are either miners or merchants seeking to purchase spirit stones. Now, the gray-clad convicts and the official military add to the scene. The lives of those dwelling here are steeped in despair. Those with any hope hasten in and out, their existence a mere blur. This is a lifeless town, entirely revolving around the mines. Yet today, the atmosphere is markedly different. A strikingly beautiful woman has made her appearance. She is petite, with a delicate figure, alabaster skin, and piercing eyes that shine like a lion's. Her demeanor exudes both authority and grace, adorned in elegant robes. Her presence almost ethereal as she walks with a sword slung at her side. The townsfolk, accustomed only to peasant women, gaze in astonishment at this celestial figure gracing their township. They are convinced she must be a fairy descended from the heavens. Travelers set down their burdens, their eyes wide as they observe her. Young men remove their hats in awe, farmers forget their toil, and laborers abandon their tools. Several wealthy merchants, their eyes glinting with intrigue, approach her in conversation. However, she disregards them, making a beeline toward the procession of exiled convicts. At first, the officers assume this goddess must be seeking their attention, exchanging jesting remarks. Yet, as she draws near, it becomes evident that she is approaching the prisoners, prompting the officers to hastily rise and command their soldiers to block her path. Do not approach the condemned, the soldiers shout. Nevertheless, the woman does not falter. With a swift motion, she draws her gleaming sword, its silver glint as bright as snow, pointing it directly at the brow of the guard. Stand aside, she commands. The onlookers gasp in shock, and the soldiers quickly brandish their weapons, encircling this audacious woman. The woman remained undeterred, her sword producing a resonant clang as the blade shimmered, poised for action. At that moment, an officer stepped forth from the crowd, scrutinizing the woman intently. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Halt! All of you! Cease at once! What is the matter?" The commanding officer in charge of the siege inquired with irritation. "She is the daughter of the Grand Minister of Qi. Quickly, stop!" "What?" The officer leading the assault gasped, momentarily taken aback, then bellowed to those around him. "Why are you all standing there? Lower your weapons." "Miss Qi, I apologize for the offense." He continued. "Step aside," Qi here reiterated. "Yes, yes." The officer gestured for the soldiers to disperse. The soldiers retreated. Yet the onlookers grew ever more curious, pondering why such a noble lady would be present in their humble town. It was not until Qi here approached a man that clarity dawned upon him, transforming his bewilderment into disbelief, his eyes glistening with tears. Qi here lifted her chin, turning her back to the crowd, ensuring no one could witness her expression. Then, once again, she raised her sword. The officers exchanged glances, hesitating to advance. Meanwhile, the man clad in tattered prison garb was taken aback. Qi here strained to reach upward, wrapping her arms around the back of the tall man's neck, pressing his face firmly against her shoulder. This act left the townsfolk utterly astonished. The beautiful maiden and the fallen prisoner formed an inconceivable embrace, with only the man's muffled sobs breaking the silence. Chihio clutched him tighter, her own eyes brimming with tears. In her gaze, the man in her arms would never be a mere prisoner, but rather Yin Changqin, the third son of the state of Yi. "I will always be by your side," Chihio whispered softly. This sentiment caused the man to weep even more profusely. During his time in Tianshui City, he had never encountered a shoulder to lean on. In the 11th month of the 18th year of Jinping, Yin Changqin, aware of the impending fall of Yearning City, planned to lead the people southward. The eldest son of the East State and General Yin Changqin sent a letter, urging Yin Changqin to show compassion for the suffering populace and to fortify the city. He promised to rally troops to support him within 10 days, enabling a coordinated effort to repel the barbarian forces. Yin Changqin held out for 15 days. Yet his half-brother did not arrive. Unable to bear witness to the slaughter of his brethren and the devastation of the city, he fled for miles, determined to denounce Yin Changqin's negligence in court. Little did he know that after his departure, Yin Changqin swiftly besieged Yearning. The barbarians, having suffered significant losses and lacking defensive prowess, abandoned the city after plundering it, thus granting Yin Changqin a resounding victory. In the ensuing conflict, public sentiment swayed overwhelmingly in favor of Yin Changqin. Exhausted, Yin Changqin arrived at the foot of Tianshui City, only to find betrayal awaiting him from his former comrades. The letter was destroyed. Despite his fervent outcries in court, he was met with accusations of madness, as blame was shifted onto him. In despair, he felt as though he had lost his very soul, wandering aimlessly for 300 miles. It was only upon reaching Jianhua town that he finally succumbed to tears. It was the final snowfall at the transition of winter and spring in the 19th year of Jinping, a truth that no one in the entire kingdom believed, and he wept for a solitary individual. The Qi family promptly declared their severance of familial ties with Qi here. It is well known that during Yin Changqin's rise to prominence, he persistently recommended Qi Situ, yet upon the arrival of news of defeat, the Qi family was the first to pledge allegiance to Yin Changqin. However, no subsequent punitive measures arose from this incident, as the local officers in Jianhua town maintained a willfully ignorant stance toward Yin Changqin's actions. Perhaps some still recall that Yin Changqin was once the favored son of Yin Changqin. In March of the 19th year of Jinping, the cold poison left by Yin Changqin during wartime flared up, resulting in paralysis of his legs. Chapter 66. Yin Changqin. 4. In the spring of the 22nd year of Jinping, vibrant herbs thrived, blanketing the snow-capped peaks with a palpable vitality. Qi Hijia meticulously selected the most vividly crimson medicinal plants, such as yang shouwu, xiaoxiao grass, and zhurong flower, to gather in her basket. The mountain wind howled fiercely as her slender shoulders bore the weight of the laden basket, swaying through the undulating terrain, her delicate figure resembling a white reed quivering above the ground amidst the wilderness. "Sherwang, uncle?" Upon recognizing the man's visage, Qi Hiu exclaimed in astonishment. "A lady from the Qi family," the man replied, his tone equally surprised. Even someone as proud as the former Yin Changqin held a deep respect for certain elders in Tianshui City, and this Sherwang was undoubtedly one of them. As a prominent figure among the court's sorcerers, Sherwang was known for his integrity, often walking a solitary path in the court, and when Yin Changqin fell into disfavor, he did not revel in her misfortune. Thus, she harbored a favorable impression of him. However, the mere presence of a Tianshui City resident near Jianhua town was an ominous sign. Sherwin cast a glance at Qi Here's basket, and spoke first. Are you still tending to the third young master? Chihia nodded. Yes. What brings you to Tianshan, Uncle Sherwing? Sherwing patted the basket beside him, the sound of stones clinking resonating, and replied, I am here to gather stones. It is prudent to personally select the items that safeguard one's life and home. Only then did Chihia recall that Sherwing practiced stone refinement, and given the abundance of spiritual stones on Tianshan, it was indeed reasonable for him to seek stones for cultivation here. Their encounter felt serendipitous, unrelated to Yin Changqin, which eased her mind. Thus, the elderly man and the young girl sat down together to converse. It was a reunion with an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Chihia inquired about the chief family in Tianshui City, while Sherwing raised questions regarding Yin Changqin. No, it has been 3 years. Recently, the cold poison has spread from his legs to his hands. Even the simple act of moving his wrists has become quite difficult, Chihia spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She spoke of Yin Changqin's true affliction, information that could bring some solace to those in the city. I see. Sherwing's gaze shifted to Chihia, but you do not appear to be in much better condition, do you? Chihia's pupils narrowed slightly, followed by a couple of coughs. This is my own affair. Your skills are already lacking, yet you have exhausted yourself to such an extent, striving to assist the third young master in stimulating the efficacy of the medicine, correct? Your foundation has already been compromised. If this continues, predecessor, please be cautious with your words. This is a matter for here alone, Chihia interjected firmly. The atmosphere turned tense, and silence enveloped them, broken only by the chirping of insects in the wind. With a sudden sigh, Sherwing looked skyward and mused. How long have you known him? When he was merely 2 years old, I assisted my master in procuring a piece of moon fortune stone as a birthday gift for him. Later, when he studied at Tayin Peak, I would visit him occasionally while gathering stones each year in Tianshan. Yet, when he faced adversity, I felt powerless to aid him. Before your arrival here, all I knew was that you were a little girl who adored listening to the third young master play the chain. However, there are at least 100 young ladies in Tianshui City who share that sentiment. The young ladies vied for the attention of the third young master. Truly a scene of blooming flowers in competition. By the way, do you know what you resemble in this setting? Chihia paused momentarily at the question. What do I resemble? You are like the tu-hua flower, Sherwing replied, for it is said, when the tu-hua blooms, the flower's story ends. It is the last blossom of spring. Yin Changqin has become a mere shell of his former self. Spring has departed from his life. Hence all flowers have withered, while you bloom until the very end. Chihia trembled, displeasure flickering across her brow. She was even more sensitive to the termways than Yin Changqin. Unperturbed, Sherwing continued, Alas, the beauty of spring is but a fleeting dream, destined to fade. The tu-hua too has its time to wither. If you refuse to awaken from this dream, do you wish to perish alongside him in the glories of the past? No, Chihia declared emphatically. He is not a waste. Why do you say that? Because he will recover from his ailment. He is an extraordinary person, and he will not simply perish. Chihia shouted, rising to her feet, breathless. Sherwing observed her in silence, his gaze scrutinizing. Realizing her own outburst, Chihia quietly sat down again, and after a moment, softly inquired, Senior, do you have a particular fondness for studying stones? Oh, I take pity on those neglected objects left by the roadside, and thus I wish to spend time with them. In my youth, I had a great passion for singing. Chihia, nestled among the undulating waves of grass, gently raised her body, inhaling the dry mountain breeze, and spoke in a tender tone. At that time, several remarkable songstresses resided in my home, and I secretly learned from them. I remember those days vividly. I often felt as if I were living in a dream, perpetually striving to master new techniques and compose innovative lyrics, yet I frequently became confused and botched many tasks. Eventually, my parents discovered my passion. My father deemed singing a lowly pursuit and forbade me from continuing, so I ceased my vocal endeavors. Later, at the spring banquet of Prince E, I encountered young Master Changqin. During that event, Prince E and the entire court were gathered in the Xieshui garden to listen to him play. Yet his music seemed to go unnoticed, at times soaring like a bird in the vast sky, at others drifting like feathers on the gentle waves. Although everyone else was laughing at the banquet, his melodies would suddenly evoke a sorrow akin to snow drifting into the Tianshan mountains. In that moment, I understood that within him lay the true essence of a distinguished musician. Oh, I have heard that music must adhere to the rites. Yet what you describe sounds like caprice. Yet you call him an exceptional musician? Indeed, he prioritizes listening to the voice of his own heart over the reactions of others. Thus, he is able to perform music that belongs to this realm, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding crowd at the banquet. The Xieshui garden cannot confine his spirit. Nor can the palace. He seeks to embrace the grandeur of the wider world. Are you suggesting that you once possessed the potential of such a musician, but relinquished it? While Changqin has successfully traversed that path, Qi here paused, nodding with some difficulty. Yes. The young master, being of royal lineage, has undoubtedly faced more obstacles than I have. Yet he has not squandered his remarkable talents. I have always believed that talent is both a divine blessing and a curse. It can lead one to rely on it excessively, blinding them to alternative paths. Thus, the essence of talent serves as a test bestowed by the heavens. Only the most resilient individuals can ultimately transform their gifts into masterpieces. The young master is one who has successfully navigated the trials presented to him by fate. Yet he has not yet had the opportunity to achieve renown. How could he possibly meet his end in such a manner? At the very least, the young master should not perish in this way. The old man, astonished, gazed at Qi here as the mountains around them were bathed in the golden-red light of spring, suffusing the tips of the grass and the treetops, casting a warm glow upon the distant village. The woman's resolute visage seemed to be illuminated by divine radiance. Near our town, there lies a valley of tuhua blossoms, which has recently come into bloom. I have long wished to take the young master to behold its beauty, although his spirits have not been particularly high of late. Nevertheless, I shall ensure that he visits. If you are inclined, you might also consider witnessing it. The flowers flourish abundantly, as if they shall never wither away. Ah, splendid, replied the old man. Qi here then rose, intending to continue her foraging for herbs. However, the old man hastily interjected, wait. Qi here paused, puzzled, as the old man withdrew a book titled The Divine Farmer's Classic of Herbal Medicine from his robe and handed it to her. Thank you, esteemed elder, Qi here said, accepting the book. After exchanging pleasantries, she took her leave. Old Taoist Tianyin, your calculations are indeed astute. Chapter 67, Yin Changqin, 5, in the town of Jiyue. Yin Changqin awaited the return of Qi here within the confines of his residence. After his legs succumbed to paralysis, his temperament became erratic and tempestuous. At times, gazing out at the birds soaring in the sky, he would suddenly shatter the window frame in a fit of rage upon overhearing merchants discussing news from beyond the town. He would violently hurl a wine jar to the ground. During such moments, it was invariably Qi here who would repeatedly soothe him. In her absence, he would clutch his wooden zither tightly, as it offered a semblance of control over his tumultuous emotions, for it was all he had left in this world. Suddenly, a string snapped with a sharp twang. He raised his trembling hand and struck the zither's neck with a fierce blow. Yet, it bore no fruit. He felt paralyzed, his fingers stiff and unyielding. Move. Yin Changqin bellowed, slamming his hands against the instrument's surface, producing a cacophony of sound. Move, just move. His slender fingers quickly became swollen and crimson, yet no matter how he shouted or struck, they remained devoid of sensation, capable only of sluggish motions. It was akin to 3 years prior when his legs had abruptly ceased to function. It echoed the despair he felt 2 years ago when his meridians had suddenly become blocked, leaving his magical prowess stagnant and inaccessible. The cold poison had ultimately robbed him of his ability to play. I beg you, move. Here still wishes to hear the zither. Tears streamed down the man's face, landing on the severed string. Ha, ha. His breath quickened, anger surging within him. Just then, something caught his eye. A large butterfly fluttered down from somewhere beyond the paper window, perching on the frame, its wings beating rapidly like the fluttering of a maiden's eyelashes, light and ethereal. Dancing gracefully, this butterfly flitted about, yet it refused to depart from the window frame, rendering it quite a captivating sight. Yin Changqin gazed transfixed at the delicate dance outside, his breath gradually calming. Here, come in, he murmured softly. The butterfly lingered momentarily on the frame before transforming into 2 hands. And then Qi here appeared at the doorway. It turned out that the butterfly's dance had been her finger ballet. I am sorry, I can no longer play the zither. Yin Changqin's pallid visage seemed to age a decade in an instant. Qi here stepped forward, gently cradling his head against her chest. And the two nestled together in serene silence for a long, long while. My lord, the flowers in Tumu Valley have bloomed. Shall we go see them tomorrow? A moment of silence ensued. Very well. A smile and tears simultaneously graced Qi Hener's face as she gently bent down, resting her forehead against his hair. In times of despair, one is often reluctant to behold anything resplendent, for within their heart lies a lingering yearning for resurgence, a hope to return in their finest state to confront it all once more. When one can accept all that is, it signifies a release. To let go and to resign oneself are but two sides of the same coin. As the moon began to rise, Chihir seemed to suddenly remember that they had yet to dine, saying, "I shall go heat some porridge for you, my lord." Yin Changqin nodded, prompting Chihir to set off. Observing the contentment on Chihir's face, Yin Changqin realized that acquiescing to her was indeed the right choice. As he, unable to pluck a single string, could only offer this small gesture for her. In the dim glow of the lamp, Chihir brought him porridge, feeding him spoonful by spoonful, just as they had in the past, and would continue to in the future. Their time flowed quietly in the fragrant breaths she blew into the spoon. As the lamp was extinguished, moonlight flooded into the room. In the dead of night, Yin Changqin suddenly awoke, laboriously climbing onto the four-wheeled cart, and made his way into the courtyard, where water lay still and clear. A pitch-black shadow, appearing from nowhere, suddenly swooped down onto the eaves. The endless frost curse of the barbarian blizzard tribe could only be undone by the caster themselves, and no other remedy could be found. The shadow spoke, its voice eerily resembling that of Master Sure. "How much time do I have left?" Yin Changqin inquired. "If you neglect it, less than half a year. If that girl continues to use her energy to prolong your life, she will perish before you." "Understood," Yin Changqin replied calmly. "Thank you for these years." Master Sure remained silent. Yet, deep down, Yin Changqin knew that his survival to this day was due to the old friends left to him by his mentor, Elder Tianqin. However, from this moment forth, they would no longer be needed. The shadow vanished into the night. At dawn the next day, Chihir rose early to prepare for Yin Changqin, her face radiating with eager joy, for today they would visit the Tumu Valley to admire the blossoms. Throughout the morning, Chihir maintained her cheerful demeanor, meticulously arranging food onto plates, placing them into a wooden box, and finally wrapping the box to carry on her shoulder, evidently planning to spend the entire day in the Valley of Flowers. Thus, they set off. Although the path was primarily mountainous, it posed little difficulty for those with skill. Chihir guided Yin Changqin down the rugged trail, traversing a small patch of wetlands, until they discovered a natural archway formed by the rocks. As they pushed the cart through the stone arch, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. Countless flowers suddenly burst into view, their vibrant colors illuminating the expansive valley. Lush green stems surged forward, adorned with pure white blossoms that filled the valley with vivid hues, nearly igniting the weary heart. Vines clung to the cliffs, their white petals standing tall with yellow stamens, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. Green predominated, with white being scarce and yellow serving as a delightful accent, occasionally interspersed with other floral colors. Here lay the kingdom of Tumu. The lively spring scenery invigorated their spirits, prompting them to chat amiably as they pushed the cart deeper into the Valley of Flowers. Butterflies flitted past like flowing water, while bees buzzed nearby, posing no threat. The spring breeze wafted through, filling the air with fragrance. Yin Changqin inhaled deeply, remarking, "This floral scent is rather familiar." Chihir laughed. "Is it not reminiscent of the wine you often partake in?" Yin Changqin perked up. "Indeed. Why is that?" "Because the most common offering in town is Tumu wine." Chihir smiled gently as she recounted, during the brewing process in the town. A spice known as muxiang is often ground into a fine powder and added to the wine bottles before they are sealed. When it comes time to drink, upon opening the bottle, the wine is already infused with a delightful aroma. At that moment, delicate tuhua petals are sprinkled atop the surface of the wine, and the fragrance resembles that of the tuhua flower, hence it is called tuhua wine. Listening to her narrative, Yin Changqin's thoughts began to drift. The wine, adorned with floating petals, reminded him of the grand spring and autumn feasts back in Tianshui City. At that time, the court officials and generals would gather in Xieshui Garden beneath the resplendent, grand floral trellis, engaging in a unique drinking game where whoever had the fallen petals land in their cup was compelled to drink the contents. A gentle breeze would stir, causing the petals to cascade like snow into the cups, onto the tables, and upon the garments of those present, Su Fei, Fu Shou, Zhang Wan. Now, they all lay in eternal rest, leaving him alone in this world with but a frail body to survive. He called out Chihir's name, though uncertain how long he had lingered in that valley. The late spring breeze turned suddenly cold, howling through the gorge, and Chihir widened her eyes, trembling and lost in thought. The gentle spring breeze stirred the pure white blossoms against the backdrop of the handsome young man below, casting a harmonious interplay of colors as it swayed the floral shade toward him. Seated amidst this picturesque scene, Yin Changqin appeared merely as a youthful scholar come to admire the flowers, lifting his head softly to say, "Let me remain, in your heart, as a musician until the very end. She here parted her lips, but uttered no sound, ultimately sealing them once more. She understood Yin Changqin's sentiments, at times. His words were akin to decrees, devoid of room for discussion or alteration. For he was not only the third young master of Tianshui City, adept at playing the chain, but also the former general of the state of Yi. His tone bore the weight of military command, unwavering and immutable. Indeed, my lord. She here responded in a trembling voice, relinquishing the handles of the cart, and bowed respectfully behind Yin Changqin, concealing beneath her lowered lashes whether it was resolve or tears that lingered. Chapter 68. Yin Changqin, 6. Her, he called out. Indeed, she had already departed. He had known this all along, for it was he who had given the command. She had always been obedient. However, why did he still feel a chill enveloping him? Her, came a faint voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Young master, a deep male voice called out. Yin Changqin immediately lifted her head, turned around, and coldly replied. Sherwin, young master, have you made your decision? Yin Changqin turned the wheel and headed towards Chi-Her's room, with Sherwin following closely behind. Yet, she waved him off. Even in Chi-Her's absence, she did not wish for anyone else to enter her chamber. Upon reaching the door and peering inside, it was evident that Chi-Her had left in haste, her belongings scattered about, perhaps overwhelmed by sorrow. Yin Changqin bit her lip and entered the room to search. Soon, she spotted an ancient tome sprawled across the vanity, a copy of the Shinong Binchao Jing, undoubtedly lent by Qi Lao. As she approached to retrieve the book, her gaze fell upon the open page. Yin Changqin's body came to an abrupt halt. Just a glance plunged her heart into an abyss of despair. On this very page of the Shinong Binchao Jing, it boldly proclaimed, in the land of severe cold, snow accumulates, lingering through spring and summer. Among the snow lies a herb, resembling a solitary lotus stem, gracefully lovely amidst the snow. This land is home to Tianshan, where snow persists through winter and summer. And within the snow, there exists a lotus. The peak of Tianshan is deemed the finest. Note 1. It can cure all cold ailments. The phrase "it can cure all cold ailments" was distinctly highlighted. Sherwin, Yin Changqin bellowed, her voice resonating with the authority of a once mighty general awakened from slumber. Sherwin shivered at the sound and promptly stepped inside. Young master, give me the Yimpa stone, Yin Changqin commanded. Sherwin's eyes quickly scanned the book, and he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Using it may injure your meridians. Bang! Yin Changqin struck the armrest of the cart with a fist. Give it to me. Yes. Sherwin's brow furrowed deeply, yet he still handed over a crimson stone, roughly the size of a thumb. Yin Changqin seized it and promptly placed it in her mouth, tilting her head back to swallow. The spirit stone, forged in blazing fire for 100 days, erupted with intense spiritual energy within her, momentarily suppressing the cold poison while igniting her body in a fiery glow. Then, Yin Changqin rose to her feet. Utilize the stone escape technique to Tianshan Peak. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yin Changqin and Sherwin employed their escape techniques to arrive at the foot of Tianshan Peak, gazing upward at the iron-black clouds that cloaked the heavens, merging seamlessly with the snow-capped peaks into a shadowy veil. Tianshan Peak, the towering summit, is known by many names and legends. It is said that in ancient times, the Queen Mother of the West once bathed in the Yaoqi at the peak, encountering the blackwater fish spirit, which stirred tumultuous waves, threatening the western skies. Thus, the Queen Mother subdued the spirit with her treasured hairpin and erected a colossal stone atop the mountain, cleaving it into 3 parts to stabilize the western heavens, bringing peace to the world. The 3 stones atop the peak came to be known as the heavenly stabilizing stones. There are even claims that fairies still reside within. However, for Yin Changqin, the only thing of significance is that this mountain peak is indeed the true summit of Tianshan. In the snow, there are lotuses, and the pinnacle of Tianshan is deemed the foremost. It can cure all ailments caused by the cold. Chi-Hio will undoubtedly come here, no matter the peril. As long as she holds even a glimmer of hope for healing, she will not hesitate. This is how Yin Changqin perceives it. Thus, he too has arrived. The cold winds of night bring incessant snowfall, and Yin Changqin raises his hand, conjuring a fireball to illuminate the surroundings. Although it is April, the wild grass lies buried beneath the snow, rendering the earth a pristine white, obscuring the mountain path. Guided by the flickering light, Yin Changqin desperately strides forward in the snow, his frail body exhaling puffs of cold air, while the shadows of trees sway ominously, as if concealing countless malevolent spirits. In truth, according to time, Chi here has already outpaced him considerably. They should have retreated to a higher altitude. Yet, herein lies the dilemma. The barrier at the summit of Tianshan suppresses the spiritual energy of all beings, compelling one to ascend on foot from Tianqi Peak. Should he encounter other humans similarly stripped of their power along the way, they would pose a grave threat. Upon reaching the mountain's waist, the snow rises to his calves. Each step a struggle, his pace considerably slowed. His garments are thoroughly soaked, as snowflakes strike his feverish body and melt away. When he reaches a rocky section, his hand meets an iron-hard coldness. Pelted by the snow, his footing falters among the crevices, and he tumbles several times before finally managing to ascend. At higher altitudes, the wind howls fiercely, accompanied by the crackling of branches snapping. The closer he draws to the summit, the more severely his spiritual energy is curtailed. The fireball diminishes in size, unable to pierce through the snowy veil, eventually resembling a flickering candle flame, rendering the path beyond 5 steps invisible. At this moment, the mountain range transforms into a labyrinth forged from black iron, and he must follow the scant light beneath his feet as the trees sway ominously, casting ghostly silhouettes along the way, while the wind carries the distant roars of demonic beasts, leaving only the haunting cries of spirits echoing in his ears. The trail becomes increasingly treacherous as he ascends, compelling Yin Changqin to repeatedly slow his pace. Suddenly, a great flash of lightning splits the sky, momentarily engulfing the world in brightness, followed by a resounding thunderclap. Being too close to the barrier alters the weather itself, as the winds surge violently, heralding the arrival of a blizzard. Feathery snowflakes, whipped by the gale, descend with a ferocious intensity, striking his body painfully, compelling him to avert his gaze upward. The winds intensify, causing the towering trees, draped in their snowy cloaks, to topple as if animated. Yin Changqin channels his spiritual energy, desperately squeezing out the remaining power from the Yimpa stone, relying on his seasoned physique to endure the raging storm as he ascends. He lunges beneath a massive rock to evade the onslaught of fierce winds, but an ominous rustling soon reverberates throughout the mountains, holding up his fire. Yin Changqin's pupils constrict in horror as large chunks of snow begin to cascade down. An avalanche. Chapter 69. Yin Changqin. 7. The torrent of snow cascaded down the mountain, engulfing him up to his waist. Yin Changqin was thrust into a snowdrift, the icy wave crashing him against a rocky wall before rolling further down, extinguishing the fireball entirely. In the enveloping darkness, he summoned all his magical energy, emerging from the snowy tide, soaring into the air, albeit unsteadily, towards a nearby slope untouched by the avalanche. He fell onto the snowy incline, lying on his back. It was bitterly cold, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Is this the end? He pondered. Various sensations gradually faded. His vision blurred, and then an utterly incongruous scene materialized. Xieshui Yuan, where he played the qin before a regal assembly of elegantly attired monarchs and ministers, while a girl gazed up in rapt attention. Why does this memory resurface now? Is it because I never had the chance to tell her that? Amidst the throng, I had already noticed her during our first encounter, yet, at that moment, I did not seek her out. Ultimately, I never found her. In a world buried beneath the snow, even tears crystallized into ice. He was a foolish man, perpetually making erroneous decisions. 7 years prior, he had chosen to leave Qihir in the city of Tianshui. 3 years ago, he opted to place his trust in Yin Changqin. Always, he was ensnared in a cycle of regret. But must he perish thus? Suddenly, within the dimming landscape, a vague shadow emerged amidst the wind and snow. He could not discern whether this was yet another hallucination. The light was too faint to reveal the figure's face, yet its silhouette unmistakably belonged to a woman. She. Here, he murmured. The figure raised a dark object, resembling an enormous celestial peach, which then unfurled its skin, radiating golden light that illuminated white petals. In the blinding brilliance, Yin Changqin beheld the visage of an ethereal beauty, a stranger beyond compare. This was undoubtedly a figment of his imagination, for he soon found himself transported to an unfamiliar realm, where Qihir stood before a floating fairy, her garments billowing in the wind against the backdrop of a snow-laden expanse. If one were to nurture a snow lotus capable of dispelling all cold, it could only be done with the fervor of the human heart. I am willing. The fairy extended her palm, revealing a single seed nestled within. Chihio pricked her finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the seed. Then, Chihio collapsed. No. Nuwa molded clay to create humanity, bestowing upon you the precious gift of life. I had hoped you would cherish it. No. Yet you sought something greater. Thus, I grant you a profound wish. May you find no regret. Her soul. Still, countless snowflakes continued to drift from the heavens, the deep night sky resembling the mouth of a well leading to the underworld. He reached a hand toward the sky, his lips torn, savoring the sweetness of his blood. Was that merely an illusion? Or was it a harbinger that Chihir was in peril? He realized he dared not entertain such thoughts. He had so much left unsaid to Chihir. He had yet to reveal to her that in his final moments, his greatest desire was to have her by his side. How could it possibly end this way? Never had he promised her a certain future. Despite knowing she was the one who loved him most in the world, was he afraid of holding her back? If that were the case, then he must rise. Yin Changqin urged himself. Otherwise, what were all the sacrifices and endurance for? At the very least, he needed to reach her, to see her safe with his own eyes. Yin Changqin, you can do this, can't you? You must do this, don't you? You are the only one capable of this. I implore you. She is the sole person who loves you in this world. Sustained by blood and stone, he continued onward, shaking off thoughts of his ravaged body. Clenching his fists, Yin Changqin pressed on towards the mountain summit, his long hair whipping in the fierce wind. The sky brightened with the first light of dawn, and he quickened his pace amidst falling branches and relentless snow, with stones and drifts underfoot. Looking up at the exit, it felt as though he were gazing at the sky from a cavern. He was almost there, summoning the last of his strength, step by step towards that legendary celestial lake. At last, he emerged. Suddenly, the world was flooded with light, the storm subsiding. As Yin Changqin reached the mountain top, he shouted aloud, desperately calling out in all directions. Perhaps it was the dawn that caused the mist to dissipate, revealing a figure bathed in light. Yin Changqin's voice faltered, and as the fog receded, Chihir, clad in pristine white, gazed at him with a tilted head, smiling. "Young master," she said, cradling a long wooden zither. Yin Changqin rushed forward, and Chihir, momentarily taken aback, was caught in his embrace before she could finish her words. "Young master," she exclaimed, her face flushing as she raised her arms to gently stroke the back of his head, soothing him. "Could you play a tune for here?" Yin Changqin was taken aback, looking down to see her eagerly awaiting his response. It then struck him. Where had she acquired this zither? Had she carried it on her back all the way to the summit of Tian Shan? Yet, such thoughts were trivial now. "Very well," he replied without hesitation, resting the instrument on his lap, sitting upright, regulating his breath and tuning the strings, preparing to play for Chihir. At that moment, the sky began to clear, with wisps of white clouds above. At the peak, the icy lock of the celestial pool lay beneath 3 towering stones. Sparse snowflakes floated upon the ice, while below, green waters rippled gently. Yin Changqin sat at the highest point of Tian Shan, at the intersection of Lizhou and the Great Wasteland. Gazing across the vast expanse of mountains and waters, a splendid sight of the Yi Kingdom lay before him, while the opposite side revealed the breathtaking landscape of the demon state. Spirit birds soared, mythical beasts roamed leisurely, the sky was boundless, and the mighty wind sang. Reflecting on his life, having once galloped across 1,000 miles and also been confined within a room, now witnessing such an expansive vista, a profound sense of righteousness welled within him, awakening an unprecedented realization. What of the heavens? What of the earth? What of humanity? What of the demons? What of vanity? What of fame and fortune? What of power and privilege? What of kingdoms? Yin Changqin turned his head, his gaze solely fixated on the gentle visage of Chihir. As long as she was by his side, what did life and death matter? The melodious strains of the zither began to resonate, a piece never before played. Flowing from his fingertips, carried by the wind, the snow, the celestial realms, and the depths of the earth. Even Yin Changqin himself was oblivious to the destination of this melody. He simply played from the heart. "Will I be able to hear you play again?" "Of course. Whenever you wish, I shall play for you." "Will I still be able to listen to your music?" "Indeed, for I shall never abandon you again. I will always be by your side. You have done it, all along. I am immensely grateful." Yin Changqin turned to meet Chihir's gaze, filled with affection. Yet, at that moment, the corner of his eye caught an unusual shadow. It was a massive snow mist that lingered atop the mountain, within which stood a woman. Suddenly, Yin Changqin's blood ran cold. Chapter 70, Yin Changqin 8. He recognized that woman's face. Just recently, he had encountered that visage within a hallucination. The owner of that face had bestowed upon Chihio a seed, which blossomed into a snow lotus upon her being. Why had she appeared there? Could it be that all was not merely an illusion? In that vision, Chihio had exchanged her life for a single wish. The melody turned urgent. Filled with doubt and concern, even the fish spirits at the riverbed would furrow their brows upon hearing such a tune. Yet, Yin Changqin found himself unable to restrain his fingers. At that moment, Chihir suddenly grasped his arm. Surprised, he looked at her, and she smiled softly. Without uttering a word, instead turning her gaze ahead, gently parting her lips. Amidst the wind and rain, the sea traveler arrives, riding on the black tortoise. Equipped with sword and instrument, Chihir sang with unrestrained joy, her voice surpassing the lark in beauty. Ripples danced upon the Yuchi, as her song carried the spring breeze over vast distances, and snow blanketed the mountains. Yin Changqin swiftly plucked the strings, and the melody danced gracefully. The surging spiritual energy intensifying, yet a look of anguish crossed his features. He understood then that those illusions were indeed real. A single flame essence stone could not restore his powers and physique to such an extent. His cold poison had been truly dispelled. Once meeting feels familiar, we journey together. Chihir radiated light, the wind lifting her sleeves, scattering them like countless petals. The heavens shimmered with an unusual glow, as myriad spirit birds flocked to this place. When the finest snow lotus bloomed, all birds would come to pay their respects. But this time, no divine being like the Queen Mother of the West descended. Only a mortal woman sang gently. Through all my life, year after year in autumn, Yin Changqin watched as Chihia transformed into countless white petals. His heart racing with urgency, yet he did not know how to retain her. He had so much yet to say, and thus he played the strings with increasing fervor, pouring forth 1,000 unspoken words in their fleeting moments. Suddenly, Chihir leaned forward, kissing near his ear amidst the vanishing golden light, whispering, "My lord, farewell. Do not grieve. Until today, Hier has never regretted. To have been by your side has made my life profoundly joyful. My lord, I love you." The wooden zither, too, dissolved into petals. The earth fell silent. At last, all the petals settled in a delicate jade hand, as the woman cloaked in snow mist approached, holding the snow lotus, wordlessly presenting it to Yin Changqin. As he gazed upward, all became clear. Chihio had made her promise, initially to see Yin Changqin one last time. She had only offered a part of her life to awaken him from his frozen slumber in the snow. Now, she had wholly surrendered her life to nurture a complete Tianshan snow lotus. The celestial maiden fully integrated the snow lotus into Yin Changqin's being before withdrawing. The world turned white. The man sat alone in the deep snow, tears glistening in his eyes. After an indeterminate time, the stone elder ascended the mountain peak. The snow had ceased, and he removed his hat, shaking off the snowflakes, approaching Yin Changqin from behind. You knew it would come to this from the very beginning. The stone elder's hand trembled slightly. In a fleeting moment, he was unexpectedly gripped by fear. It was not entirely unfounded. The old diviner from Tianyun had foretold that both of them would not survive beyond 6 months. However, if he brought the medicinal tome, one among them would live. She exhibited a greater resolve than he did. The stone elder remarked, and upon finishing, he too fell into contemplation. During this visit to Moonlit Town, he carried 2 significant items, the news of Yin Changqin's ailment and the Shinong Bin Xiaojing. Both led to a dead end. And whoever advanced first would grant the other a chance at survival. This was the fate as calculated by the old diviner. Yin Changqin stood motionless. Yet the stone elder thought that upon hearing this news, her heart must have been burdened with sorrow. Suddenly, Yin Changqin rose and descended the mountain. The stone elder's heart trembled. In that instant, he was struck by the illusion that the figure standing was the old man of the zither. Cautiously, he attempted to probe with his spiritual energy, but as anticipated, he could no longer discern the depths of Yin Changqin's strength. Once it was stated that as long as the medicinal tome was entrusted to that young lady, the one who would survive would undoubtedly be Yin Changqin. Such matters should never be broached again. In the 25th year of Jinping, as summer commenced, travelers to Moonlit Town began to frequently recount a peculiar tale. In that remote and barren town, there resided a herring keeper who was often seen in the company of white cranes, playing the zither, never parting from them. This individual was strikingly handsome, with an ethereal appearance, and became the subject of widespread legend. People recorded it in verse. The cranes take flight towards the hollow of the western mountains, soaring high and descending to survey their chosen place. Suddenly folding their wings, they appear to gather. Unexpectedly, what do they behold? Soaring and striking again. Alone, they spend the day among the valleys, pecking at the green moss and stepping on the white stones. The cranes return to the shadow of the eastern mountains. Beneath them, a figure is seen, clad in a yellow crown and grass shoes, dressed in a simple gown while playing the zither. They till the land and feed themselves, leaving the rest for you to satiate. Return, return, for the western mountains cannot harbor one for long. In the 26th year of Jinping, calamities arose as demons rampaged across the 6 states. In September, the demon clan besieged Tianshui. At that time, King Yin Tianqi fell ill, leaving his eldest son, Changqin, to govern. Unexpectedly, within 3 days, the city fell, and Yin Tianqi hanged himself within the palace. Yin Changqin led a desperate breakout, but upon reaching the city walls, they encountered a massive stone blocking their path and ultimately could not escape, falling prey to the demonic beasts, with rumors of their gruesome demise circulating. The northern realm trembled in turmoil, and everyone felt precarious. During that period, the northern army advanced southward to aid Tianshui, but before their arrival, the city was captured, having been taken by the demon king Aoin. The army dared not enter, leaderless and filled with trepidation. The generals deliberated and concluded. It was heard that there were 3 young lords in Moonlit Town who had previously served in the military with valor, and one could lead them. Thus, they collectively journeyed to Moonlit Town and unanimously nominated Yin Changqin as their leader. Subsequently, they combined their forces and advanced eastward, successfully capturing the demon strongholds. Upon reaching Tianshui, Changqin entered the walls first, slaying the demon king Aoin and displaying the demon's head atop the city walls. The people were astonished, and the morale of the army surged, leading to the capture of Tianshui. The 6 states hailed the Yi kingdom as blessed by immortals. In the first year of Wuxuan, Yin Changqin ascended Tian Mountain in search of the celestial maiden residing within, receiving guidance on the location of the damaged barrier. He instructed the stone elder to employ the stone repairing technique to mend it, which significantly diminished the demonic calamity. The northern realm praised Changqin's virtue. However, ultimately, aside from ensuring that the troops meticulously cleared the city of demonic entities and took time to recuperate, Yin Changqin did not make any astonishing moves that day. Initially, many speculated that Yin Changqin intended to host a grand banquet for the dignitaries in the garden, yet after a considerable time, no news emerged. Thus, the generals entered the garden in search of their king. Ultimately, they beheld only Yin Changqin, standing amidst the fallen blossoms, softly reciting a ballad, to ascend the heavenly mountain. My love shall accompany me. The melody of the lute harmonizes, as we pledge to share longevity. Awaiting the 3 springs in vain, let us clasp hands once more, to dream of a century, yet delay the rest. Her voice trembled with a poignant melancholy. Note 1. The text is derived from Su Shi's record of the Crane Pavilion from the Song Dynasty. Note 2. The Shini Jing, Western Wilderness Classic, mentions a being in the Western Wilderness, resembling a human in stature, clad in tattered garments adorned with myriad knots, wielding claws like a tiger, known as Aoin. It stalks solitary travelers, consuming their brains. Its tongue extends over 10 feet. Should a person first utter a sound, it burns a great stone to cast upon the tongue, thereby meeting its demise. Otherwise, it feasts upon human brains. Chapter 71, Yin Changqin, 9. In the 5th year of Wuxuan, the realm suffered grievously from the chaos wrought by demonic calamities. Emperor Song summoned capable individuals from the 6 provinces, dispatching troops into the vast wilderness with the intent to eradicate the demon domain in one fell swoop. Yin Changqin, being of noble lineage and situated near the great wilderness, had long endured the torment of these fiends. As a paragon of virtue, she entrusted state matters to her brother, Yin Changqin, and resolutely answered the call to arms. By the 6th year of Wuxuan, the demon-slaying forces reached the Valley of Demonic Melodies in the Great Wilderness. Suffering significant casualties and unable to advance, Yin Changqin advised the troops to temporarily encamp and, clutching her guqin, enter the valley alone. Within the valley, a resonant sound surged forth, unwavering for an entire day and night. In the Valley of the Great Wilderness, the figure clad in white was naturally Yin Changqin, while the one in black was none other than the notorious guqin demon, who had instilled terror in countless formidable warriors. After a day and night of musical duel, the ensuing silence felt particularly precious. Yet, the guqin demon shattered this tranquility without hesitation. Why do you not kill me? I would indeed wish to, Yin Changqin panted, but I have already finished my piece. You must leave. Once the music ceases, my comrades will enter the valley, and it will be too late for your escape. That is impossible. Your piece is incomplete. As long as you finish it, I shall surely perish. But fret not. I wish to hear this composition in its entirety. As long as you play it to completion, I shall gladly embrace my demise. Humph. Yin Changqin glared fiercely. Dare you claim my performance is lacking? Do you even know what piece I am playing? The guqin demon paused in surprise. I do not know, but this piece must surely be incomplete. I have immersed myself in the art of guqin for 4 centuries and cannot be mistaken. Allow me to enlighten you. This piece is titled Companions of Tianshan, when I composed myself. This is as far as I can play now. Listen or not as you wish. Upon hearing this, the Guqin demon staggered to his feet and approached Yin Changqin. She slowly drew her precious sword from beneath the Guqin. Do you wish for death? Despite recognizing that her adversary was a demon, she could not help but feel a kinship, for it was the first time she encountered someone whose musical prowess matched her own. No, the Guqin demon shouted, lunging before Yin Changqin. Since you composed this piece, you can surely complete it, can you not? Yin Changqin was genuinely taken aback. I do not know. That is of no concern. I can wait. I can wait. The Guqin demon exclaimed, thumping its chest. Then, glancing down, it added, your Guqin may be damaged. But it matters not. As long as you promise to play this piece in its entirety for me, I shall become your Guqin. I am the finest instrument in the world. You. Yin Changqin was momentarily rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events. Just then, a throng of people surged into the valley, among them Elder Tong and Elder Wu. Changqin, they shouted, rushing to her side and looking around. Where is the Guqin demon? Yin Changqin did not respond, but instead reached down to pluck the strings of the wooden Guqin. Zheng. Changqin? The crowd was immediately filled with confusion. The Guqin demon is dead, Yin Changqin stated. At these words, joy blossomed on their faces, and they clamored to present her merits before the emperor. But at that moment, Pff, Yin Changqin coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, prompting the others to rush to her aid. It seems that Changqin can no longer accompany you all in vanquishing the demons, remarked Yin Changqin. In the 6th year of the Wuxuan era, Yin Changqin accompanied the emperor on a campaign to eliminate the great demon of the wilderness. However, he sustained grave injuries and returned to Tianshui to recuperate. At that time, Lian Hongye had just repelled the barbarian forces. Upon his return, Yin Changqin observed the desolation of the kingdom and, burdened by his own wounds, felt incapacitated. Thus he ceded his position to Yin Chashu and secluded himself for healing. In the 21st year of Wuxuan, in April, atop the boundless snowy peaks of Tianshan, which were typically devoid of human presence, there was a musician playing the Guqin. The musician was none other than Yin Changqin. Ever since he consumed the snow lotus, he had made it a point to ascend Tianshan each year to perform, even during his periods of seclusion. His injuries had nearly healed years prior, yet he maintained the guise of seclusion to alleviate his brother's concerns. How peculiar. The melody should be complete, yet it feels as though something vital is missing. Truly strange. After finishing the piece, the strings unexpectedly began to speak. Enraged, Yin Changqin flicked his fingers against the strings. However, was there something extraordinary about this place? When playing here, one indeed experiences a notable enhancement. What is it that makes this place so special? Is it perhaps the abundance of demons? Should I guide you deeper into the wilderness for a trial? This is a realm of celestial beauty, rich in ethereal energy. How could the wilderness possibly compare? Yin Changqin continued, let me share a story I recently heard about this place. Legend has it that, long ago, a remarkably beautiful fairy descended from the heavens to Tianshan. She had longed for the freedom of mortal life while serving the Queen Mother, which led to her distraction and subsequent banishment to the earthly realm. The heavenly court did not assign her to a pleasant locale with favorable climate, but rather condemned her to the frigid heights of Tianshan, strictly forbidding her from conversing with mortals. Should she disobey, she would face further punishment. The fairy of misty haze, this tale speaks of you, does it not? The demon of the Guqin, engrossed in the tale, suddenly noticed a shift in Yin Changqin's tone and quickly scanned the surroundings, only to behold a fairy adorned with flowing ribbons materializing amid the snow-laden mist behind him. The demon gazed in astonishment. Yin Changqin spoke as if they were old acquaintances, leaving the demon somewhat awestruck by the mortal's connections. Yin Changqin continued, no wonder, back then, when I requested you to reveal the flaw in the Tianshan barrier, you silently guided me instead. You truly bore the burden of that task. The demon suddenly comprehended why Yin Changqin always prepared a tribute of the finest offerings, crafting a table of profound ice to burn incense in reverence upon the mountain. It appeared he indeed owed a debt of gratitude to the divine. However, at that time, you did indeed speak, Yin Changqin softly recounted. Even if you were to be punished, you still instructed her amidst the heavy snow on how to save me. I have always been unable to let go of that incident. It was not easy for you either. As he spoke, Yin Changqin abruptly rose and approached the altar, uncorking a jar of wine that instantly filled the air with a delightful fragrance. He turned towards the fairy of misty haze and smiled. This is the finest Tuhua wine from below the mountain. do give it a taste. The ethereal fairy, Wuxia, emerged from the snow-laden mist and approached the offering table. Yet she did not raise a cup, instead fixating her gaze upon Yin Changqin. With great poise, Yin Changqin poured himself a glass, raised it in a toast to Wuxia, and then consumed it in one swift motion. Upon finishing his drink with a light sigh, he strode down the mountain. Wuxia watched as his figure vanished into the snow. For 2 decades, in this desolate and perilous land, this was the only individual who would come each year. He had undergone numerous transformations. The changes of mortals are often rapid, yet he seemed to retain an essence of his former self. Wuxia appeared to reminisce about the reasons for her fall from grace, yet she felt an insurmountable sorrow at the thought of never seeing him again. In the 22nd year of Wuxuan, in January, at Tianshui City, over 15,000 members of the barbarian Yinlu tribe suddenly appeared outside the city walls, launching an unprovoked assault from all directions. The protective barrier had been shattered, and the malevolent Rakshasa birds soared through the city, their cries of battle and anguish resonating within and beyond the city walls. Yin Changqin stood amidst the ruins of the palace training grounds, stepping over Yiziki as he advanced toward the city gates. Is it truly him? Yin Changqin pondered aloud as he walked. Indeed, what a legend he has become. Yin Changqin remarked, I hope that child has a bright future ahead. As colossal stones fell, the earth trembled violently. Flames erupted into the sky. Entire buildings engulfed in a fierce blaze, reminiscent of mythical beasts descending from the wilderness, choosing their prey. Curse it. Yet the voice of the Qinqi demon carried a hint of exhilaration. I have a premonition. Your melody is about to be played. Do you think I would leave now? Dream on. Yin Changqin ascended the city wall. Let us begin then. As he gazed upon the multitude of enemies, he contemplated the technique he would employ today, recognizing it as the most fitting for that very melody. Today, the air is frigid. Distant guests, please wait. In the cold domain of Tianshui City, on a hillside, a sudden fountain erupted from the ground, within the territory guarded by countless robust barbarian warriors. The water transformed into a human figure, the very water being with whom Yin Changqin had previously exchanged blows in the palace. The barbarian leader, Hazal, arrived hastily, supporting this formidable figure, and urgently inquired, Divine Envoy, what is the situation within the city? Yin Changqin. He has thrown caution to the wind. Note, Tai Lao refers to ancient sacrificial offerings, where cattle, sheep, and pigs are presented as sacrifices. Chapter 72, Yin Changqin, 10, The Cold Wind Howled. From the moment Yin Changqin appeared atop the city wall, a barrage of arrows was unleashed, all aimed at the strongest figure of the northern realm. The barbarian soldiers roared in a frenzy, eager to claim the first victory. As blades glinted in the sunlight and sparks flew overhead, illuminating his face in the glow of flames. Yet, none of this could impede the man from moving but a finger. The fierce winds swept away the arrows, extinguishing the flames on their tips one by one. He played upon the battlefield. Initially, the melody was gentle, expansive, and not particularly loud, yet it resonated throughout the city, a commendable feat. Like a fish swimming through a torrent, it flowed along, reflecting its shimmering scales across the vast ocean. Then, snow began to fall heavily. The battle-hardened barbarian warriors, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Qianzhou, did not believe such a change could affect them in the slightest. They charged forward fearlessly until, brandishing their sabers, they witnessed their frozen arms snap in the chilling wind. A chorus of anguished cries erupted upon the city wall, sending chills down the spines of all the barbarian commanders. They beheld the first soldiers who had ascended the wall, falling like wheat stalks severed by a scythe, tumbling in unison from the battlements. The music intensified suddenly, as a blizzard descended from the peaks of Tianshan, traversing countless miles through time and space, plummeting upon the outskirts of Tianshui City. Instantly, the barbarian offensive waned, while the morale of the soldiers from Yigu surged, emboldening them to resist. They witnessed a miraculous sign of life. They saw their faith glowing. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The frontline commander of the barbarians rode forth, brandishing his blade at the shamans, roaring in fury. The tide of battle had begun to tilt toward the other side, and he could not allow this to transpire. The revered shamans, equally filled with wrath and fire in their eyes, could hardly believe that a single individual posed such a threat. They were masters of profound magic, standing in numbers exceeding 10. How could they allow the spread of the eternal holy fire to be obstructed by the walls of Tianshui City? Thus, they summoned a massive stone, lifting it in the tempest and forging it in flames. However, a gust of snowy mist swept in, like a towering wave crashing down. obscuring the sky above the shamans, rendering their sacred flames powerless. Suddenly, the flames of the massive stone extinguished in the fog, and the shamans, filled with trepidation, looked up, their pupils dilating as shadows loomed larger. The colossal stone plummeted with a thunderous crash. The mages from the grasslands suffered grave injuries. Not far away, upon a hillside, a divine envoy clad in tattered celestial robes gathered ice crystals, forming them into the shape of a longbow. He pulled a strand of hair, embedding it as a bowstring, and lifted the icy arrow toward the city wall. He was not surprised by the shaman's defeat. After all, this was Yin Changqin. Nevertheless, he did not believe that Yin Changqin could withstand the full force of his strike as a first-rate mage while simultaneously defending the entire city. With a whoosh, the arrow was loosed, flying like a silver star. The divine envoy's expression changed, and he sprang into the air as the icy arrow narrowly grazed the hem of his garment. In the next moment, he found himself 10 paces away. As the arrow struck the ground, exploding into a fissure, a chilling voice echoed within his heart, "Dare to disturb my elegance, and I shall send you to meet the king of hell." The divine envoy felt a heaviness settle in his heart as he gazed once more at Yin Changqin. This time, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. He sensed that as long as that individual remained, there would be an unyielding fortress, eternally frozen in the north. At this moment, Tianshui City was also blanketed in snow, though the snowfall was considerably lighter than outside the city, devoid of the peculiar hail that had plagued the outer regions. Amidst this gentle descent of snow, the Rakshasa birds were gradually encased in ice, unable to emit a mournful cry before shattering upon the ground, buried beneath the white drifts. The once tumultuous fountains had all transformed into glistening icicles, resembling the gigantic mushrooms found in fairy tales, their caps resembling umbrellas. The world was a pristine white, an immaculate canvas at this moment. The city appeared as a whimpering child, now soothed, quietly listening to the melodious strains of a zither. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng rose to their feet. Although their bodies had yet to fully recover, they instinctively felt that the barbaric forces could not breach their defenses for the time being. A primal urge compelled them to witness the current splendor of the zitherist. As they approached the city gates along the snow-laden path, Yi Ziki suddenly halted. To his astonishment, he beheld the ice sculpture of a crane at the gate gently fluttering its wings. He rubbed his eyes, attempting to dispel the illusion, but in the next moment, the ice crane soared into the air. Its snowy wings ascended to the city wall, landing beside the zitherist. Yin Changqin shook his head, a soft smile gracing his lips. "You have arrived." In his eyes, the white crane transformed into a human figure, bearing a resemblance to days of your chi here. She too smiled, then turned towards the city wall and began to sing a gentle melody. Instantly, numerous green shoots broke through the earth, reaching half a person's height, their tops adorned with white petals. "What is this?" Yuziki pondered in confusion. "This is the Tuwa flower," the old demon's voice echoed in his mind. Yin Changqin is contending with the barbarian tribes for control over the underground water veins, as well as the city's protective formation. The clash of magical forces, mingled with the spiritual energy from the water veins, has resulted in this manifestation. But why does Yin Changqin's spiritual energy present itself as Tuwa? Outside the city, the wind and snow intensified. "Retreat," bellowed the commander of the barbarian front lines, signaling with magic, upon witnessing a third-tier barbarian general frozen into an ice sculpture before he could even scale the city wall. All his resolve to breach the defenses was likewise extinguished. The cavalry retreated like a tide, clashing against one another, resulting in numerous casualties. The sudden emergence of the song, coupled with its chilling essence, struck at the hearts of all present. The melody was exquisite, unparalleled amidst all creation, yet one who succumbed to its enchantment would find themselves frozen into ice. Even within such a melodic embrace, death seemed to take on a beautiful visage. Yet one voice alone roared with laughter amidst the storm. "Indeed, this is it. This is it. Ha 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 ha." The spirit of the lute was on the verge of madness. When the melodious voice of Chi here resonated, it finally discerned the elusive essence it had been seeking within its heart. Complete, complete. This is how it should be. This piece has finally come to fruition. The immense barrier unfurling with the music was consuming its spiritual energy, even its very life, yet it remained indifferent. For the unparalleled melody was being played by none other than itself. It was ecstatic. It was proud. It was dying. It was being reborn. As life waned, Yin Changqin transcended pain and poured forth a performance, the ethereal melody reaching heights that even the celestial realm could scarcely rival. The song was exquisite. Yet it was a sacrifice of the self for the sake of the music. Nevertheless, an entire army stood in rapt attention, captivated by this enchanting lute song. Even the celestial maidens atop the Tianshan mountains smiled in approval. For only through enduring trials and tribulations can one attain the most beautiful of treasures. They waited. After withdrawing the troops 3 miles back, the barbarian commanders engaged in fervent discussions, ultimately reaching this decision. The cold domain was a spell that incessantly drained spiritual energy. Once interrupted, it could not be reignited. There was no need for a head-on confrontation. They merely needed to encircle the city and wait for Yin Changqin's energy to deplete. With their strategy in place, the barbarian officers gazed back towards the city and were taken aback. In the very spot that had once been a gruesome battlefield, littered with countless corpses and blood, the scene was now strikingly beautiful. Against the relentless snow and wind, the white-clad lute master played alone atop the city walls. Below, the city of Tianshui was adorned with blooming wisteria flowers. However, the moment the barbarians had anticipated did not arrive swiftly. 3 days and nights passed, with the lute's melody unwavering. On the 4th morning, when the barbarian troops surrounded the city, the music ceased. As that moment arrived, the people within the walls gathered at the ramparts. The first thing they noticed was Yin Changqin's once raven hair, now transformed to a snowy white, unbeknownst to them. As the melody faded, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yin Chashu and Dugu Feng both wished to advance and investigate, but at that moment, an elder beside Yin Changshu spoke. "Your Majesty, allow me." Yi Ziki recalled that people referred to him as the Stone Elder. The elder ascended the walls, approached Yin Changqin, and beheld the serene visage of the one to whom he had devoted his life. The strings of the wooden lute shattered, now a mere lifeless entity. The elder knelt, placing one hand upon his chest, bowing deeply. This was the ritual of reverence for the deceased in the kingdom of Yi. Outside the city, the barbarian army stirred. Hazar burst forth from his tent almost immediately, joyfully exclaiming, "Quickly, summon the divine envoy." He sought to ascertain whether Yin Changqin's barrier had truly dissipated. The officers gathered, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Yet, before the divine envoy could arrive, a messenger rushed into the main tent. "Chief, Lord Jana has reported that enemy reinforcements are approaching from the rear." "Which forces?" Hazar inquired urgently. Then, the name he dreaded most echoed within the tent, Langya. Another scout dashed into the tent. "Chief, Tianshui has opened its gates." Indeed, the gates were open. As Yi Ziki and Gu Feng stepped out of the city alongside the troops of Yi, every soldier bore a white cloth wrapped around their heads. Yi Ziki understood that the long-standing belief in the ineptitude of the soldiers of Yi was about to be rewritten. Subsequently, a true battle commenced in the wilderness outside Tianshui city. The barbarian faction, Yinlu, found itself at a disadvantage from the outset, as their morale had been severely depleted while engaging in a two-front war. Amidst the chaos of battle, a resounding melody unexpectedly enveloped the entire battlefield. Its origin remained a mystery, yet the moment the music resonated, the spirit of the barbarian forces shattered completely. The commanders of the barbarian troops could never have envisioned that their incessant exhortations over the past 3 days, urging soldiers to launch an immediate assault the moment the music ceased in order to sustain their fighting spirit, had inadvertently instilled in them the belief that victory was unattainable as long as the melody persisted. These fearless men of the steppes learned to fear in just 3 short days, which directly led to the downfall of the Yelu faction. The history of the Northern Kingdom will forever commemorate this day. In the 22nd year of Wushuan, in the 1st month, the barbarian troops of Yinlu besieged the capital, Tianshui. At that time, all the leaders of the Northern Kingdom had gathered. As enemies infiltrated the city, the defensive formations faltered, leaving the garrison unable to withstand the onslaught. Just as the situation grew dire, Yin Changqin appeared like a celestial being, single-handedly holding back the barbarian forces outside the city for 3 days, until the Langya army arrived. With the ironclad defenders of the city emerging, they delivered a resounding defeat to the barbarians. Following the victory, the old and young within the city extolled the virtues of Changqin, proclaiming, "O great benevolent one, the white-haired king of old." For 3 days the music played, the strings unbroken. Chapter 73, The Choice. 1. In the southern expanse of Tianshui City, the woods gradually advanced up the hillside. As the city walls finally emerged under the soft morning light, the enchanting melody that had beckoned the forest abruptly ceased. A robust elder, as formidable as a mountain, emerged from the thicket, facing the city of 100 Springs, and halted his steed, drawing forth his crescent-shaped golden blade. In that instant, the woods behind him seemed to exhale. "Ha ha ha, I have heard tales of the ancient snow standing at Chemin. These bandits of Qianshu have indeed learned well, guarding the snow outside Tianshui City for 3 days. Young ones, follow me as I teach these marauders what the might of the Langia army truly is. With his proclamation, a thunderous cry of kill erupted from the multitude. The very mountains trembled as countless warriors surged down the slope, with the venerable general, Lebo, leading the charge. Within Tianshui City, the 100 springs lay frozen, save for a solitary stream cascading outward. The Dasong princess, Dugufeng, stood beneath the city walls, watching the troops emerge like dragons. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she murmured, "Uncle Yin, there is no need for excessive sorrow, Your Highness," Old Wu interjected. Brother Changqin's lifelong wish is finally fulfilled today. He has no regrets in this life. Old Tong and I are overjoyed for him. Yes, indeed, Old Tong chimed in. Old Yin has finally realized his aspirations. Your Highness, esteemed elders, a figure clad in white, Lu Xian, approached the trio and respectfully requested, "I humbly ask for permission to accompany the army beyond the city." "Ah, it seems even young Master Lu is moved," Old Wu remarked with satisfaction. "I wonder if you are inspired to chronicle today's events? A poet among flowers, what weight do I hold in the annals of heroism?" Lu Xian replied with a gentle laugh, his gaze becoming contemplative. "However, were my master present, he might have expressed it thus, though the zither sings of fierce flames, does it heed the swords that yield merit?" As both armies surged forth, akin to twin torrents plunging into an abyss, the vast sea of humanity collided in a cacophony of sound. Legends were swiftly extinguished and born anew. General Lu Bo led the Thunder Riders straight into the heart of the enemy, slaying the chieftain of the Yanlu tribe, Hazal, east of Tianshui City. The venerable Shi Wang, well into his 60s, stood atop the city walls, his arms raised, muscles rippling with vigor that rivaled the youth, his white hair billowing as he rained down stones. Each one a comet striking the earth, igniting the battlefield with crimson fury alongside Yin Changqin's blood-tinged banners, as the heavens seemed to rend asunder. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng stepped onto the true battlefield for the first time, witnessing a maelstrom of humanity, filled with the sounds of hurried footsteps, labored breaths, and the deafening cries of battle. A fervent desire for slaughter surged from the depths of their souls, overpowering any fear of death. "Forward! Forward!" their hearts cried out. Yet the throng impeded their advance, igniting impatience within Yi Ziki. As the human wall collapsed before them, enemies suddenly surrounded them, and unprepared, the first saber met his brow. The weapon was icy, while his blood burned with fervor. Yi Ziki found his mind blank amidst the chaos. The barbarian forces retreated, pursued relentlessly by the entire army of Lijiu, until the marauders vanished beyond the horizon, prompting a cessation of hostilities. The aftermath involved a thorough clearing of the battlefield. The crimson hues of dusk painted the landscape as Yu Ziqi, exhausted, sank onto a stone. A figure approached, and Gu Feng sat down beside him. Wiping the blood from his sword, Yu Ziqi inquired, "How many have you slain?" "I did not keep count," Gu Feng replied, his unadorned sword seemingly still in the throes of battle, quivering and humming ominously. The one who had bestowed it with spiritual energy had perished, leaving behind a remnant of power that appeared to mourn its lost master. "At long last, we have avenged ourselves," Yi Ziqi rasped. "Young brother, you are unscathed, I hope?" came the voice of Zhang Qingda, the former general of the Yi Kingdom. "Thanks to the general's protection, we have suffered no serious injuries." Yi and Gu responded as they rose. Considering your youth, how many times have you stood upon the battlefield?" Zhang Qingda chuckled. "To be frank, this is our first encounter with war." "Oh, your maiden battle is often the most perilous time. You two have endured this skirmish, and there lies great potential in your futures," Zhang Qingda concluded with a hearty laugh, prompting Yi Ziqi to express his gratitude with humility. "Thank you, General. I am truly honored." After bidding farewell to General Zhang, the two exchanged glances, realizing that their mere survival in this moment was a cause for celebration. A blend of relief, sorrow, and a sense of duty swirled within them, and they shared a fist bump before walking toward the city, illuminated by the setting sun. In the victorious city of Tianshui, however, there was an absence of celebratory atmosphere. The ruler of the Yin Kingdom, accustomed to turning funerals into feasts for accolades, commanded the city to mourn, refraining from uttering any words of celebration until the very end. This was the outcome. The war had concluded, and they had emerged victorious, yet at a great cost. The soldiers of the Langia army received the finest hospitality within the city. Upon receiving news of the siege by the Yanlu tribe, Lebo acted swiftly, rallying all cavalry from Dahan Pass to provide support, traveling day and night without respite. With the conflict now resolved, Lebeau permitted his troops to indulge in a grand feast followed by a full day and night of rest. For this renowned general of Langya, there was little time to revel in victory as the sudden emergence of the Yinlu tribe sounded an alarm across Lizhou. Had the two khans of the grasslands secretly declared a truce? How was it possible for an entire tribe's forces to converge upon Lizhou? What preparations had been made to transport such a multitude of horses across the Wanmu River? The most alarming possibility remained. Were there other large-scale barbarian armies lurking within the borders of Lizhou? With the defenses of Dahan Pass significantly reduced, a sudden assault could spell disaster for Langya. As they passed through the city gates once more, the sound of strings no longer filled the air, replaced only by the fluttering paper money, drifting like snowflakes. Brave warrior, halt. The voice belonged to the esteemed Princess de Gufeng. Your Highness, Yu Zhiqi stammered, suppressing his astonishment as he quickly bowed. Do not be so formal. De Gufeng spoke softly. Your valor in battle has not disappointed me. It brings me great solace. This journey to Lizhou has been filled with profoundly moving experiences, and you are a prime example. The land of Songzhou, often dreamt of as a snowy kingdom, has not failed to meet my expectations. Will the princess inform the emperor to rescue us? Yu Zhiqi inadvertently uttered, only to realize his indiscretion afterward. De Gufeng chuckled softly but swiftly changed the subject. As our return journey nears, it seems I shall not have the opportunity to visit the state of Zhu. During my time in Songzhou, my father often spoke of the Duke of Zhu, who is revered as the king of chess for his invention of martial chess. What others may think remains unknown to me. However, the notion of a passion for the game of chess is likely a mere fade. De Gufeng was taken aback. Why is that? Yu Zhiqi responded. If one were genuinely devoted to the art of chess, how could they tolerate something as reckless as martial chess, which blatantly disregards the rules of the game? In truth, the soldiers of the Han Yi army believe that martial chess is merely a means for those young gentlemen who have long been absent from the battlefield to ascend through martial prowess, thereby invigorating the military spirit. De Gufeng smiled faintly. I have yet to learn the name of this brave warrior. My name is Yu Zhiqi, he replied. Yu Zhiqi. I shall remember that, De Gufeng said, her gaze growing distant. Everything I have witnessed upon this vast land shall remain etched in my memory. Well done, young man. You distinguished yourself against that four-armed demon bird a few days ago. Remarkable, Jiao Fangjian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, patting Yu Zhiqi's shoulder. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yu Zhiqi almost expected him to inquire about General Lian Hongge's whereabouts, so that he might run errands for the general. Your Highness, regarding our horse trade. With that, Lu Shiyan departed alone, while Old Tong observed his retreating figure with a smile, saying, This lad, clearly concerned for the princess's safety, has traveled countless miles to escort her. Yet he speaks in such a manner, not daring to reveal a word of his heart. Oh dear, Old Wu, why did you kick me? Old Wu silenced Old Tong with a swift kick, then turned his face to see that De Gufeng was indifferent, finally allowing himself to relax. Both De Gufeng and Old Wu held a deep admiration for Lu Shiyan. However, Old Wu understood that the princess's affections for this dashing young man could only extend thus far, for the phoenix is destined to soar high above the 9 heavens. De Gufeng gazed up at the city walls, her eyes shimmering like a phoenix in the sunlight. If ever there were a day that her wishes were fulfilled, the 6 prefectures would surely have an empress. Chapter 74, The Choice 2. The Langya army escorted the entourage of the Marquis of Zhu to the outskirts of Hanya City. After surveying the surroundings for any potential dangers, they took their leave. The ruler, Bai Qingjiang, feeling weary, ordered the camp to be set up on the spot. The night fell early, and the dim azure light filtered through the branches, casting a soft glow on the patchy earth covered in wild grass. The wind was chilling, carrying the heavy scent of rotting wood. Campfires sprang up in various places, with Yu Zhiqi and Gu Feng stationed at the perimeter. Hey, it's lit, Elder Yu shouted, as flames leapt up beneath his nailed boots. Come on, there is fire. The soldiers quickly gathered around. It wasn't that they were negligent in their duties, rather. Being so close to Hanya, patrols were frequent, and incidents were rare. Outside the crowd, a solitary military dog stood alert, its ears perked up. More effective than the men in the dark of night. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, Elder Yu fiddled with the firewood. Why don't you share some tales about the second guard? There's nothing much to tell lately. Every guard is the same, Yu Zhiqi replied. During the new year, we drink, feast, practice archery, and race horses. Fortunately, most of the soldiers here were from the third guard, maintaining a good rapport with the second, allowing Yu Zhiqi and Gu Feng to sit together for warmth and camaraderie. At this remark, the group encircling the fire erupted in laughter. Elder Yu vigorously shook the young man's shoulder, chuckling. Little Six, come on, be honest. Have you found a charming girl in the city, eagerly waiting for her to come and fetch you? Little Six immediately lowered his head, blushing, refusing to respond. The older men laughed even harder, and Yiziki joined in the jest. Yet, a sudden image of a vibrant green shadow flickered through his mind. Elder Yu, don't you think that gray fur seems a bit odd? An old soldier suddenly remarked, his expression turning serious as he pointed to the military dog. Gray fur. Elder Yu shouted, causing the dog to leap in surprise, barking in response. What is going on? The group began to murmur, suspicion creeping in. A shadow abruptly emerged from the night mist, revealing a horse-drawn carriage cutting through the fog. Stop! Elder Yu bellowed, but the carriage continued unabated. Yiziki and Gu Feng sprang into action, each brandishing their swords towards the horse's front legs. Thud! Thud! The sound of swords clashing against the horse reverberated, sending a jolt of impact along the blades, causing Yiziki's arm to ache painfully, nearly making him lose grip of his sword. What in the world? Yiziki realized something was amiss. The horse didn't falter in the slightest, its powerful form brushing past him as he dodged, eyes fixed on the strange beast. Under the moonlight, the creature appeared sharp as a blade. Suddenly, his blood ran cold. In the fleeting moment of their paths crossing, he discerned that both the horse and its rider bore no signs of life, their forms rigid as stone. Get out of the way. It's a puppet. Yuziki shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu raised his spear and hurled it directly at the carriage. The cavalryman on horseback shielded the carriage with his body, losing half an arm in the process. Everyone, strike the carriage. Elder Yu yelled, and all the soldiers lifted their crossbows and spears, preparing to launch a coordinated assault on the rear of the carriage. With a sudden halt, the carriage seemed to tremble with trepidation at the mention of a name. Yuziki and Gu Feng seized the opportunity to approach, flanking the door of the carriage. At that moment, Yuziki beheld the astonishing sight. The carriage, along with its occupants, was crafted entirely from wood. Shortly thereafter, a corner of the carriage curtain was drawn back, and a hand emerged, presenting a token. Boldly, Old Yu stepped forward to accept the token, only to be seized by a shiver as he recognized it. Master Qi. His utterance startled the soldiers surrounding them. In the realm of Ju State, if there existed a name more revered than that of the Duke of Baiqing, it was undoubtedly that of Master Qi. Although he held no high office, merely serving as a chess advisor, he invariably made his silent presence felt beside the Duke during significant occasions. Many whispered that he was the true mastermind behind Baiqing Jian's strategies, earning him the moniker of the commoner Grand Tutor in political circles. Yiziki had even heard tales that it was the nod of this elderly sage that had compelled Baiqing Jian to concede to Baiqing Shuang's request for a year of state stewardship as a reward for winning in military chess. Old Yu, flustered, exclaimed, I was unaware it was your esteemed presence, and I have inadvertently offended you. Please forgive my transgression. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Surely, Master Qi will not trouble us, will he? Young Lu voiced his apprehension. Fear not, General Shuang has our backs. Perhaps there will even be a reward, remarked an elder soldier nearby. Old Yu, do you think anyone will dare to halt Master Qi's carriage tonight? Who can say? The throng began to disperse, each individual striving to quell the anxiety that had gripped them from the earlier scare. Alone, Old Yu pondered. My old comrade speaks truth. Given the temper of the guard captain, it is indeed possible that he might have been elevated in rank due to the earlier incident, especially since those two adept warriors had prevented Master Qi from charging ahead. Yet, how peculiar it is, Master Qi is a figure shrouded in mystery, rarely seen. And never have I heard of him venturing beyond the city. Now, with the army barely 20 miles from Hanya City, he emerges in the dead of night to greet the royal procession. This is most unusual. Could it be that something grave has transpired in Hanya City? Indeed. The approaching contingent belonged to the esteemed elder He of the Third Guard. Alas, Master Qi has arrived. One wonders what urgent matter compels him, they murmured, as he made a beeline for the royal tent, dismounting with great haste. Not long after his entrance, General Shuang was summoned within. The ensuing commotion echoed from within, with General Shuang's voice rising in agitation. Eventually, the general stormed out, fuming, leaving the specifics of the matter unspoken, as none dared to inquire. The others nodded in tacit agreement, eager to enter the city and indulge in the comforts awaiting them, unwilling to provoke further troubles at such a crucial juncture. As they made their way back to camp, accompanied by the sporadic chirps of insects, the night deepened and the air turned colder, a thick fog began to rise, obscuring vision and forming ice upon the ground. From whence does this chilling wind come? The soldiers grumbled. Yet, Yiziki, suddenly alert, sensed that the scene before him was decidedly abnormal, yet it bore an unsettling familiarity. In the depths of the fog, a frigid hand gripped the nape of his neck. Yiziki remained silent, allowing the hand to lift him effortlessly into the air, where he was quietly seized and whisked away. His companions remained oblivious to his departure, soon obscured by the mist. After soaring 100 paces, the grip that held him loosened, and he tumbled to the ground. Moments later, with a thud, Gu Feng landed beside him. General, what does this mean? Yiziki inquired in a low voice, looking up to see the figure before him clad in white armor reflecting the moonlight. Indeed, it was Bai Qingshuang, the commander of the 3 guards. Due to their bond forged in battle high above the heavens, Yiziki had refrained from calling out. Yet, after witnessing the domineering demeanor of this princess of Ju state once more, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Beside him, Gu Feng had already clenched his fists, evidently stifling his own frustration. After all, she was the one who had fervently advocated for them at the Lijo conference. No matter the circumstances, one must always yield to her excesses. Bai Qingshuang sat alone upon her steed, her expression as frigid as ice. General Lian is in danger. Her icy words extinguished the simmering flames of anxiety within them. Thud. Since the Lijo conference, Yiziki's heart had abruptly thudded once more. This was the news brought by Qi Lao, and Bai Qingshuang's voice was calm, imbued with resolute conviction, while purging the remnants at Chengwu Mountain. General Lian Hongye unexpectedly encountered a vast number of barbarian tribes. The second guard has sustained severe losses and is now retreating northward. A vast number of barbarians. Yiziki was taken aback, grappling with the implications of this revelation. Did this mean that entire barbarian tribes, akin to those outside of Tianshui City, had reappeared in Lijo? The soldiers who had endured the Battle of Tianshui harbored deep-seated fears about such a scenario. If the barbarian forces could manifest in Lijo without warning once before, it indicated a shift in their strategy this year, moving from mere plunder to a more aggressive approach, capitalizing on the negligence of various nations to secretly transport troops into Lijo's territory. How many soldiers did they still harbor in Lijo? Would there be a second siege akin to that of Tianshui? No one possessed the answers. Yet now, they had indeed emerged, and this time, the barbarians had set their sights on the second guard. I wish to lead the troops to rescue the second guard, but my father forbids it. Therefore, I must go to save my master myself. You two are also soldiers of the second guard, and your unique skills may prove invaluable on this journey. This path is fraught with peril, so I shall ask only once. Are you willing to accompany this general? Upon finishing her words, Bai Qingshuang halted her steed. Her icy gaze fixed upon the two, her exquisite visage solemn and resolute. Yiziki rose before her, a crescent moon hanging in the night sky. The mountains silent and still, the moonlight cold and clear. Subordinate, I would like to ask the general something. Speak. At the Lijo conference, why did the general plead for us brothers in such a manner? Bai Qingshuang replied, before entering his state. General Shui instructed me to take special care of you two. I do not wish to disappoint General Shui. Is that so? Yuziki inhaled deeply, his breath growing increasingly hurried. Reflecting on that time, it had truly been a struggle to preserve their lives. Bai Qingshuang's words ring true. If one were to venture northward to confront the barbarian hordes at this juncture, the support of Langia would be unattainable, rendering such an endeavor a perilous gamble with death lurking at every turn. Rather than framing this as a mere choice of whether to go or stay, it is more accurately a matter of choosing between life and death. As the mountain folks say, those who fail to cherish life are more foolish than a rabbit that meets its demise upon a wooden stake. Yuziki raised his sword high, directed towards Bai Qingshuang and the luminous moon above, before forcefully plunging the blade into the ground and kneeling in reverence. Yet, those who forsake the bonds of kinship, enmity, and gratitude are lesser than the lifeless. The second guard, Captain Yiziki, stands ready to follow the general into the fray. This, indeed, is his resolution. Chapter 75. The Theft of Symbols. 1. Bai Qingshuang nodded slightly, immediately urging the reins, and the sound of hooves echoed as the horse galloped forth. Yiziki softly chanted a spell, intending to follow General Shuang, relying solely on the flying leaves. However, at that moment, the voice of the old demon resonated once more. What, are you afraid? Yiziki scoffed coldly. No, Yin Changqin is dead, and I do not wish to see Lian Hongye meet a similar fate. Otherwise, the Northern Kingdom would lose far too much. Nevertheless, rescuing someone is not a matter to be taken lightly. The general before you is currently filled with fervor. Yet he is deliberately suppressing his emotions to avoid losing composure, making it inevitable that he will overlook critical details. Listen to me, you impudent child, and heed my words. Then we shall see. Yuzuki furrowed his brow as he listened, recalling the battle at Tianshui, where the old demon's actions had indeed been profound and reliable. The fall of the Zhu kingdom was detrimental to it as well. Now, as the fate of the northern kingdom hung by a thread, one misstep could lead to disaster. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "General, please hold." He quickly continued, "May I inquire if there is a plan for rescuing General Lian?" Bai Qingshuang paused momentarily, urging her horse closer, her voice cold and clear. "And what of it?" The leader of the cavalry, an old general of the Zhu kingdom, though rough in temperament, possessed a keen insight. Having been personally commanded by the monarch to guard against the cold stone, I believe the general's attempt to usurp military authority will not succeed easily. Bai Qingshuang's expression shifted slightly. "Then what do you propose?" "I have a strategy that could assist the general in achieving success," Yuzuki declared, standing before Bai Qingshuang. Chest out, articulating the plan relayed by the old demon with eloquence that transcended the ordinary. Gu Feng, standing nearby, listened with increasing incredulity, discreetly gripping the hilt of his sword, anxious that Bai Qingshuang might, in a fit of disbelief, turn against his brother. Fortunately, Bai Qingshuang maintained her composure, and only after Yuzuki had finished did she finally make a move. She leaned forward, her cascading hair nearly falling across Yuzuki's face. "Be cautious." The female general spoke softly beneath the moonlight. A quarter of an hour later, the camp of the Zhu kingdom's marquis erupted suddenly, as if a howl had broken out. Within the marquis's war tent, the sound was particularly pronounced. "What?" Bai Chengjiao's voice trembled with rage. "She truly escaped?" "Absolutely true." Following the response, one could see Yuzuki kneeling in the center of the tent. "She has turned against us." Bai Qingzhu seated, his anger somewhat subdued as he commanded, "Elder Qi." The elder beside him nodded, approaching Yuzuki and probing him briefly. Confirming the residual spiritual energy from Bai Qingshuang's attack, he exited the tent. Before long, the clamor of gathering troops echoed outside, led personally by Elder Qi, with countless footsteps resounding. "You may leave," Bai Qingjiao gestured. And soldiers escorted Yuzuki and Gu Feng away, entrusting them to the military sorcerers for healing. Yuzuki swayed unsteadily, allowing the guards to hoist him onto their shoulders, while Gu Feng, in better condition, managed to walk with assistance. Their shadows were elongated by the charcoal fire onto the oil-soaked curtains. And as the entrance of the tent swung open, they swiftly slipped into the boundless darkness. The figure of Bai Qingjiang, filled with rage, was obscured behind the fabric. He would likely not find rest until he witnessed Bai Qingshuang being dragged into the council tent this night. Upon exiting the tent, the night breeze struck their backs, awakening Yuzuki from the chill. Two guards, their faces devoid of expression, escorted them to the physician, while Yuzuki seized the opportunity to glance around. Noticing that most of the guards had been led away by Qi Lao to pursue Bai Qingshuang, a sense of relief washed over him at this point. The audacious plan of the old demon had succeeded in part. Once the guards guided them to a secluded area, Yuzuki suddenly coughed. Gu Feng, hearing this, sighed and addressed the guards. "Brothers, my leg itches terribly, as if bitten by venomous insects. Would you be so kind as to check it for me?" The guards ignored him, prompting Gu Feng to tug at their military uniforms, insisting repeatedly. Enraged, one guard was about to curse when he turned to speak, only to find Gu Feng's hand had already seized his throat, silencing him in terror. With a thud, the guard carrying Yuzuki fell to the ground. Ah! The guard, frightened, managed a whimper, but could not muster a shout. Yuzuki swiftly placed 2 leaves over his eyes, plunging the guard into an illusion from which he would be slow to awaken. After completing their task, Yuzuki and Gu Feng dragged the bodies of the 2 guards to a concealed spot. A single leaf was sufficient to obscure vision, shielding all eyes under the cover of night. What kind of sorcery is this? Its effects are remarkably swift. Illusion, veil of concealment. And you should move quietly. I merely rendered him unconscious. TSK, Gu Feng replied. Next, you intend to retrieve the carved symbol? Indeed, Yuzuki nodded, his gaze fixed on a towering tent in the distance. There lay his true objective for the night, the military insignia of the Zhu kingdom. To recount the tale from the beginning, Bai Qingshuang's scheme was to deceive the captain Ma Zhao and seize control of the 2,000 troops stationed at Hanxi town, thereby rallying them to aid Lian Hongya. However, Gaining Ma Zhao's trust was no simple feat thus. The old demon devised a plan, proposing that Yi Ziki steal the carved symbol carried by Qingjiang and present it to Ma Zhao, ensuring that the mobilization of the troops would be nearly guaranteed. Yet, the carved symbol was a crucial token for the Zhou Kingdom's military command, and stealing it would be no easy task. Despite Bai Qingshuang's agreement to the plan and revealing the secret of where Bai Qingjiang concealed the military insignia beneath his pillow, numerous guards and Qi Lao, a formidable opponent of no lesser rank than the third grade, stood in their way. As such, Bai Qingjiang had vacated his tent while Qi Lao pursued Bai Qingshuang outside the camp. They were merely separated by a few guards devoid of martial prowess, and the old demon had promised to employ advanced magical techniques, such as the veil of concealment and evasion spells, to assist them. Yuziki did not believe that those guards could hinder his progress. "I will enter the king's tent. You remain outside to keep watch," Yuziki declared before making his way toward Bai Qingjiang's quarters. Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, his expression turned grim. Just as Yuziki was about to step out of the shadows, it seemed he could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Yuziki, this is a punishment of lingering torment." Yuziki halted in his tracks. Silence enveloped the scene, heavy as the night. Yet, after a brief moment, the youth's figure swayed forward once more. Countless leaves cascaded, glimmering like gold. The art of leaf escape, shadow dance. Chapter 76. The stealing of the symbol. 2. Countless fragments of leaves were swept up by the mountain wind, burying Yi Jiqing and Gu Feng beneath two mounds of foliage. Suddenly, the scattered leaves surged towards Bai Qingjiang's tent, advancing along the ground and forcefully striking the canvas, reminiscent of the gentle touch of night birds' wings against flowering trees. The guards stationed beside the tent of Lord Zhu felt a gust of forest wind sweep through, momentarily blinding them with the swirling dust. After a brief period of chaos, they regained their footing, only to remain oblivious to the fact that the tent flap had been blown open, allowing multitudes of leaves to silently slip inside. Once the leaves had filled the tent, they formed a mound as tall as a person, which then cascaded down like a leafy garment, revealing Yi Jiqing, who crouched on the ground. "What a marvelous sorcery!" Yi Jiqing silently praised, realizing that the old sorcerer's continuous display of magic that night had truly opened his eyes. If he could indeed learn these techniques from the old sorcerer as promised, traversing the martial world would become considerably easier. Yet, being aware that his counterpart was a creature of the dark, he dared not harbor such hope. In light of the urgent situation, Yi Jiqing pushed aside his thoughts and began to survey the interior of the tent. The cool blue moonlight illuminated the beast's skin-covered floor, and before him stood a small table adorned with drinking vessels, behind which lay the royal bed. Beside the royal bed stood a tall shadow, motionless and indiscernible. As Yi Jiqing approached and traced the table's edge, he discerned a figure clad in military armor, prompting him to instinctively reach for his sword. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the armored figure was merely a wooden puppet. With a sigh of relief, he sheathed his sword and quietly inquired, "Is this a matter of concern?" The old sorcerer from the inner sea replied, "Not at all. This is a puppet, only animated by its master's mechanism. Bai Qingjiang has gone to the war council, leaving it here as nothing more than a lifeless object." Yi Jiqing felt reassured and cautiously approached the bedside, extending his hand to search beneath the pillow. The bed was warm, its silk mattress having been enchanted. Before long, his fingers brushed against a box, suppressing his racing heart. Yi Jiqing brought the box into the moonlight and gently opened its lid, revealing half of a snow sculpture nestled within. The snow sculpture, crafted from bronze, resembled a bird poised to take flight, yet it had been cleaved in two by a knife. Now, only its right half lay within the box. Yi Jiqing understood that the left half of the military symbol remained in the hands of local commanders. By bringing it to the military camp and matching the two halves, he could command the troops. The reverse side of the military symbol featured intricate designs of grooves and protrusions, reminiscent of a tale he had heard, when the finest craftsmen of the Zhou Kingdom had labored for months to create the military symbol and presented it to the Duke of Zhou. Bai Qingjiang had suddenly drawn his sword and severed the craftsman's neck, ensuring that no one in the Zhou Kingdom could ever replicate the military symbol again. In this moment, the supreme authority to command the troops of the Zhou Kingdom lay firmly in his grasp. Yi Jiqing swallowed hard, securing the military symbol. Now, if he could stealthily exit the tent, his mission would nearly be complete. Yet, just as he contemplated this, a sudden jolt of unease surged within him, and his gaze swiftly shifted downward. A hand had emerged, stretching out over his shadow. Yi Ziqi was suddenly seized by a chill that coursed through his scalp. Turning his head, He saw the puppet's body pressed tightly against his back. Before he could utter a sound in his shock, the puppet's hands slipped beneath his arms, locking his shoulders in a vice-like grip. Yi Ziqi struggled in vain, his heart racing with desperation. This outrageous old demon. Was it not said that without a puppeteer present, this creature would remain immobile? The thought of the puppeteer made Yi Ziqi's brow twitch as he turned to glance in the direction of the doorway, towards the table, where in the dim shadows of the moonlight, the eyes of the old chess master were fixed upon him with intense scrutiny. Ah! Yi Ziqi cried out in alarm. The old man, draped in a gray robe, suddenly emerged in the faint moonlit night, his deeply sunken eyes wide open, bright and profound, evoking a clarity that struck Yi Ziqi more than ever before. The elder approached slowly, his deeply lined face turned towards Yi Ziqi. Yet his expression was not stern. As they locked eyes, Yi Ziqi's heart raced for what felt like an eternity. Until the old man spoke. I have been following you all along. Your magic has been quite commendable. Yi Ziqi replied bitterly. Isn't it true that you were pursuing General Shuang? Could it be that the gentleman who went was merely a puppet? Why? Is my performance lacking? The elder continued. When in the city, you did not accept Shuang'er's invitation. Youthful, audacious, and principled, someone like you, I cannot believe would betray Shuang'er. Yi Ziqi's heart quaked. He had only heard rumors before, but it seemed that the old chess master was well aware of everything that transpired in Hanyi City. Perhaps these were not merely tales. What do you intend to do? Stealing military insignia is a capital offense. Yi Ziqi lowered his head, contemplating whether to make a desperate stand or to bide his time. The old demon appeared somewhat inconvenienced from expending too much magic earlier, continually urging him to endure within the inner sea. Lian Hongyu has grown old beyond measure, the chess master remarked to himself, pacing in the tent, his tone dripping with disdain. Even if the barbarians press us further, what good will it do to seize a few more rugged souls? Instead, it is your kind, those who treat military discipline as a trifling matter, that pose the real threat. Have we grown too complacent in these peaceful years? Has the iron wall of the north begun to fear the torrents? Should we not seek out more wild grasses to keep ourselves warm? In the end, it merely invites disaster. Yet Shuaxi is of such a disposition, leading men like you. It is no wonder that after all these years, there has been no progress. Is it not so? The chess master spoke coldly, as soldiers, adhering to military regulations is the bare minimum. You have only been in the army for 2 months, yet with nothing but blind bravado, you dare to steal military insignia. Ultimately, it is Lian Hongyi's failure to discern character that has led to such a breakdown in military discipline. What do you understand? When I was at my wit's end, it was General Lian who afforded us a path to survival. He allowed us to enter the army, to have food and clothing, to achieve merit and success. You, who only hides behind kings, what do you know of our plight, and how dare you insult General Lian before me? You have never witnessed the magnificent spectacle of countless steeds galloping beneath the skies of Tianshui City, nor the myriad of demons dancing in the heavens. You may comfortably reside within your cold leaf city, confining the common folk beyond your gates, believing this will ensure your perpetual peace. Yet, I am but a humble soldier from the grassroots, fighting for the destitute citizens of the kingdom of Zhu who now suffer from hunger. I cannot allow the people of Zhu to confront those abominable entities. As I speak of those horrors, Tianxiao, Rakshasa, curved blades, flames, fear momentarily flickers in Yi Ziqi's eyes, only to swiftly transform into resolute determination. Only General Lian possesses the potential to withstand them, regardless of the circumstances. The kingdom of Zhu cannot afford to risk losing General Lian. Old Qi gasps in astonishment, witnessing a colossal shadow rise before him. In an instant, Yi Ziqi's muscles swell with power as he extends his arms behind him, grasping the waist of the puppet and lifting it aloft. The future of this nation rests upon the 8 gods falling palace technique, the value of which lies in the collapse of the palace. The gentleman's 8 skills roll like stones. In the deepest recesses of the night, a youthful roar resounds. This is known as Lian Hongye. As the words echo, the puppet crashes down, landing where old Qi once stood, with the might of 1,000 boulders, driving the animal hide rug deep into the earth. Chapter 77. The Theft of Symbols. 3. Yi Ziqi gasped heavily. Of course, I am deserving of the death penalty. Yet, this winter, at least 10,000 souls have perished outside of Hanyi City. What crimes did they commit? How many more death sentences do you intend to pronounce? As his words fell, Yi Ziqi advanced swiftly and struck towards the elder chess master, who did not flinch but merely raised his sleeve. In an instant, a shadow darted forth like an arrow, seizing Yeziki's wrist. Yeziki struggled desperately, yet found himself unable to break free. Astonished within, the puppeteer's physique should be inferior to that of a typical mage. How could his strength be so formidable? Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a mechanical hand that grasped him. Your magical prowess is commendable, and your agility is quite impressive as well. It is no wonder the second guard holds you in high regard, the elder chess master remarked, his tone unhurried. You remain as composed as ever, my lord. Yeziki retorted, mustering all his strength to pull at the mechanical hand, yet to no avail. He defiantly declared, do you truly believe you've already secured victory? What chances do you still possess? The elder chess master shook his head. Even if you can endure a little longer, it will only amplify the commotion. The soldiers outside have yet to breach the entrance due to the barrier muffling the sound, but with the passage of time, they will inevitably notice the anomaly. You cannot escape. Then let us see, Yeziki replied, his wrist reddened from the grip, yet he smiled widely. Within this military camp lie hundreds of soldiers, all under your command, while my companion counts but one. Guess which of us shall arrive first. Suddenly, the elder chess master released Yeziki's arm and turned toward the chaos. To his astonishment, a figure emerged atop the waves of turmoil. Gu Feng raised his sword, striking fiercely at the elder chess master. Within the royal tent, the sound of a zither resonated abruptly. Yeziki felt as though a thunderclap reverberated in his mind, his scalp tingling, as if he were merging into the watery night, losing strength in an instant. Yet a smile graced his face, for he recognized this as Gu Feng's newly devised sword technique, the surprising string, born from the fusion of the spiritual power bestowed by Yin Changqin. The elder chess master lifted both mechanical hands, barely managing to parry the unadorned sword, yet at the moment the string's sound rang out, he found himself struck back. His strength diminished, staggering several steps before crashing into the royal couch, yet still standing. The soldiers rushed into the tent, shadows converging at the entrance, and a fire was kindled within, illuminating every face. Yeziki hastily picked up the longsword, intending to call upon the old demon head to employ the leaf escape technique to flee. But at that moment, a terrifying surge of magical energy emanated from behind him, freezing him in place. The source of this magical force was the elder chess master, whose voice now brimmed with astonishment. This is his magical power? The elder chess master then pushed the soldiers aside, confronting Gu Feng, demanding, is this the magical power of Yin Changqin? His expression was urgent, devoid of his earlier composure. Gu Feng, recognizing that the elder chess master had discerned his sword technique and reacted so intensely, nodded stiffly while casting a sidelong glance at Yeziki, awaiting his signal for the next move. Why does his magical power reside within your sword? The elder chess master pressed. It is because we assisted him. Yeziki interjected from behind Gu Feng. After weighing the options between fleeing and responding, Yeziki ultimately resolved to choose the latter. The old chess master urged, elaborate. Thus, Yeziki recounted in detail how, at the Lijo meeting, enemies had unexpectedly appeared, causing Yin Changqin to be afflicted by a sealing curse. He and Gu Feng had assisted in breaking the spell, and in gratitude, Yin Changqin had bestowed upon him magical powers. Upon finishing his account, Yeziki fixed an intense gaze upon the chess master, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, anxiously awaiting judgment. The chess master remained silent for a long while before stating, since even he acknowledges you, so be it. Lu, the guard. Yes, the head of the guards, still perplexed, quickly responded upon being called. These two were brought here for questioning by me alone at the behest of the sovereign. Given the secrecy of the matter, I did not inform you, using my evasion technique to bring them directly into this tent. I apologize for the inconvenience. This subordinate dares not. The guard leader replied hastily. Now that the questioning is concluded, let them leave. Understood, the guard leader affirmed, and the numerous guards at the entrance parted to grant passage. Yeziki and Gu Feng exchanged astonished glances, surprised to discover that Yin Changqin's name held such weight before the chess master. After all, the military token was still in his possession. Seizing the rare opportunity, the two hastily supported each other and attempted to flee. Just as they were about to escape, the chess master suddenly inquired, is Changqin well? What did you say? A terrifying voice interrupted his words. In the next instant, a mechanical hand surged from the chess master's sleeve, extending over 3 yards to seize Yeziki by the collar. Words are not to be spoken carelessly. Even if you are eager to escape, you should not bring him misfortune. This subordinate did not lie. Though taken aback by the chess master's sudden aggression, Yeziki endeavored to maintain his composure and retorted, you may inquire with anyone in the camp. In Tianshui City, all witnessed Master Yin's fall in battle, confirmed personally by the esteemed Shi Wang of Yigu, and the entire city mourned. The chess master's gaze flickered toward the guard leader, who, upon meeting the chess master's fierce, bloodshot glare, knelt and declared, "It is indeed true." Master Yin defended the city with his great snow sorcery, repelling the barbarian invaders. After 3 days, his strength waned. And we all witnessed it. The mechanical hand that had grasped Yiziki released him, but swung around to strike Lu, sending him flying. "Impossible," the chess master bellowed, his voice resonating with a clarity that belied his age, as he took unsteady steps forward, his spiritual energy radiating, white hair billowing. The onlookers felt a sudden wave of murderous intent envelop them like a chilling night breeze, and more than a dozen soldiers knelt, shouting, "My lord, this is nonsense." The chessmaster thundered, "How could he possibly be dead? He is Yin Changqin. With Changqin at hand, he is invincible. No one can bring about his demise." The soldiers could only frantically shout, "My lord, but Yin Changqin is truly dead," and could do nothing further. Countless puppets unexpectedly crawled from the ground, lifting their colorless heads as they emerged halfway, supporting themselves with their hands, their mechanisms creaking as they howled at the moon. "Chaos is upon us. We must flee." Gu Feng grasped Yiziki's hand, and together they feigned terror at the sight of the puppet, hastily making their way towards the outskirts of the barracks. Meanwhile, a multitude of soldiers were drawn to the commotion, creating a chaotic scene under the cloak of night, where shadows danced erratically. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, the duo swiftly reached the stable and released their steeds. The gray silhouette loomed powerfully, yet Yiziki felt it resembled a wounded beast, lost and searching for its herd. With sorrow flowing incessantly from its anguished cries, gripping the military token tightly, they galloped into the night, the sound of hooves echoing in the darkness. Chapter 78, The Theft of Symbols. 4. The woman lifted her gaze, her eyes resembling cold stars. Dawn had arrived, yet the one she awaited had not. Bai Qingshuang tightened her grip on the reins. As a general, she had never doubted her commands once issued. Regardless of the outcome, she would bear the consequences. However, at this moment, she could not deny that upon learning of Lian Hongye's peril, her usual composure had waned. She had just witnessed the fall of Yin Changqin, a reminder that even the mightiest could succumb to death, a notion deeply etched in her mind. Thus, when the young lad proposed a strategy, she readily acquiesced. In such dire times, she believed it prudent to place her trust in others. Following the plan, she had engaged the pursuers throughout the night, arriving at this hillside to await the audacious youth's return. Yet, as dawn broke, the landscape remained devoid of any presence. If that boy had truly encountered danger, what then would she do? A ripple of sorrow surged in her usually indifferent eyes. Since the departure of Yuanji Xianwen, she had not felt such desolation. Although her acquaintance with the two youths was brief, they had fought side by side, sharing life and death. Bai Qingshuang felt an inexplicable camaraderie with them, as if they had known each other for ages. Given her temperament, she likely would not encounter many kindred spirits in her lifetime. Even as a general, she was merely a woman in her early 20s, capable of mourning the loss of every soul in her life. At that moment, warmth enveloped her shoulders as the morning light fell upon her. Bai Qingshuang raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharpening. In the gentle dawn light, Yiziki and Gu Feng approached, their faces alight with joyful smiles, riding down the mountain path. Yiziki raised a military symbol aloft, calling out, "General, we succeeded." Tears welled in Bai Qingshuang's eyes, but she quickly composed herself, urging her horse forward to inquire, "You are late. Did you encounter any obstacles on the way?" The trio then conferred about their subsequent journey, reassured by the possession of the military symbol, and soon set off once more. They rode to a nearby stream to quench their thirst, then journeyed northward. Arriving at the outskirts of Hanchi town by midday, the town had been transformed into a military stronghold. As they approached, sentinels spotted them and, recognizing the presence of the esteemed Wei Zhang, hastily opened the camp gates. Bai Qingshuang inquired of the sentry about Qianfu Zhang Majiao, who was currently at the military station, and led Yi and Gu into the town. Upon entering, Yiziki surveyed the rows of rooftops and courtyard walls of Hanchi town. Noting the absence of any civilians, the streets were bustling with soldiers, along with 4 or 5 oxen carts from the pine forests, each laden with a complete pine tree for winter warmth. As Yiziki observed the soldiers casting reverent glances at them, he adopted a stern demeanor, striving to appear a worthy attendant. Meanwhile, Gu Feng needed no pretense. His earnest countenance naturally conveyed a sense of urgency, prompting the soldiers to whisper anxiously among themselves. After 100 paces, Bai Qingshuang arrived at the military station, dismounted, and entered, where Qianfu Zhang Ma Zhao waited her in the courtyard. Yi Ziki glanced over at the esteemed veteran of the 3 guards, who was in his 40s, with streaks of white in his hair and a robust physique, surrounded by numerous subordinates. Upon seeing the 3 men, Ma Zhao promptly inquired, "General Shuang, has there been a sudden change at the palace? Why did you arrive without any prior notice?" Bai Qingshuang nodded and replied, "General Ma, summon all the centurions to the palace immediately. I have urgent matters to discuss." With that, he entered the main hall and took his seat at the head of the table, while Yi and Gu stood attentively at his sides. The general's intention was indeed unusual. Centurion Wang Ying remarked, "Although our 3 guards are stationed around Hanya City, we have noticed that the marauders have been retreating rather hastily of late. They have been particularly fierce this year, with no official forces to engage them. It would have been the perfect time for them to unleash their plunder. Yet now, in the southern regions of Jiugua, sightings of these bandits have become exceedingly rare. This," he surmised, "was not due to their withdrawal at all." Bai Qingshuang's words were startling as he proceeded to reveal the large-scale assault by the Yinlu tribe on Laizhou, leading to its annihilation beneath the walls of Tianshui City, alongside the urgent warnings sent to Hanya City from Lian Hongya through secretive means, as well as the incident where the strategist Qizi infiltrated the camp to visit Wang Zhang. The leaders of the 3 guards were thrown into an uproar, exclaiming, "No wonder the previously scattered bandits of Qianzhou have been moving with such alarming speed this year. It appears a tribal leader is orchestrating their maneuvers. They had taken advantage of the northern kingdom's negligence, stealthily infiltrating its heart, with the intent to obliterate our northern leaders. A plan that was thwarted by the self-sacrificing efforts of the immortal teacher Yin Changqin. Now they had turned their sights on General Lian Hongya. These brigands were not merely out for plunder this year. They were intent on the destruction of our nation." Bai Qingshuang nodded in agreement, then raised the military token, declaring, "Thus, the sovereign has issued an urgent command for me to consolidate our forces and proceed to support General Lian. Everyone, prepare swiftly. There is no time for complacency." Upon hearing this, all the officers turned their gazes towards Centurion Ma Zhao, fully aware that he and Wang Zhong were the real powers within the 3 guards. Moreover, Ma Zhao had been publicly entrusted with the military authority to defend Hanxi, and the other half of the military token rested in his hands. The token was authentic. Yet how could the sovereign possibly dispatch troops at such a precarious moment? Although Bai Qingshuang and Lian Hongya were of equal standing, with a bond akin to that of father and daughter, her skills were such that, to save Lian Hongya, she could have resorted to stealing the token even if the sovereign had denied her. Now, she had arrived alone to replace me, without even a single confidant of the sovereign to vouch for her. When the sovereign instructed me to guard this place, he emphasized that I should not leave the city even a step. How could such a directive be altered so casually? The doubts were numerous. Chapter 79. The Theft of the Token. 5. Upon hearing the words, Bai Qingshuang's expression shifted slightly. In times of urgent military affairs, how could one afford to delay? Ma Chao spoke. "Though the general remained silent, it is evident that you bear grave internal injuries, which cannot escape our notice. Surely, this is a consequence of the battle at Tianshui. As the swift steed gallops, your blood surges. You must take time to recuperate. My intentions are solely for your welfare. I have made up my mind, and I implore you to understand our position and refrain from stubbornness." Having spoken, Ma Chao turned and strode out, leaving no room for argument. The assembled officers, all of whom were Ma Chao's loyal subordinates, began to feel the urge to depart as well. "General Ma Chao." Bai Qingshuang's voice boomed, instantly chilling the atmosphere, rendering all motionless. Ma Chao, too, felt a chill of trepidation, yet his resolve was unwavering. He turned to say, "General, do not." But before he could finish, a flash caught his eye. When he regained his senses, the cold spear had pierced his body. Bai Qingshuang sprang forward, wielding her weapon with lethal intent, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Even Yi Ziki and Gu Feng stared in wide-eyed astonishment. "What have you done?" Ma Chao's son, Ma Cheng, shouted in shock and fury, preparing to advance. Yet, under Bai Qingshuang's piercing gaze, a wave of murderous intent washed over him, freezing him in place. "Ah!" Ma Chao gasped in pain as he collapsed to the ground, a military token slipping from his grasp. Bai Qingshuang swiftly approached, retrieved the bloodstained token, and turned to the officers, declaring loudly, "Though the journey to rescue the second guard is fraught with peril and the outcome uncertain, any soldier must answer the call of duty in the face of national crisis. Those who continue to offer excuses or hesitate shall face execution without mercy." The assembly bowed in submission, responding in unison. We shall follow the general into battle. Once Bai Qingxuang had finalized the arrangements, the officers surged out of the hall, each gathering their troops. Only Yi Ziki and Gu Feng remained by Bai Qingxuang's side, their astonishment still palpable, rendered speechless. The hall fell silent, save for an old spirit who, oblivious to the atmosphere, exclaimed, "The young lady performed admirably." Bai Qingxuang suddenly called out their names. Yi Ziki, Gu Feng. At your service. I have a task for you. Please command us, General. Indeed. Bai Qingxuang gazed intently at Yi Ziki's face. Did you not think to inquire where the second guard is before agreeing? The general's wisdom is thorough. There must be a plan, Yi Ziki replied. Bai Qingxuang felt an urge to ruffle his hair, not only as a reprimand for his overly earnest flattery, but also as a gesture of comfort towards the child who had startled her. In truth, she found solace in having these two loyal companions by her side. Ma Chao was correct. She was indeed burdened by significant internal injuries. And given the current state of the third guard, having such trusted allies brought her a measure of peace. Yet, such fortune was not meant for her to indulge. Yi Ziki, Gu Feng, heed my orders. Bai Qingxuang spoke clearly. Currently, the second guard should be taking shelter near Snow Ridge. I will draft a letter for you both to deliver to General Lien using the flying leaf technique, informing him of my intention to provide support. General Lien will have his own means of signaling and directing our actions. This matter is of utmost importance. There must be no errors. Understood. Yi Ziki and Gu Feng stepped forward with solemnity to receive their orders before exiting the hall. Before long, two magnificent steeds galloped out of the military camp of the Sanwei army. Bai Qingxuang listened as the sound of hooves gradually faded, fully aware that the battle determining the fate of the Zhu kingdom had commenced. Yet, the ominous clouds looming over the Zhu kingdom seemed to part, allowing rays of sunlight to break through. In the city of Hanyi, beside the plaque of the gold and silver jewelry shop on Yanxing Street, the shopkeeper Wang was meticulously tending to his wares, though his mind was far from tranquil. Since the turn of the year, the flow of customers had dwindled, leaving him with an unusual sense of leisure. However, in recent days, two young maidens had begun to frequent his humble shop. Had they been ordinary patrons, it would have sufficed, but one of the girls, clad in a verdant gown, was unmistakably extraordinary. Wang, having operated his shop near the city gate for 5 or 6 years, had encountered many individuals, yet he had rarely come across someone as strikingly beautiful as her. He had heard tales that the most exquisite woman in Hanyi City was Princess Shuang, though he had never had the fortune to behold her countenance. The vivacious beauty before him truly broadened his horizons. It was said that those who practiced the art of exorcism often possessed an ethereal charm, and Wang believed this maiden certainly belonged to such a realm. "Xiaomei, try this on," the girl in the green dress, Tang Wandi, exclaimed with enthusiasm as she lifted a bracelet, attempting to adorn the wrist of her maid, Xiaomei. "Really? Do I have it?" "Indeed. Look at this pattern. Doesn't it seem familiar?" Then perhaps you should try this one." Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon the shopkeeper. The green-clad maiden turned, and 100 crimson warhorses thundered past her. Wang observed the girl's expression shift from excitement to doubt, then gradually to an icy stillness. He carefully placed the most coveted piece of jewelry she had admired over the past 2 days into a wooden box. Once the troops guarding the lord had departed, the streets returned to tranquility, and the two maidens prepared to leave. "Wait, esteemed guests," Wang called out unexpectedly from behind them. "Miss?" Xiaomei, startled by the shopkeeper's abrupt action, was utterly perplexed by his intent, prompting her to hurriedly inquire about her mistress. Chapter 80, The Demon Sword, 1. This recounts an event that transpired 3 days prior to Yi Ziki's nocturnal theft of the military talisman. For 100 miles north of Hanya City, at the outskirts of Chongwu Mountain in the state of Zhu, the climate grows increasingly frigid and damp as one ventures further north. A true trial for the weary. At this moment, Chongwu Mountain still bore the chill of winter, its trees stripped bare, save for a few encampments erected by bandits, haphazardly arranged atop the peak, strikingly conspicuous. Yet, at the foot of the mountain stood 4,000 ironclad figures, impervious to the biting winds that surged through their formation, undaunted, unmoving, and silent. At the forefront of this line, 2 towering steeds bore riders. One donned a heavy silver armor, with a dark broadsword sheathed at his side, none other than Lian Hongya, the commander of the second guard. The other, a figure of remarkable stature with snow-white hair emerging from beneath a yellow robe, was Lu Zhong, the elder of the chivalrous path. This elder, not belonging to the second guard, found himself here due to the collaboration between the Zhu military and the chivalrous path. Shui was well aware that at the martial examination held at Shuilong Slope, the Second Guard had enlisted around 2,000 local volunteers, half of whom were indeed practitioners of the chivalrous path. This was, after all, the very intent behind the martial examination. As far back as 6 months ago, Su Jing, a former centurion of the Second Guard and now a messenger of the chivalrous path, had negotiated with Lian Hongye regarding assistance in eradicating bandits from the Zhu territory. However, due to the chivalrous path's less than stellar reputation among the feudal lords, they ultimately resorted to enlisting troops from the populace to keep their actions discreet. Over 10 days prior, after sending the sovereign Baiqing Jiong into the state of Yi, the Second Guard had divided into several thousand-strong detachments to purge the bandits from south to north. Presently, 4 of these detachments converged here to confront the formidable presence entrenched in Chengwu Mountain. Among the barbarian tribes, this stronghold was referred to as a grain-gathering nest. Lian Hongye explained with a smile. Every tribe would stash their plunder in a designated location, much like a horde of mice preparing for winter. The 12 divisions of Qianzhou boasted 12 such nests in Laizhou. The bandits guarding these nests regarded them as their lifeblood when attacked. They would not flee as they typically would, but rather resist fiercely. Lu Zhong nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "I have heard that your sovereign is still in Tianshui City attending the Laizhou conference, discussing measures against the bandits. Why has the general mobilized so swiftly to assault these barbarian strongholds?" The past 2 years of the Laizhou conference have focused on deliberating border disputes, which does not impede domestic actions, Lian Hongye replied, gesturing northward with his whip. "The mice are right before us. How can one neglect to cleanse their abode?" Chuckling at this remark, Lu Zhang clasped his hands in respect and declared, "The chivalrous path shall heed the general's command." Lian Hongye called out, "Shui, take 1,000 troops and secure the mountain passes." Understood. Shui promptly rallied his men and departed. Subsequently, Lian Hongye commanded the remaining forces to form ranks, 2,000 strong, beating drums as they advanced. As the Second Guard's troops approached, they were met with a deluge of arrows from the bandits. With a resounding blast of a horn, all soldiers raised their wooden shields aloft, maintaining a disciplined formation as they pressed forward. The rain of arrows came in waves, yet the ranks remained steadfast, undeterred by chaos. As they approached the foot of the mountain, a group of bare-chested barbarians, clad in animal skins, could no longer contain their impatience. Some brandished sabers, while others wielded bows and arrows, yelling as they charged en masse towards the orderly military formation, akin to a torrential flood rushing against unyielding rocks. At this moment, Lu Zhong reined in his horse alongside Lian Hongye, observing the battlefield from a higher vantage point. They witnessed the horse bandits pressing forward relentlessly until they reached the military line, where a commanding voice boomed from the Second Guard, "Advance." Suddenly, a line of spears erupted from the formation, resembling serpents emerging from their burrows, fiercely striking at the enemies beyond the breach. The horse bandits, unable to halt their momentum, were immediately skewered, resulting in chaos and carnage, with corpses piling into small mountains. It became evident to the bandits that this army was formidable, and realizing they could not prevail in a direct confrontation, they began to retreat. Upon observing this, Lian Hongye ordered the drums to be beaten. The cavalry, hidden on either side of the formation, swiftly mounted their steeds, roaring as they pursued the fleeing bandits, who were instantly filled with dread and scattered in disarray. Following this skirmish, the remaining barbarians who had taken refuge in their encampment tightly secured their gates, unwilling to launch further attacks. While Lian Hongye commanded his soldiers to halt on the hillside, Lu Zhong, his face alight with joy, inquired, "Why does the general not pursue the victory?" Lian Hongye shook his head. "The bandits hold the high ground. A frontal assault would be unwise. It is now time to employ artillery." "Artillery?" Lu Zhong glanced towards the battlefield and noticed a trebuchet had been brought to the foot of the mountain. He immediately comprehended that Lian Hongye had been well prepared for this mountain assault. However, what astonished him most were the stones placed beside the trebuchet, each resembling a heart, with a fiery red core at their center, radiating fiery patterns that spread across their surfaces. "Are these explosive stones?" Lu Zhong exclaimed. "Indeed," Lian Hongye replied with a smile. "This mineral, after minimal refinement, can erupt upon impact, making it ideal for catapulting. It is a contraband item strictly regulated across the realms of Jiuzhou, and its price is exorbitant. Such a substance is typically beyond the means of a border state like ours." Lu Zhong chuckled, yet, ironically, its sole source lies in the snowy ridge to the north of your Laizhou. Lian Hongye nodded with a smile, gesturing towards the distant military formation. In the depths of the heaviest snow lies the most fervent heart in the world, much like the youth of Lizhou. With the command given, the trebuchet launched its massive stones towards the mountaintop encampment. The stones struck the earthen walls, exploding upon impact, causing secondary damage to the fortifications. Some fell amidst the throngs of men, resulting in dismembered bodies flying in all directions, accompanied by cries of anguish. Lian Hongye also issued a battle order to the chivalrous faction, who surged forward. Each member possessed remarkable agility. Although they could not match the disciplined formations of the second guard, they excelled at swiftly scaling the mountain and disrupting the enemy's ranks more effectively than ordinary soldiers. The second guard then launched a full-scale assault, and with a single wave of their offensive, they captured all encampments, causing thousands of horse bandits to flee in panic. With Shui stationed at the mountain's exit, awaiting their arrival. Once the battlefield was cleared, the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting a serene silence across the land. Countless bonfires ignited within the mountaintop encampment as soldiers worked through the night, tallying their spoils or recuperating. Lian Hongye and the other leaders entered the main hall of the encampment, lighting lamps for a night of discussion. "Congratulations, General." As Lu Zhang settled down, he congratulated. "To have brought these provisions for the people to aid the disaster-stricken is indeed a commendable deed. It is merely our duty." Lian Hongye, turning to Lu Zhong and the three middle-aged heroes following him, remarked, "It brings me solace that the elders and esteemed warriors have come to assist in the state of Zhu. This, too, is our responsibility." Lu Zhong's expression grew solemn as he replied, "For years, the Central Plains have spoken of the internal strife among the barbarian tribes as inconsequential. We had thought the same. Fortunately, I have heard that the Emperor has dispatched Princess Feng of Qiangsang to Lizhou for inquiries. Having a prior acquaintance with Master Yin Changqin, she will surely voice the concerns of the people of Lizhou. Your worries, General, will surely not come to pass." Lian Hongye nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh. In truth, for years, an ominous premonition had loomed over him. It was well known that the barbarians would come to Lizhou to plunder during winter. No matter which tribe they belonged to, they would temporarily set aside their enmities to cooperate. This tacit understanding always instilled a sense of danger in Lian Hongye. He was most apprehensive that the Eastern and Western Khans would one day lay aside their grievances and unite in a sudden assault on Lizhou, catching the entire Song dynasty off guard. Last year, upon discovering the rapid increase in the number of barbarian soldiers among the marauding horse thieves, Lian Hongye regarded it as a dire omen. Thus, he had vigorously promoted collaboration with the chivalrous sects of the Central Plains this year, all in hopes of ensuring that the Central Plains could be on guard. Now, hearing Lu Zhong's words, he felt as if he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Zhong continued, "However, it is somewhat regrettable that I could not witness the drawing of your sword today, General, for the weapon you wield is now named Haizi." Lian Hongye, noticing Lu Zhong pointing to the sword at his side, gently interjected, "Haizi? A fine name indeed." Lu Zhong's aged hands emerged from his yellow robe, resting on his knees. His face uplifted, revealing a look of nostalgia. "I recall 20 years ago when it was said that the demon sword had recognized its master. It sent shockwaves throughout the Central Plains, as everyone feared the rise of the demon sect. At that time, I was merely an ordinary disciple of the chivalrous sect, sharing the same concerns as those around me. Who would have thought that this would become the greatest joke of the demon sect in the past 20 years? The name demon sect has not been heard in a long time. Do they still harbor resentment towards me? Ah, of course, their sacred relic has fallen into the hands of outsiders. This is a humiliation they have never known. But aside from their nightly bitterness, what can that group of scoundrels do to the general?" Lian Hongye seemed to be stirred by Lu Zhong's words, silently caressing the sheath of Haizi. After a pause, he chuckled softly, hearing the elder speak of these matters. "It seems this evening, I must certainly share a drink with you, if the general is inclined. Those of the chivalrous path have never been known to dampen the spirits of others. I wonder if the elder remains eloquent after a drink. I have spent much time on the frontiers, my hearing dulled and my sight dimmed. I still wish to hear the elder discuss the current state of the world." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong's demeanor brightened, and he waved his hand. "Bring the wine." Chapter 81. The Demon Sword 2. It remains uncertain when the current emperor shall emerge from the shadows cast by events 15 years past. One can only hope he does not forget that he is indeed the demon-subduing sovereign. During the banquet of the esteemed generals, Elder Lu Zhong, having indulged in a couple of jugs of wine, initiated a discourse on the matters concerning the great emperor of Zhongzhou, which could be regarded as the root of today's turmoil across the realm. 15 years prior, the emperor personally led a campaign against the Great Wilderness Demon Province, earning the illustrious title of the demon-subduing sovereign. However, this expedition, despite significantly weakening the demon kin, did not conclude with a triumphant resolution. It would be more accurate to label it a failure. This outcome has since become a source of profound sorrow for the heroes of the world since the time of Wu Xian. Thereafter, the disheartened monarch sought solace in wine and pleasures, neglecting state affairs, while treasonous ministers gained power in the court. The once resurgent imperial authority began to wane once more, as regional lords engaged in rampant annexation and expansion, leading to 15 years of unremitting warfare. 15 years have passed, and the realm has been drowned in the depths of wine. If this phrase were to describe the romantic exploits of poets, it might still be considered a tale of elegance. Yet, when applied to an emperor, it transforms into an endless stream of blood and tears shed by the common folk. Lian Hongye gently tapped his sword and sighed, choosing silence. In recent years, the turmoil instigated by the lords has been most conspicuous in the state of Qi and Zhongzhou. Lu Zhong continued. Lord Qi Ludong has waged war against various states under the pretext of upholding the royal family against the disobedient, his fearsome Shura generals proving nearly unstoppable. It was only when General Zhao Dian of Langya commanded the Leiwu troops to fortify the southern borders of Langya that their advance was finally halted. Lian Hongye remarked contemplatively. Langya has been devoted to countering Qi in recent years. However, should the barbarian tribes launch an incursion from the north, it would leave us vulnerable. Even if the barbarians aimed directly for Zhongzhou, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. At that juncture, the precarious balance of the world would surely collapse. General, why do you still harbor such concerns? Lu Zhong raised his cup in a toast. Lian Hongye clinked his cup and smiled. Elder, please, continue. South of Laizhou lies Yongzhou, a region deeply rooted in our chivalrous ways. Here, scholars engage in discourse, and myriad philosophies contend, yet the atmosphere remains tumultuous after all these years. Notably, as we face increasing marginalization in this land, the demonic sect, which has also been oppressed by the authorities, has rapidly expanded its influence in recent years. They have gained control over a growing number of brothels, gambling houses, and underground factions, even managing to corrupt officials within the court and the righteous martial world. Lian Hongye observed, this is indeed peculiar. Our investigations reveal a connection to a certain sect from Cold Mountain that the demonic sect has recently engaged with. I wonder if the general has encountered the name Xingluo? Xingluo? Lian Hongye pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Very well then. In any case, the demonic sect, through coercion and temptation, has widely recruited followers among the common people, establishing various pretexts to amass their wealth. Once the populace is drained of their resources, they are pushed to the front lines of conflict, wreaking havoc in Yongzhou, causing immense suffering among the populace. Elder, please, continue. South of Yongzhou lies Lizhou. The interior of Lizhou is characterized by towering mountains and sheer cliffs, concealing demons and beasts, compelling the populace to seek their livelihoods along the coast. Engaging in the harvest of marine life. The primary threat they face, of course, comes from the night demons of the East Sea. I once encountered such a creature upon the shores of Yongzhou, its form reminiscent of a mighty giant, towering over an average adult male by a half. With its exposed belly, sharp fangs arrayed like daggers, it wielded claws that tore into the flesh of deer on the riverbank. I managed to slay a dozen of these beasts, yet found it increasingly arduous. It is said that in Lizhou, every time the tide rises, countless lights appear along the coastline under the cover of night, the eyes of hundreds of night demons. They land upon the shore, plundering coastal towns. Leaving the villages they pass through desolate and devoid of life. General Lian, is there truly a kingdom of night demons in the Eastern Sea? Indeed. These bloodthirsty creatures possess the capacity to establish realms and engage in rites of civilization. It is rumored that the Eastern Sea harbors thousands of scattered islands. One can only wonder which of them constitutes their homeland, perhaps all of them. They ride upon the backs of colossal serpents, traversing the vast ocean, their paths stretching eastward all the way to the realm of return. General Lian, do you know what the giant serpents dwelling in the sea are like? At the very least, you must have heard of the legend concerning the serpent of the Ba kingdom. In Ba, there exists a serpent, with a green head and a red belly, that devours elephants. After 3 years, it sheds its bones. This is a sea serpent that ascends to the land, known as the elephant-eating serpent. As Lian Hongye recited this name, his mind conjured a vivid image of the night demons guiding throngs of giant serpents across the surface of the sea, a hellish tableau. They represent the suffering of Lizhou. Fortunately, the god of Zhenhai leads the armies of the three southern nations in a relentless battle against these monsters on the coastline day and night. With each retreat of the tide, the god of Zhenhai instructs his soldiers to bind the corpses of the night demons to wooden crosses, with the tips of the crosses protruding from their throats, and then to plant these crosses facing the sea, allowing moonlight and waves to perpetually batter their bodies. Today, every stretch of beach in Lizhou is dotted with these wooden crosses, serving as a deterrent to all maritime foes. Elder, please continue. To the west of Lizhou lies Songzhou. Songzhou is affluent beyond compare, with a prosperous populace. This is attributed to the governance of the 14 states of Songzhou, led by Qiong and Xianqi, which upholds civil order. The people are law-abiding and rational, reluctant to incite rebellion. The ethos of mutual prosperity among the states is deeply rooted, resulting in minimal conflict within the region. Additionally, the witch clans of Yuzhou to the west have not stirred trouble for decades. Historically, the witch clans of Yuzhou were notorious, alongside the monstrous creatures of the Great Wasteland and the marauders of Qianzhou, as the 4 plagues of the 9 provinces. Nowadays, only the latter 3 plagues are remembered. The defenses at Luoyang Pass have languished, and the sole land route connecting the continent to Yuzhou has remained untraveled for 40 years. Lian Hongye mused. It sounds as though the nation is strong and the people affluent. It must be a land of bliss, correct? The general's assertion holds a measure of truth. Oh, how so? The nation is robust, yet the populace is impoverished. Lu Zhong furrowed his brow. Songzhou does not suppress annexation. Agricultural systems are not established, and corruption permeates the bureaucracy, leading to a decline in public morals. Collusion between officials and merchants to usurp the people's wealth and annex lands is a common occurrence. Farmers stripped of their land are forced to become hired laborers or venture into the cities in search of livelihoods, sustaining the superficial prosperity of the cities, yet for themselves. They inevitably face a lifetime of toil and a wretched old age. Although the literary reputation of Songzhou is illustrious, it is primarily a celebration of poetic gatherings and romantic pursuits, having entirely forsaken the teachings of the sages. The atmosphere is devoid of compassion, marked by a lack of integrity and shame, where deceit thrives in the marketplace, and the gullible perish in the wilderness. The hearts of the people are singularly fixed upon the pursuit of wealth. Even if one were to abandon an elderly relative in the mountains to die of hunger, no one in Songzhou would cast blame, for such matters are of no concern to them. The elderly lack support, the young are deprived of education, while the affluent traverse their opulent paths, and the impoverished possess no land to call their own. This encapsulates the suffering of the populace in Songzhou. The elder is urged to elaborate further. To the north of Songzhou lies Lingzhou, a realm abundant with celestial sects and a populace inclined towards the pursuit of the Tao. By the age of 8 or 9, children in Lingzhou are often subjected to evaluations by demon exorcising masters, who assess their potential for cultivation. Should they possess such gifts, they are welcomed into the sect, and the entire family rejoices. If not, they resign themselves to a lifetime of labor, shouldering the heaviest taxes and conscriptions in the grand region of the 6 states. Lian Hongye observes, it seems rare to hear of the people of Lingzhou rising in rebellion due to oppressive taxes. How does the nation educate its citizens? There is no particular method. Rather, the populace understands that the demons, who once thwarted the coalition of the 6 states, are far more terrifying than the burdens of taxation, especially given Lingzhou's proximity to the Great Wasteland. The taxes paid by the common folk are meant to sustain the celestial sects, as only the demon exorcising masters trained within these sects are effective against the demonic threats, proving more valuable than any army. However, nurturing a powerful exorcist is far more costly than training skilled soldiers, necessitating the imposition of heavy taxes. This is the reason behind Lingzhou's unparalleled tax burdens, despite their grievances. The people endure in silence. Nonetheless, despite the immense sacrifices of the Lingzhou populace and the presence of divine generals leading their armies in defense beneath the Lingstone Great Wall, the extensive defense line often allows demons to infiltrate Lingzhou, bringing great harm to the people. Consequently, although the nation has long unified Lingzhou, it has been unable to expand outward due to the distractions posed by these demonic entities. After discussing the matters of the 6 states, the elder's voice grew hoarse, prompting him to drink in silence. Lian Hongye quietly raised his cup in a gesture of respect and consolation. Also present were the 2 captains of the Second Guard, Li Pomian and Du Ruhua, along with the centurion Chen Wufu, and the chivalrous individuals Long Chong and Lin Hongyu. Seizing the opportunity to indulge in food and drink while engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere growing lively as night enveloped them. All the people suffer, and the six states are united in their plight, Lian Hongye suddenly reflected. Lu Zhong, already half inebriated, murmured in response, "Indeed. Even a general such as yourself can only safeguard a fragment of peace. The world is vast, and the long night remains dark. Who knows when a hero will emerge to save us all?" Rising amidst the chaos of war and tyranny, slicing through the iron curtain woven of ignorance and violence. Wielding divine weapons to charge against the multitude and sweep across the land, toppling the unjust tyrants from their thrones? And who will lead the virtuous in their wake? Spreading wisdom, compassion, and law across the world, bringing an end to this suffering and heralding the dawn for the 9 provinces? The others, upon hearing these words, deemed such notions impossible, merely encouraging the drinking to continue. The stars hung low over the expansive fields. On the same night, 500 miles away in the outskirts of the state of Ju, 2 sentinels patrolled in the biting night wind. "Yezi, accompany me to a certain place." One of them suddenly proposed. "What for?" "I have developed a new sword technique called startling string. Let us find a well-lit area to practice." The speaker was none other than Gu Feng. "Sounds great." Yezi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly scanned his surroundings and dashed into the moonlight, exclaiming, "This way." Gu Feng drew his sword and charged forward. With a resounding clang, Yezi found himself seated on the ground, staring blankly at his sword, which had been sent flying. "What was that like?" he mused. "It felt as if my heart's ailment had abruptly manifested. Just as I was contemplating how to topple you, my thoughts were suddenly interrupted, leaving my mind momentarily blank before my sword soared away. Quite intriguing. Is this the magical essence that Yin Changqin has bestowed upon your sword? Fascinating. Hey, don't rush off." Yezi quickly rose behind him, his face still alight with excitement as he firmly grasped his treasured blade once more. Observing this, Gu Feng chuckled softly and readied himself for another duel. Yezi met his charge head-on. 8 Gods Falling Palace technique, value simple, startling string. The clash of metal echoed, intermingled with the youthful shouts, reverberating across the vast wilderness, where no one else could hear. Only the moonlight glimmered upon the sword blades, illuminating the boys' synchronized dance of swordplay, as if parting the night with a sliver of brightness. Chapter 82. The Demon Sword. 3. Tonight, we shall make our encampment here. Shui, please escort several gentlemen to their quarters for a respite. After the evening banquet, with a command from Lian Hongye, Shui led the noble assembly away. Lian Hongye shook his head, remarking that Gung Tingchun, who had gone to sweep the Dan Mountain, had yet to report back. This was highly irregular, as he was never one to commit such errors. "Shui, I need you to send all scouts out to investigate. You should go as well, for I shall await news atop the mountain this night." Shui complied and departed, leaving Lian Hongye to stroll alone through the mountain's embrace. The camp was serene, its iron armor reflecting the moonlight. Those still residing in the cold leaf city might see the moon just rising above the city walls, while those wandering the open fields would behold the tranquil blue of the Ju River gliding silently across the early spring plains. It was a moment that stirred deep feelings of longing within the heart. Lian Hongye exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of wine and settled upon a stone, resting his sword upon his knee. The name of the demon sect, long absent from his thoughts, evoked a torrent of memories. Few were aware that the renowned general, celebrated throughout the 9 provinces, had merely been a brash youth, a ruffian in a small town northwest of Langya over 20 years ago. He vividly recalled the day when, amidst the daily grind of street life in Qingqi City, a maiden clad in white fortuitously arrived in town, introducing him for the first time to the name of the demon sect, thereby altering the course of his destiny. In the dim recesses of his memory, he could still picture her entrance into the city, a sword strapped to her back, her attire of exquisite fabric, exuding an air of grace and beauty that clearly marked her as someone of noble lineage. Those with discernment recognized her flowing cloud-patterned Taoist robe, identifying her as a member of one of the most powerful demon-slaying sects from Lingzhou, the Zhangyan sect, undoubtedly enriched in resources. What was most remarkable was her tender age of 17 or 18. To the seasoned veterans of Qingqi City, she was a veritable prize. As she wandered through the streets, she observed her surroundings, occasionally pausing to inquire about local matters, her demeanor revealing an unfamiliarity with the city's affairs. This was to be expected, for since her birth, she had dedicated herself to the ascetic practice of Taoism on the mountains, seldom descending into the world below. Only recently, with the resurgence of rumors concerning the long-lost demon sword re-emerging from the north of Langya, had she been dispatched to investigate, marking her inaugural foray into the realm of the mundane. Where might she uncover the necessary information? What schemes were the members of the demon sect plotting? As she pondered, a sudden voice called out from the street. "Fair maiden, might you pause for a moment?" Startled, she turned towards the source of the voice, discovering an elderly diviner beckoning her from the roadside. "Did you call for me, venerable sir?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is you, my dear, among all in this street. Only your visage bears the mark of the divine." "I bear such a mark?" The maiden scrutinized the diviner before her, noting his attire, a Taoist robe and shoes of indeterminate origin, as he sat within a modest shop, a sturdy wooden table before him, adorned with a banner proclaiming his fortune-telling services. One might easily mistake him for a shopkeeper rather than a seer. Fortune-telling, it appeared, warranted a dedicated establishment, suggesting that his services were in demand. The maiden approached, asking, "Can you divine that which I seek to know?" The elderly gentleman chuckled warmly and inquired, "May I ask what the fair maiden wishes to divine?" The lady responded, "I seek to uncover the whereabouts of a magical sword. Is it not so?" The old diviner laughed heartily, promptly retrieving a piece of paper from the table and presenting it to the lady, saying, "This is the divination I performed for myself last night. Do take a look." The lady accepted the paper and, upon inspection, found inscribed, "On the morrow, during the hour of the monkey, a sword seeker shall appear." Convinced by this revelation, she eagerly asked, "Might you, venerable sir, divine the location of the dark sect's magical sword for me?" "Ah, dear maiden, do not be so hasty." The old diviner's demeanor shifted to one of serene composure as he gently stroked his white beard, saying, "To peer into the heavens can invite misfortune. I cannot perform this divination for free." "Surely, I cannot allow you to labor without recompense," the lady interjected. "Pray tell, how much does one such divination cost?" "Not much, merely 10 taels of silver." The old diviner beamed with delight. 10 taels? The lady was taken aback. Her travel funds were not particularly ample, and 10 taels constituted a significant sum for her. Yet, in comparison to the information regarding the magical sword, any price seemed worth paying. Therefore, she hastily rummaged through her belongings, producing the silver, while the old diviner watched intently, awaiting his payment. At that moment, a loud crack echoed as a tile fell to the ground. Startled by the noise, the lady instinctively grasped her sword and turned, fearing it might be an adversary from the dark sect. However, upon raising her gaze, she found no such threat. Only a mischievous boy of about 14 or 15 perched atop the opposite eaves, holding a tile in hand, grinning impishly as he shouted, "Big chest. Little head, foolish girl falls for it." Recognizing the boy's ragged, patched clothing, she discerned he was merely a local troublemaker, uninterested in his antics. She was eager for news of the magical sword, yet, just as she reached for her silver once more, another tile crashed down at her feet. In a fit of indignation, the white-clad lady's garments billowed around her. Although she did not draw her sword, an aura of chilling intensity enveloped the area, instilling fear in those present. Yet, the boy remained unfazed, exclaiming, "Oh, how frightening! A meat bun strikes a heartless dog, and a bodhisattva's heart is mistaken for donkey liver." He laughed heartily. "I never speak falsehoods. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. Do you not have long hair? And is there not weight upon your chest?" Infuriated by his taunts, the lady approached the boy, and the old diviner hurriedly attempted to intervene, urging, "My lady, let it be. It is more important to ascertain the divination first than to engage with him." But the lady, consumed by rage, could not be restrained. Drawing her sword, she advanced under the boy's eaves and declared, "If you do not clarify your words today, I shall leave your tongue here, rendering you incapable of further insolence." The boy merely made a face in response. "You are not my lady, so why should I enlighten you? Even if you stood beneath me, I possess nothing to show you. You would be better off investigating what lies beneath old Yang's abode for a surprise." As the wooden table was lifted, a gaping hole was revealed on the wall, previously concealed by the table. Upon witnessing the scene, the woman was taken aback and immediately crouched down to peer into the hole. To her astonishment, the cavity extended into the adjacent room, where a figure sat at a table adorned with paper and ink. After a moment's contemplation, the woman experienced a sudden epiphany. The old diviner's claim of being able to foresee her inquiry regarding the sword was nothing but a ruse. It was merely a conspiracy between him and the individual next door. Upon hearing someone approach for divination, that person would swiftly jot down the details and send the note through the hole into the drawer of the old man's desk. Then, the old diviner would assert that he had known the visitor's intentions the previous day, producing the freshly inscribed note to convince them of his prowess, thereby justifying an inflated fee. As the truth dawned upon her, the woman glared furiously at the old diviner, who, sensing the shift in atmosphere, shed his previously benevolent demeanor. He stormed toward the boy beneath the eaves, fury in his voice. "You wretched lad! How dare you thwart my endeavors? I shall ensure you cannot linger in QNGQL City any longer." The boy, undeterred, made a mocking face. "You amuse me to no end. Old Yang, your age hasn't tempered your deceitful ways. You think you can intimidate me? Prepare to face your comeuppance." With that, he hurled a piece of tile, startling the old diviner into retreat, while the boy agilely leaped onto another rooftop and dashed away. "You insolent brat! You insolent brat!" The old diviner cursed bitterly, only to suddenly notice the ethereal figure of the woman standing beside him. Instantly, he donned a contrite expression, imploring, "Fair maiden, please spare me." Before he could finish, his vision blurred, and the woman, draped in white, gracefully leaped onto the rooftop, pursuing the boy's retreating figure. No one knew whether she sought to express gratitude for the boy's unmasking of the deception or to chastise him for his crude remarks. The people of QNGQL City would only come to recognize that henceforth, this unexpectedly arrived woman began her adventures alongside the boy. This marked the initial encounter between the renowned celestial sword immortal Mu Qingxiwei and the iron-willed Lian Hongye of the North, later celebrated as the legendary tale of their partnership. Under the moonlight, akin to flowing water, the general sat contemplatively against the chill of the stone wall, a smile gracing his lips. The virtuous and striking celestial maiden joined forces with the clever, mischievous street urchin, embarking on a quest to discover the fabled demon sword. Together, they navigated the martial world, outsmarting the disciples of the demonic sect that sought to thwart them. After 2 years of trials and tribulations, they ultimately unearthed the demon sword, with the street urchin ascending to the role of its master. Lian Hongye reminisced about their first exchange of names, their inaugural collaboration against adversaries, their heartfelt confessions, the warmth of their intertwined hands, their first embrace, and the inception of their love. Every moment was woven into the narrative initiated by that very sword. Lian Hongye lifted his gaze as a figure emerged from the ground before him, employing earthwalking techniques. It was Shui. "General, a contingent of enemies has unexpectedly appeared outside the valley, numbering approximately 1,000, and they seem to be cavalry. I implore you to investigate." Lian Hongye nodded, rising to his feet and striding forward, the glint of his sword igniting like a flame. Chapter 83. The Demon Sword. 4. Shui and Lian Hongye ascended to the mountaintop, where they beheld a serpentine line of torches advancing from the east. Given the speed of their march, it was evident they were mounted on horseback, ultimately halting at the southern entrance of Chongwu Mountain. Could it be that troubles had arisen from the Qin kingdom, prompting the horse bandits to seize such a multitude of steeds? Shui pondered aloud. Lian Hongye, remaining noncommittal, remarked, "The absence of news from Gung Tingchun must surely be connected to them. Come, let us seek clarity through confrontation."